William Morrow and Harper Audio present The Redemption of Philip Thane, The Penhallow Dynasty, by Lisa Berne. Performed by Maura Quirk. Do you need a prod? Do you need a little darkness to get you going? From The Fourth Sign of the Zodiac, by Mary Oliver. Chapter 1. Sermont Hall, Somerset County, England, January 1819. Philip Thane wasn't handsome, precisely, but people seldom realized it when caught by his raffish charm, as women, in particular, often were. He was a tall, broad-shouldered man in his late 20s, with long, muscled limbs and glossy brown hair and arresting brown-green eyes, and he sat in an elegant armchair in the equally elegant drawing-room with a kind of negligent grace that suggested nothing but confidence in his time-honoured powers of persuasion. Unfortunately for Philip, Mrs. Henrietta Penhallow, who sat opposite him, indomitably upright despite her advancing years, was well acquainted with his history and exploits, and so was not disposed to admire or applaud, and instead looked at him rather fixedly with her still sharp blue eyes. "How kind of you to drop by, Philip," she said dryly. "I dare say you were in the neighbourhood." Undeterred by this less than subtle jab, as Sermont Hall, the Penhallows' vast ancestral estate, lay in the Somerset countryside, and far from Philip's usual cosmopolitan haunts, he merely smiled a smile more than once described as devastating, and breezily replied, "No, I came here expressly to see you, Aunt Henrietta. It's been far too long since I've had the pleasure of your company." The old lady's silvery eyebrows went up at this form of address. She was not Philip Thane's aunt, and in fact the lines of familial connection between them were tangled and hardly substantial. However, she let it pass. "I trust," she said, "that you have recovered from your wound, which I believe you sustained while in Vienna. I was informed it was nearly fatal." "Oh, it was nothing, really," responded Philip, in the tone of one who had stubbed a toe, perhaps, or narrowly avoided a collision with a lamp-post, and anyone unaware of the actual circumstances of his injury would have had no idea that he had been shot point-blank in the chest by a jealous husband who had rather vehemently objected to Philip's dalliance with his wife. A satirical smile curved old Mrs. Penhallow's mouth. "I'm glad to hear it." Philip nodded, and crossed one long leg over the other, entirely at his ease. He wore a beautifully tailored burgundy jacket, elegant buckskins, and tall, gleaming top-boots, all in the latest mode and crafted of the finest materials, and obviously very expensive. His many-caped greatcoat, tall hat, gloves, and natty portmanteau he had left in the great hall, under the gimlet eye of the butler Crenshaw, who had received them with an unflappable politeness, which somehow also managed to convey quite a bit of disapproval. "I regret to inform you that no bedchamber has yet been assigned or prepared, sir, as I was unaware of your imminent arrival," Crenshaw had frigidly said. To which Philip had carelessly answered, "Nobody was. Is your mistress about? The old one, I mean." And so he had been ushered into this luxurious drawing-room, where Henrietta Penhallow had received him with a surprise tempered by shrewd appraisal, then invited him to take a seat, although she had not so far called for refreshments. Chattily, Philip said, "I hope all the family here is well, ma'am." "Thank you, yes." "That's excellent news." "Indeed it is." "This is a charming room." "How kind of you to say." The same satirical smile remained on the old lady's face. "The proportions are superb." "I agree." "Nice to have a fire, for it's devilish cold out today," he remarked. "Very." "Everyone said it would snow, but I knew it wouldn't." "Oh?" "Yes, I have an uncanny knack for predicting the weather, you see." Indeed. Yes, it just comes to me somehow. Speaking of the uncanny, I was accosted by quite a character in your quaint little village. Riverton, isn't it, earlier today? I'd just gotten out of the coach from Bristol and was standing there on the high street wondering how I could get myself ferried over to Sermont Hall, when an old woman, whom I've never seen before in my life, marched up to me and said, rather in the manner of an ancient Greek oracle, "You're right on time," as if she'd been waiting for me. Your obligatory village madwoman, I dare say. That was Mrs. Roger, no doubt, said Henrietta Penhallow. A good wife in full possession of her wits, who's widely believed hereabouts to be possessed of mystical powers. Last year, for example, she predicted that a cow belonging to one of our local farmers, Mr. Moore, would be delivered of an albino calf, and she was correct. And apparently she was able to locate her neighbour's long-lost watch by the deployment of a divining rod, which, she says, has been in her family for generations. Oh, I don't believe in such things, Auntie, do you? A lot of silly superstitions and primitive claptrap, that's all. Those silvery brows went up again at a yet more cosy form of address, but Henrietta only went on musingly. There was a time, several years ago, when Gabriel swore it was Mrs. Roger who helped him find Livia when she had gone missing. At this reference to Henrietta's grandson and his wife, Philip nodded without much interest. Well, at any rate, Mrs. Roger hustled me over to where her husband happened to be standing with his gig, quite the convenient stroke of luck for me, and told him to drive me to Sermont Hall. Odd. I wonder how she knew I was bound here. I must have mentioned it, I suppose. Good God, only picture it. Me in a gig, sitting side by side with one of your worthy yokels. I don't know how I held on to my countenance. You're quite in the middle of nowhere, aren't you, ma'am? Don't you find yourself awfully dull with nothing to do? As Gabriel and Livia manage the estate, and together they not only look after the welfare of our tenant families, but also are raising a family of their own, it could hardly be said that there's nothing to do. As for me, I provide whatever help is needed in estate management. I spend many happy hours in my greenhouse, and additionally am active in supporting various charities, both local and distant. Philip laughed and waved a dismissive hand in the air. I meant jollification, ma'am. Assemblies, dinners, balls, that sort of thing, not work. You say the word as if it leaves a bad taste in your mouth, observed Henrietta Penhallow dryly. But rest assured that the neighbourhood is a lively one, and that we all enjoy a great deal of visiting among family and friends, especially upon celebratory occasions. As you may have heard, last year my great-granddaughter Jane married our neighbour, the Duke of Radcliffe, which was a most delightful event, and his sister is shortly to marry our vicar, Mr. Presley. Philip gave an amused smile, imparting a strong impression of one heroically refraining from rolling one's eyes, then continued to chat in his easy, self-assured way on subjects of more sophistication and scope, lightly touching on the latest London ondies, the blackballing of Lady Caroline Lamb from the hallowed halls of Almack's, as well as from the haut ton in general, the further expansion of the Prince Regent's girth, which no longer made riding feasible, not least for any horse selected for the dubious honour of having the Regent's enormous derriere lowered onto its back, the sad demise of Queen Charlotte back in November, and the publication of several notable works of literature, including Miss Austen's Persuasion and John Keats' Endymion. Mrs. Penhallow listened equably for some time, her hands folded in her lap. But when Philip began to comment upon the celebrated actor Edmund Kean's deliberate sabotage of his role in the fatal accusation to Drury Lane, she interrupted him without ceremony. "What is it you want, Philip?" His dark brows went up. "Want, Aunt Henrietta? Whatever do you mean?" "I mean that it would save us both a considerable amount of time if you would simply divulge the actual reason for your sudden arrival upon my doorstep. If Mrs. Penhallow anticipated that these forthright words, uttered with a slight but distinct tinge of acid, would discompose Philip Thane, she was destined to be disappointed, for he merely smiled his charming smile and remarked affably, "You always were one of my favourite relations, ma'am." "Flattery will get you nowhere. I repeat, why are you here? Do you need money?" "Now that you mention it, I am just a trifle under the hatches," he acknowledged unblushingly. "When are you not? I suppose your step-grandparents, your mother, your half-sister, and your half-brother, not to mention all your acquaintance among polite society and the other rackety circles you frequent, have turned you down in your requests for pecuniary assistance." "Your discernment, dear ma'am, never fails to astonish." "Rather, let us say that old habits die hard, and that I am more familiar than I would like to be regarding your way of life. It takes no amazing leap of intelligence to surmise that your pockets are once again to let." "A gentleman," answered Philip, in a voice of the utmost reasonableness, "must be seen to live as one." "And handsome is as handsome does, if we are to sit here bandying aphorisms." "Surely, Auntie, you wouldn't care to see a member of your own family languishing in debtor's prison, or worse. Only think of the embarrassment." "As you have caused the family a great deal of embarrassment for well over a decade, Philip, a little additional mortification would hardly be noticed." This blunt statement generated within Philip Thane a tiny, minute frisson of concern. He leaned forward and said in an earnest voice, "A small loan, ma'am, would have me right as a trivet." Mrs. Penhallow chuckled sardonically. "You must know your reputation as someone who has never once repaid a loan, not even during your schoolboy days at Eton." "That's ancient history. I've changed, Auntie, I assure you." "Have you?" "Yes, absolutely." "You will pardon my scepticism. I have, by now, little confidence in your ability to change." Philip leaned forward a bit more. "The thing of it is, ma'am, I've come all to pieces. If you send me away with nothing, I'll be at my wit's end. And look at it this way. Send me away with something, and I'll spare you the further burden of my presence." His voice was earnest, his expression appealing. Somehow he managed to evoke the pitiful sensibility of a forlorn, needy, yet adorable puppy, without in the least detracting from his graceful, masculine vigour. Henrietta eyed him thoughtfully. A lesser woman might feel a pang of grandmotherly concern. She might feel her heart softening, her resistance to his wiles waning. Such a woman might reach into her reticule and dispense wads of banknotes, as might a doting grandparent give a naughty child a toy, if only to bring a smile back to his face. She, however, was made of sterner stuff. After several minutes of silent contemplation, which to Philip Thane began to feel like hours, then years, and possibly even decades, Henrietta brought her elbows to the padded arms of her chair, laced her fingers together, and made a little meditative temple of her two forefingers. Over it, she slowly said, "You might, perhaps, execute a small commission for me." A look of relief spread across Philip's face. "By all means, dear ma'am. What is it?" "You will recall my mentioning that I am engaged in various philanthropic endeavours. Late last year, our bailiff brought to my attention the efforts of an agricultural cooperative in Whittlesea, where his brother lives, to remain viable after an especially bad harvest." "Whittlesea?" repeated Philip vaguely. "A town in Peterborough County, some 40 miles north of Cambridge, and approximately 200 miles from Surmont Hall." "Ah." "Being deeply interested in agrarian matters, farmers being of course this country's backbone from time immemorial, I made a sizable donation to the Straw Bear Cooperative. Its president wrote back with a nicely worded letter of thanks and invited me to say a few words to the townsfolk during their annual Plough Day festivities, which denote the community's hopes for a prosperous growing season. Farmers? Growing season? Plough Day? Oh, good God! Philip felt his eyes begin to glaze over with boredom, but as his position was precarious, and might even be said to be hanging by a thread, he made a determined attempt to keep his expression one of alert interest. While appreciative of the President's invitation, Henrietta continued, I felt it better to assign someone else to go in my stead, and suggested to one of our local agriculturalists, Sir Gregory Stoke, that he travel to the festival so that he could deliver some remarks at the opening ceremony, which is next week. He agreed. However, this morning I learned that Sir Gregory has fallen ill with an acute and incapacitating attack of gout. I was just about to send an express to the cooperative's president, detailing the unfortunate change in plans, but now, it may be, I don't have to. Gazing at Philip over the little temple of her forefingers with cynical shrewdness, Henrietta went on. It is said that when a door shuts, a window flies open. Therefore, I shall designate you to serve as the representative of the Penhallow family, and to make a short but appropriate speech at the ceremony, and otherwise help suitably mark the occasion. You shall leave within the hour, travelling in one of the Penhallow's barouches, and staying at the various inns where I have reserved rooms on Sir Gregory's behalf. On the assumption, and let us be clear, my dear Philip, this is merely conjecture on my part, that you behave creditably throughout, I will be glad to provide you with remuneration for your services. Henrietta suddenly chuckled and added, A novelty, is it not? You'll be paid for working. Ha! Let no one assert that I am lacking in family feeling. Philip leaned back in his seat, his mind racing. He did not want to travel to some god-forsaken hole of a town somewhere to the northeast. He did not want to issue pithy remarks upon the occasion of an agrarian festival, and he did not want to waste his precious time mingling with a bunch of dull provincials. On the other hand, since he and Henrietta Penhallow were bandying aphorisms during this increasingly unpleasant and uncomfortable exchange, beggars couldn't be choosers, and he was unnervingly close to being an actual beggar. He had no choice. He'd have to make the best of it. He would allow himself to be dragged to Whittlesea, but the moment his obligations were discharged, he'd flee the place with such dispatch the bumpkins' heads would spin like tops. And his life would be his own again. Things would go on as they had before. The tension in his shoulders melted away. He said, lying through his teeth, I look forward to this marvellous opportunity, Auntie. Do you? Splendid. One last thing, my dear Philip. While I would hardly claim to be omniscient, or that I have eyes and ears everywhere, I must admit, without false modesty, that I have a reputation for being well-informed when it comes to matters that concern me. So I trust you will behave yourself accordingly. Into Philip's mind rose a hideous vision of Henrietta Penhallow and Mrs. Roger, the Riverton oracle, as Shakespearean witches huddled around a black smoking cauldron and cackling in a sinister way over entirely accurate visions of himself in faraway Whittlesea, mystically projected among the wisps of smoke. A chill danced up his spine, and he told himself not to be a damned fool. Solvency beckoned. Debtor's prison receded. All would be well. I do hope, said Henrietta blandly, the weather will be propitious for your journey. Oh, it won't snow, I can feel it. He smiled at her, with the newly restored poise of one who enjoyed complete mastery of the world around him. "Splendid," repeated Henrietta Penhallow, dismantling the little temple of her fingers, and if her answering smile was both dubious and sardonic, Philip Thane chose to ignore it. 4 days later. The Hare and Hounds Inn, Brampton, England. Well, damn! Standing in the dilapidated courtyard of the equally dilapidated inn, her gloved hands akimbo at her waist, Margaret Allen stared grumpily at the stagecoach which lay all askew on the frozen, hard-packed dirt, the iron shaft which connected the 2 front wheels having snapped a mile or 2 back, causing the body of the coach to crash onto the ground, the wheels to break, and the horses to rear in alarm. Luckily, neither horses nor passengers had been injured, but everyone had had to trudge in the bright sunshine of a bitterly cold morning to the little village of Brampton, where, it seemed, the repair of the shaft would take a day or 2, or maybe more, and nobody seemed to have any idea when replacement wheels could be secured. Furthermore, no other public conveyance was expected for several days. Which meant, Margaret thought with annoyance, they were trapped here. And she wasn't looking forward to spending any time in the bedchamber assigned to her, as she had seen for herself that the sheets were damp, dirty, and crawling with fleas, and that every surface was covered in a thick layer of dust. There was somewhere else she very much wanted to be, only a half-day's journey from here. Tantalizingly close, yet out of reach. And time was of the essence. Double damn! Abruptly, to her ears came the sounds of horses' hooves and jingling harness, and with eager strides she hurried out to the road. A large black barouche, pulled by a team of 4 big horses, and its body glinting in the sun like an oversized jewel, was approaching, and heading in the right direction. Now this was more like it. Margaret waited until the barouche was within a stone's throw, then she waved to the coachman who brought the horses to a halt and looked inquiringly down at her from his high perch on the box. "May I be of assistance, ma'am?" he said. But before Margaret could answer, the window was shoved up and a dark-haired man stuck his head out. His brown eyes met hers, and then he smiled. A bold, appreciative, devil-may-care smile that transformed his features into something beyond ordinary good looks. It was, the realization winged through her mind, pure, powerful, unadulterated charm that illuminated his face and made him strikingly attractive. So attractive, in fact, that she felt a delicious tingle running through her. It had been so long, so dreadfully long since she had felt anything like this. Inside herself, Margaret swept aside a pang of old grief and renewed loss, and was just about to smile back when his emboldened gaze raked over her from head to foot in a frankly piratical manner, and the warm, exciting tingle was quenched in a heartbeat. She didn't mind the appreciative smile, but she certainly didn't enjoy being ogled like that, in a way that made her glad she had on several layers of clothing impenetrable to the human eye. Margaret crossed her arms over her chest. Blast it all! Wasn't it just her bad luck that the first vehicle to pass her way contained an irksome libertine? His smile widened, and in a smooth, deep, cultured voice, which nearly sent another tingle shimmering through her before she managed to suppress it, he said, "Why, hello there. Aren't you a sight for sore eyes?" If it weren't for the fact that she was rather desperate, Margaret would have enjoyed giving vent to the tart retort hovering on her tongue. Instead, she said, with as much civility as possible, "Good morning, sir. Might I inquire as to where you're heading?" "To Whittlesea." Margaret felt her heart bound with sudden hope. "That's where I'm going as well, but I find myself stranded here due to an unfortunate mishap with the stage. I know this is a great and presumptuous favour to ask, sir, but have you any extra room inside?" "Not only do I have extra room, dear lady, I'm the sole passenger, and the seats are very capacious." At the silky innuendo in his too charming voice, Margaret's temper rose still higher, and she almost abandoned her resolve to be civil. But then she realised how she might give him back his own, in a way that allowed her to maintain her dignity and would soon have her on the road again. Her little plan was devious, admittedly, but after all, turnabout was fair play. So she smiled and sweetly said, "How kind, sir! Won't you have your coach come into the courtyard while I gather up my things?" He returned her smile, looking not unlike a cat expecting to be served a delectable bowl of cream. "By all means." Margaret went back into the courtyard and whisked herself inside the dumpy, dusty inn, returning some 5 minutes later with her portmanteau and bandbox, Aunt Seraphina, and young Mr. Lawrence, a fellow passenger who had joined them in Watford and was also on his way to Whittlesea, and who kindly insisted on carrying Aunt Seraphina's luggage along with his own. Together they bade farewell to the disappointed proprietor, whose eyes had brightened at the prospect of some paying guests, then emerged into the courtyard where the coach stood waiting with the door wide open and the steps let down. The dark-haired man, who was clad in a dashing, many-caped greatcoat Margaret could now see, and a tall, stylish hat, along with a pair of beautifully polished boots, was leaning against the gleaming black side panel of the barouche, with his legs crossed at the ankle in a very debonair manner. She watched as his anticipatory smile faded, and onto his face came a look of surprise and dismay. "Ha ha!" she thought triumphantly, doing her best to keep her expression as bland as a baby's. And as she and her companions came close, she said in a sweet, demure tone, "Thank you so much, sir, for your generosity in allowing us to accompany you to Whittlesea. May I introduce you to my aunt, Miss Allen, and to Mr. Lawrence, a new acquaintance of ours," she added even more sweetly, "and I am Miss Margaret Allen." So, of course, he had no choice but to reply, "I'm Philip Thane, at your service," although his voice did lack a certain graciousness, after which he handed Aunt Seraphina and herself up into the barouche, while Mr. Lawrence helped the coachman secure their luggage behind, and then climbed in. And finally, Mr. Thane did also. Margaret was pleased that Mr. Thane also had no choice but to sit opposite Aunt Seraphina, and she repressed a laugh as she watched the two of them sizing each other up, Aunt Seraphina with her brows beetled, and Mr. Thane looking increasingly disgruntled. The carriage began to roll, and Margaret leaned back against the plush velvet squabs. "My," she remarked, in a satisfied, cheerful tone, "what comfortable seats! How wonderfully capacious they are!" Mr. Thane shot her a look of annoyance and folded his arms across his chest. "Thane," said Aunt Seraphina, as if the word was foreign to her, and managing to sound both doubtful and haughty at the same time. "I don't believe I know the name." Mr. Thane shot her a look of annoyance. "I'm a relation of the Penhallow family, and my step-grandparents are the Duke and Duchess of Egremont." He paused, as if waiting for gasps of amazement or a burst of applause, and when none were forthcoming, he added, sounding just as haughty as Aunt Seraphina, "You have heard of the Penhallows, I assume?" "Who hasn't?" interjected Mr. Lawrence. "Pretty much the first family of England, aren't they? Came along with the Conqueror, chummy with royalty, plump in the pocket, immense seat in Somerset, and so on and so forth." "Draping yourself in a cloak of reflected glory, aren't you?" said Aunt Seraphina to Mr. Thane. "Is this really your barouche?" The temperature inside the coach seemed to drop about 20 degrees, and so Margaret thought it prudent to re-enter the conversation, such as it was. She said, "What takes you to Whittlesea, sir? Is that where you live?" He actually shuddered. "Good Lord, no. It will be my first and, I assure you, my only time there. I'm going to give a little speech at the Plough Day ceremony." There was a complete and utter lack of enthusiasm in his voice. "I say, sir, that's splendid," exclaimed Mr. Lawrence. "I'm a journalist for the Watford Bugle, and I'm writing an article about tomorrow's events. Care to offer up any early tidbits?" He looked as if he were about to dive into his rucksack and produce a pencil and paper on the spot. No, Mr. Thane responded, sarcasm creeping into his tone. I prefer to leave you in suspense about my scintillating remarks, which will doubtless render my entire audience of rustics, provincials, hobnails, yokels, chawbacons, hicks, bumpkins, and lubies spellbound. Good as a thesaurus, aren't you? Said Aunt Seraphina, not very pleasantly. You might want to include hawbucks, joskins, and lumpkins while you're busy denigrating the good citizens of Whittlesea. If it comes to that, you're quite the thesaurus yourself, ma'am, returned Mr. Thane, also not very pleasantly. I ought to be, as I'm a lexicographer who's published 3 of them, and am at present working on my 4th. Indeed. How charming, marvellous, wonderful, captivating, glorious, delightful, and sublime. Aunt Seraphina, unmoved by Mr. Thane's jibe, pulled some white-lace tatting from her enormous reticule and began wielding her mother-of-pearl shuttle with ferocious speed and dexterity. If that's truly your attitude, Mr. Thane, said Margaret, I can't imagine your speech will go over particularly well. He shrugged. For any normal human being, it's difficult to get excited about an event called Plough Day. Oh, I don't know about that. I'm quite excited to witness it myself. Why, for God's sake? Because I'm interested in folklore and old cultural traditions. He stared, then drawled. Oh, like your esteemed aunt, you're blue. If by blue you mean we actually have brains despite the ghastly misfortune of being women, then you're correct. Plough Day is a custom dating back several centuries, possibly linked to the Nordic invasions of the 8th century, and I, for one, can hardly wait to see the straw bear. I know there's a straw bear cooperative, but please don't tell me there's an actual bear draped in straw. No, not an animal, but apparently somebody gets all covered over in sheaves of straw and— Surely not voluntarily. It's said to be a great honour, Margaret went on, repressing a real urge to swing out her foot and kick him in the shin. And the straw bear is meant to personify the winter season. His appearance on Plough Day symbolically represents the banishment of winter, so that crops can grow again and the people will flourish. How childishly sweet. Just because a custom springs from ancient beliefs very different from our own contemporary ones doesn't mean they're worthy of your scorn. Besides, even if it's only a fable, it's still a lovely one. It makes people feel hopeful and engaged in their community. A very meaningful sentiment, in my opinion. Rubbish. Fables are for children, not for adults. The people of Whittlesea need to grow up. Your outlook on life, said Margaret, is inspiring. Thank you. I was being sarcastic. No, really. At this, Margaret pressed her lips together hard in order to prevent herself from tumbling deeper down the rabbit hole of a conversation which was clearly going nowhere, then realised that Mr. Thane was looking at her with a fresh gleam of interest in his brown eyes, which, she now saw, had within them hints of deep forest green. He went on. How the devil did a beautiful woman like yourself end up delving into such dull stuff? Why aren't you married? Brazen, interpolated Aunt Seraphina in a colourless tone, without looking up from her tatting. Brash, impertinent, impudent, brassy, shameless. First of all, Margaret said, rather snappishly to Mr. Thane, her resolve already weakening, it's not dull to me. As for the how, it probably has something to do with the fact that I come from a family of academics in Oxford. I'm sorry to hear that, he said in a voice of spurious sympathy, and Margaret was so irritated that her strength of will reasserted itself, and she didn't even bother telling him that it was none of his business as to why she was unmarried at the supposedly advanced age of 25, and that she didn't appreciate his comments about her appearance, and also that she was pretty confident his speech tomorrow wasn't going to be received with much fanfare, and instead she reached into her reticule and pulled out a book, with which she silently and determinedly beguiled the time, some 4 or 5 hours, until they reached Whittlesea. Dusk had begun to fall, blanketing the town in soft shades of dark blue, violet, and murky grey. They passed houses, shops, offices, inns, a little theatre, some restaurants, taverns, a central square with a festive-looking platform liberally strewn with bunting, and sidewalks filled with people going to and fro, huddled close against the cold in their coats, pelisses, shawls, and hats. "Where can I drop you?" said Mr. Thane. "Unless you're also staying at the Apple Street Inn." He looked with transparent and annoying significance at Margaret, who replied without regret, "We're staying at the Woodhull Inn." "As am I," chimed in young Mr. Lawrence. Mr. Thane banged on the roof and the barouche came to a stop. He pushed open the window, stuck his head out, and told the coachman to find the Woodhull Inn, after which he quickly closed the window, shutting out the chilly air. They could hear the coachman asking a passer-by for directions, and soon the barouche started rolling again. It was just a few minutes later that it came to a stop once more, in the courtyard of a modest but well-kept hostelry, all lit up with lights inside which rendered it very cosy-looking in the deepening twilight. Margaret was so happy to find herself in Whittlesea, when only a few hours ago it had seemed a real impossibility, that she felt a sudden rush of gratitude toward Mr. Thane, and impulsively she said to him, "Won't you join my aunt and me for dinner, Mr. Thane, by way of a small but heartfelt thank you? You as well, Mr. Lawrence." Mr. Lawrence gave a boyish grin. "I say, that sounds awfully jolly. Thanks ever so much." But Mr. Thane shook his head and fixed his eyes soulfully upon her. "No, my dear Miss Allen. Two's company and four's a crowd. I prefer to loom large in your imagination instead. Envision me as a desperate man in lonely contemplation of a beautiful face and an even more beautiful figure, consoling myself as men have done from time immemorial." "Lewd," remarked Aunt Seraphina, putting away her tatting. "Lecherous, lubricous, satiric, dissolute, dissipated." "Irritable," said Mr. Thane in a thoughtful voice. "Cantankerous, crabbed, curmudgeonly, waspish, prickly." "Offensive, disrespectful, repulsive, rude, objectionable, displeasing." "Belligerent, combative, bellicose, aggressive, martial, hostile." The coachman pulled open the door and swung down the steps. "Well," said Margaret, glad to thus put an end to the escalating hostilities between her aunt and their unlikely benefactor. "Thank you again for the ride, Mr. Thane. We'll see you tomorrow morning, bright and early." "Just how bright and early do you mean?" "Why, the ceremony begins just after sunrise." "Of course it does," he replied in a very bitter way, and Margaret, suppressing a strong desire to snicker, accepted the coachman's hand and stepped down into the courtyard, deftly avoiding a slushy puddle, and also looking forward to a big dinner, a nice long bath, a book, and so to bed. Chapter 2. Someone was knocking on a door. "Wake up, sir," said a voice, apparently from outside the room. "It's plough day." Knock, knock, knock. "Mr. Thane," said the voice. "You asked to be awakened in time for the ceremony. It's plough day, sir." Groggily, Philip opened his eyes and realised he was lying on his back in a singularly uncomfortable bed. But where? He stared without comprehension at the unfamiliar ceiling above him. Then it came to him. He was in his dowdy, quaintly decorated room at the Apple Street Inn in Whittlesea. "Knock, knock, knock." "I'm awake, damn it," he said loudly. "Very well, sir." Philip shoved aside the bedcovers and got up, goosebumps rising on his flesh in the chill of the room, despite his fine cambric nightshirt, and went to the window, pulling aside the curtain to look out into the street. It was a clear, bright day, and the sky was a soft, cloudless blue. On the ground lay scattered splotches of grey slush. He could see hordes of people all walking in the same direction, toward the centre of the town, eager, no doubt, to partake of the plough day fun. He groaned under his breath. and for a few peppery moments thought about packing it all in, jumping into the barouche and getting out of this repugnant place as fast as possible. But then he thought about the very small quantity of banknotes he had in his possession, along with a very small number of coins, together comprising all the money he had left in the world until he fulfilled his commission for Henrietta Penhallow, and he changed his mind. So he got dressed and went out into the corridor, down the stairs and into the common room, hoping in his bad mood and with all his heart to avoid speaking to anybody. But before he got to the door leading to the street, the proprietor, Mr. Langcross, came sailing over, neatly cutting him off, and although Philip could have shoved him aside with a flick of his arm, it was just too damned early for violence. "Good morning, Mr. Thane." "Is it?" Well, His brow furrowed. Mr. Langcross glanced to the windows, as if seeking verification for the goodness or the badness of the day. "It's not snowing at any rate, which will make for a fine plough day, sir." "Nothing will make for a fine plough day." "Nothing? Oh, sir, surely not." "Well, it's been lovely chatting with you, but if you'll excuse me, I've got a speech to make." "A speech, sir? Why, that's very impressive." "Yes, I know. No doubt the town will erect a statue in my honour. Good day." Pointedly, Philip waited for Mr. Langcross to move from out of his path, but he only brought his hands together into a nervous sort of tangle and said, I was just wondering, sir. Your room was reserved for the one night only. Do you happen to know when you'll be vacating it?" "As soon as possible, my dear fellow. I said good day." Mr. Langcross bowed. "Very good, sir." He stepped aside, and Philip toyed with the idea of challenging this inane assertion also. Whatever Mr. Langcross was referring to, it was clearly not, in fact, good at all, but gave it up and left the inn. God damn it, it was cold. How he loathed winter. But here he was regardless, in the very worst season, in the very worst place, and among the very worst people. He might as well give the very worst speech while he was at it. Just get it done and get out and get his money. His jaws set in morose resentment, Philip made his way toward the town square. He turned onto a sidewalk fronting a variety of stores and shops, and almost stumbled into a rickety table covered with a neatly ironed cloth, behind which sat two middle-aged people, a man and a woman, dressed in the dowdiest clothes imaginable, and yet who looked so cheerful and friendly that he actually leaned away from them, as one might attempt to avoid a bad smell. The woman picked up a basket and held it out to him. "A donation for the convalescent home, sir, for our brave war veterans." "Sorry, I'm in a hurry," Philip answered, with an indifference he didn't bother to conceal, and walked on without in the least picking up his pace in an attempt to demonstrate speed. They should be donating to him for deigning to grace Plough Day with his presence. He passed a few more shops, and then a high, sweet voice said, "Why, goodness me, if it isn't Philip Thane!" He came to an abrupt halt. A little old lady, bundled up to her eye-teeth and looking positively cylindrical in her various shawls and wraps, stood on the sidewalk, beaming up at him. He said, "Do I know you?" "Surely you haven't forgotten me, Master Philip. Matron, from your dormitory at Eton. Such a wee scrawny lad you were, too. I'll always remember the time I found you a-crying in the laundry, as if your poor little heart were broken too. I just about burst into tears myself. But look at you now," she went on approvingly, "so tall and handsome and dressed so fine. Life's treated you well, hasn't it? Just fancy meeting you here after all these years, Master Philip. Why, it's quite the Plough Day miracle." He stood staring down at her. How could this be happening? What kind of ghastly, miserable, unfortunate coincidence was this? A miracle? No, a damned catastrophe. The cruel opening of a book he'd slammed shut a long time ago. Until now. Ghosts rose up, eaten long ago. Him, crying, hugging a sack of dirty clothes as if it would bring back the person he had lost forever. His poor, stupid heart had been broken. How many times had he hidden in the laundry, weeping like a baby? A rising dam of memories threatened to burst within him, and to forestall it, Philip curtly said, "Yes, quite the miracle, matron. Goodbye." He strode on without waiting for a reply, wrenching himself back into the present, then walked into a lamp-post and nearly clocked himself. He stood dazed for a moment, half-blinded, then pulled himself together. He was Philip Thane, damn it, sort of an Egremont, practically a Penhallow, lord of all he surveyed, smarter than most, blue-blooded and stout-hearted, and a man whose charms no lady could resist. And so he straightened up again, tall and proud. Then he continued toward the town square, where he came upon a crowd of people gathered in happy anticipation, talking and laughing, congregating in convivial groups, small and large, their breaths puffing into little white clouds in the chilly air. Somebody was playing a pipe, somebody was banging a drum, and it all sounded so lively and jolly that Philip longed with every fibre of his being to grab the pipe and drum and crush them under his boot. But he didn't. He kept walking. The only thing keeping him going was the thought of Henrietta Penhallow's money and an intense determination, bolstered by a supreme confidence that had never let him down, to cajole her into giving him more than she'd intended. Because he deserved it, by God. Warm and snug in her thick wool pelisse and cosy hat, Margaret looked around with pleasure from her place near the festive bunting-bedecked platform in the town square. What a delightful scene lay all about! How much fun everyone was having! She sent a smiling glance to Mr. Lawrence next to her, he being busy, jotting down his impressions in his notebook. Suddenly, she spotted a tall, broad-shouldered figure coming toward the platform, and in her good mood, feeling very willing to let bygones be bygones, she called out, "Mr. Thane, good morning." He came near, and she saw at once that he was looking quite saturnine, just as he had yesterday when he'd dropped them off at the Woodhull Inn, annoyingly suave and sardonic and full of himself. But today, for some strange reason, his stylish hat was set askew on his dark locks, as if he'd bumped into something and didn't realize it. "Good morning," she repeated, smiling at him. "May I?" She reached out a gloved hand toward the brim of his hat, but he caught at it with his own and pressed it to his greatcoat, somewhere in the region where his heart, assuming he had one, would be. "My dear Miss Allen, I didn't know you cared." Margaret snatched her hand away. "I did care, briefly, that your hat's on all wrong, and I'm starting to regret that I did." Mr. Lawrence unsuccessfully stifled a laugh. "I say, Mr. Thane, you won't want to give your speech looking like that, as if you've been in a brawl and lost." In a very huffy way, Mr. Thane straightened his hat and said to her, "Where's your doughty aunt, compiling additional pejorative adjectives to deploy against me?" His tone was sarcastic, and Margaret struggled to remind herself that it was thanks to him that she was here at all. With as much civility as she could muster, she replied, "My aunt is at our inn, working on her book." "And missing out on Plough, eh? How I pity her." "Rest assured, I'll fill her in on everything she missed." He gave a loud sigh of mock relief. "Now I can give my speech with true peace of mind," Margaret said between slightly clenched teeth. "I can hardly wait." "You and everyone else here." No sooner had Mr. Thane uttered this than the merry sounds of the pipe and drum fell away, and the crowd fell silent too, turning as one toward the platform in joyful expectancy. "Well," Margaret said to him, "I believe that's your cue." "Oh, goody." Mr. Thane went up the wooden steps of the platform, introducing himself to the various town dignitaries clustering there, one of whom, Margaret saw, gestured him toward the front. Mr. Thane walked to the railing, swept his gaze over the crowd, and began speaking in an obsequiously earnest voice. "Good people, we are gathered here today to celebrate farmers, farming, agriculture, growing seasons, winter, the end of winter, crops, future crops, and also tradition. Whittlesea, springtime, straw, bears, and straw bears. Plus ploughs, which is spelled Ploughs, by the way, not Plows. You're welcome." He paused in a very theatrical way, and there was a faint, obedient smattering of applause from the crowd. Margaret could see the tiniest of smirks on Mr. Thane's face, and she glanced next to her at Mr. Lawrence, who was looking nonplussed as he scribbled in his notebook. Up on the platform, Mr. Thane nodded with patently false modesty. "Thank you very much. You're a wonderful audience. And now the moment you've all been waiting for. The true star of the show, the cynosure of all eyes, the harbinger of seasons past, present and future. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the Straw Bear." Mr. Thane gestured with an exaggerated sweep of his arm, and, looking to the far edge of the crowd, Margaret saw people eagerly yielding to a great round figure all covered in sheaves of clean, shining hay, from its head down to its ankles. The figure lumbered forward, and everyone began applauding, those closest to the straw bear reaching out to pat at the sheaves, a gesture which signified hope for an early spring. The pipe and drum resumed their merry, lilting beat, and some people began to move and sway in happy little dances, both singly and together. Margaret watched, fascinated, tapping one of her feet in time to the music. A deep voice said in her ear, "The bear's quite light on its feet, isn't it?" It was Mr. Thane, and Margaret glanced up into his attractive but sardonic face. "I suppose," she said without warmth, "you think you can do better?" "I flatter myself that yes, I can dance better than a bear." Margaret wrinkled her nose at him. "He's not a bear, and you know it." "Are you sure?" "What I'm sure of is that your speech wasn't exactly the most inspiring thing I've ever heard, just as I suspected." He shrugged. "The important thing is that I did it, and it's done. Huzzah and all that. I'm leaving just as soon as the horses can be hitched to my barouche." At this, Mr. Lawrence lifted his head from his notebook. "They say there's a snowstorm coming in." "There's not." "Oh, really? Well, if that's the case then, sir, any chance I could tag along till Northampton, if it's on your way?" For a moment, Mr. Thane looked as if he wanted nothing more than to say no, but he answered with obvious reluctance, "Unfortunately, it is on my way." Then he turned his dark eyes to her. "I suppose you and your aunt would like to tag along also. That is, if you've partaken sufficiently of the glorious festivities." Insulted by his tone as well as his choice of words, Margaret was just about to spurn his lackadaisical offer of a ride, with a few choice words of her own, but she checked herself. She had had the opportunity, yesterday evening and also this morning, to talk with several local folk about Plough Day and the Straw Bear, and had taken copious notes. She had also made inquiries about available transport, and had discovered, to her dismay, that there were no stage seats to be had for several days. As little as she would look forward to more time spent in the cynical Mr. Thane's company, still less would she look forward to cooling her heels here in Whittlesea for an extended period of time, as there was a colloquium in Oxford on the subject of fairy folk, the ballad of Tam Lin, and superstition at which she was slated to speak. So she suppressed her annoyance at his sarcastic manner, and responded with what truly was genuine gratitude and amazing forbearance. "Thank you, yes. If going to Oxford doesn't take you too far off your route, sir." "No, it's no inconvenience to me at all." "Well, as long as it doesn't inconvenience you," Margaret thought tartly, but managed to refrain from saying it out loud. Within the hour, they were on the road, hot bricks beneath their respective pairs of feet, and the 4 horses carrying them swiftly along. Mr. Thane had adroitly managed this time to seat himself opposite Margaret, and from time to time their knees bumped. He apologised, but with so little sincerity that she ignored him, keeping her eyes firmly on her book, gratitude having faded away into prickly irritation, and her forbearance in danger of fading away also. What an obnoxious, unattractive man! She really would be glad to see the last of him. Some 30 minutes after leaving Whittlesea, they had just passed through the tiny market town of Andal, when Aunt Seraphina, looking up from her tatting and out the window, said, "It's snowing." "Not much," said Mr. Thane. But 5 minutes later, it was obvious that they were driving right into a storm. It was as if the dense grey sky above was purposefully dumping large, heavy snowflakes on them, like pouring sand out of a box. They could barely see 10 feet ahead. "What the hell?" he said, ignoring the disapproving glance Aunt Seraphina gave him. "It wasn't supposed to snow." "You said that already," Margaret pointed out. "And yet, there it is." "Thank you for that trenchant observation, Miss Allen." There was a distinct snarl in Mr. Thane's voice. The barouche came to a stop, and the coachman climbed down to knock at Mr. Thane's window. He shoved it up, and a blast of cold air came inside along with a rushing swirl of snowflakes. "What is it?" he demanded. "A big tree fell, and it's blocking the way, sir," said the coachman. "Can't you move the damned thing out of the way?" "Doubtful, sir, even with your help and the other gentleman's." "Besides," put in Margaret, "you wouldn't want to make the horses travel in such a heavy snowstorm, Mr. Thane, would you? And of course it would be dreadfully uncomfortable for your coachman." "We've got to go back to Whittlesea, sir," said Mr. Lawrence. "No other choice." "I agree. Tell the coachman to turn around," Aunt Seraphina said, adding sharply, "and close that window before we all get frostbite." "Mighty peremptory of you, ma'am," replied Mr. Thane, still with that snarl in his voice. "May I remind you that this is my carriage, not yours?" "Hoity-toity! If you want to go on, young man, you can walk. We're going back." He stared at Aunt Seraphina, with dark brows drawn together, looking so flummoxed that Margaret had to suppress an unholy feeling of glee. "Well, sir," snapped Aunt Seraphina, "which is it to be? Go with us, or freeze to death on the road?" "Do hurry and make up your mind," Margaret interpolated. "Your coachman's lips are turning blue." Mr. Thane turned his glowering gaze to the window, muttered, "Damn it," then went on in an unpleasant tone to the coachman. "We're going back to Whittlesea." He slammed the window shut. The coachman climbed onto his box again, manoeuvred the barouche around, and soon had them rolling briskly on their way. Nobody said anything. Margaret had opened up her book again. Aunt Seraphina was serenely tatting. Mr. Lawrence had leaned back against the squabs with his eyes closed, and Mr. Thane was staring out the window looking very morose, as if still in disbelief at how the weather had personally, atrociously, and viciously betrayed him. Unlike yesterday, when he had dropped off the 2 Mrs. Allen and Mr. Lawrence at their inn, today there was no sudden invitation from the younger Miss Allen to join them for dinner. Not that he cared, thought Philip, pacing around his same dowdy room at the Apple Street Inn, which, incidentally, had started to become far too familiar. He supposed he should have been grateful that it was still even available, and it was the nicest room in the place, thanks to Henrietta Penhallow's generosity on behalf of her neighbour, the gouty agriculturalist Sir Something or other. But all he could summon up was a grumpy feeling of ill temper. He should have been well on his way back to Sermont Hall by now. Instead, he'd had to cool his heels for a hideously long, boring afternoon and evening while he waited for tomorrow to come, when he could bolt out of here. He'd had luncheon and dinner sent up, additional expenses for which Henrietta Penhallow, of course, would pay. it occurred to him that he ought to be keeping a running tally so that he could be reimbursed in full. So he went to the table where a couple of pencils were set in a tray and some sheets of paper were stacked beside it, and he totted up some numbers. Every penny counted when one was, well, temporarily improvident. Philip did another lap or two around the room, then went to the window and pulled the curtain aside. At least the snowstorm back near Oundle hadn't arrived. With luck, by the time they got there tomorrow, the road would be nice and clear again. Gloomily, he stared out into the darkness. After a while, he found himself thinking again of the younger Miss Allen. What a shame that such a lovely face and figure was inhabited by a peevish, impertinent personality. Why, aside from that first promising moment yesterday when their eyes had met, she standing in the road and he inside his barouche, she had actually behaved as if she didn't find him in the least bit attractive. What the devil was wrong with her? Then Philip turned around, and his gaze fell upon the empty bed. Inspiration struck. Happy, familiar inspiration. Why not go out and find some agreeable company, rather than sulking here all alone, pacing about like a caged animal? Half an hour later he strolled into the crowded tap-room of the public house and stood with his back to the bar looking around. It was filled with cheery plough-day revellers, bustling in and out of the tap-room and the big adjacent dining room, and Philip would not have been surprised if the straw bear happened to lumber in and request a pail of honey. He was pleased to identify several possible candidates who would no doubt be thrilled to be noticed by him. One comely young lady, in fact, had already responded to his gaze upon her, and was toying with a strand of her light brown hair, winding it round and round her finger and looking self-conscious. A good sign. Miss Margaret Allen had light brown hair, he suddenly recalled. It was shot through with bright threads of gold, as if dappled by the sun, and it looked very silky, just the sort of hair that would slide through one's fingers in a delicious, sensual way. Also, it would be marvellous to bury one's face in it, breathing in that faint, haunting scent of hers. Roses, wasn't it? The kind of scent that made one think of summer and warmth and vast blue skies and gardens in bloom and a world filled with infinite potential. All at once Philip realised that the comely woman halfway across the room had hunched her shoulder, dropping her gaze down and away, and he also realised that he had been staring like a man just about to start drooling over a steak. Now that wasn't his usual style at all. He was urbane, polished, self-assured, in control at all times. Foolish, wayward thoughts of Miss Allen had thrown him off his stride. Annoyed, he gave himself a mental shake, dismissing Miss Allen and her hair and her scent and also her deep blue eyes all fringed with tawny brown lashes and her gorgeous mouth and her ripe, delectable figure from his mind. Then he strolled over to the table where the comely woman sat. "Why, hello there," he said, making his voice friendly but not eager, warm but not needy, soft but not uncertain. In short, pitch perfect. "Aren't you a sight for sore eyes?" And he was rewarded when she looked up at him and smiled. He had regained the ground he had lost by staring. In her eyes shone a message he needed no words to comprehend. Maybe it wasn't so bad after all, being stuck in Whittlesea for just one more night. The Plough-Day banquet was over, and Margaret stood in the spacious, brightly lit foyer of the public house, waiting as Mr. Lawrence went to retrieve her pelisse and hat. It had been a long, interesting day, and she had accomplished everything she'd hoped to by coming to Whittlesea. The straw bear really had been quite remarkable. She began to mull over her notes, mentally adding some further observations, but was jerked out of her abstraction by a high-pitched, trilling laugh. "Oh, Mr. Thane, aren't you naughty?" came a voice, lilting with flirtatious approval, and Margaret looked to the doorway to the tap-room, through which the tall, broad-shouldered form of Mr. Thane emerged, a pretty young woman, with hair Margaret couldn't help but notice almost the same shade as her own, clinging to his arm. Together they strolled near, and Mr. Thane's eyes came to meet her own with audacious coolness, and even, Margaret thought, with the smugness of a cat who'd gotten his bowl of cream. He nodded once, and she did the same. There was nothing that needed to be said. Earlier today he had, in a grudging manner, repeated his offer of a ride, and they had all agreed to be ready to leave first thing in the morning tomorrow. Then Mr. Thane and his companion had passed her, going out into the night together, and Margaret found herself idly thinking how well put together Mr. Thane was. He walked with the easy grace of an athlete, and there was no denying that he wore his beautifully tailored clothes with understated elegance. What a shame that such a fine-looking face and figure was accompanied by an annoying, impertinent personality. Aside from that first intriguing moment yesterday when their eyes had met, she standing in the road and he inside his barouche, he had done nothing but aggravate and provoke her. Why was he like that? And why was she wasting her time even thinking about him? Annoyed, Margaret gave herself a mental shake, dismissing Mr. Thane and his fascinating face and broad shoulders and deep, charming voice from her mind, and went to meet Mr. Lawrence. She put on her things, and together they walked back to the Woodhull Inn, parting when Mr. Lawrence nipped into the common room to have a drink, and she proceeded into the private parlour set aside for the exclusive use of herself and Aunt Seraphina. She found her aunt sitting by the fire with her stockinged feet cosily propped up on a stool, a glass of claret near her on a side table, and deep into her book. Margaret shut the door behind her and went to sit in an armchair opposite Aunt Seraphina, who closed her book and said, "You look rather sober, my dear. Was the Plough-Day banquet unpleasant? I do hope that scoundrel Mr. Thane wasn't bothering you." "Oh, he wasn't at the banquet," answered Margaret, putting out her chilled hands to warm them in the fire's heat. "Although I did see him for a moment in the foyer." "Is that why you're looking so pensive? He accosted you there?" "Oh, no, he didn't accost me at all. He was with someone else." "Let me guess. A lady friend." Margaret nodded, and her aunt sniffed and said, "I'm not surprised. I knew him for a rapscallion the moment I met him." "Yes, but Aunt, what does it matter? It's none of our business what he does, and after he drops us off in Oxford, we'll never see him again." "Goodbye and good riddance, I say. Now, do tell me about the banquet." So Margaret leaned back in her chair and folded her hands, now all warm and toasty in her lap, and told her aunt about the people she had met and the interesting conversations she had had. "I'm pleased you had a good time, my dear. And where was our nice Mr. Lawrence throughout all this?" "Well, he was flirting quite a lot with some of the young ladies there," replied Margaret, "though I must say he didn't seem to be having much luck." "Unlike Mr. Thane," remarked Aunt Seraphina in a caustic tone. "What a disagreeable, licentious young man he is, and how unfortunate that we met him." "Oh, he is rather awful, but he couldn't be all bad," Margaret said, trying hard to summon up a spirit of fairness. "He must have some good qualities, don't you think? Perhaps we just haven't seen them. He's clearly intelligent, and he can be well-spoken, and he does have nice eyes, when he isn't leering at one like a rake in a badly written novel." "You truly do see the best in people, my dear." "I try, though I don't always succeed." Margaret smiled wryly at her aunt, then turned her gaze to the leaping flames of the fire, wondering what Philip Thane was doing right now, having, in fact, a very good guess, and also trying to imagine his face when he was smiling without sarcasm or concupiscence, but instead with real warmth, and decided that he would be exceedingly attractive like that. Then she wondered all over again at herself for thinking of Philip Thane at all. Chapter 3. He was walking through a dense, impenetrable fog that seemed to chill him to his very bones. He was almost blind in the fog, but still he moved with as much speed as he could. He had to get somewhere, get away. A sense of urgency clawed at him, quickening his every movement. Hurry, hurry! All at once he slammed into something hard, nearly clocking himself, and he fell back. Slowly now, with greater caution, his hands outstretched, he moved forward again until his fingers touched something hard and icy cold. Metal. He felt at it. It seemed he'd stumbled against some cold, hard metal bars, set so narrowly together that he could only thrust his hand between them, and for sure not his head or his body. Was he in a cage? There were more bars to his left, just as narrowly set together. He kept moving. More and more bars. It was hard to tell with all the fog obscuring his vision, but after a while, he couldn't have said how long, as he went round and round, he became convinced that he was indeed enclosed in a cage, that he was trapped in a cage. There didn't seem to be a door anywhere, much less one that he could swing open. How the devil could this have happened? He had somewhere to go, somewhere to be. Didn't they, whoever they were, know who he was? He was an important man. He had to get out of here. Roughly, he grabbed at the bars and tried to rattle them. They didn't move in the least. He tried again, with all his strength this time, grunting and groaning. No movement at all. He was trapped. A chill of horror skittered up and down his spine. "Help!" he shouted. "Help! Someone help me!" His voice seemed to fade away with alarming quickness, and he stood there with his hands hanging useless at his side, blinded, shivering in the cold. All at once the fog beyond the bars parted, like a curtain in a theatre. 3 old ladies seemed to materialize out of nowhere. He squinted at them, his heart pounding in his chest. Who were they? It seemed to take a long time before he could identify them. One was Henrietta Penhallow, elegant and indomitably straight, smiling at him in that satirical way she had. Next to her stood Matron, from his dormitory at Eton. She was shaking her head, looking mournful, and crooning under her breath, "I'll always remember the time I found you crying in the laundry." He shouted back, "Shut up!" But she didn't, only kept on shaking her head and crooning out loud those embarrassing, soul-shrivelling words. He tore his gaze away from her to the 3rd and final old lady, who was staring at him with hard, contemptuous little eyes, as if she had thoroughly assessed him and found him wanting. It was Mrs. Roger, the so-called village oracle who had met him upon his arrival in Riverton, then hustled him over to the gig which had carried him to Sermont Hall. She'd said something, hadn't she? Something portentous. Frantic, he tried to remember what it was, but his stupid brain wouldn't cooperate. Besides, he was so cold he was shaking like a leaf. It was difficult to think at all. Now he watched as old Mrs. Roger raised a gnarled hand, pointing a knobby forefinger as if accusing him of something dreadful. Why? He'd done nothing wrong. He was unjustly accused. Why was he trapped in this prison? He opened his mouth to scream, but nothing came out, and horror engulfed him so profoundly that he sank to his knees under the weight of it and let his chin drop to his chest, desperate to avoid the gazes of the 3 terrible old ladies. With a sudden, sharp intake of breath, Phillips snapped awake. He lay there in the chilly dimness, realizing that he was in a bed, not in a cage, and felt a wave of deep, welcome relief wash over him. But which bed? Where? It came to him then as he stared at the unfamiliar ceiling above him. He was in his dowdy, quaintly decorated room at the Apple Street Inn in Whittlesea. And last night he had brought someone back here. He'd forgotten her name, but he turned in the bed and groped for her. Unfortunately, the rest of the bed was empty. Damn! She must have slipped out in the night. That was too bad. He'd have enjoyed another go-round with her right now. Philip lay back against his pillows. Already his dream, his nightmare, was receding, and for that he was glad. He would have liked to have fallen asleep again, but glancing at the curtained window he could see just the faintest intimations of dawn glimmering around the edges. He gave a loud yawn and stretched. Soon it would be day, and soon he'd be on the road and gone from here. It couldn't happen fast enough as far as he was concerned. Someone knocked on the door. "Wake up, sir," said a voice from outside the room. "It's plough day." Knock, knock, knock. "Mr. Thane," said the voice, "you has to be awakened in time for the ceremony. It's plough day, sir." Philip jerked his head toward the door. Did the voice really say that it was plough day? Plough day was yesterday. Was the person in the corridor stupid and confused, or playing a strange little game? Knock, knock, knock. "I'm awake," Philip said loudly. "Very well, sir." Philip shoved aside the bedcovers, got up, and went to the window, pulling aside the curtain to look out into the street. It was a clear, bright day, and the sky was a soft, cloudless blue. On the ground lay scattered splotches of grey slush, and hordes of people were all walking in the same direction, toward the centre of the town. It looked like yesterday's view. The same weather, the same slush, and what looked a lot like the same number of people. How strange. And the voice had said that it was plough day. Again? "What the devil?" Philip muttered out loud, staring. He turned about and looked uneasily around his room, as if somehow the bed, the armoire, the table, the fireplace, or the sofa would be able to pipe up and tell him what was going on. But of course they didn't. A fact which he found oddly comforting. Then he glanced again at the table. On it were a couple of pencils set in a tray, and some sheets of paper stacked beside it. Puzzled, he went closer. Where was the paper with the tally of his expenses? He rifled through the papers. They were all blank. Next he looked under the table. Nothing. This was strange also. Was it possible that Miss What's-her-name from last night had absconded with his tally? It seemed unlikely, but then again he hardly knew her. Perhaps she had taken it as a little memento of their enjoyable night of passion. A bizarre choice for a memento, though. Had she taken anything else? Philip searched through his things and found that all his possessions were still there, though they weren't quite in the same configuration as last night. Reassured, he got dressed, whistling under his breath, and went out into the corridor, down the stairs and into the common room, keen to make his way to the stables to tell the coachman to get the barouche ready for departure. But before he got to the door leading to the street, the proprietor, Mr. Lancross, came sailing over, neatly cutting him off exactly as he had done yesterday morning. "Good morning, Mr. Thane." "Yes, it is, because I'll never see you or this miserable inn again." Mr. Lancross glanced to the windows. "It's not snowing, which will make for a fine plough day, sir, won't it?" "I beg your pardon?" "I said that it's not snowing, sir, which will make for a—" "I heard you the first time," Philip interrupted curtly, looking hard into Mr. Lancross's face. Was he playing games too? "What day is it today?" "Why, it's plough day, sir," replied Mr. Lancross, and if he was making a sly joke he was doing a masterful job of it. His expression was earnest, pleasant, entirely without guile. What the hell? Philip thought. He glanced around the common room and saw, to his uneasy surprise, that the same people seemed to be in the same spots they were yesterday morning. Were they in on the joke as well? It seemed unlikely that everyone in the Apple Street Inn had banded together in a sinister conspiracy to torment him, but, feeling more and more befuddled, Philip found himself thinking that it might even be possible. Hadn't he said just the other day to Miss Allen, "The people of Whittlesea need to grow up"? Was this some fiendish juvenile prank? A panicky chill ran through him, and he shuddered. He had to get out of here. Now. "Well," he said, "goodbye," and walked around and past Mr. Lancross, who said from behind him, I was just wondering, sir, your room was reserved for the one night only. Do you happen to know when you'll be vacating it?" Yesterday, Mr. Lancross had asked him this same question, and he had answered, "As soon as possible, my good man." But today he only said vaguely, "Soon." He hurried outside. God damn it, it was cold. As cold as it had been in his nightmare, he suddenly wondered. Gripped by a horrible, deepening anxiety, he paused on the front portico for a few moments, like a man lost in the woods standing at a crossroads leading he knew not where. Then he decided to postpone his plan to go to the stables, just for a little while, and instead he walked with long strides toward the town square. He had to see for himself what was going on there. In all likelihood, nothing. Then he'd give a hearty laugh at the joke and proceed at once to the stables. In a few minutes he turned onto the sidewalk, fronting a variety of stores and shops, and almost stumbled into that same rickety table covered with a neatly ironed cloth, behind which sat the same two middle-aged people, the man and the woman, dressed again in those dowdy clothes and still looking repulsively cheerful and friendly. Nothing unusual about that, Philip told himself. Probably they did this a lot. The woman behind the table picked up a basket and held it out to him. "A donation for the convalescent home, sir, for our brave war veterans." "Sorry, I'm in a hurry," Philip replied, which was, in fact, the truth. Quickly he passed a few more shops, and then a high, sweet voice said, sending a fresh pearl of horror through him, "Why, goodness me, if it isn't Philip Thane!" And there was Matron, bundled up to her eye-teeth as she had been yesterday, looking positively cylindrical in her various shawls and wraps, standing on the sidewalk, beaming up at him. Maybe she's senile, Philip thought. Maybe she forgot that she saw me yesterday. He said carefully, "Hello, Matron." "You remember me, Master Philip," she said in delight. "Even after all these years. Why, doesn't our time together at Eton seem so long ago? And you such a wee scrawny lad, too. I'll always remember the time I found you a-crying in the laundry, as if your poor little heart were broken too. I just about burst into tears myself. But look at you now," she went on approvingly. "So tall and handsome, and dressed so fine. Life's treated you well, hasn't it? Just fancy meeting you here, Master Philip. Why, it's quite the Plough-Day miracle." With a massive effort of will, Philip tamped down that excruciating memory of himself hugging a sack of dirty clothes, weeping like a baby, along with all the others that threatened to rise within him. "It's Plough-Day," he said, even more carefully. "Yes, indeed," Matron beamed up at him. "And such fine weather as we're having for it, too." "Yes, very fine," he responded, hardly knowing what he was saying. "Goodbye." Quickly he walked on, right into the exact same lamp-post, and nearly clocked himself. He stood dazed for a moment, half-blinded, exactly as he had been in his dream. Then, with another massive effort of will, pulled himself together. There had to be a perfectly good reason for all of this. He was looking forward to giving that hearty laugh, demonstrating that he had a very good sense of humour even when the joke was at his expense, and then getting out of here once and for all. Philip continued toward the town square, where to his infinite dismay he came upon a crowd of people gathered in happy anticipation, talking and laughing, congregating in convivial groups, small and large, their breaths puffing into little white clouds in the frigid air. Somebody was playing a pipe, just as they had yesterday, and somebody was banging a drum, just as they had yesterday, and it all sounded so lively and jolly and familiar that Philip had to admit, with another chill of horror streaking up and down his spine, that something was wrong, especially when he looked to the bunting-bedecked platform and saw the exact same dignitary standing up there. Had the world gone mad? Or had he gone mad? It was a crisp, bracingly cold morning, but Margaret was warm and snug in her thick-wool pelisse and cosy hat. Here she was in Whittlesea on plough day, and wasn't she just so lucky? And she'd found such a nice place right near the bunting-bedecked platform in the town square, too. A delightful scene lay all about. How much fun everyone was having, herself included. It reminded her of other festivals she had attended over the years, the same jolly, convivial atmosphere. That must be why this one felt a bit similar. She sent a smiling glance to Mr. Lawrence next to her, he being busy jotting down his impressions in his notebook. Suddenly she spotted a tall, broad-shouldered figure coming toward the platform, and in her good mood, feeling very willing to let bygones be bygones and not let yesterday's aggravating carriage ride linger in her mind, she called out, "Mr. Thane! Good morning!" He came near, and she saw at once that he was looking quite different than he had last night when he had dropped Aunt Seraphina, Mr. Lawrence and herself off at their inn. Then he had been annoyingly suave and sardonic, and openly bitter about having to get up early for plough day. Today, however, he was pale and rather haggard, and also, for some strange reason, his stylish hat was set askew on his dark locks, as if he'd bumped into something and didn't realise it. "Good morning," she repeated, smiling at him. "May I?" She reached out a gloved hand toward the brim of his hat, but he caught at it and gripped it tightly. "Miss Allen, if I were to ask you a question, would you promise to tell me the truth?" "Yes," she returned cautiously, "as long as it's not too personal." "It's not personal at all. What day is it today?" Startled, she stared up into his pale, tense face. "Have you forgotten? It's plough day." He groaned out loud. "Et tu, Brute!" His grip on her hand tightened, almost hurting her, and she tugged it away. "What's wrong, Mr. Thane?" "I was hoping your answer would be different." "But why? Oh, is it because you're nervous about giving your speech? There's nothing to be worried about. Everyone here is looking forward to it."
"I couldn't care less what people here are looking forward to. I'm worried about me."
Margaret's surge of concern for him dissipated as quickly as it had arisen. "Of course you are."
"I say, Mr. Thane, why is your hat all topsy-turvy?" put in Mr. Lawrence. "You won't want to give your speech looking like that, as if you've been in a brawl and lost." "I already gave my speech," Mr. Thane retorted. "Why would I want to give it again?" Now, Mr. Lawrence was the one looking startled. "What do you mean, you already gave your speech?" "I gave it yesterday." Mr. Thane sounded so firm and insistent that Margaret shared an even more startled look with Mr. Lawrence. She said, "Do you mean that you practiced your speech yesterday?" "No, I mean that I gave it yesterday, here, in front of all of you. Don't you understand plain English?" No sooner had Mr. Thane uttered this than the merry sounds of the pipe and drum fell away, and the crowd fell silent too, turning as one toward the platform in joyful expectancy. "Well," Margaret said, "I believe that's your cue." "That's exactly what you said yesterday." Mr. Thane's voice was filled with such conviction that for a crazy moment Margaret found herself wondering if she had. Then she rallied. "Nonsense! Are you going to give your speech or not?" He was staring at her, looking quite haunted, and then at last he said, Oh, all right.
You'll be fine, Margaret said, impulsively reaching out to straighten his hat.
Maybe.
With obvious reluctance, he went up the wooden steps of the platform, introducing himself to the various town dignitaries clustering there, one of whom, Margaret saw, gestured him toward the front. Mr. Thane walked to the railing, swept his gaze over the crowd as if in disbelief, and said,
Good people, we are gathered here today to celebrate Plough Day. Again. Doesn't it seem just like yesterday that we celebrated it? How time flies when one's having fun. Here's to farmers, farming, agriculture, ploughs and all that.
Mr. Thane paused, and there was a faint, obedient smattering of applause from the crowd. Margaret could see on his face that same expression of stunned disbelief, and when she glanced next to her at Mr. Lawrence, she saw that he was looking nonplussed again as he scribbled in his notebook. Up on the platform, Mr. Thane continued to gaze at his audience as if he had never before in his life seen a group of human beings gathered together, as if he was looking at visitors from another planet.
And now, once again, the straw bear.
He gestured in a rather anemic fashion, and looking to the far edge of the crowd, Margaret saw people eagerly yielding to a cylindrical figure all covered in sheaves of hay, from its head down to its ankles. The figure lumbered forward, and everyone began applauding, those closest to the straw bear reaching out to pat at the sheaves, a gesture which signified hope for an early spring. The pipe and drum resumed their merry, lilting beat, and some people began to move and sway in happy little dances, both singly and together. Margaret watched, fascinated, tapping one of her feet in time to the music. A deep voice said in her ear,
I gave my speech. Are you satisfied now?
It was Mr. Thane, and Margaret glanced up into his haggard face. Just as she had predicted yesterday, it wasn't exactly the most inspiring thing she'd ever heard, but instead of issuing a tart critique, she only said, Well, at least you did it.
Yes, huzzah and all that. I'm leaving just as soon as the horses can be hitched to my barouche.
At this, Mr. Lawrence lifted his head from his notebook. They say there's a snowstorm coming in.
I don't care.
Oh, really? If that's the case then, sir, any chance I could tag along till Northampton, if it's on your way? For a moment, Mr. Thane looked as if he wanted nothing more than to say no, but he replied,
Unfortunately, it is on my way.
Then he turned his dark eyes to her.
I suppose you want to come too.
And Aunt Seraphina, of course.
Why not? She can use the time to compile additional pejorative adjectives to deploy against me.
Margaret bristled at his tone, but then she recalled that she had made inquiries about available transport and had discovered to her dismay that there were no stage seats to be had for several days. As little as she would look forward to more time spent in the cynical and frankly rather bizarre company of Mr. Thane, still less would she look forward to cooling her heels here in Whittlesea for an extended period of time, as there was a colloquium in Oxford on the subject of fairy folk, the ballad of Tam Lin, and superstition, at which she was slated to speak. Fortunately, she had had the opportunity, yesterday evening and also this morning, to talk with several local folk about Plough Day and the straw bear, and had taken copious notes. She could leave town satisfied with her work here. So she responded with what truly was genuine gratitude and amazing forbearance. Thank you, yes, if going to Oxford doesn't take you too far off your route, sir.
No, it's no inconvenience to me at all.
As long as it doesn't inconvenience you, Margaret thought tartly, but again managed to hold her tongue. She merely nodded, and he said to her and Mr. Lawrence in an irritatingly peremptory manner,
Hurry up, then. If you're not standing in the courtyard of your inn with all your baggage in half an hour, I'm leaving without you.
Well, here we are again, said the elder Miss Allen, sliding her tatting and mother-of-pearl shuttle back into her capacious reticule.
"Unfortunately."
Mr. Lawrence woke up from his nap with a glottal snort and glanced out the window.
"At least the snow didn't follow us here."
"Yes, that was lucky," agreed Miss Margaret Allen. "And hopefully tomorrow morning we'll be able to try again, if that suits you, Mr. Thane." At the sound of his name, Philip gave a start. He'd barely been paying attention. In his mind, over and over again, he kept seeing the same storm they'd run into just outside Oundle, and the same big fallen tree blocking the way. Just like yesterday. And here they were, back where they started, in the courtyard of the Woodhull Inn.
"What did you say?"
he muttered to Miss Allen. She was, he noticed, looking at him rather fixedly. "I said," she replied, enunciating her words with special care, "that I hoped we could leave again tomorrow morning, if that's suitable for you also, of course."
"Tomorrow?"
he said vaguely, as if it were a word he'd never encountered before. "Yes, tomorrow."
"Perhaps."
"Going to run off without us, young man?"
said the elder Miss Allen, her brows beetled. "I'm sure Mr. Thane meant that it's all dependent on the weather," put in the younger Miss Allen hastily. Her aunt gave an audible, sceptical sniff. There was a knock on the door of the barouche, and the coachman, having put down the steps, opened the door to hand the ladies down. After her aunt had clambered out, Miss Allen turned to him and said, "Mr. Thane, are you all right?"
"Why wouldn't I be?"
"Well, it's just that you look—"
"Incredibly handsome, I know."
Her lovely mouth thinned, and she took the outstretched hand of the coachman, whisking herself out of the carriage without a second glance. Mr. Lawrence, looking at him with a kind of nervous doubt, scuttled after her. When their baggage had been removed from behind, the coachman came to him and said,
"Back to your inn now, sir?"
"Yes.
And shut the damned door. I'm freezing in here."
The coachman did, and they soon began to roll. Arriving at the Apple Street Inn, Philip found it not the least bit surprising that his room was still available. He dodged Mr. Lancross's attempts at further conversation, trudged up the stairs, flopped on the bed, and lay there for quite some time, staring up at the ceiling. He supposed that when it got dark, he could make his way over to the public house, and that there was a very good chance he'd find Miss What's-her-name again. A few practised smiles, a few deft compliments, and she'd be hanging on his arm like a limpet all the way back to his room. A fine interlude they'd shared together last night, too, even though her hair hadn't been particularly silky, not as Miss Margaret Allen's looked to be, and she hadn't smelled of summer roses either. Still, she had sufficed. But he felt no anticipatory stirring of his loins. In fact, he didn't feel much of anything besides a nauseating blend of bewilderment and dread that made his stomach hurt. So after a while, he crawled under the covers of the bed, still fully dressed, turned onto his side, and pulled the covers over his head, waiting with as much patience as he could muster for this foul, horrible, harrowing, miserable, ghastly, discombobulating, and thoroughly upsetting day to end at last. Having parted from Mr. Lawrence, who nipped into the common room to have a drink, Margaret went into the private parlour set aside for the exclusive use of herself and Aunt Seraphina. She found her aunt sitting by the fire with her stockinged feet cosily propped up on a stool, a glass of claret near her on a side table, and deep into her book. Margaret shut the door behind her and went to sit in an armchair opposite Aunt Seraphina, who closed her book and said,
"You look thoughtful, my dear. Was the Plough-Day banquet not to your liking? I do hope that scoundrel Mr. Thane wasn't bothering you."
"Oh, he wasn't there," answered Margaret, putting out her chilled hands to warm them in the fire's heat. "Not that I expected him to be, after his condescending remarks about Whittlesea. I dare say he wouldn't wish to lower himself to socialise with the hoi polloi."
"Possibly,"
said Aunt Seraphina in an acid tone.
He was embarrassed to show his face after the speech he gave this morning.
I see the word got around.
Yes, indeed. Apparently, it was the worst Ploughday speech in living memory, even when considering the speech 7 years ago by an alderman so drunk that he toppled off the platform, tearing all the bunting as he went, rolled around in it, and rose to his feet looking so much like an Egyptian mummy come to life that several people screamed and at least 2 women fainted.
That does sound memorable, agreed Margaret. I'm sorry to say, however, that I think I would have laughed.
Her aunt smiled. I believe I would have also. Did you want to laugh when you heard Mr. Thane's speech this morning?
Margaret thought back. No. Actually, I was puzzled. Mr. Thane looked so pale and even rather wild-looking.
Suffering from the after-effects of drinking, perhaps?
I don't know. But he insisted that he'd already given his speech yesterday, which was odd.
I suppose he was joking, although in very poor taste. It seems just the sort of thing a rapscallion like that would do, simply for the fun of confounding you. Dear me, what a disagreeable young man Mr. Thane is. How unfortunate that we met him.
I'm not at all sure that he was joking, Aunt. He looked serious when he said he'd given his speech yesterday, and at first he didn't even seem to know what day it is.
You think he's unbalanced, my dear?
Aunt Seraphina looked grave. Margaret nodded. It's possible.
If that's so, then perhaps we ought not to accept a ride in his carriage tomorrow.
Oh, but Aunt, I do want to get out of here and back home. There's that colloquium on fairy folk, the ballad of Tam Lin and superstition at which I'm speaking, you know. Besides, she added, I don't think Mr. Thane is dangerous, just a trifle off.
Aunt Seraphina still looked grave. I propose that we withhold our decision until the morning.
Agreed. Margaret watched as her aunt opened up her book again, and she turned her gaze to the leaping flames of the fire, wondering what Philip Thane was doing right now. He was rather awful, but still she hoped that he was all right. Chapter 4. Philip rolled onto his side, and, with his eyes still closed, gave a sleepy yawn as slowly he drifted up into consciousness. Something was tugging at him. Something about yesterday. What was it? It came to him after a few moments. He had gone to bed very early, without even bothering to take off his clothes. No doubt they were all wrinkled and creased by now. It was lucky that he'd brought along extras of everything. He smiled. How foolishly overwrought he had been as he'd tucked himself in. He should have strolled over to the public house, cosied up to Miss What's-her-name, and had themselves a fine time together. He yawned again and rubbed his face, still drowsy. What was it he'd been so upset about? Ah, he remembered it now, and with the easy detachment of a fading dream. A stupid prank being played on him, that was it, as if Ploughday had repeated itself. Expertly done, too, with lots of people in on the gag, even Miss Margaret Allen. He wouldn't have thought it of her, really. Although, despite her stunning good looks, she did have a rather peevish, impertinent personality. Maybe she'd been getting back at him for his witty remarks and clever repartee. Some people just couldn't stand being around others of superior intellect and more illustrious bloodlines. He gave a luxurious stretch, toying with some subtle insults he could lob her way on today's journey out of town. How he'd laugh inside himself watching her stew all the way to Oxford. Knock, knock, knock. "Wake up, sir," said a voice from outside the room. "It's Ploughday." Philip's eyes opened wide in sudden horror, and he actually gasped out loud. Knock, knock, knock. "Mr. Thane," said the voice, "you asked to be awakened in time for the ceremony. It's Ploughday, sir." Knock, knock, knock. "I'm awake," he said. But the words came out in a stifled sort of rasp, and so he forced himself to say them again more loudly. "I'm awake." "Very well, sir." Underneath the covers he groped frantically at himself, and made a ghastly discovery. He wasn't wearing his clothes from yesterday. Instead, he was wearing his fine cambric nightshirt. And unless he had engaged in a neat act of sleepwalking last night, getting up from the bed, changing out of his clothes and putting on his nightshirt, all without having the slightest awareness of what he was doing, that meant— "No, no, no, no," he said hoarsely into the placid silence of his room. "Not again!" He shoved back the covers, bolted out of bed, and went to the window, wrenching aside the curtain to look out into the street. Oh, God. It was a clear, bright day, and the sky was a soft, cloudless blue. On the ground lay scattered splotches of grey slush, and hordes of people were all walking in the same direction, toward the town centre. The same weather, the same slush, the same people. Frozen into immobility, Philip stared, bewildered and horrified, out the window. The conclusion was inescapable. It really was Plough Day. Again. How was this happening? Why was it happening? And what was he going to do about it? His mind was a whirling, swirling storm of confusion, but somehow he found something to grasp onto, like an alpine climber gaining just the tiniest bit of a handhold, just enough to keep him from falling off a mountainside and meeting a horrid fate at the bottom. He would go find Miss Allen. Never mind that she was so alluring and beautiful, or that she could be peevish and impertinent. What was more important right now was that she was calm, steady, sensible, clever, sure of herself. If anyone could help him, it would be her. His heart pounding violently in his chest, his brain gone to panicky mush. Philip scrambled into his clothes and went out into the corridor, down the stairs and into the common room, veering wildly when Mr. Langcross came sailing over and nipping out the door before that worthy could say a word. With long strides, Philip made his way toward the town square, barely noticing the cold, and when he turned onto the sidewalk fronting a variety of stores and shops, this time he managed to give plenty of clearance to the rickety table covered with a neatly ironed cloth, behind which sat those two middle-aged people, the man and the woman, dressed in their dowdy clothes and looking so cheerful and friendly. He practically ran past them, before the woman could even pick up the basket, but came to a screeching halt when he heard it. That high, sweet voice exclaiming in wonder, "Why, goodness me, if it isn't Philip Thane!" And there was Matron, bundled up to her eye-teeth as she had been before, looking positively cylindrical in her various shawls and wraps, standing on the sidewalk, beaming up at him. Dimly, Philip was aware that his eyes were bugging out from his head in a very undignified way, but he couldn't seem to stop himself. Matron said with jocular reproach, "Surely you haven't forgotten me, Master Philip. Matron, from your dormitory at Eton. Such a wee scrawny lad you were, too. I'll always remember the time I found you a-crying in the laundry as if your poor little heart were broken too. I just about burst into tears myself. But look at you now," she went on approvingly, "so tall and handsome and dressed so fine. Life's treated you well, hasn't it? Just fancy meeting you here after all these years, Master Philip. Why, it's quite the Plough Day miracle." Philip opened his mouth, but nothing came out save for an odd, desperate-sounding sort of croak, like a frog. Was he a frog? Anything seemed possible. He scurried away, like a mouse fleeing a cat. No, like a frog fleeing whatever it was that stalked it. Snakes? Eagles? He hadn't the slightest idea, and walked right into the lamp-post again, nearly clocking himself. He stood dazed for a moment, half-blinded, then somehow managed to pull himself together, more or less, and moved on, his muddled mind fixed on one thing and one thing only. Miss Allen. It was a crisp, bracingly cold morning, but Margaret was warm and snug in her thick wool pelisse and cosy hat. Happily, she looked all around from her place near the festive, bunting-bedecked platform in the town square.
Yesterday it had seemed all too likely that she'd be stuck in Brampton for goodness knew how long, but here she was in Whittlesea for plough day. How lucky she was! If Mr. Thane managed to behave with a modicum of civility this morning, without leering at her like a rake in a badly written novel, she'd be sure to thank him again for ferrying them here. Margaret cast another cheerful glance around. What a delightful scene lay all about! How much fun everyone was having! They were so nice and friendly, too. She felt right at home here, almost as if she knew them already. Smiling, she looked at Mr. Lawrence next to her, he being busy jotting down his impressions in his notebook. She wondered if he felt the same way too, the same subtle sense of familiarity, even after only one evening in town. But probably not. She was likely having this sensation because she'd been to other similar festivals, and they'd begun to blend together. Suddenly, Margaret spotted a tall, broad-shouldered figure coming toward the platform, and in her good mood, feeling very willing to let bygones be bygones, she called out, "Mr. Thane! Good morning!" He came near, and she saw at once that he was looking quite different than he had last night when he had dropped Aunt Seraphina, Mr. Lawrence, and herself off at their inn. Then he had been annoyingly suave and sardonic, and openly bitter about having to get up early for plough day. Today, however, he was white as a sheet and alarmingly haggard, and also, for some strange reason, his stylish hat was set askew on his dark locks, as if he'd bumped into something and didn't realise it. "Good morning," she repeated, rather carefully this time. She wanted to reach out a hand and straighten his hat, but decided to wait on that until she had a better understanding of what was going on with him. Really, he looked quite wild.
"Miss Allen, may I talk with you?"
"If you like," she answered, still carefully. "But it's just about time for the speeches to begin, don't you think?"
"I'm not giving my speech. I already did it twice."
"I beg your pardon?"
"I already gave my speech twice."
She could feel her brow wrinkling in puzzlement. "Do you mean that you practiced it twice?"
"No, I mean that I've given my speech 2 times already, up on that platform 2 days in a row."
He spoke with what seemed like genuine, painstaking sincerity, and Margaret stared at him. Was he pulling a prank? Or worse, was he drunk? It would be early in the day to be imbibing, but Mr. Thane struck her as someone who might indulge that way, and over the years she'd seen plenty of hollow-eyed Oxford students staggering about in the morning reeking of alcohol. Cautiously, she sniffed at him, but there was no distinctive aroma of spirits about his person. How baffling.
"If you're done smelling me, can we go someplace where we can talk?"
"Please." Margaret didn't have time to be embarrassed at being blatantly caught out, for no sooner had Mr. Thane uttered this than the merry sounds of the pipe and drum fell away, and the crowd fell silent too, turning as one toward the platform in joyful expectancy. "Mr. Thane," Margaret said to him, "I believe that's your cue." Vehemently he shook his head, and his hat tilted even more precariously to one side, giving him, along with his pale countenance and haggard expression, a pitifully deranged appearance. So Margaret, who could never walk past a person in need, or a dog, or a cat, or a horse in trouble without intervening, said, "Very well, Mr. Thane. I'll come with you. Where would you like to go?"
"Anywhere but here."
"We'd better hurry, then, before they come and try to escort you up onto the platform. Mr. Lawrence, could you please let them know that Mr. Thane was called away for an emergency? And could I trouble you to take some notes about the straw bear, if you can? I'd be so grateful."
"Of course,"
replied Mr. Lawrence, and bounded away and up the platform steps. Margaret slid her arm through Mr. Thane's and hustled him away from the town square. He went willingly, and she felt almost as if she was leading a scared dog on a leash. It was impossible to hold on to her earlier resentment and disdain. What a different Mr. Thane from yesterday. Gone was the suave, confident, arrogant man who had leaned against his barouche with casual grace, expecting to share its capacious interior with herself and herself alone.
In his place was a man who looked as if he had seen a ghost. Strangely, she found him more attractive like this. He seemed less like a caricature of a smooth-talking libertine, and more like an actual person. They paused together on a sidewalk across from the town square, and Margaret saw that they were standing outside a little restaurant. "Shall we go inside? We can have something to eat and talk." He nodded listlessly, and Margaret felt comfortable enough to reach out a gloved hand to the brim of his hat and gently straighten it. He grabbed at her hand and held it tight. "I knew you could help me," he said hoarsely. "I'm afraid I haven't helped you at all, Mr. Thane." With that same gentleness, she pulled her hand away, then led him into the restaurant where they found a table in the corner. They sat across from each other, and curiously Margaret studied his face. His dark eyes were fixed on her own, and she noticed that within their brown depths were some fascinating forest green flecks. She said, "I don't understand, Mr. Thane. Didn't you come to Whittlesea for the specific purpose of giving a speech?"
"I told you. I did give my speech. Twice."
Doubt, uneasiness, and suspicion all rose in her again. Was he playing her for a fool? "What do you mean? Explain it to me simply, please, as if I were a child."
"It is simple. Plough Day has happened 3 days in a row. The exact same Plough Day."
"What can I get you?" It was the pot girl, come to take their orders. They each ordered a coffee, and Margaret asked for a pastry platter too. Perhaps Mr. Thane would feel better with some food in him. She knew she would, at any rate. When the pot girl went away, after casting an inquisitive glance at Mr. Thane, Margaret leaned back in her chair. "You say that you're experiencing Plough Day repeatedly?"
"Yes, as I just said, this is my 3rd one."
He still spoke in the earnest tone of one telling the absolute unvarnished truth. "But, Mr. Thane, that's impossible, you know."
"It may be impossible, but it's still happening."
"I'm not experiencing Plough Day repeatedly."
"I can't explain it. I just know that I am."
There was a brief silence as they looked at each other. "I'm not saying I believe you," Margaret said, "because I simply can't. But even if I did, what would you possibly think I could do? I'm not a magician or a sorceress."
"I know that," he said, leaning forward, his expression eager, even desperate. "But you're clever, bookish. Anyone can see that. Can't you think of something?"
Into Margaret's mind popped a quote from the Bhagavad Gita, the ancient Sanskrit text. In a thoughtful voice she murmured, "He is never born, nor does he die at any time, nor having once come to be, will he again cease to be. He is unborn, eternal, permanent, and primeval." Mr. Thane sat up straight.
"See, that's what I've been trying to tell you. I've become permanent somehow."
She shook her head. "I really don't think it applies to your situation, even if it were true."
"But it is true. You've got to believe me, Miss Allen."
Their coffees came, along with a large plate filled with freshly baked pastries. Margaret chose a muffin and took a bite. "Don't you want anything? It all looks so good."
"No. What can I do to convince you that I'm telling the truth?"
She had another bite of her muffin and a sip of her coffee. Then she said, "Tell me everything that happened this morning." The words tumbled out of him.
"I woke up and it was Plough Day again. I could tell because I was wearing my nightshirt, not the clothes I'd had on last night, and also it was obvious just by looking out the window. Everything looked exactly the same. So I got dressed again and came rushing over to the town square, and on the way I saw the same people, just like on the other Plough Days, and they all said the same thing, and I ran into the same lamppost and—"
"Wait," Margaret interrupted. "You ran into a lamppost? Is that why your hat was tilted so oddly when I first saw you?"
"Maybe. I don't know."
She peered at him. Wasn't there a faint red patch on his forehead? "How hard did you hit the lamppost?"
pretty hard. So, after that, when I got to the town square, I could see that everything was exactly the same, and
Did you lose consciousness when you hit the lamp-post?
no, I was only a little dazed. Why does it matter? Why aren't we talking about the fact that I'm living Ploughday over and over again?
Mr. Thane, do you truly want my assistance?
Yes, he answered, sounding very eager. Have you figured out how to fix things?
What I'd like to do is to take you to the infirmary.
The infirmary? Why? I'm not ill.
You did run into a lamp-post, she said gently.
So?
So, is it possible that you're suffering from delusions after a blow to the head? He stared at her, and his shoulders visibly slumped.
You think I'm mad?
I think we should go to the infirmary.
You said you would help me.
I'm trying to help you, Mr. Thane. There was a long silence. Then he sighed a deep, deep sigh that seemed to emanate from the very depths of his being.
All right, let's go.
Quickly, Margaret had another sip of her coffee and 2 bites of her muffin. I'm ready. The pot girl, when asked, told them how to get to the Whittlesea infirmary, and in a few moments Margaret and Mr. Thane were outside again and walking toward Plimpton Street. They hadn't gotten far, though, when Mr. Lawrence, pink-cheeked from the cold and with his rucksack hanging from one shoulder, hurried over to meet them.
I say, here you are. I've been looking for you everywhere. I wrote up some notes for you, Miss Allen. The straw bear was ripping.
He pulled a couple of pieces of paper from his rucksack and gave them to Margaret, who slid them into her reticule with a smile of thanks. Mr. Lawrence went on.
Mr. Thane, if you don't mind my asking, are you planning to leave today? The Mrs. Allen and I, were hoping we could tag along with you till Northampton, if it's on your way. There aren't any stage seats to be had for several days, you see, which means we're more or less stuck here.
Join the club.
Sorry?
Never mind.
The thing of it is, sir, that if you do decide to leave, it might be wise to do it sooner rather than later. There's supposed to be a snowstorm coming in.
Mr. Lawrence, might we postpone this discussion for now? Margaret interposed. I'm taking Mr. Thane to the infirmary.
Oh, are you?
Now that Miss Allen mentions it,
you do look a little under the weather, sir,
Mr. Lawrence said kindly to him. Can I be of any help?
I'm still ambulatory, replied Mr. Thane testily. Unless you'd like to sling me over your shoulder like your rucksack.
I say, sir, I don't think I could. You're quite a bit taller, and I dare say you outweigh me by several stone.
Do come along, Mr. Thane, said Margaret, sliding her arm through his. Thank you very much for the notes, Mr. Lawrence. Tacitly accepting her gentle dismissal, Mr. Lawrence said,
Hope you feel right as rain again soon, sir. I'm off to try and get an interview with the mayor. Wouldn't that be jolly? My editor would be ever so pleased with me.
He rushed off, and Margaret, once again feeling as if she were leading a frightened dog on a leash, accompanied Mr. Thane to the infirmary. There she made no mention of Mr. Thane's delusions, hallucinations, fantasies, lies, falsehoods, misstatements, or whatever they were, and merely told the doctor that Mr. Thane had hit his head on a lamp-post.
Yes, there's a slight red mark on the left side of the forehead, observed the doctor. Doesn't look serious in the least. A hale and hearty specimen, aren't you, sir? Splendid muscle tone, full head of hair, perfect teeth, and you look as strong as an ox. How many fingers am I holding up? 3. And now? 2. Any ringing in the ears? No. Any dizziness, or feeling like you're going to faint? No. Headache? No. Any other symptoms?
Margaret and Mr. Thane exchanged a glance, and very reluctantly he said,
I've been living through the same day over and over again.
The doctor's eyebrows shot up high in his face.
Eh? What did you say? I'm living Ploughday over and over again.
I see, said the doctor, his tone now quiet and grave. Did this, realization come to you before or after you hit your head?
Before.
Are you certain? Yes. I'm afraid, sir, this sort of thing is beyond my scope. You may wish to consult with a practitioner in a larger town, such as Peterborough or Cambridge, someone who specialises in, matters of the mind. Mr. Thane's eyes brightened. Now, why didn't I think of that? To Margaret, he instantly looked much more like the jaunty, devil-may-care Mr. Thane of yesterday. But after the bizarre events of the morning, she didn't know whether to feel glad or sorry. And why was Mr. Thane so pleased at being shunted off elsewhere in search of doctors dealing with mental impairment? With new energy, Mr. Thane jumped to his feet. Breezily, he thanked the doctor, and then he was the one hustling her out onto the sidewalk. "Well, I'm off then," he cheerfully announced. "Off where?" "I'm going to Cambridge, just as the doctor suggested." "You're going to find a different doctor?" "Good Lord, no, they're all quacks. I'm going to Cambridge because it's in a different direction, you see." "A different direction from where?" "From Somerset, which was where I was trying to go before," he explained. "Don't you see? Those 2 other times we got stuck just outside Oundle because of the snow and that big fallen tree. I'll go south to Cambridge, then I'll divert around to the southwest, avoiding the storm. Why, I'll be back in Somerset in no time." All the lines of worry and despondency had left Mr. Thane's face, and he was positively glowing with good cheer. "Goodbye, then." He strode off, and Margaret stood on the sidewalk staring after his rapidly retreating form, aware that her jaw had dropped with a combination of surprise, uneasiness, and annoyance. Surprise at Mr. Thane's lightning-fast turnaround in mood, uneasiness at his state of mind and the idea of him careening off to the south all by himself. Annoyance because he hadn't even offered to take her, Aunt Seraphina, and Mr. Lawrence with him. Like Mr. Lawrence, she too had made inquiries about available transport and had discovered to her dismay that there were no stage seats to be had for several days. So while Mr. Thane could go speeding away, the rest of them were trapped here, which meant that she was probably going to miss that colloquium back in Oxford on the subject of fairy folk, the Ballad of Tam Lin, and superstition, at which she was slated to speak. Well, damn. Margaret stood fulminating on the sidewalk for a few more moments, and then she restored her jaw to its usual position. There was nothing she could do about the situation. And besides, why had she let herself embrace, even if only briefly, the notion that Mr. Thane would offer to bring herself and the others along? She thought about it. Because he had said, "Those 2 other times we got stuck just outside Oundle because of the snow." He'd said, "we." And somehow she nearly assumed they'd go along with him again. And she didn't even have the excuse of hitting her head on a lamppost. "Margaret," she told herself sternly, "do snap out of it. Mr. Thane is gone, and now you need to get on with your own life." So she went back to the little restaurant, the Cup and Saucer, where she ordered another coffee and some more of those delicious pastries, read over Mr. Lawrence's excellent notes, added some of her own, enjoyed a large and satisfying breakfast, and tried very hard within herself to wish Mr. Thane well on his madcap journey out of town. Knock, knock, knock. Philip gave a start, jerked from his stunned, miserable abstraction by the sound. Blearily, he looked out the window of the barouche. It was the coachman who had rapped on the door. After a few moments, Philip pushed it open and the coachman said, "Here we are again, sir." "I can see that." It seemed to take all of his strength to lift himself from the seat and to slowly descend from the barouche into the courtyard of the Apple Street Inn. "Hope they still have room for you, sir." "Somehow I'm confident they will. Take care of the baggage, will you?" "Certainly, sir." It was very cold in the bright light of full afternoon, and Philip stood there shivering. Yet he couldn't bring himself to go back inside, where he would, in all likelihood, have to face the proprietor, Mr. Lancross, and his fulsome greetings, and then find himself trudging up the stairs, flopping on the same old bed, and lying there for quite some time. Maybe forever. Philip turned on his heel and left the courtyard, walking blindly without purpose or direction. A leaf in the wind. He couldn't have said how long he walked, except that at some point he heard a voice. A feminine, pleasantly husky, familiar voice saying, "Mr. Thane, you're back."
Chapter 5. Abruptly, Philip stopped in his tracks. He blinked, as if he were just waking up from a deep, dark sleep. There before him on the sidewalk stood Miss Margaret Allen, ravishing in her dark green pelisse and fashionable hat in the exact same shade of green, and embellished with a charming spray of pink artificial roses that complemented her golden brown hair quite beautifully. She was, he saw, looking up at him with an expression of surprise and concern that he found both touching and demoralizing. "What happened?" she asked. "Why couldn't you get to Cambridge?" "Because we drove right into a snowstorm and the road was blocked by a big fallen tree." Her deep blue eyes went wide. Just like you said happened outside Oundle." "That's right." His voice was flat. "Oh dear." "That about sums it up." "Perhaps tomorrow you could try a different direction, as long as it got you heading toward home." "I haven't any home." "I thought you were going to Somerset." What the hell, he thought. He had literally nothing to lose by telling her the truth. "That's where my relation Henrietta Penhallow lives. It's her barouche, and I'm returning it to her." "Oh, I see." Miss Allen received this information, which hardly cast him in a good light, without a blink. "But yesterday you mentioned your step-grandparents, the Duke and Duchess of Egremont. They must have a country seat somewhere, don't they? Isn't that your home?" "No, not really. They merely put up with me out of familial obligation." It was only after he blurted this out that Philip realized, to his shamed horror, just how vulnerable and desolate he sounded. But then he also realized how Miss Allen's expression softened. It was full of sympathy and concern. She reached out to grasp his arm and quietly said, "Oh, Mr. Thane, I'm sorry." It was the tender note in her voice that undid him. He reached out for her, and the next thing he knew, she was in his arms, body to body, her soft, rounded form pressed hard against his own. For a moment, she was stiff and still, as if shocked by the sudden contact between them, and then she hugged him back, evidently not caring a whit that they were standing together quite visibly on a public sidewalk. After a few seconds, Philip realized in dazed wonderment that he felt better. Much, much better. So much better, in fact, and in very familiar ways, that he began feeling like his old self. He wasn't chilly anymore, but had begun to warm up in an extremely pleasant way. All over. Through and through. Especially in a certain part of his anatomy that showed signs of springing into eager life. Into her charming, shell-like ear, he said, infusing into his voice a soft caress. "I knew you could help me, Miss Allen." He felt, rather than saw, the shiver that went through her. Not of cold, he well knew, but of reflexive pleasure. Now was the time to press his advantage. He pulled away, just a little, to look soulfully down into her face. "Come with me." "What? Where?" she asked, sounding just a tiny bit breathless. A good sign, that. Also, her cheeks had flushed an enchanting pink colour, and her lips had parted. Invitingly. "Come to the Apple Street Inn," he murmured caressingly. "To my room. We can be alone there." But Miss Allen stiffened again, then detached herself from his embrace and stepped a pace back. "I beg your pardon, Mr. Thane, but I'm afraid you've misinterpreted my hasty gesture." "But it felt good, didn't it?"
and I can make you feel very, very good."
For the briefest moment he saw a responsive flicker in those deep blue eyes of hers, and then they went cold. "Apparently," she said in an equally arctic tone, "you think that I'm a weak-kneed ninny overcome by a simple hug, initiated, I might add, with genuine compassion, and by a seductive little whisper in my ear."
"No," he said, backpedaling as his vision of being deliciously and carnally intertwined with the voluptuous Miss Allen began to recede. "I don't think you're a ninny at all, weak-kneed or otherwise, I assure you, truly."
"You were looking at me just like you did yesterday when you thought you'd have me all to yourself in your barouche."
"Not yesterday, and not my barouche," he pointed out rather feebly, but Miss Allen rolled right over him.
"I dare say this whole entire thing has been a prank after all. You've been pretending to be afflicted in order to lure me right into your bed, a very capacious bed, I'm sure."
"No," he said, yet more feebly, "not that capacious. Only room for two, really."
"Unlike the seats in your barouche."
He didn't even bother to try and correct her again about the "your." Instead, he said, like a man grasping at straws that were basically out of his reach, "Why don't we go get a coffee and talk?"
"I'm done talking with you, Mr. Thane," said Miss Allen, cold and composed, and with a finality that came at him like a bludgeon. "Good day."
"Wait," he said, still grasping. "Where are you going?"
"Back to my inn. I'm going to have a nap and a bath, and then I'm off to the Plough-Day banquet at the public house."
"Have fun," he said, but with a palpable sarcasm he couldn't repress. "Maybe you'll get to share a mug of honey with the straw bear."
Miss Allen's lips thinned. "I can't believe I spared a moment to feel sorry for you."
"I feel sorry for you. You could have come to my room and had the most amazing afternoon of your life."
"Goodbye, Mr. Thane," she coldly said, and turning her back, walked briskly away.
"Ladies and gentlemen," said the mayor in a loud, carrying voice as he wrapped up his rather long and rambling speech, "thank you for your kind attention. Now please join me in welcoming, as we do every year, our wonderful straw bear."
He gestured with a sweep of his arm, and looking to the far edge of the crowd from her place near the bunting-bedecked platform in the town square, Margaret saw people eagerly yielding to a great round figure all covered in sheaves of clean shining hay, from its head down to its ankles. The figure lumbered forward, and everyone began applauding, those closest to the straw bear reaching out to pat at the sheaves, a gesture which signified hope for an early spring. The pipe and drum resumed their merry, lilting beat, and some people began to move and sway in happy little dances, both singly and together. Margaret watched, fascinated, tapping one of her feet in time to the music. How lucky she was to be here in Whittlesea. Yesterday it had seemed all too likely that she'd be stuck in Brampton for goodness knew how long, but thanks to Mr. Thane she'd made it after all. Plus, she had had the opportunity, yesterday evening and also this morning, to talk with several local folk about Plough-Day and the Straw Bear, and had taken copious notes. That was the good news. The bad news, however, was that she'd made inquiries about available transport and had discovered, to her dismay, that there were no stage seats to be had for several days. And as much as she liked Whittlesea, and felt surprisingly at home in it, as if it was somehow a familiar place she'd visited before, she really didn't want to stay on here for an indefinite period of time. For one thing, there was a colloquium in Oxford on the subject of fairy folk, the Ballad of Tam Lin, and superstition, at which she was slated to speak. Early this morning, as she'd walked with Mr. Lawrence to the town square, she had made up her mind to ask Mr. Thane about his departure plans, and inquire if it would be at all possible for herself, Aunt Seraphina, and Mr. Lawrence to tag along to some convenient point where they might find other transportation. She wouldn't particularly look forward to more time spent in the cynical, rakish Mr. Thane's company, but, as the pungent old saying went, needs must when the devil drives. Not, of course, that she meant to cast any aspersions on Mr. Thane's coachman, who looked like a perfectly nice fellow, and who, based on yesterday's journey here, was a capable driver.
On Mr. Thane, however, Margaret might be more willing to cast aspersions. He hadn't even shown up to give his speech. How rude and selfish, and very likely how typical of him. There had been a scramble up on the platform when it was time for the ceremony to begin, and the mayor had had to step in and, it was painfully obvious, revise his speech at the last minute. A voice said into her ear, "I say, that Strawberry's ripping, isn't he?" Margaret turned and smiled at Mr. Lawrence, who had been busily jotting down his impressions in his notebook. "Yes, he is," she agreed. "Too bad Mr. Thane didn't arrive in time," Mr. Lawrence remarked. "I was rather curious as to what he was going to say, especially after all those less than favourable things he said about Whittlesea on the way here yesterday. Can't say I was surprised he didn't make it, though. Got the distinct impression he's one of those chaps who doesn't ordinarily get out of bed before noon. One of those ought-on London types, I dare say. I mean, you saw his boots and that greatcoat of his. All those capes." Mr. Lawrence spoke with wistful admiration. "So what? Anybody can buy a pair of boots. A true gentleman keeps his word." He nodded. "Are you really going to ask if we can join him on his ride out of town?" "Yes, even if I have to literally drag him out of bed," answered Margaret, a martial gleam in her eye, envisioning herself with Mr. Thane's ankles in her hands as she wrenched him from a decadently comfortable sleep and onto the floor with a satisfying thump. "Would you like me to go with you to his inn, Miss Allen?" Margaret gave a start, realising that she had allowed herself to get distracted by wondering if Mr. Thane had delightfully hairy legs. They were muscular. She'd already seen that for herself. His fashionable breeches didn't disguise this interesting fact. Quickly, she pulled herself together. "No, that's all right. I know you're hoping to interview the mayor. Wish me luck with the elusive Mr. Thane." Mr. Lawrence grinned. "He's the one who's going to need the luck, I suspect." Margaret smiled at him again, and then went with brisk steps to the Apple Street Inn, where she asked the proprietor if Mr. Philip Thane had rung for his breakfast, or perhaps descended to the common room or a private parlour to have it there. "Mr. Thane's gone, ma'am," replied the proprietor. "Gone?" "Yes, that's right, ma'am. Left bright and early, he did. Said he was going to Peterborough to avoid the snowstorm some say is coming in." Margaret thanked him, then gazed, fulminating around the large and handsomely furnished common room, though, to be honest, she wasn't really seeing it in her aggravated state. Aggravated and strangely forlorn. After a while she gave herself a mental shake and chided herself. Why on earth do you so stupidly feel abandoned? Mr. Thane had absolutely no obligation to offer a ride to people he only met yesterday and whom he had been tricked into accommodating in his barouche thanks to you. Besides, it's not as if we got on like a house on fire. Even as she thought this, Margaret was aware of a faint, haunting sensation. It took her a few moments to identify what it was. Why, she had actually seemed to imagine that Mr. Thane had taken them along on other rides out of town. Futile rides, which had only resulted in bringing them back to Whittlesea. "Margaret, what is the matter with you? What a ridiculous idea!" And yet, as she left the Apple Street Inn and made her way back to her own inn, Margaret still couldn't quite shake that niggling sensation of familiarity. It seemed to stubbornly cling to her while she went over her notes, while she enjoyed a pleasant luncheon with Aunt Seraphina in their private parlour, while she went again to inquire about any sudden availability on the stage, speaking of futility, and also while she went for a long, invigorating walk around the town, peeping into storefronts, offering a donation to a nice couple raising money for the local convalescent home, petting all the dogs she encountered, buying some peppermint comfits at the apothecary shop, chatting with a freckle-faced little boy in a jaunty red cap who had crouched down to stroke the butcher's tabby cat, and otherwise amusing herself. And that strange sensation abruptly intensified when she was walking along Plimpton Street and saw, coming her way, none other than the exceedingly elusive Mr. Thane himself.
As they drew closer together, Margaret thought, startled, "Goodness gracious, what's happened to him?" Gone was the suave, confident, charming man from yesterday who had leaned against his barouche with casual grace, expecting to share its capacious interior with herself and herself alone. In his place was a pale, haggard man with haunted eyes and dark hair that was rather dishevelled. Strangely, she found him more attractive like this. He seemed less like a caricature of a smooth-talking rake and more like an actual person. When they each came to a halt, as if by unspoken mutual consent 2 or 3 feet apart, she said, "Your bag." She watched as his brown-green eyes travelled over her, not with that same bold, piratical, annoyingly comprehensive gaze from yesterday, when she had gone out to the road in Brampton to flag down his carriage, but with a slow, dazed wonderment, as if he were just now waking from a deep, dark sleep. She went on, "What happened, Mr. Thane? I heard you were going to Peterborough."
"We drove into a snowstorm long before we got there, and also the road was blocked by a big fallen tree, so we had to turn around."
"Oh, that's too bad." Her earlier sense of injury was reanimated by his use of the word we, and with some tartness she added, "It seems you're stuck in Whittlesea with the rest of us, then." He only nodded, and, noticing again just how pale and distraught he was, she mustered herself to continue in a more civil manner. "Mr. Thane, are you all right?"
"No."
"What's going on?"
"Nothing."
"Are you sure?" He nodded again. She said, doing her best to rise above her lesser feelings and to sound encouraging, and also not to be secretly issuing a hint, "Well, you can try again tomorrow."
"I won't. There's no way out."
Startled again by both his words and his tone, heavy with conviction, she stared up into his face. "Whatever do you mean?"
"I mean that I've tried to leave, but that it's no use. I am stuck here in Whittlesea."
"But, Mr. Thane, you won't be here forever, you know," said Margaret reasonably. "Snowstorms come and go, and people do travel."
"Not me. Not any more."
"You're not making any sense. You came to Whittlesea to make a speech, which you didn't even give, and now you're saying that you're stuck here."
"That's right."
"I don't understand you."
"You never did."
"What?"
"I tried to explain it to you, but you wouldn't believe me."
"Tried to explain it to me when exactly? I haven't seen you since yesterday when you dropped us off at our inn."
"You couldn't be more wrong."
His voice had taken on an accusing tone, as if she had somehow failed him in some way, and even though she had absolutely no idea what he meant, Margaret felt herself starting to bristle. But she tried again. "Are you certain you're all right, Mr. Thane? You look...
"Incredibly handsome, I know."
Her mouth hardened as she tried to suppress a sudden flare of temper. "I was going to say that you look a trifle unwell."
"Quite the personal remark, isn't it, Miss Allen? I, for example, would never dream of saying that you look vacuous and stupid."
The poorly suppressed flare of temper now exploded into a kind of inner fireball which made her feel hot all over. "Why, you rude and arrogant man," she snapped. "How dare you?"
"How dare I? Why not? A condemned man can say whatever he likes. It doesn't matter."
"It matters to me, you toad!" Margaret spun on her heel and stormed away back to her inn and up into her bedchamber, where she paced round and round until at last her temper finally cooled. That loathsome man! What a terrible shame that such a fine-looking face and figure was accompanied by an odious, bothersome, awful, contemptible personality. Aside from that first intriguing moment when their eyes had met yesterday, she standing in the road and he inside his barouche, he had done nothing but aggravate and provoke her. Why was he like that? And why did she even care? Huffily, Margaret tried to take a nap, failed,
paced around her room some more, took a bath, got dressed for dinner, and went off to the Plough-Day banquet with Mr. Lawrence, determined to put Mr. Thane out of her mind once and for all.
Philip stood on the sidewalk staring after Miss Allen's rapidly retreating form. When finally she had vanished around a corner, as if disappearing from his life forever, he gave a long, long sigh which felt as if it was emanating from the very depths of his being, and then went to the edge of the sidewalk and sat down. His handsome, stylish, expensive boots were in the gutter, but he couldn't summon the energy to care. In fact, it seemed highly appropriate somehow. Philip couldn't have said how long he sat there, his brain churning with the speed and savagery of a determined milkmaid in a terrific hurry to make butter. The good news was that he wasn't mad. He knew this with absolute certainty now. Somehow, in some bizarre and mysterious and inexplicable way, the world really had rearranged itself to trap him in Whittlesea on Plough-Day, over and over and over again. This was also the bad news. No matter how hard he tried to escape, every morning he was going to wake up on the exact same day. Over and over and over again. These ghastly words looped around his brain, repeating themselves like a bell tolling with soul-crushing finality.
"Oi, mister, what's wrong with you?"
Philip looked up and to his left. Standing near him on the sidewalk was a little boy, perhaps 8 years old, slender and fine-boned and with a generously freckled face, dressed neatly in nankeen breeches and a dark blue woolen coat. On his head was a red wool cap set at a jaunty angle. He said to the little boy, "Just about everything, I'm afraid."
"Are you in trouble?"
"Yes." The little boy nodded and sat down next to him, planting his feet in sturdy brogues into the dirty gutter with sublime nonchalance.
"Did you do something naughty?"
Philip thought. Now this was a difficult question to answer. It might take him all day to do justice to it. So in the interest of keeping things simple, he merely said, "Yes."
"You looked like it. When I'm naughty, they make me sit in a chair in the corner with my face to the wall. Didn't they have a chair for you?"
"No, not really."
"How long do you have to sit here?"
"As long as I want to." The little boy looked hard at him, his brow wrinkling.
"Do you mean that you can get up whenever you want?"
"Yes."
"I call that unfair. I can only get up when they tell me I can. You're lucky."
Philip gave a short, sharp laugh. "If you say so."
"Well, I do. Must be nice to be a grown-up and do whatever you please."
"It's a bit more complicated than that."
"If you can get up from being punished whenever you like, then I say it's better," declared the little boy. Rather than let himself be drawn into a philosophical argument with an 8-year-old who showed signs of sticking to his guns with infinite pugnacity, Philip didn't at once respond. A cold wind rattled past, sending a few dried winter leaves and other detritus scudding along the gutter at their feet, and the little boy plucked from amongst the flotsam and jetsam a battered-looking crisp and popped it into his mouth. "Ha! They'd make me sit in that chair for that," he said with satisfaction.
He poked around with a none-too-clean forefinger, searching for another crisp, but without success.
"Damn," he
said, and then he laughed.
"That'd be another half an hour in the damn chair. I'm not supposed to use bad words, like damn."
Philip was starting to feel a faint, unwilling affection for the boy and his unquenchable spirit. "Speaking of being naughty, why aren't you in school?"
"Because it's Plough-Day, mister," said the little boy condescendingly. "Don't you know anything?"
"Apparently not." The little boy seemed to find this reply quite acceptable, for he only nodded and went on in a confiding tone.
"I was supposed to go home for luncheon, but I thought I'd go and roast some chestnuts instead."
"Won't you be in trouble for not showing up for your luncheon?"
"Probably."
"That's too bad." The little boy shrugged.
That's life, isn't it, mister? Do what you want, then get punished for it. Abruptly, he added. Ever find a four-leaf clover?
Can't say that I have. Why? Have you?
Not so far. Want to know what I'd wish for if I did?
I really do.
I'd wish that I could do what I want and not get punished.
Philip thought this over. In other words, you could do anything without having to face any consequences.
That's right. I'd never go to school again, for one thing, or take a bath. I'd go to bed whenever I like and eat crisps every day, and sweets, bags and bags of them.
A dreamy look had come onto the little boy's face.
I'd have a horse, too, a great big tall one as high as a house. That way, Edmund couldn't get at me.
Who's Edmund? Asked Philip, but rather absently. His brain had kicked into high gear again, and he felt as if he were on the verge of an important discovery. A great and wonderful discovery.
Edmund Carter. He's a dreadful toad and I hate him. He's awfully mean to me.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Oi there!
It was a new voice coming from down the street, female, high-pitched and exasperated.
Thomas Abernathy, you come right here!
The little boy jumped to his feet.
Damn, it's my mum. She's not bad, you know, just a bit of a fuss bucket. Well, see you later, mister.
He gave Philip an insouciant smile and ran off, laughing merrily, in the opposite direction from the voice. In about 30 seconds, Mrs. Abernathy, stout and red-faced and wearing a big purple hat that might have been fashionable 10 years ago, came trundling up to Philip and scowled down at him with arms akimbo.
You're just as bad as he is, and you, a grown man sitting in the gutter.
To be clear, answered Philip coolly, it's my feet that are in the gutter, madam. She gave a snort and trundled off again in hot pursuit of her recalcitrant son. Just to spite her, Philip remained sitting where he was for a while longer. Besides, he didn't want this fascinating new idea of his to slip away from him. He was thinking about his conversation with young Thomas.
Ever find a four-leaf clover?
Can't say that I have. Why? Have you?
Not so far. Want to know what I'd wish for if I did?
I really do.
I'd wish that I could do what I want and not get punished.
In other words, you could do anything without having to face any consequences. All at once, Philip broke into a grin. His mood had lightened so much and so quickly that he almost felt giddy. You could do anything without having to face any consequences. Well, well, well. What a very intriguing possibility. Very, 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 very intriguing. He'd better test it out, though, to be sure. How exactly? Philip got to his feet and looked around. Arrayed before him in a row was an expensive-looking restaurant, a tobacconist's, a toy shop, a jewellery store, a dentist's offices, and a modiste's. Yes, that would do. He strolled into the jewellery store and went to its main display case, which was filled with necklaces, aigrettes, bracelets, brooches, rings, and so on. A clerk came over and said, "May I be of assistance, sir?" "Yes. What's your priciest item?" The clerk removed from the case a pretty diamond and ruby necklace, which he held out for Philip to peruse. Rubies weren't his favourites, but it really didn't matter. "May I?" he said to the clerk, who let Philip take it in his own hand. He held it up to the light, observing how it sparkled. "There's a matching set of earrings, sir." "No, this is perfect. Thanks." Philip slid the necklace into a pocket of his greatcoat. "Happy Plough Day." And he turned around and strolled out of the jewellery store onto the sidewalk again and sauntered off. He could hear the flabbergasted clerk calling after him, but he neither stopped nor picked up his pace. Instead, he whistled a little under his breath and smiled.
Chapter 6. The Plough-Day banquet was over, and Margaret stood in the spacious, brightly lit foyer of the public house, waiting as Mr. Lawrence went to retrieve her pelisse and hat. She'd managed to shake off her bad mood, and to have a nice time at the banquet, where she'd chatted with quite a few of her fellow guests, although she had been dogged again by that curious sense of familiarity, a feeling which itself was becoming familiar. "I say, Miss Allen, here's a bit of news." Mr. Lawrence had come rushing over, holding her things and his face alight with excitement. "Mr. Thane's been locked up in the constabulary house." So much for her valiant attempts to keep Mr. Thane out of her mind and her life. Goodness, he was like a bad penny, always turning up. Wait, why had she used the phrase, always turning up? She had only met Mr. Thane yesterday. To Mr. Lawrence, she said, with a curiosity she was unable to repress. What did he do? He robbed the Whittlesea jewellery store. Margaret's eyes went wide. What? Yes, it seems he asked a clerk to show him a very expensive necklace, and then he pocketed it and walked away. He walked away? He didn't run? No, they're saying that he walked out of there as cool as you please, almost as if he wanted to be caught. Margaret's brain was whirling in amazement. She was recalling the odd conversation she'd had earlier today with Mr. Thane, and the strange things he had said to her. Was it possible that there was something seriously wrong with him, that he was, well, unbalanced? And in the beginning of their conversation, she remembered, he had looked pale and haggard and distraught. Then he'd crassly insulted her, and she had stalked away in high dudgeon. Feelings of guilt now tugged at her. Should she have stayed, and somehow tried to help him in some way, been more patient and sympathetic and understanding? So Margaret, who could never walk past a person in need or a dog or a cat or a horse in trouble without intervening, said to Mr. Lawrence, "Let's go see him." "Yes, let's," replied Mr. Lawrence eagerly, and Margaret could tell that his journalistic instincts were aquiver, especially when he mentioned that he'd already asked for directions. Together they walked to the constabulary house, where Margaret's air of pleasant self-assurance gained them immediate admittance. They found Mr. Thane in a cold, draughty cell, sitting on a bare, uncomfortable-looking bench, with one long-booted leg crossed over the other, and appearing quite peaceful. He looked over at them and said, with the dangerously charming smile with which he had favoured her yesterday, as she'd stood in the road near his barouche, "Oh, hello." In turn, Margaret looked hard at him. He didn't seem at all troubled, as he had just a few hours earlier. Now he seemed alert, relaxed, even gleeful. She said, "You've been charged with theft, Mr. Thane, and the jewellery store clerk has given sworn testimony to the fact. I asked if you could be released on my recognizance, and I offered to pay the surety fee, but they said you're to be held here until tomorrow morning, when the magistrate will speak with you then and adjudicate your sentence." "It's possible that the magistrate is in for a nasty surprise." "What kind of surprise?" asked Mr. Lawrence curiously. "I may not be here in the morning." "Planning on breaking out? By Jove, how ripping! Just the sort of story I like to write about." "Oh, there's no need for an escape attempt," Mr. Thane answered, with so much peacefulness that Margaret stared at him even harder. "If it happens, it'll happen all by itself, and I'll simply wake up in my bed at the Apple Tree Inn." "Forgive me, sir, but that makes no sense," said Mr. Lawrence. For the briefest moment, Margaret had a strange, unnerving feeling that she did understand what Mr. Thane meant. She seemed to have a gauzy, insubstantial memory of sitting across from Mr. Thane, in a restaurant, and him saying, "I woke up, and it was Plough-Day again. I could tell because I was wearing my nightshirt, not the clothes I'd had on last night, and also it was obvious just by looking out the window. Everything looked exactly the same, so I got dressed again and came rushing over to the town square,
and on the way I saw the same people, just like on the other plough days, and they all said the same thing, and I ran into the same lamp-post and—"
A little dazedly, Margaret put a hand to her forehead, as if she had run into a lamp-post and rattled her brain so badly that she was having memories of something that hadn't happened. Or maybe she'd had a dream last night after meeting the charismatic, provocative Mr. Thane, and her mind had somehow concocted a wild story about him and about them having a meal, breakfast together, and he was regaling her with his own wild story? A dream within a dream? That sort of thing? It was all rather confounding. Then she reminded herself that she'd come here to try and help him, not puzzle over the intricacies of her own mind. Gently, she said, "I'll come back in the morning, Mr. Thane, and speak with the magistrate myself. He should know that you're not well, and—"
"Rubbish," he interrupted. "I've never been better."
"Now that you've robbed a jewellery store?" inquired Mr. Lawrence,
"and been incarcerated?"
Mr. Thane smiled again.
"That's right. Well, it was kind of you both to stop by. I'll probably see you tomorrow at the Plough Day festivities."
"Today is Plough Day," Mr. Lawrence reminded him gravely.
"And will probably be again tomorrow."
Mr. Thane was unshakably serene. Margaret said, just as grave as Mr. Lawrence, "Is there anything we can do for you before we go?"
"Yes. How about a kiss for a poor condemned man?"
He was so saucy and brazen, and with that charming devil-may-care air about him again, that for a few moments Margaret once more felt a vertiginous sense of confusion. Should she feel sorry for him? Should she be angry at him? Should she kiss him? He did have a very enticing mouth, and he looked as if he knew what to do with it, too. A delicious tingle of heat spun through her. It had been quite a while since she'd felt such a jolt of fiery, carnal interest. Too long. Wouldn't it be wonderful to be held in his arms again, not quarrelling, not to be at loggerheads with each other, but to willingly kiss and be kissed? She actually took a half-step toward Mr. Thane and his glossy dark hair and his interesting mouth and his broad shoulders and long muscled limbs and his remarkable brown-green eyes, but checked when she saw that knowing smile of his widen. "Good heavens, you poor foolish girl, whatever are you thinking?" she scolded herself. And why on earth had she thought about being in Mr. Thane's arms again, when of course she had never had that dubious pleasure? Hastily she retreated a step, and out loud she said, "I'll be back in the morning, Mr. Thane."
"So you say."
They left him sitting calmly on the bench, leaning against the wall, and with one leg crossed over the other, looking as if he was anticipating a very full and rewarding day to come, instead of the fate which most likely was awaiting him. A visit from a magistrate, a fine, and, quite possibly, a sentence of further incarceration. Mr. Lawrence murmured, "Poor fellow ought to be in Bedlam." Margaret only nodded somberly. Together they walked back to the Woodhull Inn, parting when Mr. Lawrence nipped into the common room to have a drink, and she proceeded into the private parlour set aside for the exclusive use of herself and Aunt Seraphina. She found her aunt sitting by the fire, with her stockinged feet cosily propped up on a stool, a glass of claret near her on a side table, and deep into her book. Margaret shut the door behind her and went to sit in an armchair opposite Aunt Seraphina, who closed her book and said, "You look rather serious, my dear. Was the Plough Day banquet unpleasant? I do hope that scoundrel Mr. Thane wasn't bothering you." "Oh, he wasn't at the banquet," answered Margaret, putting out her chilled hands to warm them in the fire's heat, and told her aunt about visiting the incarcerated Mr. Thane at the constabulary house. Aunt Seraphina shook her head with a kind of gloomy wonderment. "As you know, I wasn't impressed with Mr. Thane based on his demeanour and behaviour on the way here, but I never thought he'd sink to these appalling depths. Are you really going to visit him tomorrow morning, my dear?" "Yes, I am. I don't know why, Aunt, but somehow I feel a kind of, well, a kind of obligation to help him if I can." Aunt Seraphina looked doubtful, but then she brightened. "If you succeed in having him freed, then perhaps we can get places in his barouche. If he's lucid, that is. I know you're slated to speak at that colloquium on fairy folk, Tam Lin, and superstition, and I'd like to get home myself. It would be the least Mr. Thane could do to repay your kindness to him, although I suspect that he'll ogle you all the way to Oxford. A small price to pay to get us home again." They talked for a while longer, Margaret joining her aunt in having a glass of claret, and after that she went up to her room and so to bed, determined to get up early to make her way back to the constabulary house, and to stop speculating as to what it might be like to kiss the unfathomable Philip Thane with his dangerously attractive smile. Someone was knocking on a door. "Wake up, sir," said a voice from outside the room. "It's plough day." Knock, knock, knock. "Mr. Thane," said the voice, "you asked to be awakened in time for the ceremony. It's plough day, sir." Groggily, Philip opened his eyes and realised he was lying on his back in a singularly uncomfortable bed. But where? He stared without comprehension at the ceiling above him. Then it came to him. He was in his dowdy, quaintly decorated room at the Apple Street Inn in Whittlesea. Wait, did the voice say that it was plough day? Knock, knock, knock. "I'm awake," he said loudly. "Very well, sir." Philip shoved aside the covers, jumped out of bed, and went with long strides to the window, pulling aside the curtain to look out into the street. It was a clear, bright day, and the sky was a soft, cloudless blue. On the ground lay scattered splotches of grey slush, and hordes of people were all walking in the same direction, toward the town centre. Seeing this, he smiled a great, broad smile. He still had absolutely no idea as to why this was happening or how, but now he knew one thing for sure. He was going to make the most of it. So he got dressed and went out into the corridor, lightly descending the stairs and into the common room where he cut short Mr. Lancross, the proprietor, who had just opened his mouth. "It's plough day, right?" "Yes, indeed, sir." "Well, that's excellent. Have a nice day. I am." He strode out of the inn and made his way toward the town square, indifferent to the cold for once, and when he turned onto the sidewalk fronting a variety of stores and shops, he breezed past the rickety table covered with a neatly ironed cloth, behind which sat those two middle-aged people, the man and the woman, dressed in their dowdy clothes and looking so cheerful and friendly. Then came that high, sweet voice exclaiming in wonder, "Why, goodness me, if it isn't Philip Thane!" And there was Matron, bundled up to her eye-teeth, looking cylindrical in her various shawls and wraps, standing on the sidewalk, beaming up at him. He checked his stride, and she went on with jocular reproach. "Surely you haven't forgotten me, Master Philip, Matron, from your dormitory at Eton. Such a wee, scrawny lad you were, too. I'll always remember—" "I do beg your pardon, ma'am," smoothly he interrupted, "but I believe you've mistaken me for someone else. Happy plough day." He breezed on, neatly avoiding the lamp-post with which his forehead had gotten all too familiar in recent days, and continued toward the town square, where he came upon the usual crowd of people gathered in happy anticipation, talking and laughing, congregating in convivial groups, small and large, their breaths puffing into little white clouds in the chilly air. Somebody was playing a pipe, somebody was banging a drum, and it all sounded so lively and jolly that Philip did a little gliding chassé, and when he saw a pretty young woman smiling at him in open invitation, he reached out his hand and took her extended one in his own and gracefully twirled her, just as if they were dancing in a ballroom. Then he released her hand, gave her a low, jaunty bow, and kept walking toward the bunting-bedecked platform, near which Miss Allen stood, ravishing, as always, in her dark green pelisse and fashionable hat in the exact same shade of green and embellished with a charming spray of pink artificial roses that complemented her golden brown hair quite beautifully. Next to her stood Mr. Lawrence, as always, scribbling away in his notebook.
"Mr. Thane!" called Miss Allen, smiling. "Good morning."
"Good morning," he said, smiling back. "Happy Plough Day."
"To you as well. Isn't it a beautiful day?"
"Very."
"I feel so lucky to be here. Thank you again for making it happen. I hope your inn suits you, and that you slept well last night."
"Like a baby."
"Oh, I'm glad. We're all so excited to hear your speech."
He smiled again. What kind tact on Miss Allen's part. Plus, she'd made no mention of the constabulary house, or of stolen necklaces, surety fees, magistrates, doctors, snowstorms, fallen trees blocking the road, or anybody blurting out, "I haven't any home. They merely put up with me out of familial obligation," and betraying oneself in a ghastly, mortifying way. He said placidly, "How sweet. Thank you." No sooner had he uttered this than the merry sounds of the pipe and drum fell away, and the crowd fell silent too. He could see them turning as one toward the platform in joyful expectancy.
"Well," Miss Allen said to him, "I believe that's your cue."
"I believe it is." Philip went up the wooden steps of the platform, introducing himself to the various town dignitaries clustering there, one of whom, the mayor, gestured him toward the front. Philip walked to the railing, swept his gaze over his rapt audience, and began speaking in his most persuasive, earnest, and appealing voice. "Good people, we are gathered here today to celebrate farmers, farming, farmers everywhere, but especially farmers in the dell. Hi-ho, the derry-o, the rat takes the cheese. The cheese stands alone, blah, 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 so on and so forth, etc., etc., etc. Oh, and bears. There's one now." He gestured in a very theatrical way to the far edge of the crowd, many of whose members were looking less rapt and more nonplussed, but who, after the faintest smattering of applause, all joined in with their fellow revellers and turned to watch as that silly straw bear lumbered forward, all covered in sheaves of clean, shining hay, from its head down to its ankles. People began to applaud, with more vigour this time, and the pipe and drum resumed their merry, lilting beat. Some people started to move and sway in happy little dances, both singly and together. Philip turned to the mayor. "I do hope that's suited, sir," he said, earnestly, exactly as if he had just delivered the best and most cogent, articulate, meaningful, inspiring, and profound speech anyone had ever given in the whole history of the world. The mayor looked both nonplussed and taken aback. "Well, well, it certainly was, memorable, Mr. Thane. Honoured to be of service." Grinning inside himself, but keeping his face perfectly straight, he added, plagiarising Miss Allen without the slightest remorse, "I know that Plough Day is a custom dating back several centuries, possibly linked to the Nordic invasions of the 8th century, and I, for one, was absolutely thrilled to see the straw bear. I know it's a great honour to get all covered in straw like that, and that his appearance personifies the winter season. It symbolically represents the banishment of winter so that crops can grow again and the people will flourish. Isn't that marvellous? It makes everyone feel so hopeful and engaged in their community, don't you think? I know I'm feeling hopeful and engaged. Well, thank you again, sir, for the opportunity to say a few heartfelt words today. I couldn't be more grateful. Happy Plough Day." "Happy Plough Day," mumbled the mayor. And with long, buoyant strides, Philip went down the platform steps and over to where Miss Allen stood watching the straw bear lumbering about. He went close and said in her ear, "I do believe I've discovered my vocation." She glanced up into his face. "Oh, really?" she said in a distinctly neutral tone. "And what might that be?" "Giving speeches. Did you see how I held the crowd spellbound?" "Actually, I didn't see that at all." "Odd. You must not have been paying attention." "That must be it," she said.
now with a slight edge to her voice. "I say, Mr. Thane," said Mr. Lawrence, "if you don't mind my asking, have you any idea as to when you're leaving town? We, the Mrs. Allen and I, were hoping we could tag along with you till Northampton, if it's on your way, that is. There aren't any stage seats to be had for several days, you see, which means we're stuck here." "There are worse things." "Yes, indeed. It's just that I'd rather not hang about Whittlesea for days and days, you see." "Oh, I don't know. You might grow to like it here. I am." "Really?" said Mr. Lawrence, surprised. "The way you talked about Whittlesea on our way here, I'd have thought you'd be champing at the bit to leave." "I've changed my mind. I'm going to stay on here for a while." "Oh." Mr. Lawrence looked disappointed. Philip gave a mental shrug, then turned his eyes to Miss Allen to see if she was looking disappointed too. He knew, of course, that she wanted to leave also, but he saw that she was gazing up at him with a rather puzzled look on her lovely face. "What's the matter?" he said to her. Miss Allen didn't respond, and he had to repeat his question. She gave a start. "It's nothing, really." "I do hope you're not too upset about not leaving today," he said, unable to resist the temptation to needle her. It was fun watching her get all testy and prickly. Her cheeks always turned a charming shade of pink, and those expressive, deep blue eyes of hers sparkled like jewels. "I dare say it wasn't meant to be," she answered, still with a faintly puzzled air, and unfortunately without getting pink and prickly. "My feeling exactly," he agreed affably. "Are you going to the Ploughday banquet tonight?" "Very likely." "I'll probably see you there, then." "Truly?" She lowered her voice. "You're going to mingle with all the rustics, provincials, hobnails, yokels, chawbacons, hicks, bumpkins and lubies, as you so eloquently described them yesterday?" "You have an excellent memory, Miss Allen," he said with even more affability. "And now, if you'll excuse me, I have things to do." He gave her a jaunty little bow and strolled away. Margaret watched as Mr. Thane's tall, broad-shouldered form receded amongst the crowd. She actually did have a very good memory, but now she found herself struggling with a kind of uneasy doubt. Why had Mr. Thane's inane speech sounded somehow familiar to her? Maybe it was because she'd been to festivals similar to this one and heard a lot of speeches, some better than others. Also, it could sound familiar because she had, after yesterday's annoying conversation in his barouche, been expecting him to deliver a subpar speech, and so it merely confirmed her prediction. And speaking of Mr. Thane's barouche, it seemed a sure bet that she wouldn't be seeing the inside of it again any time soon, which was unfortunate, as she had, like Mr. Lawrence, made inquiries about available transport and had discovered, to her dismay, that there were no stage seats to be had for several days. As little as she would look forward to more time spent in the cynical Mr. Thane's company, still less would she look forward to cooling her heels here in Whittlesea for an extended period of time, as there was a colloquium in Oxford on the subject of fairy folk, the ballad of Tam Lin and superstition, at which she was slated to speak. But apparently she too was stuck here. There was nothing she could do about it, however, and so Margaret resigned herself to the fact. She kept herself busy all day, talking to people about Ploughday and taking notes, sharing a hearty lunch with Aunt Seraphina in their private parlour, and going for a long, invigorating walk about the town, peeping into storefronts, offering a donation to a nice couple raising money for the local convalescent home, petting all the dogs she encountered, buying some peppermint comfits at an apothecary shop, chatting with a freckle-faced little boy in a jaunty red cap who had crouched down to stroke the butcher's tabby cat, and otherwise amusing herself. She would rather have died than admit it aloud, but she was really quite curious to see if Mr. Thane, after giving that abysmal speech, would have the nerve to show up at the banquet tonight.
"Hi-ho, the derry-o," said Miss Janny, giggling, nibbling on his ear like a hungry rabbit just given a carrot. Best plough day speech I ever heard, aside from the time that alderman fell off the platform.
Thank you, said Philip, polite but distracted, as there seemed to be a lot of breasts everywhere, and it was a bit hard to think. The rat takes the cheese, added Miss Turlington, giggling also, and slid down his bare chest to take something in her mouth that most definitely wasn't cheese, speaking of hard.
We're so glad you came to Whittlesea, Miss Janny said. Ain't we, Sally? She said to Miss Turlington,
who only made agreeable affirmative noises as her mouth was full.
We spotted you right away when you gave your speech this morning, the talkative Miss Janny went on. I says to Sally, I says, "Oh, here's a looker," didn't I, Sally? And then when you came walking toward us after your speech, I says to Sally, I says, "Oh, look at all them capes on his coat, and them boots, and brown eyes to fall down into, just like a well. Think we can sneak him up to our room? He's such a looker." And so we asked you, and you said yes right away, and here we are, with none the wiser, she finished triumphantly, nibbling at the bare skin of his throat.
Yes, said Philip rather hoarsely, reaching out for a dangling breast. It had to be Miss Janny's. Miss Turlington's were unavailable at the moment. Here we are.
Best plough day ever,
Miss Janny said, giggling. And Philip had to agree.
Chapter 7. Margaret had another bite of her roast beef and suppressed a sigh. She was having a perfectly nice time here at the banquet, and had met lots of very nice people, but there was no denying that it all seemed a trifle flat. Slightly boring, perhaps. Even somewhat routine. It was galling to confess it, but she was just a teeny tiny bit sorry that Mr. Thane hadn't made an appearance after all. If nothing else, he would have livened things up. Maybe he'd have recited all of The Farmer in the Dell, or sung it, and everyone could have joined in with the refrain. Hi-ho the dairy-o, the cheese stands alone. Margaret, she said sadly to herself, you're a chucklehead. Both of her neighbours to left and right were chatting with their neighbours at the moment, and so Margaret felt herself drifting further into a funk. The cheese stands alone. That was what she felt like. Alone and lonely, even surrounded by all these people. She brooded darkly, poking with her fork at some herb-encrusted potato wedge on her plate. What on earth had caused Mr. Thane's sudden turnabout regarding Whittlesea? Yesterday, in his barouche, she'd gotten the distinct impression that he wouldn't spend a minute more here than he had to. Her mind stretched backward in time, to that moment when she'd been standing in the road and she'd seen that big, black, shiny barouche barrelling her way and going in the right direction. Her heart had lifted with hope. Possibly she would get to Whittlesea after all. Then Mr. Thane had shoved up the window of the barouche, stuck out his dark head, and smiled at her. A bold, appreciative, devil-may-care smile that had aroused in her a delicious, responsive tingle. Looking back, Margaret realised that for her, that one singular moment had held a world of tantalising possibilities, like a locked door creaking open. For 5 years she had allowed, no, disciplined her unruly heart to cool into ice, at least where men were concerned. Her focus had been on her studies and her work, her family and her friends, her charities and her pets. Hers was a good life, a fortunate life, and never had she lost sight of that. But in one elemental way, it had been a lonely one for quite some time. Yesterday she had looked into Mr. Thane's bright, intelligent, fascinating eyes, had felt the pull of his potent charm, and for a split second had wondered if here was a man who could interest her again, talk with her, joke with her, laugh with her, dance with her, and more. So that her icy heart would melt and she would feel again. Feel all the things a person in love felt. The giddy anticipation of waiting with exquisite impatience to be in the same room as one's beloved. The joyous thrill of being together again, even if only after a short time apart, and seeing his eyes light up when he saw her. The intoxicating rush of desire crackling along one's spine, filling up all the empty spaces inside with a pooling, honeyed warmth, with a ravenous hunger that wouldn't be denied. The joy of knowing another person so intimately, so deeply, so completely. Of course, it helped if one's beloved wasn't, as it turned out, a dreadful, cavalier, small-minded ass who 5 years ago had broken one's heart in two, and in a cruel, callous way that sometimes made one afraid that it would never, ever heal. So when yesterday Mr. Thane had shamelessly raked his eyes over her, like someone who could see through multiple layers of clothing to the bare body beneath, and practically licked his lips at what he saw, too, well, that had ended the magical moment of possibility. She had no interest in trying to redeem a rake. What was the point of loving someone conditionally, anyway? I'll love you, but only if you change. Or worse, I'd love you, but only if you were different. A poor, weak, miserable sort of love, in her jaundiced opinion. Margaret sighed, not bothering to try and repress it this time. "You're wool-gathering again," said a familiar, deep, cultured voice quite near her, and as her heart gave a wild jump, Margaret dropped her fork, which clattered onto her plate, and she looked up to see that Mr. Thane had come upon her unawares. Her jaw dropped in astonishment. He was wearing stylish dark breeches, those tall dark boots of his, a gorgeous embroidered waistcoat, and a white full-sleeved shirt of rich, expensive cambric. What he wasn't wearing was a neckcloth or a jacket, a shocking omission which revealed, thanks to the open V of his shirt, the interesting fact that he had a hard-planed chest with soft dark hair on it, and also the even more interesting fact that on his smooth, sturdy, yet elegant neck he had an enormous violet-covered love-bite. To Margaret's unspeakable consternation, an actual and ridiculous flash of jealousy shot through her as she wondered just who it was who'd administered those enthusiastic nips. It was only after a severe internal struggle that she managed to subdue this unfortunate response. But as she brought her eyes up from Mr. Thane's neck to his face, she could see that he knew what she'd been looking at, and maybe, just maybe, he also knew how she had reacted. He smiled, a silky, piratical, discerning, and horribly charming smile. Margaret could feel herself flushing wildly, and her brain scrabbling about like a greedy chicken pecking for grain. At last it seized on a useful old maxim from the ancient Chinese military strategist and philosopher Sun Tzu. Attack is the secret of defense. And so she said, infusing her voice with a cutting tone, "I see you're dressed for an evening on the town, Mr. Thane." Much to her annoyance, his smile only widened. "You noticed? How flattering." To Margaret's left-hand neighbour, Mr. Smith, he blandly said, "I do hope you don't mind, old chap, but Miss Allen and I are bosom friends, and I must sit next to her. You've had her to yourself for far too long, you know. A bit selfish of you, really. Do go find somewhere else to plant yourself." When Mr. Smith got up, rather huffily, Mr. Thane thanked him with such exaggerated courtesy that Margaret longed to snatch up her fork and sink it into his muscular thigh. Mr. Smith went away. Mr. Thane gracefully sank into the vacated seat and waved a casual hand in the air, attracting the attention of a nearby waiter to whom he said, "Clear everything away, will you? I want something to eat. 2 of everything, please." "2, sir," said the waiter, surprised. "Actually, make it 3. "Right away, sir. A glass of wine also?" "No, bring a bottle." "Yes, sir." The waiter whisked up Mr. Smith's plate and utensils, then bustled away, and Margaret said to Mr. Thane, "3 of everything?" He smiled serenely. "Yes, that's right. I'm hungry as a horse. I've had a lot of exercise today." all sorts of images threatened to rise in her mind, chiefly being that of a naked Mr. Thane and his glossy dark hair, and his delicious mouth, and his broad shoulders, and long muscled limbs, and hard-planed chest, and his compelling brown-green eyes, as well as other, equally interesting body parts. Margaret clamped down hard on her stupid, intemperate brain, and merely said, in an even voice, "I'll just bet you did." "Yes. It was quite vigorous." Mr. Thane placidly nodded, then turned to his neighbour at his left, an elderly lady clad in stately puce and sporting a monumental befeathered turban in the same eye-catching shade. Affably he said to her, "Didn't I see you at the Plough Day celebration this morning, ma'am? I gave the big speech, you know." "I do know," answered the old lady in a freezing tone. "It was a disgrace." "Really? Perhaps I should have toppled off the platform like that drunken alderman did several years ago and got myself all wound up in bunting." "It might have been an improvement. Hi-ho, the derry-o indeed." The old lady took the napkin from her lap and set it next to her plate, then began to gather up her skirts. "Wait," Mr. Thane said, his voice so abruptly earnest and mild and winsome that the old lady paused. "Yes?" "Lend me a tenner, won't you? I'll pay you back tomorrow." The old lady stared, then gave a sound that was something in between a snort and a puff, and which entirely smacked of outraged disbelief. She got up and marched away, the feathers in her turban fluttering angrily. Unperturbed, Mr. Thane turned back, nodded his thanks to the waiter who had returned with a fresh place-setting and a large bottle of wine, and after his wine-glass was filled, he lifted it and said to Margaret, "Shall we toast?" "To what? Attempting to swindle one's table partner?" "My, you're peppery this evening," he remarked. "Is your roast beef that bad, or is it because you missed me? I was going to suggest we toast to Plough Day." "Oh, how high-minded of you," returned Margaret, and lifted her glass too, reminding herself that she had rather wished that Mr. Thane would show up, and also admitting that he had, for better or for worse, livened things up, and also somehow lured her out of her melancholy funk. Still, she wasn't going to let down her guard, and she was definitely not going to stare at either that tantalizing chest of his or that very, very, very obvious bite mark. She said in a neutral tone, "To Plough Day." "To Plough Day," he echoed, but with much more enthusiasm. They clinked glasses. "My favourite day of the year," said Mr. Thane, and drank down all of his wine at once. He grimaced. "By Jove, this stuff is awful." Then he poured himself another glass and drank it all down too. "How much have you had?" "About half a glass." He lifted up the bottle. "Have some more." "No, thank you. It is awful. How could you drink 2 glasses of it?" Mr. Thane poured himself another glass and drank it down. 3. I'm thirsty." "From all that exercise?"
"Why, yes."
The waiter now returned, balancing 3 plates on his arm, and slid them all in front of Mr. Thane. "Here you are, sir. Fish croquettes, roast beef, and Cornish hen."
"Splendid. Can you bring me a loaf of bread and another bottle of wine?"
"Of course, sir," answered the waiter, looking surprised again, and went away. Mr. Thane briskly tucked into the croquettes, and Margaret, unable to resist needling him just a little, said, "I've got some potato wedges and mushrooms and bechamel sauce if you want some extra." He reached out with his fork, speared a couple of the wedges and popped them into his mouth.
"Thank you. They're not bad, are they? Could use a bit more time, though."
He went on with his croquettes, and Margaret watched, bemused, as he proceeded to neatly demolish everything on all 3 of his plates, along with the bread the waiter soon brought, on which he spread lavish quantities of butter before devouring it, exactly as might a man who hadn't eaten for days, and who also had no thought of tomorrow. "We're so often told that moderation is the key to a happy life," she commented, "but I can see that's an aphorism which carries no weight with you."
"Moderation is overrated."
He drank yet another glass of wine.
"Are you going to finish your roast beef?"
Somehow I've lost my appetite.
A shame.
Deftly, he switched one of his empty plates with hers and began to eat what was left of her roast beef, potatoes, and mushrooms.
The sauce isn't half bad either.
Maybe you could ask for more.
An excellent idea.
He flagged down the waiter.
More of those mushrooms, garçon, tout de suite. And another loaf of bread while you're at it. Also, dessert. Heaps of it.
Then he picked up his wine bottle and with the utmost casualness drank directly and deeply from it, astonishing Margaret all over again. I hope you don't explode.
Unlikely.
Honestly, I think you might. He looked soulfully at her with those brown-green eyes of his.
Why, Miss Allen, I didn't know you cared.
Well, I don't, Mr. Thane, but if you did explode, it would make a mess, and I'm afraid my gown would be ruined.
Spitfire, he said appreciatively. By the way, I like the one you're wearing tonight. It brings out the blue of your eyes.
Margaret fought down a flutter of warmth inside her. It was a new gown, in periwinkle silk, and she loved its delicate spangled trimmings around the short puffed sleeves, and the hem and bodice too. She merely responded, "Speaking of clothing, why didn't you bother wearing all of yours to the banquet?"
He shrugged. I didn't feel like it.
Is that your modus operandi in life, then? You don't do things you don't feel like doing?
He smiled. It is now. Did you see how that lady in puce couldn't keep her eyes off my chest? That's probably the real reason she fled. Too much proximity to my overpowering masculine virility.
That, and perhaps she didn't feel like lending you £10.
No, I think it was my masculine virility. Why does anyone wear puce, incidentally? It looks like dried blood. So, what were you thinking about when I came over? Your lovely brow was furrowed and you seemed rather sad.
Margaret felt another one of those fiery little flutters at his use of the word lovely, and, a trifle disarmed, she gave him a wry half-smile. Was it that obvious?
To me it was. What was on your mind?
I was thinking about the past.
Never do that. It's a complete waste of time.
I disagree. I believe that looking to the past can help us make better decisions in the future.
Wrong again. Don't worry about the future. Try living in the present.
She looked at him curiously. Is that what you do?
He nodded and pushed away his last emptied plate. Now more than ever. Oh, good. Here's dessert.
The waiter had arrived, nearly staggering beneath the weight of a tray packed full with half-moon cheesecakes festooned with ribbons of fresh lemon peel, pistachio ices in dainty china cups, ratafia cakes, and even a couple of oranges, all of which he dispersed onto the table in front of herself and Mr. Thane, who pitched in with fresh abandon. Margaret watched with a kind of helpless fascination, then finally said, "You remind me of a goulon."
What?
He asked thickly, having just taken a large bite of cheesecake. In Scandinavian folklore, a goulon is a creature that gorges itself until it's too swollen to move. Mr. Thane chuckled.
That's good to know. I'll be sure to commit the term to memory.
Will you really?
Honestly, probably not.
Averse to a little learning?
As I was kicked out of Eton, I suppose I am.
I'm afraid to ask why.
He took another bite of cheesecake. Like St. Augustine, I struggled with concupiscence.
Loftily expressed, although I can't help but notice the use of the past tense.
Yes. After a while, I stopped struggling with it, and life instantly became much easier. Also, more fun.
Then your syntactical linking of yourself with St. Augustine is specious. He eventually overcame his lecherous tendencies, you know, and refrained from pursuing every woman he met.
I must say, this strikes me as a very indelicate topic. I wouldn't have thought it of you, Miss Allen. You look like a lady at any rate. Orange?
He held one out to her, and Margaret accepted it and began to peel away the tough, dimpled skin. As yesterday on the coach ride here you accused me of being blue, Mr. Thane, I can't imagine why anything I say would shock you. And yet you do. Not that I'm objecting, mind you." He smiled again at her, with the full, potent force of his charm, and Margaret could almost literally feel her guard wavering, and in a highly unnerving way. So she put down her half-peeled orange and hid her hands beneath the table, then pinched the sensitive juncture of flesh between her thumb and forefinger, hard, as one might furtively do in order to fight off an overwhelming wave of sleepiness. "Snap out of it, you weak-kneed ninny," she scolded herself. "What are you doing with your hands?" he asked, in his voice a shimmer of lazy insinuation that brought another wild flush to her face. "And in public, too. You shock me again, Miss Allen." He helped himself to 4 more macaroons. "Speaking of the coach right here, you never answered my question. Why aren't you married? It's hard to believe you weren't snapped up years ago by some dashing young fellow with an eye for the main chance." Margaret stiffened. She would never accuse Mr. Thane of possessing supernatural abilities, but it felt as if he had, in a very cavalier way, just shot an arrow into her defences, piercing them, and leaving her horribly, painfully exposed. There wasn't any way he could have known she'd been brooding less than half an hour ago about the very reason why she remained single, and which threatened to break her poor, bruised, icy-cold heart all over again. Philip admired the pretty flush that mantled again in Miss Allen's face. Really, it made ribbing her entirely worthwhile. He picked up her orange and finished peeling it, then pulled it apart and held out a juicy crescent. "Have some orange." Mutely she shook her head and brought her hands up onto the tablecloth where she interlaced her fingers in a way which gave her a faintly judicial air. "Don't you want it?" he inquired, and when she shook her head again, he ate the orange himself. By now he was rather uncomfortably full, but thought he could manage to finish off the rest of the wine, probably without swelling up like a goulon, and then exploding. Although there was a chance they might have to roll him over to his inn, just like a giant ball, and shove him up the stairs, along the corridor and into his room, where they'd have to heave him into his bed and hope it didn't collapse under the weight of his newly acquired avoirdupois. Idly, he wondered how the immensely corpulent Prince Regent, a casual acquaintance of his, managed to eat like this pretty much every night. It took up a great deal of time, which might have been better used, say, wenching or gambling, and also it was quite boring listening to him complain about his bouts of indigestion, the bloating, the fetid eructations, the interminable straining at stool, and so on and so forth. Luckily, he didn't have to worry about such things. Any fleeting discomfort he might feel would be gone, poof, in the morning, and he would rise from his bed as lean and as trim as ever. Happy plough day. Suddenly, Miss Allen said levelly, "Why aren't you married?" "Why would I want to do that? I'm far too busy having a good time." Do your amours feel the same way?" He shrugged. "How would I know?" "Did you ask them?" "I repeat, why would I want to do that? Haven't you heard the old adage about discretion being the better part of valour?" "I'm not sure valour has anything to do with it." "I could be mistaken, but I'm getting the distinct impression that you're critical of my way of life." "Why would I be? We're strangers who met yesterday by chance, and with any luck we'll both go our separate ways as soon as possible, and never have to think of each other ever again." "Your cunning plan may be thwarted," he said lazily. "They say there's a snowstorm coming in, which will play merry hob with anybody trying to come or go. So we may be stuck here together for a long, long time." He watched as her lovely mouth thinned. She said rather snappishly, "It's a big enough town. I dare say we can manage to coexist without being forced to spend time in each other's company." "I'll miss you." "Ha! You'll probably be busy getting more exercise." Philip watched with deep appreciation, as not only did Miss Allen flush all over again with that charming pink colour, but her eyes also dropped, as if against her will, to his exposed neck. Then she brought them up to his, a hard, jewel-like sparkle in them, slapped her napkin onto the tablecloth and got up. "Good night, Mr. Thane."
"You're not leaving, are you? The night is still young."
"I'm going back to my inn."
"Would you like me to escort you?"
"No, I wouldn't dream of tearing you away from those remaining ratafia cakes. Goodbye."
"If you insist. See you tomorrow, Miss Allen."
"Not if I can help it," she said in a grim and tight-lipped manner. And then she went away, looking, Philip couldn't help but notice, nearly as ravishing from behind as she looked from the front. There was no doubt about it. Miss Allen was a fine-looking woman. He wished she had stayed, so that they could needle each other some more. He actually did miss her a little. Somehow, though, he didn't think she missed him in the slightest. Well, that was her loss. Philip took hold of the wine bottle and slouched low in his seat, tipping it onto its two back legs in an enjoyably precarious way. He took a long pull of the wine, then held it out invitingly to the fellow who was sitting to the right of where Miss Allen had been, and who was staring in disapproval at him. Philip, with his mouth set in an upside-down U, and his large, bushy eyebrows drawn together in a manner that gave him the amusing look of having only one eyebrow, rather like a fuzzy caterpillar which had crawled above his nose and decided to stay there.
"Have a drink,"
Philip said pleasantly to Mr. Caterpillar-Face.
"You look as if you could use one."
"Thank you, no," answered Mr. Caterpillar-Face, without any cordiality at all.
"Suit yourself."
Philip took another long pull of the wine, after which he brought his chair back down and scooted over to Miss Allen's vacant seat. To Mr. Caterpillar-Face he said,
"Were you at the Plough Day celebration this morning? I would have remembered if you had been. You have a very distinctive eyebrow, you know. What do I mean, eyebrows? In case you didn't realize, I gave the big speech. Not to brag, but it was probably the best speech anyone's ever given, with the possible exception of Mark Antony at Caesar's funeral."
Mr. Caterpillar-Face looked even more disapproving.
"I was there. At Caesar's funeral? Come, sir, you couldn't be that old. You don't look a day over 80.
"For your information," said Mr. Caterpillar-Face, freezingly, "I am 47 years old."
"To be sure you are,"
replied Philip in a soothing tone.
"And I was at the Plough Day celebration this morning in the back, where I did have the misfortune of hearing your so-called speech."
Philip nodded, keeping his face exquisitely straight as he continued boastingly.
"That's why I didn't notice you, I dare say. There were a lot of people there, hundreds, maybe thousands, all dying to hear what I had to say."
He leaned closer, which, he could tell, put Mr. Caterpillar-Face in the tricky position of trying to decide whether to lean away, which he probably wanted to do, or to remain where he was, to show that he wasn't going to be swayed in any way by whatever Philip chose to do.
"You look like a fine, outstanding chap,"
he said to Mr. Caterpillar-Face in a mild, earnest, affable voice.
"Lend me a tenner, will you? I'll pay you back tomorrow."
Mr. Caterpillar-Face made exactly the same sound as Puce Lady had, something in between a snort and a puff, and which smacked of outraged disbelief. And just like Puce Lady, he got up and marched away, although, unfortunately, he wore no turban, and so there were no feathers to flutter angrily atop his head. Philip laughed and finished off the wine in a single long swallow. Altogether, he had made not one, not two, but 3 people get up and stalk away from him. So far. He eyed the other people sitting around the table, all of whom were conspicuously and disapprovingly avoiding his glance. Fat chance of any of them loaning him money. And he would like to have some money. He might, he thought, try a different tack tomorrow. But what might that be? He pondered this interesting question. Then he grinned. He knew just what he was going to do. Ho, ho! He could hardly wait for tomorrow, It might even top today in terms of sheer brilliant fun. Also, he had something else he wanted to do right now. He'd longed to do it his whole entire life, but had never quite summoned the nerve. Now, however, he had all the nerve he needed, and more. So Philip stood up and said to his table mates, "Not only am I the world's best speech giver, but I'm also an amazing magician. Watch this!" He took a firm grip with both hands on the edge of the tablecloth. "Hey, presto!" he called out, and in a very theatrical way yanked hard on the cloth. There was a tremendous crash, as plates, glasses, utensils, dishes large and small, the big crystal centrepiece filled with flowers, and so on, all tumbled in a scattered heap onto the floor. In the sudden, aghast silence which followed, Philip viewed the carnage thoughtfully. "Whoops." Then he laughed, dropped the tablecloth, said, "Send me the bill," and strolled away, out of the public house and into the chilly dark of night, whistling a little under his breath. Happy, happy plough day. Chapter 8. Warm and snug in her thick wool pelisse and cosy hat, Margaret looked around from her place near the festive, bunting-bedecked platform in the town square and bit back a sleepy yawn. Here she was in the very midst of the Plough Day celebration, and wasn't she just so fortunate? A delightful scene lay all about. How much fun everyone was having. She was, too, although she was rather tired. She hadn't slept well last night. She'd tossed and turned and had a lot of disturbing dreams, most of which featured Mr. Philip Thane. That in itself was disturbing. She had only met him yesterday, after all. In one of the dreams, she now recalled, Mr. Thane was swollen up as round as a ball and had bounced gleefully about the room, causing everyone else to scatter like panicked chickens, which only made him laugh. In another dream, she had been alone in a vast crowd, weeping about something, and nobody had noticed, which made her feel like the loneliest person in the whole entire world. Then Mr. Thane had walked over to her, parting the crowd in a magisterial way, just like Moses subduing the Red Sea, and said, "Why are you so sad, darling Margaret?" In yet another dream, Mr. Thane seemed to be telling her not to wear puce, and that he was sorry for everything and that he loved her. Then he gave her a beautiful fresh orange which, when she began to peel it, had a rotten, dank, smelly interior, and she had dropped it with an exclamation of disgust. And in still another, she had seen 3 elderly ladies, all strangers to her, huddled around a black smoking cauldron and cackling as if at something agreeable. Wisps of smoke rose from the cauldron, and among them appeared a ghostly, ethereal representation of Mr. Thane, looking very fine and dashing in his many-caped greatcoat and dark, shining boots. Together the 3 old ladies had chanted, "Double, double, toil and trouble, fire burn and cauldron bubble, time doth spin, round and round, to each other you are bound. Double, double, toil and trouble, fire burn and cauldron bubble, thwart it with your true love's kiss, thus the charm brings sweetest bliss." Which was strange, because that wasn't how the Song of the Witches in Act 4 of Macbeth really went. Margaret gave her head a bewildered shake, as if trying to clear these odd, vague memories from her brain. Her glance fell upon Mr. Lawrence next to her, he being busy jotting down his impressions in his notebook, and then she suddenly spotted a tall, broad-shouldered figure coming toward the platform. It was none other than Mr. Thane, and Margaret felt a sudden, secret sense of embarrassment at having dreamed about him last night. Not that he would ever know, of course, but still she felt a real constraint as she called out, "Mr. Thane, good morning." He came near, and she saw at once that he was looking quite different than he had last night when he had dropped Aunt Seraphina, Mr. Lawrence and herself off at their inn. Then he had been annoyingly suave and sardonic, and openly bitter about having to get up early for plough day. Today, however, he was fresh-faced and smiling, which was such a big change that Margaret found herself staring at him in surprise. "Good morning, Miss Allen. Happy plough day," he said pleasantly in his deep, cultured voice. "Happy plough day, Mr. Thane," she returned, but a trifle mechanically. "What's the matter? You're looking at me as if I have two heads." With an effort, Margaret gathered up her scattered wit. "I do beg your pardon. It's just that you're so different today." "Am I? How so?" "Frankly, after what you said yesterday about plough day, I wasn't even sure if you'd show up to give your speech." "A gentleman always keeps his word," he said with affable reproach. "How painful it is to be so misconstrued. I dreamt about you last night, by the way." Margaret gave a giant start and could feel herself blushing wildly. "Oh, really?" she replied, in as dampening a manner as possible, which was meant to indicate her complete and total disinterest in hearing all or any of the details, even though inside herself she was, in fact, burningly curious to know. Nobody likes to hear other people talking about their dreams, you know. "You will, though. I dreamt that you were a mighty queen on a throne, wearing a spectacular crown of sapphires and diamonds, which brought out the blue of your eyes in a very fetching way, and I kneeled before you, kissing the hem of your gown." Margaret had to tamp down a flattered, warm little flutter within her. "It was only a dream," she said in a repressive tone. "And so here you are after all. I'm sure everyone is excited to hear your speech." He smiled down at her. "Justly so. What did you dream about last night? Judging by the dark circles beneath those lovely blue eyes of yours, you had a restless time of it." "I slept very well, thank you," she lied. "If you say so. Good morning, Mr. Lawrence." "How d'ye do, sir? Splendid day today." "Yes, it is. I do hope you'll be able to capture for posterity as much of my speech as possible." "I'll try my best, sir." "I know you will." No sooner had Mr. Thane said this than the merry sounds of the pipe and drum fell away, and the crowd fell silent too, turning as one toward the platform in joyful expectancy. "Well," Margaret said to Mr. Thane, "I believe that's your cue." "I believe it is." He went up the wooden steps with a light, graceful tread, introducing himself to the various town dignitaries clustering there, one of whom, Margaret saw, gestured him toward the front. Mr. Thane walked to the railing, swept his gaze over the crowd, and began speaking in an earnest, cheerful voice. "Good people, as we all know, there are holidays, and then there are holidays. Who needs Christmas? Who needs Boxing Day? Who needs Twelfth Night when there's Plough Day? I, for one, don't. Here we are, assembled together in glad fellowship and celebrating all things agricultural. And what could be more important, more meaningful? Because we know that farmers are this country's backbone and have been from time immemorial." He paused, smiling in a way which encompassed the entire crowd, the members of which responded by breaking into applause. He dipped his dark head in acknowledgement and continued, "On a personal note, I'd like to tell you all about my very own Plough Day miracle. Originally, I wasn't even supposed to be here. No, just a few days ago I was visiting with my dear relation, Mrs. Henrietta Penhallow." A ripple of awed amazement went through the crowd. "Yes," Mr. Thane continued, as if unaware. "My dear, close, affectionate relation, Mrs. Henrietta Penhallow, at her magnificent country estate in Somerset, all 15,000 acres of it." Another ripple of awe. "And as it turned out, I just happened to be in the right place at the right time. Her representative to come here and deliver a few words honouring Plough Day had fallen ill.
Of course I jumped at the chance to take his place. Who wouldn't? And here I am. To tell you the truth, I feel like the luckiest man in the world. I was supposed to be heading out of town after I'd given my speech this morning, but do you know what? He paused in a very expectant way, and several people called back curiously, "What?" Here's the thing. I love it here so much that I've decided to stay on for a while. Not just for today, but for a long, long time. For me, every day is plough day, and I hope it is for you too. He smiled again. Well, that's enough about me. I couldn't be prouder or more excited to usher in the big moment you've all been waiting for. The true star of the show, the cynosure of all eyes, the harbinger of seasons past, present, and future. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the Straw Bear.
Mr. Thane gestured grandly with a sweep of his arm, but instead of turning her head right away to see the straw bear for herself, Margaret stood gazing up at him with narrowed eyes. She'd been listening to his speech with a scepticism which had rapidly burgeoned into a strong suspicion that Mr. Thane was playing a joke on everyone here. It would make perfect sense, too, given his comments yesterday about the good people of Whittlesea. Mr. Lawrence had asked Mr. Thane for some early tidbits of his speech, and he had refused, saying in a sarcastic tone, "I prefer to leave you in suspense about my scintillating remarks, which will doubtless render my entire audience of rustics, provincials, hobnails, yokels, chawbacons, hicks, bumpkins, and lubies spellbound." Indignation burned inside Margaret, and she watched, fuming, as Mr. Thane jovially shook hands with all the various dignitaries up on the platform, then lingered to talk to each of them in turn. Huffily, she turned away, only then realizing that she was missing out on the very reason why she'd come here in the first place, the Straw Bear himself. And there he was, making his slow way among the crowd, a great round figure all covered in sheaves of clean, shining hay, from its head down to its ankles. As he lumbered forward, everyone was applauding, those closest to the bear reaching out to pat at his sheaves, a gesture which signified hope for an early spring. The pipe and drum had resumed their merry, lilting beat, and some people were moving and swaying in happy little dances, both singly and together. Margaret watched, fascinated, tapping one of her feet in time to the music, although in the back of her mind she was conscious of a sense of disappointment. She'd been hoping that Mr. Thane would be leaving Whittlesea today, and that he'd offer, or agree, to take herself, Aunt Seraphina, and Mr. Lawrence along as well, at least to some convenient point where they might find other transportation. She had made inquiries about the stage, and discovered, to her dismay, that there were no seats to be had for several days. It seemed, therefore, that she was trapped here, and for who knew how long. As this realization came to her, Margaret was further aware of an odd, creeping sense of inevitability. As if she wasn't really that surprised there was no way out of Whittlesea. And why on earth would that be? In last night's dream, she all at once recalled Mr. Thane had been telling her something about a snowstorm coming their way. And then she heard again the three elderly ladies chanting, "Double, double, toil and trouble, fire burn and cauldron bubble, time doth spin round and round, to each other you are bound. Double, double, toil and trouble, fire burn and cauldron bubble, thwart it with your true love's kiss, thus the charm brings sweetest bliss." A deep, familiar voice said reproachfully in her ear, "You're looking at the bear, but I'd bet a tenner you're not seeing him. Wool-gathering again, aren't you?" It was Mr. Thane, of course, and Margaret glanced uneasily up into his handsome face. "What do you mean I'm wool-gathering again?" "Oh, nothing. Can I buy you some breakfast?" He held up his hand and invitingly waggled a wad of what looked like quite a few pound notes. "I'm flush with cash now." "Now?" she echoed. Abruptly she remembered him lingering among the dignitaries on the platform. "After you gave your speech, did you demand payment for it?" "My dear girl," he said, his voice reproachful again as he slid the notes into a pocket of his greatcoat. "You do me a grave injustice. My speech was entirely a charitable act. I merely borrowed the money to finance a few personal needs. Don't worry, I'll pay it back tomorrow." "How will you get the money to do that?" she responded suspiciously. He smiled. "Something will turn up. Come have breakfast with me. You look as if you need it. Are you always so prickly and defensive first thing in the morning?" "No, only when I'm forced to have a conversation with you. Are you really going to stay on here in Whittlesea, or was that all a part of your long-running joke? I mean, was that all a part of your speech?" "Spitfire," he said appreciatively, and with the full, potent force of his considerable charm. Margaret had to sternly repress a responsive flare of warmth within her. "Well, are you?" "Yes, I'm staying on. I like it here." "Even amongst—" Discreetly, she lowered her voice. "All the rustics, provincials, hobnails, yokels, chawbacons, hicks, bumpkins and lubies you so casually denigrated on the ride here."
"You forgot to include hawbucks, joskins and lumpkins. Your doughty aunt would be disappointed in you."
She stared up at him, baffled, but stuck to her guns. "What happened between yesterday and today to make you change your mind so profoundly about Whittlesea?"
"Oh, it's a long story. Are you going to have breakfast with me or not? We could go to my room at my inn and have it sent up. Wouldn't that be awfully cosy?" To her surprise, Margaret had actually been wavering about his invitation, but naturally she had been assuming that he meant having breakfast in a restaurant. In a cold voice she said, "I'm afraid that would be a little too cosy for my taste, sir." "A shame. It would have been the best breakfast you've ever had."
"I loathe innuendos."
"I was talking about oatmeal."
"Really?"
"Last chance, Miss Allen."
"You already know my answer."
"That's too bad. I'll miss you. Good day, then."
He tipped his hat and sauntered off, and Margaret watched him making a beeline toward two pretty young women who bridled coyly at his approach. Miss Her? Ha! He'd found consolation right away. "I say, how does he do it?" said Mr. Lawrence wistfully. Margaret saw that he had followed her gaze to where Mr. Thane now stood chatting with the two young women, who were looking up at him as if they were very, very hungry, and he was going to be their breakfast. "It must be all those capes on his greatcoat." She was being sarcastic, but regretted it right away when Mr. Lawrence eagerly said, "Do you really think so?" Tired of talking about Mr. Thane, tired of thinking about him, Margaret replied, "Who knows? I'm going back to my inn to have breakfast. Would you like to come with me?" "No, I'm hoping to get an interview with the mayor." "Good luck," she said, and walked into the crowd, being sure to make a wide detour around Mr. Thane and his new friends, who already seemed to be getting on like a house on fire. "We're so glad you came to Whittlesea," Miss Janney said. "Ain't we, Sally?" she said to Miss Tellington, who only made agreeable affirmative noises from down below as her mouth was full. "We spotted you right away when you gave your speech this morning," the talkative Miss Janney went on. "I didn't understand most of what you said, to be honest, because you used a lot of long words, but I says to Sally, I says, 'Oh, here's a looker,' didn't I, Sally? And then when you came walking toward us after your speech, I says to Sally, I says, 'Oh, look at all them capes on his coat, and them boots, and brown eyes to fall down into, just like a well. He's such a looker.' And then there we were, the three of us, talking away like we'd known each other forever, and Harriet came over too, and she said you was such a looker too, and then she says, 'Oh, can't we all sneak up to your room, Sally?' We'd done it before, lots of times, and so we asked you, and you said yes right away, and here we are, with none the wiser," she finished triumphantly, nibbling at the bare skin of his throat.
"Yes," said Philip rather hoarsely, reaching out for a dangling breast. It was either Miss Janney's or Miss Bing's. Miss Tellington's were unavailable at the moment.
Here we are.
Miss Janney giggled. Oh, Matilda's going to be so mad she didn't come to plough day. She said it was going to be too cold out. Miss Bing giggled too.
Not cold in here.
Gently, Philip pinched whoever's nipple it was.
I feel sorry for Matilda.
Me too, Miss Janney said, still giggling. And for Ella too. At this, Philip lifted up his head, dislodging Miss Bing, who had been tracing the tip of her tongue along his ear.
Who's Ella?
Our friend. She didn't come either, poor chuck. She missed out on the best plough day ever.
Maybe we can make it up to her and Matilda somehow, said Philip, even more hoarsely,
and decided he'd figure out how just a little bit later. Now wasn't quite the time for any heavy thinking. After a pleasant breakfast with Aunt Seraphina in their private parlour, Margaret had gone to work on her notes, and by midday felt that she had had a very productive morning, and she'd managed to shake off that odd niggling sensation of inevitability. Mostly, that was. It did seem to cling to her just a trifle, while she enjoyed an equally pleasant luncheon with her aunt, while she went again to inquire about any sudden availability on the stage. No luck there, alas. And also while she went for a long, invigorating walk around the town, peeping into storefronts, offering a donation to a nice couple raising money for the local convalescent home, petting all the dogs she encountered, buying some peppermint comfits at an apothecary shop, chatting with a freckle-faced little boy in a jaunty red cap who had crouched down to stroke the butcher's tabby cat, and otherwise amusing herself. However, she had succeeded in banishing Mr. Thane from her mind, which gave her a cheerful, proud, even rather smug feeling of mastery. This happy feeling lasted until the precise moment when she and Mr. Lawrence were heading toward the public house for the plough day dinner, and she saw, rolling along the street with an ostentatious lack of speed, the showiest curricle she had ever seen, with its high, wide seat all padded in shiny crimson leather and enormous wheels painted a gaudy bright yellow, pulled by a pair of flashy and expensive-looking bays, and being driven by— Margaret blinked and felt her mouth dropping open in surprise. King Louis XIV of France? Who, incidentally, had been dead for over 100 years. She stared, then blinked again. For it was, inevitably, Mr. Philip Thane, dressed like the Sun King in one of his most famous portraits, complete with a towering wig of long dark curls, a neck frill of exquisite white lace, ruffled sleeves, and a massive furred cloak of dark blue velvet embroidered all over in gold fleur-de-lis, along with short, puffy white silk breeches, from which his long and undeniably muscular legs emerged, clad in white stockings. From his lean hip dangled a shiny golden sword, and on his feet were elegant, historically accurate red-heeled shoes. Next to her, Mr. Lawrence murmured in an awed undertone, "What the devil? Begging your pardon, Miss Allen." Margaret didn't tear her eyes away to glance at him or even acknowledge his apology, as she'd just realised that Mr. Thane was surrounded by, she counted them, no less than 5 women, each of whom looked exactly like an 18th-century China shepherdess. They were all dressed in short green and white ruffled gowns which belled out around them in a riot of starched petticoats, revealing their ankles and their old-fashioned shoes. On their gowns' broad hems were fastened frothy lace, pale green bows, and bands of looped embroidered daisies. On their heads, they each wore a straw bonnet topped with a giant spray of curling, improbably pink feathers, and clutched in their hands was a tall, beribboned crook. Altogether, it was a sight not soon forgotten. And it wasn't just herself and Mr. Lawrence who were gawking. Dozens of other people stood stock still, gazing at the remarkable spectacle before them. The curricle rolled slowly past, and Margaret's eyes met Mr. Thane's. He nodded at her once, as would a mighty king deign to acknowledge a humble subject, and torn between amusement and ire, Margaret reminded herself to close her mouth. Mr. Lawrence gave a long sigh, one that seemed to emanate from the depths of his being. 5 women, he murmured, sounding very melancholy. All at once, Margaret seemed to have a vague memory of Mr. Thane saying placidly to her, "Moderation is overrated," which, of course, he hadn't. For a brief moment she felt a vertiginous sense of disorientation, as if she'd somehow slipped out of time and place. Then she gave herself a shake. She was standing on a sidewalk in Whittlesea. It was plough day. She'd arrived here yesterday after travelling from Brampton in Mr. Thane's carriage, and she was just about to go to the banquet with Mr. Lawrence. As for Mr. Thane's placid remark, she must have dredged up a memory from her dreams last night. "Shall we go on?" she said to Mr. Lawrence, who agreed, and together they made their way to the public house and found some seats, Mr. Lawrence, with another muttered apology, diving toward a table where sat several lively young people just his age. So Margaret sat down at a different table and did her best to chat amiably with her fellow table-mates, although, truth be told, she was rather preoccupied. And for some strange reason, she was feeling lonely too, despite the presence of the others around her. The dinner seemed to stretch on, and she really began to wish it were over. She sighed, almost as deeply as Mr. Lawrence had on their way here, and toyed with her fork at the last of her herb-encrusted potatoes. They were quite good, although they could have used a bit more time. "Good Lord, you're wool-gathering again. My dear girl, you think too much," said a familiar, deep, cultured voice. And as her heart gave a wild thump, Margaret dropped her fork, which clattered onto her plate, and she looked up to see that Mr. Thane had come upon her unawares. He was dressed in the latest fashion, in stylish dark breeches, a gorgeous embroidered waistcoat, a plum-coloured jacket that fit him to perfection, and a spotless white cravat, which was expertly tied into a simple but dashing configuration. "Good evening, Your Majesty," she said wryly. He smiled and gave a low, elaborate bow. "I might greet you the same way." "That was just a dream of yours," she reminded him. "And pray don't kiss the hem of my gown." "It's a very pretty one." Margaret had to repress a little flutter of pleasure at the compliment, as it was a new gown, and this was the first time she'd worn it. She did love its delicate spangled trimmings around the hem and the bodice and the short puffed sleeves, and the soft sheen of its periwinkle silk. Her neighbour to her left, Mr. Smith, said, "Splendid speech this morning, sir. I enjoyed every word of it." "Thank you so much," said Mr. Thane, with an air of complete and total modesty that Margaret knew was completely and totally false. "I enjoyed giving every word of it." "I see that you're acquainted with Miss Allen here," said Mr. Smith, and rose to his feet. "Do take my seat." "How kind," said Mr. Thane, and gracefully sank into it as Mr. Smith ambled away and found another seat at a nearby table, where he was hailed by everyone there, a cordial response which only intensified Margaret's feelings of loneliness. "What were you brooding about when I came over?" asked Mr. Thane. "Did you have a horrible day without me?" "No, I had a pleasant and productive one. And how was your day?" "Also pleasant and productive." "I'm glad to hear it. I didn't realise there was a costume ball this evening." "There wasn't." He signalled to a waiter, who bustled over and inquired, "Some dinner, sir?" "No, I'm quite satiated. Just a glass of wine." The waiter nodded and bustled away. Margaret was tempted, very tempted, to make a sarcastic remark about his use of the word satiated, then thought better of it, discretion being, of course, the better part of valour. That was quite a carriage, and those outfits were memorable. "Thank you," he said placidly. "A good use of your hard-earned money, no doubt." "Oh, I agree." although the term hard-earned doesn't apply, you know.
I do know. So why Louis XIV?
Because, long ago, I auditioned for a role in the school play as Louis, and to my immense disappointment wasn't cast. So I'm making up for lost time, you see.
The waiter arrived with a glass of wine, which he set before Mr. Thane, who lifted it up and took a sip. He grimaced. By Jove, this stuff really is awful. Margaret nodded. Yes, it is. What was the play?
It was written by one of the classics masters and was an extended dialogue between Louis XIV and England's own James II, in which Louis was portrayed as lecherous, lubricous, satiric, dissolute and dissipated, and James as saintly, upright, virtuous, high-minded and chaste.
I'm not so sure that it was an accurate portrayal of James.
No, but it was intended to be patriotic, you see, and staged on Guy Fawkes' Day. And naturally, you can understand why I wanted to be Louis. He got to stride about the stage, boasting of his innumerable conquests, twirling his moustaches and demanding that everyone admire his shapely legs, and also ordering that all his political enemies be clapped in irons and tossed into the Bastille. James just sat there like a lump, looking down his nose and making tutting noises every 10 lines or so.
Your choice of roles is indeed understandable. And what about the shepherdesses in the play? What did they do?
Unfortunately, there weren't any in the script.
Then why were they a part of your, entourage today?
Oh, because my friends wanted to join in, and aside from a few dowdy witches' outfits, that's all the costumers had to offer.
Ah, and they didn't care to join you here at the banquet?
Honestly, I couldn't persuade them to take off the costumes.
How disappointing for you.
So true. Would you like to join us? I'll bet they'll listen to you, especially if you go first.
Margaret stiffened. Curiously enough, she'd been feeling less lonely at Mr. Thane's arrival, and even though their conversation wasn't exactly the most profound one she'd ever had, still it had been rather fun to trade a few barbs. But his audacious invitation quenched all her pleasurable feelings. It was like dumping a bucket of cold water onto a kindled fire. She actually shivered a little. Philip watched as Miss Allen's mouth thinned and her eyes went cold, but tore his own eyes away from her when Puce Lady, sitting to his left as she had last night, apparently thought it a good time to insert herself into his tete-a-tete with Miss Allen.
"Well, the indecency! Sir, you are no gentleman," she exclaimed severely, glaring at him. "I've never been so shocked in my life."
My dear ma'am, what's shocking is your open admission of eavesdropping. A highly unladylike behaviour, I might add.
Puce Lady bristled. "Your behaviour is far worse, and you know it."
So you admit to eavesdropping. I rest my case.
Predictably, she gave a sound that was something in between a snort and a puff, and which smacked of outraged disbelief. She got up and marched away, the feathers in her turban fluttering angrily, and Philip turned back to Miss Allen, hoping she would be as amused as he was. But instead he saw that she, too, had risen to her feet.
Don't go. The night is still young.
"Maybe so, but I'm going back to my inn anyway," she answered, in an all-too-familiar grim and tight-lipped manner.
He stood up also. I'll escort you.
"No, you won't. Goodbye."
See you tomorrow,
he called after her, and watched as she went away, looking, as usual, nearly as ravishing from behind as she did from the front. Why, he wondered, had he issued that brazen offer to her? If he'd stopped to think for half a second, he'd have known she wouldn't accept, and that she'd get all offended and haughty. And now she was gone. His good mood somewhat evaporated, Philip picked up his wine-glass and drank it all down, grimaced again, and when he'd put the glass back onto the table, he noticed the cloth, all white and smooth and tempting. He murmured aloud. "Second time's the charm, perhaps." So he took a firm grip with both hands on the edge of the tablecloth, and without bothering to forewarn the remaining people sitting there, he yanked hard and maybe even with more force than was really necessary. There was a tremendous crash as plates, glasses, utensils, dishes, large and small, the big crystal centerpiece filled with flowers, and so on, all tumbled into a scattered heap on the floor. In the sudden, aghast silence which followed, Philip viewed the carnage with faint annoyance. Damn! Then he dropped the tablecloth and strode away, out into the chilly dark of night. Not to his inn, but to a boarding house in a different part of town. He had to sneak in from the back, but all his new friends were waiting for him. They were still dressed in their identical shepherdess costumes, which made it difficult to tell them apart. Not that it mattered. At some point later, when they were all agreeably tangled up again, Philip suddenly found himself thinking about Miss Allen, and her beautiful face and lush figure, and the way her expressive blue eyes sometimes sparkled just like sapphires, and how her lovely mouth thinned in a way which made him wonder what it would be like to slowly and gently tease her lips apart with his own, and kiss her until she was smiling and flushed and warm all over. "Oh!" he vaguely heard someone saying, and "Oh, my!" and then somebody else giggled. And after that, a sweep of long dark hair descended onto his chest, tickling him. He swept it aside rather impatiently, thinking of Miss Allen's shining, silky, tawny hair, and how he'd like to bury his own face in it and breathe in her delicious scent of summer roses. And more. There were hands and mouths and limbs all over him, and inviting orifices everywhere. And yet, here he was, distracted, with Miss Allen looming large in his mind. Would she be the least bit flattered that he was thinking about her at a time like this? Probably not. Somebody attempted to sit on his face, giggling, and he shifted himself away. He'd had a flash of inspiration. As much fun as it had been with the shepherdesses, it was time to move on, and straight toward the feisty, intellectual, ravishing, and aloof Margaret Allen. He'd begin his campaign tomorrow. There was no doubt in his mind that he would succeed. After all, he had all the time in the world, and no woman could resist his wiles forever. Chapter 9. It was a bright sunny morning, and Margaret should have been glad that she was here in Whittlesea, joining in the lively Plough Day celebration, and with a splendid vantage point right next to the festive, bunting-bedecked platform, too. A delightful scene lay all about. How much fun everyone was having. Why should she feel so blasé, as if she'd seen it all before? She wasn't even excited about the straw bear's imminent appearance, and after all the trouble she'd gone through to see him at last. What on earth was wrong with her? She sent a troubled glance to Mr. Lawrence next to her, he being busy jotting down his impressions in his notebook, but of course he couldn't explain what was bothering her. Suddenly she spotted a tall, broad-shouldered figure coming toward the platform. It was Mr. Thane, all stylish and elegant in his greatcoat and fashionable hat and shining dark boots. As he came near, she saw at once that he was looking quite different than he had last night, when he had dropped Aunt Seraphina, Mr. Lawrence and herself off at their inn. Then he had been annoyingly suave and sardonic, and openly bitter about having to get up early for Plough Day. Today, however, he looked pleasant and fresh-faced and mild. "Good morning, Miss Allen. Happy Plough Day." "Happy Plough Day," she returned, though a trifle mechanically. "Are you all right?" "Why wouldn't I be?" "You seem a bit downcast." "I'm fine." "If you say so." "I do say so," she said, aware to her chagrin that she sounded childish and petty. "Are you all right?" "What do you mean?" "You look very different today." "Do I?"
"Yes. You're looking quite cheerful for someone who clearly didn't want to be in Whittlesea making a Plough Day speech. Frankly, I wasn't even sure if you'd show up."
"Indeed. But here I am, bright and early. A gentleman always keeps his word." No sooner had Mr. Thane uttered this than the merry sounds of the pipe and drum fell away, and the crowd fell silent too, turning as one toward the platform in joyful expectancy. "Well," Margaret said to him, "I believe that's your cue." "I believe it is." He went up the wooden steps with a light, graceful step, introducing himself to the various town dignitaries clustering there, one of whom, Margaret saw, gestured him toward the front. Mr. Thane walked to the railing, swept his gaze over the crowd, and began speaking in an earnest, cheerful voice. It all seemed so strangely familiar. Simplistic platitudes about holidays, agricultural things, miracles, his famous relation Mrs. Henrietta Penhallow, and how lucky he was, that Margaret didn't even bother to actually listen. Mostly she was brooding over the fact that there were no stage seats to be had for several days. After only one night in Whittlesea, the town had somehow lost its novelty, and she wanted to leave. But it seemed she was trapped here, and who knew for how long. Damn and double damn, even triple damn. "Oh, Margaret, you're acting like a complete chucklehead," she scolded herself. "Do perk up and leave off the pointless self-pity." A familiar voice said in her ear, "You're missing out on the straw bear." Margaret gave a start and looked up into Mr. Thane's handsome, pleasant face. "What?" she said, rather wildly. "Where?" He gestured to the edge of the crowd, and obediently Margaret turned her head and saw the straw bear himself making his way among the crowd, a great round figure, all covered in sheaves of clean, shining hay, from its head down to its ankles. As he lumbered forward, everyone was applauding, those closest to the bear reaching out to pat at his sheaves, a gesture which signified hope for an early spring. The pipe and drum had resumed their merry, lilting beat, and some people were moving and swaying in happy little dances, both singly and together. "Remarkable, isn't he?" said Mr. Thane, without a trace of sarcasm or mockery. Margaret shot a suspicious glance up at him, but his expression was still pleasant and mild and friendly. What a very, very different Mr. Thane from yesterday. "Now that my speech is done, I'm going to be heading out of town, Miss Allen. Would you and your aunt care to join me? And you too, of course, Mr. Lawrence." At this, Mr. Lawrence lifted his head from his notebook. "They say there's a snowstorm coming in." "I hadn't heard that, but hopefully we'll get lucky." "I say, I hope we will. I'd love to tag along with you till Northampton, sir, if it's on your way, that is." "Absolutely," said Mr. Thane graciously, then looked at her. "As is Oxford, Miss Allen." Margaret felt her spirits lifting and her bad mood melting away. "Oh, Mr. Thane, that would be marvellous. Thank you. There aren't any seats on the stage for quite some time. I was worried that we'd be stuck here for ages." "Is that why you were looking out of sorts?" She nodded, beaming. "But not any more. When can we leave?" He smiled back, and Margaret couldn't help but think how very attractive he was. She wondered why she hadn't noticed it before. Had she completely misjudged him? He replied, "When would be convenient for you? I'm ready any time." "Oh, the sooner the better." Within the hour they were on the road, hot bricks under their respective pairs of feet, and Margaret was so happy that she nearly burst out in song. And it was all thanks to this new, surprising, rather captivating Mr. Thane. "Well, here we are again," said the elder Miss Allen, sliding her tatting and mother-of-pearl shuttle back into her capacious reticule. "Unfortunately." Mr. Lawrence woke up from his nap with a glottal snort and glanced out the window. "At least the snow didn't follow us here." "That's something at least," Philip agreed pleasantly. "If we're lucky, it won't pass through Oundle toward us, and hopefully someone will be moving that fallen tree later on today." He sent an inquisitive glance around the barouche's interior. "Shall we try again tomorrow morning, if that suits all of you?" "By all means, Mr. Thane," said the elder Miss Allen, bestowing upon him an approving smile. "Thank you." Philip smiled back at her, careful to keep his own smile neither too wide nor too small. Too much would be a grin, too small might seem unenthusiastic. He'd exerted himself to be a paragon of respectful deference all morning, and now he had his reward. Margaret's aunt, that doughty old iceberg, had been visibly thawing toward him, even going so far as to permit him, at his request, to rewind a length of thread that had slipped off its spool and gotten tangled up. It had been tedious, displaying all that respectful deference, and, of course, wasting time going to the predictably futile effort of attempting to get away from Whittlesea. But foundations must be laid. "I know you're disappointed, Miss Allen," Philip said to Margaret, "but there's always tomorrow, you know." She had been staring out the window, looking rather pensive, but now she turned her head and gave him a smile. "Yes, very true." It wasn't a particularly warm or beaming smile, being polite more than anything else, but still a smile was better than a frown, scowl, glare, glower, grimace, and so on. There was a knock on the door of the barouche, and the coachman, having let down the steps, opened the door to hand the ladies down into the courtyard of their inn. He and Mr. Lawrence followed. "I suppose we're stuck here for the day," said Mr. Lawrence. "Shall I go get our rooms back, ladies?" "I took the precaution of asking the proprietor to hold them for you," Philip said, "on the off chance we'd be returning. I didn't want you subject to any inconvenience." "How clever of you, Mr. Thane," said the elder Miss Allen warmly, "and thoughtful. Thank you again." "It was nothing, ma'am," he replied in a modest tone. A bustle commenced in the courtyard as the luggage was unloaded by the coachman and two of the inn's staff, and Philip took advantage of the elder Miss Allen's distraction as she reminded the staff whose bags belonged to whom. He stepped close, but not too close, to Margaret and said, in a respectful, modest, earnest, deferential tone, leavened by just a touch of humorous playfulness, "I wonder if I might console you for your disappointment by taking you out for luncheon." "Thank you, but I should stay and help my aunt with the luggage." "Nonsense," interjected the elder Miss Allen, handing a bandbox to the coachman. "It'll all be settled in a trice. Do go and enjoy yourself, my dear." "Yes, but what about you, Aunt? What will you do?" "I'll have some luncheon myself, and then I'm going to work on my galley shoots, very likely taking up every inch of the private parlour with my books and papers and having a marvellous time and being of absolutely no use to anyone else. Mr. Lawrence, would you care to join me for a bite to eat? My treat, you know." "I say, that would be jolly. Thanks ever so much, ma'am." Her concerns plainly allayed, Margaret turned to Philip and said, "Shall we then, Mr. Thane?" He held out his arm in a courtly gesture. "Let's." Together they walked to the Cup and Saucer restaurant and found a cosy seat in the corner. He was glad that he'd managed again to borrow money from the town dignitaries this morning, and so he had plenty of cash. But he didn't want to start out displaying extravagance. Far better to begin in a modest way, in this hilariously rustic little place. How long would it take before Margaret fell into his arms, he wondered. She smiled at him from across the table, more warmly this time, and he made a mental bet with himself that it would be around supper time. They gave their orders to the pot girl, and Philip said, enjoying himself very much, "That was a shame about Oundle." "Yes, but how could we have known? It was worth a try." "Nothing ventured, nothing gained." An aphorism which had multiple meanings, he thought, picturing the voluptuous Margaret all naked and rosy and in his eager arms. What a gain indeed. "If at first you don't succeed, etc.," she responded. "Hopefully tomorrow the second time will be the charm." "I'll drink to that," he said, only marginally registering the fact that he'd deployed that same phrase about charms last night at the public house, and in a cheerful gesture he raised his water-glass. They clinked glasses, and he went on. "Yesterday you mentioned being interested in folklore and old cultural traditions.
That's what brought you to Whittlesea, I think you said, to experience Plough Day and see the straw bear.
Yes, that's right.
I'm awfully sorry I was such a dreadful ass. I hadn't slept well the night before, and I'm afraid I let it get to me. My behaviour was unpardonable, frankly."
She smiled again. One never feels quite oneself after a bad night. Consider yourself pardoned, Mr. Thane.
That's very gracious of you, Miss Allen. How did you come to be interested in folklore? If you don't mind telling me, that is.
Are you sure you want to hear? I've found over the years that many people find folklore obscure and even rather dull.
I do want to hear, he replied, naturally refraining from mentioning that he happened to be one of those people, and also heroically keeping his eyes from glazing over with boredom, as they very much wanted to do.
Instead, he kept his expression one of alert interest.
Ha! He'd thought playing Louis XIV would be his greatest theatrical triumph. Today was already shaping up to be the performance of a lifetime.
Well, Margaret said, it's simple, really. When I was 5 years old, my father told me the story of the Odyssey, modified, of course, for my age. He said it was an old story that people had been telling each other for a long time, and the parts I liked best had to do with the gods and goddesses, the mystical creatures, the magical elements. They were real and yet not real, both at the same time. I was fascinated. After that, we went on to Aesop's Fables, Oddo's Tales, a 14th century collection of innovative Welsh stories, and 1001 Nights, though I hated the framing device, which has poor Scheherazade telling tales in order to save her life. It made me anxious and angry at the stupid king. How I longed to do away with him. At any rate, growing up in a house with a mother who studies ancient Greek texts and a father who teaches the classics, I developed a deep interest in, and a love for, old stories, specifically the ones ordinary people have told each other over the centuries. And so, in a small way for now, I'm travelling here and there, listening and learning, and writing these stories down in order to preserve them. They're a part of our heritage, and in my opinion, a national treasure. Struggling to bite back the jaw-popping yawn which threatened to betray him, Philip took a hasty drink of water to disguise it, and brightly said, "Hence the straw bear and Whittlesea." "Just so." She smiled and nodded.
To his immense relief, the pot-girl returned with their meals, and he and Margaret began to eat their pork cutlets and buttered green beans. He repressed a chuckle. Cutlets and green beans. How quaint. "Oh, this is all so delicious," she said, picking up a roll and proceeding to spread upon it a lavish amount of butter. "I was so hungry. Usually I'm worthless until I've had my breakfast and at least 2 cups of coffee.
I hustled us out of town with unseemly speed. My apologies for that, Miss Allen. We'll take time for breakfast tomorrow."
"There's no need to apologise. I was keen to go and to get back home to Oxford. There's a colloquium on the subject of fairy folk, the Ballad of Tam Lin, and superstition, you see, at which I'm slated to speak, and I'm very excited about it."
"Why, that's very impressive," he said, lying through his teeth, and also secretly congratulating himself on the masterful way in which he maintained both his tone and his expression of deep interest. "Won't you tell me more about it?"
"Really?"
He could see, with a thrill of triumph, that she was pleased and flattered by his response. He nodded, and she began to talk again, and while she did, her soft, pleasantly husky voice lively with enthusiasm, he passed the time by nodding every few sentences or so, murmuring, "How interesting," and envisioning her again without any clothes on, and with her glorious shining hair unbound, spilling about those delectable plump shoulders of hers. He could hardly wait. The tedium would all be worth it. She didn't go on for long, actually, being concise and succinct about her topic and her speech, but it did seem rather like years to one with more amorous preoccupations on his mind. "Very impressive indeed," he told her, as he set aside his knife and fork and patted his mouth with his napkin. "That was delicious. I'm almost as full as a goulon."
"You know that term," Margaret said, her lovely eyes wide with delight.
"Yes, it's Scandinavian, isn't it?"
"That's right. Now, I'm very impressed."
"Don't be. I must have come across it in a book somewhere."
Inside himself, Philip was gloating. They were getting on like a house on fire. Maybe they'd end up in his bed before supper time. Keep flattering her by asking about her interests, he told himself. It would be deadly dull, and of course it would be much more enjoyable to talk about himself and his interests. But it seemed pretty clear he was making good progress.
So he said, "You mentioned that you were writing down the stories you encounter in your travels, Miss Allen. Tell me more about that."
She paused for a moment, then leaned forward. "Well, I know it's ambitious," she answered in a confiding tone, "but when I have enough of these folk tales from all over the country, I'd like to publish them in a book." Philip couldn't help it. He burst out laughing.
"Good God, who would want to read that?"
She stiffened at once, and he could have kicked himself.
I meant to say, what a fascinating topic," he said, stammering as frantically he backpedaled as best he could, desperate to regain lost ground. "Absolutely fascinating and engrossing, riveting, really. You must have an enormous brain in order to tackle such a complex subject, and I'm sure you'll find a publisher right away, and it will sell a lot of copies, 1,000 probably, perhaps several thousand. Who knows, perhaps more than that. You're really a very impressive person, Miss Allen. Very, very impressive."
"I'm not particularly impressive." Her voice was frigid, and in her eyes was now a hard jewel-like glitter. "What I am is gullible. I should have known from the start that yesterday's Mr. Thane is the real Mr. Thane." She took her napkin from her lap and slapped it onto the tabletop and got up.
"Wait," he croaked in a horribly frog-like manner. "Don't go, please."
"Thank you for the luncheon, sir," she said with awful formality. "And pray erase from your mind all thoughts of taking my aunt and me along with you tomorrow. We'll find some other way of getting home."
"It could be a long while. The snow might come in, you know. Loads of it," he gabbled. "Mounds, piles, heaps. You have your colloquium and your speech to give, and I'm sure your aunt wants very much to go home. Only think of her."
"I'm quite confident that when I tell her all about this charming luncheon, she'll understand my disinterest in ever spending another single minute in your company. Good day." He watched, crestfallen, as Margaret turned and stalked away and out of the restaurant. Left alone, he stared at the door through which she had vanished. Damn it to hell! All his hard work today was for nothing. It was her fault, really, for being interested in such dull things. Why did she have to have a brain inside that delectable body? And now he had to entertain himself somehow for the rest of the day, while he waited until tomorrow, when he could start all over again. Maybe he'd go see what his shepherdess friends were up to. He was rather tired of them still, but what else was there to do in this God-forsaken town?
"You mentioned that you were writing down the stories you encounter in your travels, Miss Allen," said Mr. Thane, looking across the table at her with bright, interested eyes which, she noticed dreamily, had within their brown depth some intriguing green flecks. "Tell me more about that."
Margaret paused for a moment, amazed. What a different Mr. Thane from yesterday. Gone was the sardonic, cynical, lascivious fellow who had just about made her blood boil, and in his place was a kind, intelligent, courteous, generous, attentive, and attractive man. An extremely attractive man. She was vividly aware of his masculine solidity, the long length of his body and its easy, graceful lines, the way his brown hair, with its interesting hint of chestnut, curled ever so slightly over the collar of his jacket, the allure of his beautifully formed mouth, those fascinating eyes of his. Yesterday, she would never in a million years have thought she'd not only agree to join Mr. Thane for luncheon, much less discover to her astonishment that she would have a pleasant time with him. Yet here they were. He'd apologised for his rude behaviour on the journey here, saying that he hadn't slept well the night before, and of course she forgave him for that, because it was true that one never felt quite like oneself after a bad night. And he'd been asking so many thoughtful questions about her interests and her work, and listening with such flattering attentiveness. These surprising developments more than made up for the fact that their journey out of Whittlesea had been cut short by a snowstorm just past the little market town of Oundle, where, additionally, the road had been blocked by a big fallen tree. To own the truth, she was almost glad they hadn't been able to leave. Earlier today she'd been feeling rather blasé, but now everything seemed fresh and new, sparkling with possibility. Her feelings of disinterest and melancholy had melted away, and now, sure that she could confide in him one of her biggest goals, and one she'd been quietly cherishing for a long while, she took a deep breath and leaned forward. She said to him, "I know it's ambitious, but when I have enough of these folk tales from all over the country, I'd like to publish them in a book."
"Why, that's marvellous! A book! I wish you every success."
She beamed. "Thank you very much."
"What gave you the idea of writing a book in the first place?"
"Oh, Aunt Seraphina's books have long been an inspiration, and also having read many seminal collections of folk tales from abroad, it seemed to me that somebody ought to start collecting British ones as well."
He nodded. "How far along are you?"
"About halfway, I think, and Aunt Seraphina's publisher has agreed to read the manuscript when I've completed it."
"I'm sure they'll say yes."
Margaret smiled at him, flattered all over again by his encouraging words and his confident tone. "You can't know that."
"But I can," he smiled back. "I have special powers."
"Oh, you can see into the future?" She laughed. "That would be very impressive."
"I think you're very impressive. Writing a book is a remarkable accomplishment."
Mr. Thane set aside his knife and fork and patted his mouth with his napkin.
"That was delicious. I'm almost as full as a goulon."
"You know that term," said Margaret, delighted. Mr. Thane really was full of surprises.
"Yes, it's Scandinavian, isn't it?"
"That's right. Now I'm truly impressed."
"Don't be. I must have come across it in a book somewhere."
"Do you like to read, then, Mr. Thane?"
"Very much."
Margaret looked at him across the table with a pleasure she didn't even try to conceal. He was handsome, he was intelligent, he was a lively conversationalist, he was kind and thoughtful, and he liked books. Could it be? She caught her breath at the dazzling thought. Could it be that after all these years her poor, bruised heart was healing, and that she had, through the wild and improbable coincidence of being stranded in Brampton and his being the first coach to pass her way, found her perfect man? It was the stuff of romantic novels. And yet it had happened. Happiness seemed to fill her up from head to toe and everywhere in between. She felt marvellous all over, and alive, exuberantly alive. She said, in her voice a joyful lilt, "What sort of books do you like, Mr. Thane?"
"Oh, just about everything, really. Have you by any chance read Miss Austen's Persuasion and John Keats's Endymion?"
"I haven't. Did you enjoy them?"
"Yes, a great deal."
"Tell me about them."
He did, in a concise and succinct and very interesting manner.
Margaret listened attentively, but she was also noticing how pleasant it was to take in the cadence and nuances of his deep, cultured voice as he spoke. Dreamily she watched his mouth, admiring its cleanly carved lines, the glimpses of his white, straight teeth, and found herself wondering what it would be like to feel that enticing mouth upon her own. And now she caught her breath all over again. Why not? She knew that he liked her. She could tell by the warm glow in his brown-green eyes and the way he looked at her with such interest and appreciation. Between them seemed to crackle the sweet, fiery energy of desire. She barely knew Mr. Thane, but perhaps down the road sometime, what harm could there be in a kiss? It had been so long. Also, she wanted to plunge her fingers into his glossy hair and trail her tongue along the warm skin of his throat and smooth her bare hands along the hard planes of his chest, and more. "Would you like that, Miss Allen?" Margaret gave a start. "I beg your pardon?" Mr. Thane smiled at her, and she felt a hot flush spreading all over her face. Had she been staring at him in an embarrassingly obvious way? But he only said mildly, "I was wondering if you'd like to go for a walk." "Oh, yes. Yes, I'd like that." So they left the cup and saucer and strolled around the town, glancing into storefronts, each of them offering a donation to a nice couple raising money for the local convalescent home, Mr. Thane giving a very generous amount, petting all the dogs they encountered, and chatting with a freckle-faced little boy in a jaunty red cap who had crouched down to stroke the butcher's tabby cat, and whom Mr. Thane somehow already seemed to know, as he addressed him by his first name, Thomas. Then the two of them meandered into a confectionery shop, and gallantly he bought her a box of marzipan, which of course she shared with him, and then they continued walking here and there, talking and laughing with an easy sort of naturalness. And altogether Margaret was in such a happy, giddy, tingling sort of daze that the next thing she knew they had come to a halt. She blinked. They were in front of the Apple Street Inn. His inn. The sun had just begun its long, slow descent into dusk, and the world was bathed in soft, mellow light. Shadows everywhere had begun to deepen. A cool, invigorating breeze fluttered the hem of her gown and pelisse, and toyed with the gleaming locks of his hair, which splayed across the collar of his greatcoat. His dark brows were lifted inquiringly as he looked down into her face. "Well," he softly said. "Well, what?" she answered, just a little breathless. "Would you like to come in?" She glanced over to the door of his inn. "I don't think I should." "You shouldn't, but do it anyway." Margaret hesitated, her heart thumping hard. She did rather want to. She did want to kiss him, and be kissed and caressed and held close. But all at once it felt like she was being driven in a carriage that was going too fast and too reckless. Why rush things? They had the whole rest of the day ahead of them, and hopefully tomorrow a long journey toward Oxford during which they could continue getting to know each other, and who knew what might happen after that? She said, smiling, "Let's keep walking. There was that interesting gallery we passed, remember? And I'd love to go back and go inside. You mentioned being fond of art, and you already know that I am, too. Shall we go do that?" "Later," he suggested softly. "Why not come in with me now?" "I don't think it's a good idea." "On the contrary, it's the very best of ideas. Honestly, the finest idea anyone in the whole entire world has ever had. Let's go inside. I have a marvelous room. I want you to see it." "I don't think I should, really." "I think you should. I think we should." The conversation was looping around again somehow, and Margaret began to feel just a trifle frustrated. "Yes, well, but only consider, Mr. Thane. It's one thing for us to be seen together in public, but quite another for us to be private together." "Who would know or care? We'll be leaving Whittlesea tomorrow, never to return." "I care," said Margaret, nettled. "I care about my reputation, even if I'm far from home." "Yet you embraced me on a sidewalk once. Why would this be any different?" In his voice was a new note of impatience. "I beg your pardon?"
Nothing, he said hastily. Never mind. I only meant that if we nipped inside, I'm sure that nobody would notice.
Margaret stared up at him. What on earth did he mean she'd once embraced him on a sidewalk? Had she? She had to stop a moment to actually think about it, then dismissed it from her mind. She saw now that Mr. Thane's expression was earnest and mild again, but she'd clearly heard the impatience in his tone, as if he'd been playing a little game, and she was being recalcitrant, and all he wanted was his prize. And she was the prize, to be smuggled into his inn and up the stairs and into his room. Any lingering feelings of warmth and excitement she'd been feeling now vanished. It was like dumping a bucket of cold water onto a kindled fire. She shivered, goosebumps rising all over her flesh despite the cosy warmth of her thick wool pelisse.
"My dear Miss Allen, you're chilled," he said, his voice soft, coaxing again. "Come inside, and let's warm you up by the fire."
"What I am is gullible," she retorted. "I should have known from the start that yesterday's Mr. Thane is the real Mr. Thane. Oh, how could I have been such a fool?" So much for her poor, bruised heart healing, Margaret thought, angry and anguished all at once. "Goodbye."
He caught at her arm. "Wait, don't go. You're right. We don't have to go inside. Let's keep walking, please. I'd love to go back to the gallery." She shook him off, disliking yet another change of tone she'd clearly heard. Not impatient, not coaxing, but instead just a tiny bit urgent. And that was too bad for him. He'd had his chance, and had managed to muck up what had been a really lovely day. "Thank you for the luncheon, sir," she said stiffly, hoping she was concealing how hurt and terrible she felt inside. "And pray erase from your mind all thoughts of taking my aunt and me along with you tomorrow. We'll find some other way of getting home." "It could be a long while, though," he said hoarsely. "The snow could come in, you know. Heaps, piles, big mounds of it. You'd be trapped here. I'll ride up front with the coachman, and I won't even talk to you, at all. You won't even know I'm there. Please don't go, Miss Allen. Please."
He sounded just like a frog, croaking. Well, she was no princess, and she wasn't going to kiss him. Nor was he a prince. He was a frog through and through. That was quite obvious. "Goodbye," Margaret said again, even more stiffly, and turned on her heel and walked away as fast as she could. Had she truly thought that maybe she'd found her perfect man in Philip Thane? Ha! It was a joke, but not a particularly funny one.
Chapter 10.
He and Margaret had been strolling about the town after a pleasant, uneventful luncheon at the Cup and Saucer. He'd been very, very careful this time around. No accidental slips of the tongue referring to their past history, of which, of course, she was unaware, and no gently steering them to the sidewalk in front of his inn. He'd abandoned his goal of having her in his bed by supper time. Any time today would be fine. Yesterday's disaster had shown him that he couldn't rush her. He had to be more subtle. And so far, so good. They'd offered a donation to that friendly, cheerful, dowdily dressed couple raising money for the local convalescent home, and how glad he was to have borrowed money again this morning from the town dignitaries, so that he could hand over a fat wad of cash and see her eyes widen in admiration of his generosity. They petted all the dogs they encountered, which he honestly enjoyed very much, and they chatted with the irrepressible Thomas Abernathy, with whom he was careful to display no memory of their previous encounter on the day he'd sunk down onto the sidewalk with his boots in the gutter, stunned and horrified by what was happening to him. He and Margaret also went into the confectionery shop again, where he'd purchased a box of marzipan for them to share, and now they were idling along another sidewalk, laughing and talking with an easy sort of naturalness that made him feel increasingly hopeful that today was going to be the day. She liked him. He could tell by the warm glow in her expressive blue eyes, and he could practically feel the sweet, fiery energy of desire crackling between them. He was picturing Margaret, naked and rosy, in his eager arms at last, when suddenly he realised that she had paused and was looking up toward the sky, which had, without his noticing it, shifted from bright blue to softer shades of amber, dark blue, violet, and murky grey. "Goodness, how late it is," she said in surprise. "It's almost dusk. I've had a wonderful afternoon, Mr. Thane, but I should be getting back to my aunt."
"Must you?" he said, carefully and mildly and regretfully. "She did say she'd be busy working on her galley sheets, and that she'd be of no use to anyone else."
"Yes, but that was hours ago. How quickly the time has passed."
"Too quickly," he replied with perfect truth. "Are you sure you wouldn't like to go into that interesting gallery we passed? You mentioned being fond of art, and I am too. Shall we go do that?"
"That does sound lovely, but I really do want to return to the Woodhull Inn."
Damn it, he thought, repressing an impulse to frown. Damn, damn, damn. Once she was back at her inn, the chances of getting her alone again would diminish, possibly even fade away to nothing. He'd been working so hard, and things had been going so well between them. What could he say or do to keep her with him? Surreptitiously he glanced around, and his eye lit upon the window of the shop in front of which they were standing. It was the Whittlesea jewellery store. Inspiration struck, lifting his hopes again. Women were like crows, irresistibly attracted to shiny, glittery things, always so grateful for them, too. And he still had plenty of money in his greatcoat pocket. "I'll of course escort you back just as you like, Miss Allen. But first, come inside here just for a moment."
"What? Why?" she said, looking surprised again as gently he drew her toward the door.
"You'll see."
He made sure to infuse his voice with an easy, playful tone.
Once inside, he led her toward the main display case, which was naturally still filled with the same bracelets, aigrettes, brooches, rings, necklaces, and even the same diamond and ruby one which he had stolen, and so on. A clerk, the same one from before, naturally, came over and said, "May I be of assistance, sir? Madam?" Philip turned to Margaret. "I'd love to give you something, Miss Allen. A memento of our wonderful time together."
"It's very kind of you, Mr. Thane, but it's not at all necessary. Nor is it proper, you know."
"Surely we needn't dwell on the proprieties, not in a little town like this."
"I don't agree. Besides, we hardly know each other, and to accept a gift of jewellery from you would be inappropriate."
"What about a brooch? Something simple and modest, like that one shaped like a butterfly. Do you see it there, with the amethyst wings? I'm certain that would be all right."
The clerk hastened to take the butterfly brooch from the case and held it out to Margaret.
"See, madam, how it shines in the light."
But she only gave it a cursory glance. "Very pretty. You can put it away now, if you please." Then she looked up at him, Philip, and with a sinking heart he saw that her expression was cooler now, and even rather remote. "Thank you for the kind offer, Mr. Thane, but my answer is still no." He stared down at her, a certain desperation setting in. What was wrong with her? He'd been thoughtful and respectful and generous and kind all day long, asking her a lot of questions about herself and listening with every appearance of interest, and taking her out to luncheon and walking around and around this stupid dunghill of a town until he wanted to bang his head against the nearest wall with boredom. He stepped a bit closer to her and whispered, "If it's the proprieties you're worried about, why don't you just tell me what you like the best, and I'll buy it for you later? No one need ever know." "I'll know." She moved away from him. "Why is it so important for you to buy me something, and why do you keep pressing me? I've told you how I feel about it." It's just that it would mean a lot to me. I mean, we've had such a wonderful time together. I can't remember when I've had so much fun simply talking and walking around, and I really don't want our time together to end, and I thought a little gift would, well, make you want to stay with me. I mean, so that we could keep on having a wonderful time together."
damn it, he was gibbering and stammering and croaking like a frog, and he was sweating like a pig. But he kept going.
I mean, haven't you ever had a day you wish would never end? I certainly am. Today, with you, and I was hoping very much that you felt the same way too, and we could have dinner together, perhaps, and you could tell me more about your book and all those marvellously fascinating folk tales. I honestly don't feel you've told me enough about them. Time's going by so fast.
And now he was babbling too. He wanted to wipe away the sweat on his face, but wouldn't that look bad? Margaret was looking up at him in obvious perplexity, and he could tell, out of the corner of his eye, that the clerk was too. Philip took another step toward Margaret.
Maybe we could go for another walk together. Wouldn't you like that? I would. You're a wonderful walker, also a wonderful talker. I mean, a wonderful conversationalist. I don't know when I've enjoyed talking with someone so much. Really, you're absolutely fascinating, and clever, too, and you're beautiful, so very beautiful. How about just another hour together? Would you like something to eat? I've got plenty of money, see?
Hardly knowing what he was saying or doing, aside from the excruciating awareness that somehow everything was slipping away from him again, Philip pulled from his greatcoat pocket all his borrowed money. Women liked money, didn't they? He waggled it at Margaret and said,
We could go to the fanciest restaurant in town. I mean, it'll probably be as terrible as that ghastly hole in the wall where we had luncheon, but must needs when the devil drives, don't you think? You'll say yes, won't you? We'll eat, drink, and be merry, you and I, together, the most marvellous couple in Whittlesea. What do you say, dearest Miss Allen?
He used the sleeve of his greatcoat to wipe the sweat from his forehead and laboured onward.
Do say yes. We'll have the most marvellous time together. I promise. I swear. You can tell me all about your absolutely fascinating book. Are you sure you wouldn't like some jewellery? I'll buy you anything you want, and perhaps after dinner we could go to my inn. It's the nicest one in this godforsaken town. There are some prints in the common room. They're not too bad. Honestly, dogs and horses and old farmhouses, you know, pastoral scenes and so on, the occasional silo, and cows, loads of cows. Wouldn't you like to see them? You said you liked art, and perhaps afterward we could...
Go up to your room together, she said gently.
Yes. Wouldn't you like that? I would. I think you would too. He nodded several times. A lot.
There was a silence. Quietly the clerk put the butterfly brooch back into the display case. Philip wiped his face again with his coat sleeve. Margaret took a deep, deep breath, and all at once he noticed how white her face had gotten, and how expressionless. It almost looked like she was wearing a mask. I suppose, she said gently, even conversationally, this whole day has been about getting me to your room and into your bed.
No, he answered, but feebly. Not at all. We've been getting to know each other. Hasn't it been fun? I've learned what a marvellous person you are.
Marvellous? Actually, I'd say that I'm a pathetically gullible fool. And as for you, I've learned that the real Mr. Thane is the man I met yesterday. The real you is a cruel, conniving, deceitful, double-dealing, lecherous ass. I wish I'd never met you. Her voice was still calm, still even, but it rang with undercurrents of steel. Thank you for luncheon, Mr. Thane. I enjoyed it, even if you didn't. I dare say you were laughing up your cosmopolitan sleeve at the idea of eating cutlets and green beans. Also, I do hope you've erased from your mind all thoughts of taking my aunt and me along with you tomorrow. We'll find some other way of getting home. I never, ever want to see you again. Goodbye. She turned away, and this time Philip didn't even bother trying to tell her about snow possibly coming in, or how he'd ride up front with the coachman. It was all over. Again. Helplessly he watched as Margaret left the jewellery store and vanished from sight. Another silence ensued. It was a heavy, awkward, embarrassing, humiliating, and altogether mortifying silence, in fact. Then after about 1,000,000 years, came the sound of a throat being discreetly cleared. It was the clerk, who stood behind the display case looking professionally wooden, as if he'd never been witness to a ghastly scene in which he, Philip, had, metaphorically speaking, been crucified and left to be picked clean by crows, peck by peck by peck, until all that was left was his bones, which would, in time, rot and crumble to dust. Ashes to ashes and all that. In a quiet voice, the clerk said, "I beg your pardon, sir, but the store is closing." Splendid, Philip thought. Someone else who wanted to get away from him. He shoved the money back into his greatcoat pocket, and without another word he went out of the store and onto the sidewalk. Dusk had fully fallen, and the world had gone dark and shadowy and gloomy and vague somehow. Everything looked tenuous and uncertain. It was hard to tell what was real and what wasn't. The sidewalk was filled with people going to and fro, huddled close against the cold in their coats, pelisses, shawls and hats, doing some last-minute shopping, making their way home to their families and loved ones, heading out to taverns or restaurants or the Plough Day banquet. Then Philip spotted Matron hurrying along in his direction, of course still bundled up to her eye-teeth and looking cylindrical in her various shawls and wraps, and so he spun about and nipped around the corner, and with long strides zigzagged his way back to his inn, looking nervously over his shoulder as one might avoid an enemy ambush. The last thing in the world he wanted was another charming conversation with Matron, during which they could reminisce about his delightful habit of hiding in the laundry room, where he would hug a sack of clothing and cry like a baby. 10 minutes later he let himself into his room and into blessed safety, closed and locked the door behind him, and flopped onto his bed, where he lay staring up at the ceiling for a while and determinedly not thinking about his younger self hugging laundry and weeping, but instead about Margaret. He'd gotten so close today, tantalizingly close. Trying to buy her jewellery had, in retrospect, been a mistake. What could he buy her? Something she wouldn't repudiate, something a brainy woman like her would appreciate. The marzipan had been a nice touch and somewhat romantic, but nothing out of the ordinary. Flowers were always nice, always acceptable, even to the most straight-laced, but it would be awkward for her to lug them around. What if tomorrow he had many dozens of roses sent to her room at the Woodhull Inn, surprising her when they inevitably got back from their futile attempt to leave Whittlesea? That would be a fine big gesture. Although, if it turned out she had allergies, it would be a disaster, just as it had been with that countess in Amsterdam who, while delighted to have received all those tulips from him, had also gotten all covered over in red blotches and sneezed so many times her wig had fallen off, which had rather spoiled the mood. No flowers, then. He thought and thought. Then at last it came to him, and he sat bolt upright, smiling a big, happy, confident smile. Why hadn't it occurred to him earlier? It was perfect. Margaret could hardly believe what a lovely, what a surprising day she was having with Mr. Thane. She stole a wondering glance up at him as they strolled along a sidewalk together. What a very nice profile he had. In fact, everything about him was nice. More than nice. Splendid, even. This day of astonishing discoveries had begun when she'd first spotted him early on at the Plough Day ceremony, walking with easy, athletic grace toward the platform, and toward herself. How different he had looked from the Mr. Thane of yesterday. Gone was the cynical, sardonic, insinuating fellow from the carriage ride here. Today he had been pleasant and fresh-faced. His speech had been inane, platitudinous, and rather forgettable, to be honest, but he himself was nothing less than a revelation. It turned out that he was thoughtful, kind, respectful, generous, intelligent, lively, and charming. Such a good conversationalist, and a good listener, too.
It more than made up for the fact that their attempt to leave Whittlesea this morning had failed. And wasn't it so sweet of Mr. Thane to have offered them all places in his barouche without anyone needing to ask him? 2, it was equally sweet of him to insist they try again tomorrow when, with luck, the weather and the roads would cooperate. Margaret felt very, very happy at the thought of spending all that time with Mr. Thane on the journey home to Oxford, talking, laughing, getting to know each other, just as they'd been doing over luncheon at the adorable little Cup and Saucer restaurant, and also as they walked all over Whittlesea together. It occurred to her that she never wanted this magical day to end. Suddenly, she caught her breath. Could it be? Could it be that her poor bruised heart was starting to heal at last, thanks to the marvellous, engaging, and exceedingly attractive Philip Thane? She hoped so. Oh, she hoped so with every bit of her. She felt like a book which had long been shut, but was now, tentatively, opening up to a new chapter. And maybe, just maybe, on its way to a happy ending. "Penny for your thoughts." Margaret gave a start and looked up again to see that Mr. Thane was smiling at her. "I beg your pardon," she said, a little breathless. "I was wool-gathering. What did you say?" "I asked if you'd like to go into this bookshop." Margaret realised that they'd drifted to a stop without her even noticing it, right in front of a window filled with some of her very favourite things. Books, glorious books in all kinds of sizes and colours. Wasn't it such an amazing coincidence that she'd just been thinking about a book? Sometimes the world could truly be magical. "I'd love to, Mr. Thane." Together they went inside, and Margaret gave an appreciative sniff. "It even smells good in here, don't you think? If they ever made a perfume with a fragrance like new books, I'd buy it." He smiled again. "It would be intoxicating." "For some, not for everybody. Not everyone loves books like I do." "Like myself as well. You know, someday soon, your book may be in here." "Wouldn't that be nice?" "I have faith in you, Miss Allen." She smiled up at him, happiness making her feel all light and floaty inside. "Thank you. If it happens, I'll be sure to give you a copy." "When it happens, and signed by the author, I hope."
Herself a real live author. That would be amazing, and a long-cherished dream come true. "One step at a time, Mr. Thane. First, I've got to finish the manuscript."
"You will. You're here in Whittlesea, after all, which means you've gotten yourself one step closer."
She laughed. "Very true."
A clerk came over and asked if he might be of service, and Margaret inquired as to their new arrivals in botany. Her mother was an avid gardener, and a book like that would make a perfect birthday gift. So she spent some time leafing through a couple of books, and finally picked one she was sure Mamma would like the best. And then her eye was caught by a new translation of Euripides' Children of Heracles that Papa would enjoy adding to his collection. She purchased these 2 books, along with a handsome blank journal for Aunt Seraphina, who was a faithful diarist, and showed them to Mr. Thane, who admired them all. They left the bookshop and went outside again, where the first signs of dusk began to reveal themselves in the deepening shadows all around them, and above, in the softening colours of the sky, at the moment a tranquil palette of dark blue, grey and violet, which would soon fade into the deep, rich colours of night, a vast canvas for the twinkling stars which even now were faintly, faintly beginning to emerge. She gave a happy sigh. "How beautiful it is here!" "I agree."
Impulsively, Margaret tucked her arm through his. "Oh, Mr. Thane, I'm so glad we met. And isn't it curious that we did by pure coincidence? Because I was stranded in Brampton, and you were in the first coach to pass my way. Why, it's like a plot from a novel."
"A very clever novel," he said, and laughed. "I like to think that if somehow you hadn't flagged me down, you still would have found your way here, and we'd have met regardless. Perhaps it was meant to be."
Perhaps. Margaret looked up into Mr. Thane's face, wanting more than anything in the world to kiss him, to feel his mouth on her own, his arms around her, and her fingers buried in his thick, glossy hair, their bodies pressed together without an inch between them. How unfortunate to be standing on a busy public sidewalk, surrounded by people going to and fro, huddled close against the cold in their coats, pelisses, shawls and hats, doing some last-minute shopping, making their way home to their families and loved ones, heading out to taverns or restaurants or the Plough Day banquet. All at once, she was distracted from her delicious idea of kissing Mr. Thane, and she exclaimed, "Goodness, I almost forgot." "What is it?" "I was intending to go to the banquet at the public house, in honour of Plough Day, you know." "Don't let me keep you from your plans," he said, gallantly, but also with a flattering tinge of regret in his voice. "Well, why don't you come with me? If you don't have any other plans." A look of pleased surprise came onto his handsome face. "Really?" "Yes, I'd love it." "I would too." Happily, Margaret squeezed his arm, noticing, as she did, that it was a very nice and muscular arm, and also thinking that she wouldn't mind one bit running her fingers along the bare skin of it, lingeringly, and more than once while she was at it. "Let's go back to my inn so that we can tell my aunt, and I'll drop off these books as well." "May I carry them for you?" "Thank you very much." While she could carry them herself quite easily, there was something so sweet about his offer. It seemed chivalry wasn't dead after all in these fractious modern times. With a smile, Margaret transferred her package to him, and together they walked in the gathering twilight to the Woodhull Inn. Aunt Seraphina, who had warmed considerably toward Mr. Thane during their journey from and back to Whittlesea this morning, greeted them with affable cordiality, applauded the banquet plan, declined to accompany them, and declared her intention of enjoying a quiet, peaceful dinner in the private parlour, and then reading a book by the fireside with her feet propped up on a stool and a glass of claret at her side. So Margaret went off with Mr. Thane to the public house, satisfied that Aunt Seraphina was going to have a pleasant evening, and sure that she herself was going to have one also. In the dining room they spotted Mr. Lawrence sitting at a boisterous table of young people. He waved to them, and they waved back, then found seats at a table not far away. On Margaret's right was a middle-aged man with an extraordinary set of eyebrows who heartily congratulated Mr. Thane on his speech this morning, and on Mr. Thane's left was an elderly lady in puce. They all chatted easily throughout the various courses and then dessert, and time passed as if on silver wings. Before Margaret even knew it, the banquet was over. People were drifting away, and when, after jovial farewells, their respective neighbours left too, she and Mr. Thane continued talking, as if there was so much to say to each other they couldn't even be bothered to get up and go somewhere else. The room had emptied, and only a few of the serving staff remained, clearing tables and dimming lamps, and Margaret had finished telling Mr. Thane, at his request, about her large and, in her opinion, delightful family in Oxford. She was just about to ask him about his, when he pulled something from an interior pocket of his jacket. A small, flattish, rectangular package wrapped in paper and tied up with twine. "A little something for you, Miss Allen." A flutter of pleasure went through her. "Why, Mr. Thane, how kind!" She took it from his hand, another flutter sparking inside her when their fingers touched, and she smiled at him. "May I open it now?" "There's no time like the present." She pulled off the wrapping. The collected poems of Andrew Marvell. And what a handsome binding, too. "Did you get it at the bookshop while I was busy shopping for my family?" He nodded, smiling back at her, and she went on teasingly, "How underhanded of you, sir. Thank you." "You're most welcome. Do you like poetry? I hoped you did." "I do. But I must admit that, thanks to my parents' enthusiasms, I'm more at home with the ancient Greeks and Romans. Isn't Marvell from around the same time as John Milton, the 17th century?
My brother Sebastian spent a whole year studying Milton's life and works and would go around the house quoting verses.
I'm not sure about Milton. I don't know much about him. But yes, Marvel was born around 1620 or so.
Will you read something to me? My father always says that poetry is best appreciated when hearing it, rather than silently reading it to oneself.
He smiled again. I quite agree.
Margaret passed him back the book, closing her eyes as he began to read The Garden. She was hearing each word, each line, each stanza, but she was also relishing the sound of Mr. Thane's deep voice, which seemed to bring the poem, with all its vivid imagery and graceful evocations of nature, alive in her mind. How could such sweet and wholesome hours be reckoned but with herbs and flowers? These closing words seemed to hang in the air, and after savouring them for a few moments, Margaret opened her eyes and smiled at Mr. Thane.
That was lovely. Mamma would enjoy it so much, and you read with such feeling and sensitivity.
Thank you. Another?
Oh, yes, please.
He read The Gallery, and after that Margaret, delighted to discover a new poet to admire, asked for yet another. Softly, Mr. Thane began reading a poem called To His Coy Mistress, and dreamily she closed her eyes again. Had we but world enough and time, this coyness, lady, were no crime. We would sit down and think which way to walk, and pass our long love's day. He went on, and Margaret felt almost as if she were floating, all buoyant and weightless, on a warm, welcoming lake, basking in his voice and nearness, and her happiness in this magical day. But at my back I always hear Time's winged chariot hurrying near. His hand, warm and strong, found hers as it rested in her lap, and with a jolt of pleasure, Margaret intertwined her fingers among his own. She kept her eyes closed, thrilling to the sensation of this unexpected, but not at all unwelcome contact between them, and after a few giddy moments, reminded herself to keep listening as he went on. Now, therefore, while the youthful hue sits on thy skin like morning dew, and while thy willing soul transpires at every pore with instant fires, now let us sport us while we may, and now, like amorous birds of prey, rather at once our time devour, than languish in his slow-chapped power. Let us roll all our strength and all our sweetness up into one ball, and tear our pleasures with rough strife through the iron gates of life. Thus, though we cannot make our sun stand still, yet we will make him run. He had leaned closer to her, and his warm breath stirred the tendrils of her hair near her ear. Margaret shivered, but not with cold, with pleasure. Hot pleasure, melting her all over and making her limbs feel gooey and soft and warm and quite marvellous. It was a wonder she didn't slide limp and melty from her chair and dissolve into a puddle on the floor.
I say, you're still here!
It was Mr. Lawrence, bounding into the room, accompanied by the merry gaggle of his dining companions. Margaret opened her eyes and straightened in her seat, reluctantly pulling her hand free from Mr. Thane's, and Mr. Lawrence, coming near, announced, "They've closed the tap-room, and now they want all the guests to leave for the night. We're going to the Whittlesea Theatre just round the corner. It's the late performance of Macbeth. It's supposed to be a ripping play, and I've always wanted to see it. Care to join us?" Margaret looked to Mr. Thane, and for the merest second thought she saw impatience flickering in his brown-green eyes. But she must have been mistaken, for in the very next moment he was smiling at her, his dark brows raised inquiringly. "Miss Allen, I defer to you." "Oh, let's," she softly said to him. "The night is still young, and I'm not ready to go back to my inn." So they got up and went with Mr. Lawrence and his lively companions to see Shakespeare's Macbeth in the little theatre house.
The actors threw themselves with gusto into their roles, and Margaret watched rapt as the hideous tragedy unfolded, all the way to its bloody, gloomy end, and all because of Macbeth's dreadful, fixed ambition, wanting something that he shouldn't have. Afterwards, as they all crowded together in the tiny lobby, Mr. Lawrence declared, "It was terribly sad, but restorative somehow, isn't it?" "Yes," chimed in one of his new friends. "But I could still use a drink. There's the Twopenny Tavern next door. Who's with me?" Agreement from the others was swift and enthusiastic. Margaret saw that Mr. Thane was looking at her inquiringly again, and this time she shook her head and stepped close to him. "This time I think I'll say no," she said in a low voice. "I'm rather tired and ready to go back to my inn now, if that's all right with you." "Of course." They parted ways outside the theatre, and then it was just the two of them again, strolling arm in arm along the quiet, dark sidewalks, which were illuminated at regular intervals by the street lamps, looking so cosy and friendly against the heavy curtain of night. Margaret gave a happy sigh. What a marvellous day, and what a shame that all good things must come to an end. "Must they?" responded Mr. Thane quietly as they paced along. She quoted from that lovely Andrew Marvell poem, "Had we but world enough and time. It's the human condition, I fear, but at my back I always hear time's winged chariot hurrying near. There's never enough, is there?" Instead of answering, he was silent for some while, and curiously Margaret glanced up at his profile, just then framed in the soft light of a street lamp. His expression was oddly stony. "What's the matter?" she asked. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." He came to a halt, and Margaret could just see, down the street from where they now stood, the Woodhull Inn, all lit up with lights in the downstairs rooms, and which made it look so homelike and inviting. "Actually," he said, "there is something. I really don't want to take you back to your inn." "You don't?" She cocked her head, half curious still, half puzzled by the serious tone in his voice. "What is it that you want?" "Listen," he said. "Please." And he quoted from the Marvell poem again. "Now, therefore, while the youthful hue sits on thy skin like morning dew, and while thy willing soul transpires at every pore with instant fires, now let us sport us while we may, and now, like amorous birds of prey, rather at once our time devour, than languish in his slow-chapped power. Let us roll all our strength and all our sweetness up into one ball, and tear our pleasures with rough strife through the iron gates of life. Thus, though we cannot make our sun stand still, yet we will make him run." "I am listening," Margaret said. "It's a lovely poem, truly, but I'm ready to be at my inn, Mr. Thane. I hate to say good night, but I'll see you in the morning, and we'll have all day tomorrow to be together. With luck, the weather will be—" "Here's the thing," he interrupted, sounding quite urgent. "I love you, Miss Allen. I love you with all my heart and soul, like I've never loved another woman. I want to sweep you off to my room at my inn so that I can show you just how much, and I want to marry you. I know my family, the Penhallows, and of course my step-parents, the Duke and Duchess of Egremont, will welcome you with open arms. You'd practically be a Penhallow. Please say yes." Margaret could feel her mouth dropping open in astonishment, and she took a step back, releasing his arm. There was a lot to dissect in what he'd just said, but she chose the salient point first. "You love me?" "Yes, very much, truly, madly, utterly." "But that's impossible. We only met yesterday. I mean, I like you too, Mr. Thane. I like you a great deal, but love—" "It happens. You know it does." "In stories it does, but I'm not so sure about in real life. At any rate, let's not get bogged down debating such a thing. Please, Mr. Thane, only consider how rash you sound. This isn't— This isn't moderate."
Even as she said this, Margaret had a vague, fleeting memory, or was it from a dream, of Mr. Thane saying placidly, "Moderation is overrated." She gave her head a shake, dispersing the strange little recollection. "Please, let's just go on as we've begun," she said earnestly. "We had a bad beginning yesterday, but today has been wonderful, and I have a feeling tomorrow will be even more so." "It won't. It will be worse." She stared up at him. "But why? And how could you even know that?" He didn't reply for a few long seconds, his eyes little more than dark, unfathomable sockets in his face. "Are you sure you won't come back to my inn with me? I'm aching with desire for you." At these raw words, simply spoken, Margaret felt a flame leap within her. It was pure, hot, delicious lust, lighting her up inside like 1,000 candles sprung to life. She felt no shame at her response, but neither did she intend to act upon it. Quietly she said, "I'm sure I won't go. My answer is, it must be no. It's too soon, Mr. Thane, and only time will let us discover if what we've been feeling today is real and lasting. But that will only matter if you also want something like that, and not a secretive, hasty little tumble among the sheets." She put a gentle hand on his arm, and was shaken and hurt when he jerked it away as if her touch had scalded him. "I keep trying to tell you, Margaret, I don't have time." His voice was harsher now, and she was more baffled than ever. Not bothering to chide him for, or even remark upon, his abrupt use of her Christian name, she said, "Whatever do you mean? Why don't you have time?" Suddenly she caught her breath as a terrible possibility occurred to her. "Oh, Mr. Thane, surely you're not dying." "Would you come to my room if I said yes?" "Don't tease me. Pray don't. Are you ill?"
"Unfortunately, I'm healthy as a horse, and will probably live forever." He gave a short, sharp, bitter laugh.
"So what do you mean about not having time?"
"Well, I'd tell you, Margaret, but you'd only forget."
"Try me. I have a fairly good memory."
"It still wouldn't help. But do you know what would?"
"I'd like to know. I'd truly like to help you if I could, Mr. Thane."
He laughed again, just as bitterly. "Good, kind, sweet, clever, beautiful Margaret. I know you mean well, but you never, ever help me. Here's your chance, though, right here and right now. Come back to my room with me and let me make love to you. I assure you I'd feel a whole lot better. And you would too."
Margaret stared at him, frozen, feeling as if this whole day had been nothing more than a carefully constructed house of cards, which were collapsing all around her, which had collapsed around her. All her happiness, all her hopes, gone.
"Please," said Mr. Thane. "I love you, Margaret."
She stood as straight and as tall as she could. "Stop saying that. It's obvious that you're trying to seduce me. And if you're trying to seduce someone, you don't love that person. You don't even like that person. Mr. Thane, you're despicable." She took a deep breath and said, "He that has light within his own clear breast may sit in the centre and enjoy bright day. But he that hides a dark soul and foul thoughts, benighted walks under the midday sun, himself his own dungeon."
Shakespeare?
"John Milton. And it should also be obvious by now, but do erase from your mind all thoughts of taking my aunt and me along with you tomorrow. We'll find some other way of getting home. Goodbye, Mr. Thane." Margaret turned on her heel and walked back to her inn, both anguished and angry, and vowing to never, ever think of the horrible, awful, terrible, conniving, deceitful Philip Thane ever again.
Chapter 11.
"You love me?" Margaret stared up at him wide-eyed, her exquisite face illumined in the nimbus of a nearby street lamp as they stood together on the sidewalk, with her in far too close for comfort. He was taking no chances this time. He wasn't going to devolve again as he had yesterday. He'd rehearsed this particular crucial speech in his mind over and over and over again all day long. And so, thankful that the street was at present deserted, he sank with faintly theatrical fluidity onto one knee, then reached into a pocket of his greatcoat and pulled out a small box. Surely, on this momentous occasion, a bit of sparkle couldn't hurt, in addition to the book of Marvel poems he'd given her earlier. With a little flourish, he opened the lid and held out the box to her. Nestled on a bed of white satin was an enormous square-cut ruby, surrounded by a glittering frame of tiny, perfect diamonds. He still didn't much care for rubies, but it was the largest, flashiest ring the jewellery store had. "Yes, I do love you, dearest, darling Margaret. Please marry me, and you'll make me the happiest man in the world." Get her to say yes to the old ball and chain first, he reminded himself. Stick to the script. Then, when she's agreed, it's on to the Apple Street Inn.
"But this is all so impossible," she exclaimed. "We only met yesterday. I mean, I like you too, Mr. Thane. I like you a great deal, but marriage and love—"
"I can't explain it. I just know that it's happened, quickly, thoroughly and utterly. Cupid's arrow, swift and true. I want to marry you as soon as possible and introduce you to my family. They'll love you just as much as I do, I'm sure of it."
"That's very kind of you to say, but—"
"I mean it. Once we're wed, we'll be the most marvellous couple in London, the toast of the town. You'll be more or less an Egremont by marriage, you know, and practically a Penhallow, too. They're leaders of the haut ton, preeminent in society, and have been for a long, long time. We'll go everywhere, be seen everywhere at all the best and most exclusive parties."
"You say it as if I would care about such things."
"I only meant to—"
"Sway me? My own family may not be titled or aristocratic or have come over with the Conqueror, but they're wonderful, and I couldn't be more proud of them or to be merely an Allen of Oxford."
Philip saw with inexpressible dismay that Margaret's eyes were blazing and that she'd gone as white as snow. Somehow, in some way, he'd touched a nerve. Usually people were instantly impressed when they heard about his family connections. Why, the loans he'd secured, the invitations he'd received, the country house doors thrown open, the bedroom doors thrown open, all were innumerable. But with Margaret, instead of opening doors, they had only slammed shut. Good Lord, was it all going bad again? For a brief moment, he had an impulse to go to the nearest bridge and fling himself over it. "Get a grip, man," he told himself urgently, even desperately. "Keep on talking about love, and whatever you do, don't say anything just yet about going back to the inn together." Quickly, he said, ignoring the fact that his knee, the one resting on the chilly sidewalk, had gone rather numb. "What matters is that I love you, and that we belong together, forever. You and I, dearest Margaret. What does family matter? What matters is us, and how we feel about each other, how much we enjoy each other. Wasn't today marvellous? Didn't we have such wonderful conversations? That's what each and every day could be like for us, over and over again." Unfortunately, Margaret's eyes had not stopped blazing, nor had rosy colour returned to her cheeks. Panic set in. No, 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 no! He'd worked so hard all day long, again, being nice and charming and respectful and asking questions and looking so attentive and interested. It was exhausting, damn it! He opened his mouth to start talking again about love, sweet love, precious love, overpowering love, but, to his horror, the fatal words just came out, again. "Won't you come back to my inn with me?" There was a pause. Then she said, her voice so frigid that he could practically feel his blood turning to ice. "Get up! Get up and put that stupid ring away!" From her reticule, she wrenched out the Marvel book and thrust it at him. "To my coy mistress, say? Had we but world enough and time? Ha! What a charming hint, sir, and how incredibly foolish of me not to realize it earlier." He stood up, feeling incredibly foolish himself. He didn't want to take the book back, but he did, sheepishly, and slid it and the ring box back into his greatcoat pocket, drooping with the most awful chagrin, hardly able to believe he'd somehow mucked things up again. What had happened to him and his time-honoured powers of persuasion? It might, he thought bitterly, have something to do with the word time. No longer his friend, time had become not just his enemy, but his nemesis. 2 more lines from "To my coy mistress" came back to him, like a dreadful tolling bell, clanging darkly in his brain. "But at my back I always hear time's winged chariot hurrying near." "I suppose I ought to thank you for the luncheon today," Margaret went on, sounding just as bitter as he felt, "and for the stroll around town, and the marzipan, and the book, but I'm not going to. It's obvious that you're trying to seduce me. And if you're trying to seduce someone, you don't love that person. You don't even like that person. Mr. Thane, you're despicable." For a few moments, she looked suddenly rather puzzled, as if recalling something that she couldn't quite put her finger on. And then she shook her head, took a deep breath, and said in that same icy, bitter voice, "He that has light within his own clear breast may sit in the centre and enjoy bright day. But he that hides a dark soul and foul thoughts, benighted walks under the midday sun, himself his own dungeon." "John Milton," he said hoarsely, shocked at how much he sounded like a frog croaking away. "That's right, and it should be obvious by now, but do erase from your mind all thoughts of taking my aunt and me along with you tomorrow. We'll find some other way of getting home. Oh, and as it should also be obvious to you, Mr. Thane, I never, ever want to see you again. Goodbye." Margaret turned on her heel and walked back to her inn, and he waited only long enough to see her safely inside before trudging back to his own inn, where it seemed to take forever for him to plod up the stairs and into his room, where he flopped onto his bed, rejected, dejected, and entirely, thoroughly, totally, achingly, miserably alone. Warm and snug in her thick-wool pelisse and cosy hat, Margaret looked around from her place near the festive, bunting-bedecked platform with pleasure. It was a glorious morning, bright and cold and practically bursting with good cheer. Plough Day! Such a delightful scene lay all about. How much fun everyone was having, herself included. Wasn't she just so lucky to be here? Yes, lucky indeed, as yesterday it had seemed there was a good chance she'd never get to Whittlesea in time. So why did she also have, tickling at the edges of her awareness, a bizarre feeling of foreboding? Could it be because she'd had some unsettling dreams last night, most of them involving Mr. Thane? And wasn't Mr. Lawrence in one of them too, quoting lines from Macbeth? She seemed to remember him chanting, "Double, double, toil and trouble, fire burn and cauldron bubble, time doth spin round and round, to each other you are bound, double, double, toil and trouble, fire burn and cauldron bubble, thwart it with your true love's kiss, thus the charm brings sweetest bliss." Which was even stranger, because that wasn't how the Song of the Witches in Macbeth really went. Of course, in dreams, things often got all curiously twisted around. She sent a faintly uneasy glance to Mr. Lawrence next to her, but he was busy jotting down his impressions in his notebook. Suddenly she spotted a tall, broad-shouldered figure coming toward the platform, and doing her best to ignore the ominous sensation tugging at her as if with icy fingers, she called out, "Mr. Thane, good morning." He came near, and she noticed with surprise how slowly he was walking, and also that his expression was very different from what it had been when he'd dropped them off at the Woodhull Inn. Then he had been annoyingly suave and sardonic, and openly bitter about having to get up early for the plough day ceremony. This morning, however, he looked pale and haggard and exhausted. He hadn't shaved, and his eyes looked positively haunted. Was it that hard for him to get out of bed at the crack of dawn? "Good morning," Margaret repeated, cautiously this time.
"Is it?"
"Are you all right, Mr. Thane?" He didn't answer, only looked at her with such melancholy and longing, even with despair, that Margaret felt quite baffled. What had happened to change him so dramatically from yesterday to today? Was he ill? Had he been harmed in some way? She repeated her question, but he still made no reply. She glanced again at Mr. Lawrence, who had lifted his head from his notebook and was staring at Mr. Thane with his gingery eyebrows raised high in puzzlement. Gently she said to Mr. Thane, "It's just about time for your speech, I believe." He gave the slightest of shrugs. Then, slowly, as if he was exhausted beyond words, he turned around and began trudging away. "What was that all about, do you suppose?" asked Mr. Lawrence. "I have no idea." "These people from great families," he remarked. "Idiosyncratic, aren't they?" "I dare say they are." Margaret was watching Mr. Thane's tall figure making its slow way among the crowd, and saw also a pair of pretty young women who bridled coyly at his approach, though he didn't seem to notice, and simply trudged past them, to their obvious regret. "I'm worried about him," Margaret said to Mr. Lawrence. "Why?" "Because he walked right by two ladies who were dying to meet him." Mr. Lawrence's voice was wistful. "How does he do it? Attract women to him like that?" Margaret only shrugged, not being particularly interested in the subject, and Mr. Lawrence went on. "I wonder where he's going. Do you think he's going back to his inn and getting ready to leave town? I was hoping to ask if and you and your aunt, of course, could join him. There aren't any seats on the stage for several days." "Yes, I inquired about that too. I'd prefer to leave also, but Mr. Thane doesn't look like he's in any shape to travel. Maybe he needs to go back to bed, or even see a doctor. Let's go talk to him." "You're being awfully nice for a lady who was so disrespected yesterday," commented Mr. Lawrence. "Mr. Thane pretty much stared at you the whole way here. A bit caddish, if you ask me." As someone who could never walk past a person in need, or a dog or a cat or a horse in trouble without intervening, Margaret replied firmly, "That was yesterday, and today is different. Mr. Thane doesn't look at all well. Can you keep an eye on which way he's going? I'll be right back." Quickly she went to the platform to inform the various town dignitaries clustering there that their guest of honour had unexpectedly been called away, after which she joined Mr. Lawrence again, and together they hurried after Mr. Thane. She caught a glimpse of the fabled straw bear, a cylindrical figure, all covered in sheaves of hay from its head down to its ankles, waiting to burst upon the scene, and was sorry not to see more of the ceremony. But Mr. Thane's situation did seem urgent. They caught up to him just outside a little restaurant called the Cup and Saucer. "I say, Mr. Thane, what's the matter?" said Mr. Lawrence. "Nothing." "Oh, if that's the case then, we were wondering if we might join you on your way out of town, if it doesn't inconvenience you, of course." "I'm not going anywhere." "The way you talked about Whittlesea yesterday on our way here," Mr. Lawrence said, surprised, "I would have thought you'd be champing at the bit to leave." "Go on and take my barouche," responded Mr. Thane listlessly. "You're welcome to it." Mr. Lawrence brightened. "Really, sir? That's very generous of you." "On the contrary, it won't be any use. About half an hour from here, just when you've passed through a tiny village called Oundle, you'll drive right into a snowstorm. Also, your way will be blocked by a big fallen tree, and even if you could clear the road, Margaret would dissuade you from making the horses or the coachman travel under such conditions." These words from Mr. Thane emerged with slow, desolate conviction, as if dragged from him, and Margaret exchanged a baffled look with Mr. Lawrence, partly because what Mr. Thane said made no sense, and partly because she seemed to have a vague but unnerving feeling that he was right. She gathered herself, however, and soothingly said to Mr. Thane, "Let's not worry about travelling today. Would you consider seeing a doctor?"
What for?
For whatever's ailing you."
A doctor can't help me.
He spoke with the same sluggish conviction, and Margaret was more worried than ever. "Are you hungry, Mr. Thane? This restaurant looks nice. Why don't we go inside and get you something to eat?"
I'm not hungry, but you go. Despite the unpromising look of the place, you'll enjoy the pastry platter, the muffins especially.
Margaret stared. How did he know that she loved pastries and muffins in particular? Well, many people did, so that could simply have been a casual sort of guess. But that still didn't explain his oddly specific prediction about what would lie ahead for them in Oundle if they left Whittlesea. And he looked so haunted, quite like one would imagine a man who had seen a ghost. Was it possible that there was something seriously wrong with Mr. Thane? In other words, that he might be unbalanced, or mad? He hadn't seemed so yesterday. He had been annoying, but very much in control of himself. However, the Mr. Thane of today was so strikingly different. "Let us take you to a doctor," she said. "There must be an infirmary somewhere here in town."
There is, but I'm not going to let that quack look me over again.
Again?
That's right, again. He suggested I go see a practitioner in Peterborough or Cambridge, which seemed like a good idea at the time, but it didn't work out. I should have known.
When exactly did you see this doctor? Mr. Thane shrugged, looking hopeless, and doggedly Margaret persisted. And what do you mean, it didn't work out?
Because there were the usual snowstorms and fallen trees on the way to Peterborough and Cambridge, just like the one near Oundle.
"I say, sir, that seems highly unlikely," said Mr. Lawrence.
It may seem unlikely, but that's what happened to me.
Oh dear, Margaret thought anxiously. This was all deeply troubling. Mr. Thane had somehow found the time to seek out a local doctor yesterday evening, or very, very early this morning. And if so, what complaint had he presented? What had the doctor told him that would require a consultation with other practitioners, whom, of course, Mr. Thane couldn't have tried to go see between late yesterday and early today? Altogether, it sounded serious. "Let's go someplace where it's warm," she urged him. "And perhaps there's another doctor in Whittlesea with whom you can speak."
It doesn't matter if there is. It won't help. Nobody can help me.
"Oh, please don't give up hope," she said earnestly, still mystified, but all at once feeling very sorry for him. Here was a man in the prime of his life, intelligent, handsome, well-spoken, vigorous and graceful, and yet something was so wrong with him, beyond the fact that he seemed to be an incorrigible, sardonic, jaded rake-hell, if yesterday's experience was anything to judge by. She added, "There's always hope, truly."
For you, maybe, but not for me.
He nodded at them once, as if it took a great deal of effort to do it, and then he began plodding away. "Wait," Margaret said. "Where are you going?"
I'm going back to my inn.
"We'll go with you."
We will,
said Mr. Lawrence. "Yes," answered Margaret firmly. She would tuck Mr. Thane into bed herself if she had to, and try to persuade him to drink a cup of tea or some nice hot soup, anything to help him feel even just a tiny bit better.
No, you won't,
said Mr. Thane, stopping and slowly turning to face them.
You,
he went on, addressing Mr. Lawrence,
you go on and try to chat up the ladies you were eyeballing at the ceremony, though you won't have much luck, because you're gawky, awkward, maladroit, doltish, inane and cloddish.
Mr. Thane turned his mordant gaze to Margaret and went on.
And you go back and have fun talking to all the rustics, provincials, hobnails, yokels, chawbacons, hicks, bumpkins and lubies about the stupid straw bear. Oh, and also the hawbucks, joskins and lumpkins, for your foolish, insignificant, trivial, pointless little book that will never be published. And do send my regards to your charming blue-stocking aunt, who keeps reminding me just how valuable a thesaurus can be.
Sympathy for Mr. Thane vanished, and Margaret felt her mouth hardening into a thin, bloodless line of anger and contempt. How dare he talk like this? Poor Mr. Lawrence looked as if he might burst into tears, and she couldn't bear the sarcasm in his voice when he mentioned Aunt Seraphina. "You're despicable," she said icily. He looked down at her, his expression remote, his brown-green eyes lacklustre.
"You're repeating yourself. A bad habit for a writer, you know."
He drew a long, deep breath and continued.
"Tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow creeps in this petty pace from day to day, to the last syllable of recorded time, and all our yesterdays have lighted fools the way to dusty death. Out, out, brief candle. Life's but a walking shadow, a poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage and then is heard no more. It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing." He turned away again, and this time Margaret made no attempt to stop him or to follow him, nor did Mr. Lawrence, who asked, after a minute or two when he had regained his composure, "What was that from? It sounded like Shakespeare." "It was. From Macbeth," she replied. "Macbeth again!" A horrid shiver danced up and down her spine, and not from the cold. "That's funny. The theatre here in town is putting that on," remarked Mr. Lawrence. "I saw the marquee when we drove past it yesterday. Do you think Mr. Thane went and saw it last night? It's supposed to be a ripping play, and I've always wanted to see it. At any rate, what does the quote mean?"
Macbeth, the protagonist, or antagonist actually, says it when all his ambitious plans start crashing down on him, and life comes to seem pointless and crushingly repetitive.
"Oh, quite the odd thing for Mr. Thane to say, isn't it?"
"And blast it, that tomorrow and tomorrow bit sounds as if he really plans on staying here for a while," Mr. Lawrence said, disappointed. "Unless you think we could take his barouche." "I don't think we can take anything he says seriously," responded Margaret. She was fuming all over again. That arrogant, insufferable man. "I'm going back to the town square now. Do you want to come with me?" "Yes, thanks. I'm going to try to get an interview with the mayor," he told her, and together they made their way back to the Plough Day celebration. It wasn't till Margaret's temper finally cooled that she suddenly wondered, with a frisson of uneasy surprise, how Mr. Thane knew about the book she was writing. How very, very odd. But what was even more odd was that somehow she wasn't nearly as surprised as she should have been. Someone was knocking on a door. Philip's eyes flew open. He stared with instant and total comprehension at the familiar ceiling above him, filled with so much dread and despair that he might as well have been gazing up at the sword of Damocles, suspended overhead by the thinnest of threads. In a low, ragged voice he muttered under his breath, "Wake up, sir." A few moments later came the voice from outside the room.
"Wake up, sir!"
Philip braced himself, waiting. Knock, knock, knock. Then the voice again, and Philip mouthed the words along with it.
"Mr. Thane, you asked to be awakened in time for the ceremony. It's Plough Day, sir."
There was a pause. Philip waited. Then here it came. Knock, knock, knock. It was his well-worn cue.
"For the 1,000th time, I'm awake, damn your hide,"
he said loudly, and waited. Then he mouthed the words as they were spoken aloud outside the room.
"Very well, sir."
After that, there was silence once more. Philip rolled onto his side and looked blearily toward the window. If he got up to go glance outside, he was going to see a clear, bright day with a sky of a soft, cloudless blue. On the ground would be scattered splotches of grey slush, and he would see hordes of people walking in the same direction, toward the centre of the town, all eager to partake of the plough day fun. Fun. Ha! It was a joke, but not a particularly funny one. So if he got up and went to the window, just to confirm what he already knew he'd see, and after that, if he were to get dressed and go downstairs, he'd have to face the horribly cheerful proprietor, Mr. Langcross, and when that miserable ordeal was over, if he went outside into the town square, he'd also have to deal with that couple asking for donations to the convalescent home, and with Matron and her penchant for dredging up old terrible memories. After he escaped their clutches, he would go toward the bunting-bedecked platform, like a bee, inexorably drawn toward honey, and soon he would hear that feminine, pleasantly husky voice hailing him through the crowd. "Mr. Thane, good morning." And he would be forced to behold Margaret Allen, ravishing in her dark green pelisse and fashionable hat in the exact same shade of green and embellished with a charming spray of pink artificial roses that complemented her golden brown hair quite beautifully. Ravishing, fascinating, brainy, witty, kind, tender-hearted, and unattainable. She would speak to him, as one might politely address the merest acquaintance, and maybe she'd smile that glorious, radiant smile of hers, which lit her up like 1,000 suns. But it wasn't because she felt anything in particular for him. Because, for all she knew, she had only met him the day before. And he was nothing more to her than some annoying, insignificant fellow who had happened to come along at just the right moment to offer her and her companions a ride, in a barouche which, had she but known it for longer than a day, didn't even belong to him. Philip rolled onto his back again, staring sightlessly up at the ceiling. And she would be right. He was nothing more than an annoying, insignificant fellow. He owned no barouche, or a vehicle of any sort, nor horses. Neither did he have a home of his own, or any kind of honourable profession. What he did have were debts. So many of them, and for so long. He didn't even know the total amount, they were so numerous. Into his mind, like a venomous ghost come to haunt him, rose the quote from Macbeth which he had hurled at Margaret. "Tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow creeps in this petty pace from day to day to the last syllable of recorded time, and all our yesterdays have lighted fools the way to dusty death. Out, out, brief candle. Life's but a walking shadow, a poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage and then is heard no more. It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing." How handy to have seen the play here in Whittlesea, in order to refresh his memory. He had been made to study it while at Eton, with little success. He hadn't done much studying there at all, in fact. What a nightmare it had been. He, a scrawny, shocked, grieving lad, without a father, but with a new and illustrious family that, no matter how kind and well-meaning, couldn't replace all that he had lost. And he, merely the son of an obscure physician in some little-known seaside town to the north. Some of the other boys had been less than kind, in the way that the powerful and the cruel will find the weak to hurt and rule over them. So he had, over time, as slowly he grew tall and strong, responded by reshaping himself with a hard, impenetrable shell of breezy, uncaring braggadocio, suspiciously ignoring any friendly overtures, happily walking away from the place when he was ejected for a long history of pranks, threats, fights, and tawdry behaviour involving some local ladies of the night and 2 of the Dean's married daughters. If he had a tenner for every time he'd put frogs in other people's beds, he might actually have left Eton without debts. an idiot, full of sound and fury signifying nothing. Yes, that was himself, and an all too accurate description. A rake, a gambler, a wastrel. No wonder old Henrietta Penhallow had looked at him with such scepticism and disdain. He was a failure. He had done nothing of real value in his life, had achieved nothing. He was a nothing. Why on earth had he thought he could entice the amazing, the wonderful, the utterly unique Margaret Allen into his bed? How many times had they begun the day quite pleasantly, travelling from and back to Whittlesea, having luncheon together, walking around town, talking and joking and laughing and sharing a box of marzipan, but it always somehow ending so badly, over and over and over again. He hadn't even managed to kiss her. Feeling more and more desperate, he had reverted to his usual strategy of buying lavish gifts for a prospective ladylove: flowers, jewellery, perfume, a whole stack of books, a giant box of marzipan so cumbersome that it obscured his view and he'd tripped, fallen and spewed candy all over the sidewalk and into the gutter and street. Naturally, somehow the irrepressible young Thomas Abernathy had appeared, grabbed up great handfuls of the stuff and run off laughing merrily. Margaret had accepted nothing. Still he'd kept trying, and trying, and trying. One day, with a kind of frenzied despair, he had even bought Margaret a pony. He'd never forget the incredulous look she'd given him, after which she had taken the pony's reins and returned it to its owner. And every day ended the same way, with Margaret storming away and whisking herself inside her inn. Despicable. That was what she had called him, repeatedly, and that was what he was. Philip groaned out loud and pulled the covers over his head, hoping against hope to be able to fall asleep again and so into unconsciousness. He lay there for some time. He tried counting sheep, but somehow the sheep kept turning into straw bears who couldn't leap over the stile, but had to lumber up and over them, shedding bits of straw as they went. Philip flopped from one side to the other, finally ending up in a messy, sweaty tangle of bedclothes. At last he gave up and flung the covers off, letting them slither away from him onto the floor. He needed a bath and a shave. Was he going to ring for hot water? Unlikely. He didn't even have the energy to get out of bed. And without a fire, the room was miserably cold. God damn it, he hated winter. He lay there shivering for a while, with goosebumps running rampant along his arms and legs. When at length his teeth started chattering, he leaned over the side of the bed and slowly dragged the bedclothes back up and over him in a haphazard tumble which left one of his bare feet exposed to the cold. It got colder and colder and colder. After a while, he listlessly brought his foot under the bedclothes. Then he covered his head again and closed his eyes and drew a long, shuddering breath. Happy plough day, he muttered out loud and to no one. Again. As he did, a cry seemed to echo throughout his empty soul. Why me? There was a long, long silence. Finally there seemed to come a voice, distant, aloof, cool and amused. It almost sounded like Henrietta Penhallow. Or God? Perhaps she was God. With what he was going through, anything was possible. The voice answered, Why not you? Philip groaned out loud again. He jammed the covers more tightly about his head and waited for the voice to say something else, anything else. A hint, a clue, a suggestion, or an order telling him what to do. He'd even be happy if a bolt of lightning seared through the roof and blasted him into cinders. But there was only silence. The coldest, loneliest, most awful and implacable silence he had ever heard. Chapter 12. The Plough Day ceremony was over. Margaret had had a marvellous time listening to the speeches and the music, seeing the fabled straw bear arrive to the acclaim of the crowd, and also talking to various townsfolk about this fascinating old agricultural tradition. It was rather strange, though, that Mr. Thane hadn't shown up to deliver his speech. Or was it? Hadn't she been expecting it, really? On the other hand, although yesterday, on the ride here, he had made his lack of enthusiasm clear, still he had given no indication that he was going to abandon ship. Margaret found herself wondering if Mr. Thane was even in Whittlesea any more. Maybe he'd gotten up early, at the first hint of dawn, had the horses hitched to his barouche, and was now somewhere on the road to wherever it was that he had come from. She was surprised to notice that she felt a pang of disappointment at the idea, after which she felt very annoyed with herself. Why should she care if she never saw Mr. Thane again? He was, to quote Aunt Seraphina, brazen, brash, impertinent, impudent, brassy, shameless, lewd, lecherous, lubricous, satiric, dissolute and dissipated. Not a personality she could like, respect, or admire. Still, he was dreadfully good-looking. He had, she now recalled, the most delicious brown-green eyes, sparkling with intelligence and framed by gorgeous dark lashes, and he had equally gorgeous hair, brown with intriguing hints of chestnut, which curled just a little at the ends, in a way that one longed to caress and wind sensuously around one's finger. His mouth was very nice, too, beautifully moulded and enticing, and he looked like just the sort of man who knew what to do with it. Oh, and also he had a long, muscular body. She was sure he had lovely muscles in his arms and legs, and a hard, flat stomach, and— "I say, Miss Allen, what now?" Margaret snapped out of her gauzy daydream. It was Mr. Lawrence's voice, from right next to her. She blinked and gave him a mortified smile. Inside herself she was thinking mournfully, what sort of shallow person fantasizes about a rake with an unappealing personality? Didn't that make her brassy, shameless, lewd, and so on? "I beg your pardon, Mr. Lawrence. My thoughts were elsewhere. What did you say?" "I was wondering about Mr. Thane. I was hoping to ask him if he was planning on leaving today, and if so, if we could join him. There's talk of a snowstorm coming in, and there aren't any seats on the stage for several days." Margaret nodded, glad to have her mind diverted to something less controversial and more practical. "Yes, I inquired about that too. I'd prefer to leave as well if we can. Do you have any idea where Mr. Thane is?" "No, but I'm guessing he overslept. Remember how he reacted yesterday when you told him the ceremony starts just after sunrise? He looks like a chap who doesn't ordinarily get out of bed before noon. One of those haute-ton London types, I dare say. I mean, you saw his boots and that greatcoat of his. All those capes." Mr. Lawrence spoke with wistful admiration. Margaret said, "Shall we go to the Apple Street Inn and see if he's still there?" "Yes, but later? I'm trying to get an interview with the mayor." "That's all right. I'll go on ahead." "Are you sure, Miss Allen?" "Yes, indeed. Good luck getting your interview." Margaret watched as Mr. Lawrence bounded toward the platform where the town dignitaries still clustered, then began walking toward Apple Street, soon coming in view of Mr. Thane's Inn, a large, luxurious-looking hostelry with a wide front portico and a tall, six-panelled door painted a cheerful red. She went inside, and in the foyer she glimpsed a spacious common room where a crowd of people was gathered about a big round table. Curious, she went closer and saw that Mr. Thane was sitting at the table with his back to her. He was wearing, she squinted in surprise, what looked like a dashing black silk dressing gown. His glossy brown hair was disordered, and she could see, by tilting her head to peer beneath the table, that Mr. Thane had on elegant black velvet house slippers, embroidered all over with green vines and leaves. She could feel her brow wrinkling in astonishment. Informality was one thing. Showing up in an inn's public common room dressed for the privacy of a bedchamber was another. What was Mr. Thane thinking? And what was she thinking, speaking of bedchambers, to suddenly be imagining him taking off his dressing gown, revealing that underneath he had nothing on? Just then he said, in a voice of casual indifference, "4 of hearts." From the people gathered around him rose a murmur of amazement and appreciation, and Margaret saw that Mr. Thane sat opposite another man who had a deck of cards in his hands. This man also looked amazed. He turned the topmost card out for everyone to see. It was the 4 of hearts. Money was exchanged, with a lot of banknotes placed atop the heaping pile in front of Mr. Thane. "Do it again, sir," someone around the table urged, and the man sitting opposite Mr. Thane held up the deck of cards to him, showing only the back. Without hesitation, Mr. Thane said, "Ace of spades." The man flipped over the topmost card and displayed it to his left and right. It was the ace of spades. Another awed murmur arose, along with some scattered applause. More money was exchanged. More was added to Mr. Thane's pile. He reached for something, and Margaret saw that it was a bottle of expensive brandy. He brought it to his lips and drank deeply. Goodness gracious, she thought, drinking like a fish so early in the morning. "Again," somebody else said, and 7 times more he identified the cards before they were revealed for all to see. His money pile grew taller. "Are you a magician, sir?" asked one of the bystanders. "Or are the 2 of you accomplices?" asked someone else, sounding sceptical. The man opposite Mr. Thane declared, "Never seen the gentleman before in my life. Here, you hold the deck and try for yourself." So the other man did, with the same results. Each and every time Mr. Thane, without hesitation, in an indifferent monotone, announced the correct cards. "How do you do it, sir?" another person asked him. "I'm just lucky, I suppose." He took another long swallow of brandy. "Can you do any other tricks?" somebody asked. "I'll be walking on water after luncheon." "No, really? What else can you do? Can you find my Uncle Will's watch? We think he might have buried it in the garden before he passed." "Well, if you offer me a treat, I'll sit up and bark like a dog." Someone else said, "If you're so clever, my good fellow, tell me what I'm thinking right now." Mr. Thane slowly swivelled his head. "You're thinking that you don't want your wife to know you're having an affair with her cousin who works in a chemist shop in Bath. Also, you worry that your undergarments have gotten shabby and you hope to replace them with something nicer before your next trip to Bath, and you're sorry you ate the fish stew last night because it didn't agree with you." There was a collective indrawn breath among the spectators. The man whom Mr. Thane had just addressed turned a brilliant crimson and hurried away, and some people applauded again. Unmoved, Mr. Thane only took another drink of brandy. Margaret went closer, coming around the curve of the table so that she could face him directly, and when she did, even though she had already been taken aback by his unconventional attire, still she could feel her jaw dropping in shock. Gone was the suave, charming, devil-may-care rake from yesterday, who had leaned against his barouche with casual grace, expecting to share its capacious interior with herself and herself alone. In his place was a deathly pale, haggard, unshaven man with bloodshot, haunted eyes, his hair all tumbled and his black robe carelessly open to reveal, she couldn't help but notice, a hard-planed chest. "Mr. Thane," she said cautiously. He looked up at her. "Hello." His voice was cool and indifferent. "You missed your speech?" "I didn't miss it at all. That's wordplay, in case you weren't aware." She ignored the jibe. "But isn't that why you came to Whittlesea? To give a speech?" "Oh, I've already given it. Loads of times." He gestured vaguely with the bottle, waggling it at the other people still around the table. "Do you know, vous les gens stupides,
I'm now finding your presence très ennuyant. Can't you see this lovely lady is dying for an intimate tete-a-tete with me?" They all moved away, with some people looking more offended by the insult than others, and with the toe of his slippered foot, Mr. Thane casually pushed back a now empty chair next to him. Margaret sat down in it, aware, to her intense irritation, that she had to make a concerted effort to keep her eyes on his face and not on his bare chest. "What do you mean you've already given your speech multiple times?" "You wouldn't believe me if I told you." He held out the bottle, waggling it invitingly. "Drink?" She shook her head. "No, thank you. So go ahead and tell me." "I already have. And you never, ever believe me, so I stopped trying." "You haven't told me. In case you aren't aware, you and I only met yesterday." "So you say. But the truth is that you and I have a long, long history together." Baffled, Margaret stared hard at him. He spoke in a reasonable tone, but the things he was saying were impossible. Doggedly, she asked, "How did you know about that man's affair? And those other items?" "Oh, he told me." "When?" Mr. Thane shrugged. "The other evening." "What other evening? You've only been here since last night." "I keep trying to explain it to you, but it's no use. You keep forgetting. In any event, he told me one evening when he'd had too much to drink." "Where were you when he told you? What other city were you in?" "We were here, in this common room." Impossible. She moved on, frustrated. "And what about that card trick of yours? How did you do it?" "It's not a trick." "Then how?" "Let us say it's the outcome of repeated observation." Margaret leaned back in her chair, more baffled than ever. What he was saying made no sense at all. Was he playing her for a fool? Or was he diabolically clever? Or, worse, mad? One thing was for sure, he didn't look at all well. She abandoned the idea of asking if he was planning on leaving Whittlesea today or any time soon. His appearance, his behaviour, his overall attitude was very concerning. So Margaret, who could never walk past a person in need, or a dog, or a cat, or a horse in trouble without intervening, said gently, "Mr. Thane, would you consider seeing a doctor?" "I don't need your help." "Perhaps you need a doctor's help." "Nobody can help me."
He drank some more brandy.
"Why are you here, anyway? Did you miss me? Do you want to go upstairs and show me how much?"
She felt her sympathy waning. "No, I don't."
"Then go away."
"I'd like to help you."
"So come upstairs with me. My word, but you're dim-witted today."
She gritted her teeth. "I don't care to help you that way."
"Then you're of no use to me at all."
Dismissively, he waved the bottle at her.
"Get out. Go commune with that stupid straw bear."
With careful deliberation, Margaret ungritted her teeth and got up.
"Wait," he said.
"What is it?" she said frostily. With his free hand, he grabbed up a big fistful of banknotes.
"Do you want some money? I've got plenty."
"No, thank you. If you're looking to give your hard-earned cash away, the local convalescent home is soliciting donations not far from the town square."
"Why would I want to do that? I thought maybe you'd like some flowers or jewellery or a damned pony."
"Good day, Mr. Thane," she said, even more frostily, and walked away, disliking both him and the fact that she was, it seemed, trapped here in Whittlesea for the time being. It was a very nice town, but she really, really wanted to get home. It was odd, but somehow she wasn't the least bit surprised that her appeal to Mr. Thane had failed. In fact, it felt surprisingly familiar. Philip walked with long strides among the crowd toward the bunting-bedecked platform. The cheerful, lively sounds of the pipe and drum seemed to actually hurt his ears, and he couldn't bear to see the people around him having so much fun. Why should they be having fun and not him? Fools! Damn them all, each and every one. Soon he heard the familiar call in that feminine, pleasantly husky voice. "Mr. Thane, good morning!" He loped to where Margaret stood, as ravishing and as unattainable as ever. Next to her, of course, stood Mr. Lawrence, scribbling away in his notebook as usual. "Good morning," she repeated. "Happy plough day." "Ha! I beg your pardon?" "It's never a happy plough day." Her smile dimmed. "Is something wrong?" "Why would there be?" "It's just that you look—" "Incredibly handsome, I know." Her lips thinned. "I was going to say that you look a trifle unwell." "Quite the personal remark, isn't it, Margaret, darling? I, for example, would never dream of saying that you look vacuous and stupid." Philip watched with cynical amusement as her magnificent blue eyes flashed, and also he saw that Mr. Lawrence was staring at him open-mouthed. "And you," he said to him, "look like a fish caught on a string. Try that expression on the ladies, old chap. I'm sure they'll run to you in slavering adoration." "Why, you rude, despicable man," said Margaret icily. "How dare you?" He shrugged. "One should live dangerously, don't you think?" No sooner had he said this than the merry sounds of the pipe and drum fell away, and the crowd fell silent too, turning as one toward the platform in joyful expectancy. "I believe," Margaret said in the same cold voice, "that's your cue." Philip sketched her a mocking little bow, then went up the steps of the platform, introducing himself to the various town dignitaries clustering there, one of whom gestured him toward the front. He walked to the railing, swept his eyes over the crowd, and pulled a bottle of brandy from his greatcoat pocket. He uncorked it and had a big drink. "This," he said in a clear, carrying voice, "is a joke. You are a joke, all of you. What normal human being gets excited about an event called Plough Day? Isn't that the stupidest thing you've ever heard of? And yet here you all are at the crack of dawn, freezing to death, milling about like the silly gudgeons you are, and waiting for some sapskull dressed up to look like a bear covered in straw. And you do this every damned year. Or should I say, every damned day. It's pathetic." He paused, looking around at the sea of stunned, dismayed, angry faces, and waggled the brandy bottle at them, after which he had another long drink. "The truth hurts, doesn't it? Vous les gens stupides." With an exaggerated, theatrical flourish, he gestured with the bottle toward the far edge of the crowd. "Oh, I see your precious straw bear has arrived. Well, I certainly hope you've enjoyed listening to my speech as much as I've enjoyed giving it. Have a nice day." There was a brief, ghastly, amusing silence, and then the straw bear lumbered forward, the pipe and drum resumed, sounding hilariously tentative, and some people began to move and sway a bit, but also rather tentatively. Philip noticed that quite a few audience members had turned their backs to him. Also hilarious. He strolled down the steps of the platform and to where Margaret and Mr. Lawrence stood. They, too, looked stunned and dismayed. Here again yet more amusing hilarity. He said to Mr. Lawrence, whose mouth hung open even more widely than before, "I do hope you wrote all that down for your tiny little newspaper, so that you can write a meaningless little story that nobody will read." Then he looked at Margaret. In a sweet voice, meant to jeeringly imitate her, he repeated her comment from the journey here. "The straw bear is meant to personify the winter season. Its appearance on Plough Day symbolically represents the banishment of winter so that crops can grow again and the people will flourish." He grinned at her without humour. "Just so you know, my dearest, darling Margaret. Oh, wait, you'll never be mine, will you?
You've made that clear. Just so you know, Winter isn't going anywhere. Ever. And neither are we. You were going to ask if you could invite yourself along for a ride in the Penhallow barouche, weren't you? Well, you can forget about it, just as you always do, every single damned day.
Not waiting for a reply, he turned on his heel and strode away, still holding on to the half-empty bottle of brandy, which he planned to finish in the very, very near future. It was a bright, beautiful, sunny day, plough day, and here she was right in the middle of it all. Wasn't she just so fortunate, when yesterday it had seemed there was a good chance she'd never make it here in time? Warm and snug in her thick wool pelisse and cosy hat, Margaret looked around from her place near the festive, bunting-bedecked platform with pleasure. What a delightful scene lay about! How much fun everyone was having! And yet, almost like a mysterious dark patina dimming the bright sunshine, Margaret was also aware of an odd feeling of somehow bracing herself for something bad to happen. But why would that be? Everything had gone smoothly this morning. She'd woken up with plenty of time to spare, gotten dressed, poked her head into the private parlour where Aunt Seraphina was already hard at work, met Mr. Lawrence in the common room, and together they'd walked over to the town square without the least incident. She sent an absent-minded glance to Mr. Lawrence next to her, he being busy jotting down his impressions in his notebook. Suddenly she spotted a tall, broad-shouldered figure coming toward the platform, and doing her best to shake off that odd, mysterious feeling, she called out, "Mr. Thane, good morning." He came near, and she saw at once that he was looking quite different than he had last night when he had dropped Aunt Seraphina, Mr. Lawrence and herself off at their inn. Then he had been annoyingly suave and sardonic, and openly bitter about having to get up early for the plough day ceremony. Today there was a visible tension about him, almost like a nimbus of focused energy. His expression was hard and set. "Good morning," Margaret repeated, cautiously. "It's not yet, but it will be." "I beg your pardon?" "You'll see." No sooner had he said this than the merry sounds of the pipe and drum fell away, and the crowd fell silent too, turning as one toward the platform in joyful expectancy. Margaret said, puzzled and curious, to Mr. Thane, "I believe that's your cue."
"Why, so it is."
He turned away and went up the steps of the platform, introducing himself to the various town dignitaries clustering there, one of whom, Margaret saw, gestured him toward the front. Mr. Thane walked to the railing, swept his gaze over the crowd, and said in a hard, clear, carrying voice, "Good people, we are gathered here today to celebrate farmers, farming, agriculture, growing seasons, winter, the end of winter." He paused and gave what sounded like an exceedingly bitter laugh.
"The end of winter. Ha! What a joke. Winter's not ending ever unless I do something about it, unless I fix things. Today, here and now. What you people need is a hero, and I'm it. Oh, and there's your precious straw bear."
He pointed toward the far edge of the crowd, which was, for the moment, silent and shocked. Then she saw the cylindrical figure all covered in sheaves of hay, from its head down to its ankles. People eagerly yielded before it. The figure lumbered forward, and everyone started to applaud, those closest to the straw bear reaching out to pat at his sheaves, a gesture which signified hope for an early spring. The pipe and drum resumed their merry, lilting beat, and some people began to move and sway in happy little dances, both singly and together. Margaret watched for a few moments, then looked uneasily back to the platform where Mr. Thane still stood. He was staring at the straw bear. She didn't like his expression. It was strangely purposeful, still very hard, and even just a tiny bit desperate, and it was making her nervous. He walked down the platform steps, and swiftly she went to him, catching at his arm. "Where are you going?"
"Why should you care? I'm worried about you." "Don't be. I'm pretty sure I've figured it all out. How to turn the charm around. It all has to do with the straw bear, you see. It always has. I could kick myself for not realizing it sooner."
She stared up at him. Why was he talking about a charm, and why did that seem so familiar to her? "Stay focused, Margaret," she sternly told herself, and demanded, "Realize what sooner? What on earth do you mean?"
"I already told you. You'll see. Did you forget already?"
Mr. Thane shook off her hand and strode away. Puzzled and worried, Margaret continued staring at him. "His speech wasn't at all what I was expecting." It was Mr. Lawrence, who had come up to stand next to her. Without taking her eyes off Mr. Thane, feeling that she had been quite right to be bracing herself for something untoward to happen, Margaret replied, "I'm not sure what I was expecting, but it wasn't that." "These people from great families," he remarked. "Idiosyncratic, aren't they?" "I dare say they are." "If he's leaving Whittlesea today, do you think we could join him? There's talk of a snowstorm coming in, and there aren't any seats on the stage for several days." Margaret nodded. "Yes, I inquired about that too, but I have no idea as to Mr. Thane's plans. I'd prefer to leave also if we can." Suddenly she gasped. "Oh, my goodness!"
"I say, what's he doing?" exclaimed Mr. Lawrence.
They both watched in astonishment as Mr. Thane grabbed at the straw bear and began hustling him away from the town square. It was evident that the people around him were too shocked to do anything, and also that Mr. Thane was very strong, able to easily overpower the straw bear, who was flapping his arms in agitation, shedding bits of straw everywhere.
"My God," said Margaret, horrified. "He's shoved the bear into someone's curricle, and now he's jumped up and taken the reins. Is he kidnapping the bear?"
"Now here's a story for my newspaper," declared Mr. Lawrence with enormous relish. "Let's go closer and see what happens."
They hurried toward the curricle, which Mr. Thane had deftly swung around and was now hurtling away with its unwilling passenger. A cry went up from many throats. "Stop him! Stop him! Save the straw bear!" And one lone aggrieved cry, "He stole my curricle!" It wasn't long before several other carriages were rolling off in hot pursuit. Behind them, Margaret spotted a couple of constables, huffing and puffing and their faces red and enraged, trotting along as fast as they could. A laudable endeavour, but given the speed of the carriages preceding them, ultimately a rather futile one. There was no way this was going to end well, just as she had in fact suspected all along.
"Isn't this fun?" said Philip casually to his companion,
who was gripping the arm-rail for dear life.
"Would you like a turn with the reins?"
"No," said the bear in a panicky man's voice.
"Wish you'd let me off. Don't like speeds."
"Faster is better in this case, though in certain other intimate situations it's quite the obverse. Don't you agree, my dear bear?"
Skillfully, Philip managed to just barely miss a giant hole in the road, and the bear gave a loud, anxious moan. They were already on the outskirts of town.
Where are you taking me?"
"Why, we're on the road to Oundle."
"Oundle? I don't want to go to Oundle."
"But we must. We've got to pass through it, you see, and beyond, and you're the key."
"Me? The key? I'm not even a bear, you know. I'm just a man."
"You're the key to solving all my problems. You'll see."
Now that they were barreling along at a spanking pace, the bear's rate of straw shedding had exponentially increased. No doubt they had left quite a trail behind them. That was unfortunate, but hopefully they had a large enough lead to give his plan sufficient time to be enacted. Just enough to make it to and through Oundle. And then he'd be free. This morning, lying in his dumpy bed at the Apple Street Inn, he'd been thinking hard. Instead of wrestling with why he'd been trapped in Whittlesea or how, he was trying to figure out a means by which to break the curse, the evil charm set upon him. In the absence of any suggestions or advice from that not very helpful voice, it had occurred to him that perhaps the straw bear, the whole reason for him being in Whittlesea in the first place, was at the centre of it all. Maybe the bear was his lucky charm. And if so, having the bear with him as he got to Oundle would somehow ensure that the road wouldn't be blocked by a big fallen tree, that there was no snowstorm getting in the way. "Watch out!" shrieked the bear, and Philip saw that a cow had wandered into their path. Just for fun, he drove straight toward it, veering to one side and bypassing it only at the absolute last moment. The bear moaned again and said feebly, Think I'm going to be sick." "Oh, for God's sake, bear, don't," said Philip in a sharp voice. "Can't help it," answered the bear apologetically. "I told you I don't like speeds." And without further ado, he gave up his breakfast all over himself and, as the curricle lurched over a rut, causing the bear to jolt in his seat and twist about as hapless as a rag doll, all over Philip too. Not even the best of whips could drive with sick in his eyes, and so, cursing furiously under his breath, Philip brought the curricle to a halt, snatching out his handkerchief to wipe his face. The bear took advantage of his distraction to slither down from the curricle, go over to the nearest tree, vomit again, and when Philip approached him in a minute or two, he wrapped his arms around the tree trunk and refused to go anywhere, revealing, when Philip tried hard to tug him away, a surprising amount of both arm strength and unshakable determination. Chapter 13. Margaret hardly knew whether to remain in the town square and wait for what she hoped would be the straw bear's rescue and return, or to go on about her business. But while she lingered among the angry, anxious crowd, it was all decided for her sooner rather than later, when in 20 minutes or so the stolen curricle rolled back, driven not by the bear or Mr. Thane, but by one of the townspeople who had been among their pursuers. The other coaches followed in short order. To the cheers of the crowd, the bear was tenderly helped down from another carriage and borne away to a bench where he was surrounded by friends and admirers, eager to be of assistance, which, at the moment, seemed to be a need to be wiped down from head to toe. The curricle's owner rushed to see to his horses, who were, thankfully, none the worse for wear. One of the carriages didn't stop to disperse passengers, but instead kept going, and Margaret was just able to catch a glimpse of Mr. Thane sitting inside, along with 2 of the constables, no longer huffing and puffing, but with faces that were, if possible, even more red and enraged. "I say, isn't this ripping?" exclaimed Mr. Lawrence, coming up to stand next to her, all his journalistic instincts a-quiver. "Everyone's saying it's the most memorable plough day since an alderman was so drunk that he toppled off the platform, tearing all the bunting as he went, rolled around in it, and rose to his feet looking so much like an Egyptian mummy that several people screamed and at least 2 women fainted." For a moment, Margaret found herself wanting to laugh, but repressed it and soberly said, "Where are they taking Mr. Thane? Do you know?" "Yes, they're taking him to the constabulary house." "By Jove, what a story for my newspaper! What do you suppose Mr. Thane was thinking? I was hoping to get an interview with the mayor, but my editor would be ever so pleased if I could get Mr. Thane to talk. Would you excuse me, Miss Allen?" "Yes, certainly," said Margaret. "Good luck." Mr. Lawrence rushed off, and she remained in the town square just long enough to see that the straw bear was really and truly all right. Then she went back to her inn and into the private parlour, where she had a hearty breakfast and told Aunt Seraphina all about the events of the morning. "My word!" exclaimed her aunt, her eyes as round as saucers. "I knew Mr. Thane for a rapscallion the moment I saw him, but this is beyond the pale. Kidnapping the straw bear and stealing a curricle. It's outrageous." She gave a derisive sniff.
I dare say he's another one of those madcap young wastrels who thinks it's a great lark doing things like that, taking over the driving of the mail coach or betting enormous sums on the movements of a fly, or, closer to home, sneaking a cow into the Dean's chancery. Do you remember that incident from a few years back? I thought your great-uncle Timothy would go off in an apoplexy."
"Yes, I do remember, Aunt, but Uncle Timothy was as much concerned for the cow as anything else. The poor thing had to be taken up 3 flights of stairs and then, once discovered, down them again, and only recall how quickly he identified the undergraduates who did it. His talk with them not only left them in tears of genuine remorse, you know, they both were so inspired by his truly Christian forgiveness that they ended up becoming clergymen. And of course he made them work tending cows for the whole summer half." Thoughtfully, Margaret had another bite of her muffin and went on. "The thing is, I don't believe it was a lark for Mr. Thane. He was so odd this morning, Aunt, before the kidnapping. He told me he had to turn the charm around, and that it had to do with the bear."
"Curiouser and curiouser. I hate to say it, my dear, but is it possible that Mr. Thane is, well, unbalanced?"
Margaret nodded. "It may be."
"Then we were more fortunate than we knew to travel here safely in his barouche yesterday," Aunt Seraphina said gravely. "And to think we were hoping to travel with him again. This unfortunate incident with the straw bear may well have been a strange stroke of luck for us."
"Strange indeed," said Margaret, and finished her muffin. When her breakfast was over, she spent some time going over her plough-day notes, went to inquire about any last-minute stage seats, alas, a futile endeavour, and decided to go for a long, invigorating walk about town. She had just enjoyed a chat with a freckle-faced little boy who had been petting the butcher's tabby cat when Mr. Lawrence came bounding along.
"I say, here you are," he exclaimed. "I've been looking for you everywhere. Any chance you might be willing to come with me to the constabulary house? They won't let me in to see Mr. Thane, but you've got such a nice air about you. Maybe they'll change their minds."
"Oi, mister," piped up the little boy. "Can I come too? Never seen a prisoner before. Are they going to hang him, do you suppose?"
Startled, Mr. Lawrence glanced down at him.
"I shouldn't think so, lad."
"Damn."
He sounded very disappointed.
"That would be jolly. Can I at least go into the constabulary house with you? Always wanted to do that."
"Best not," said Mr. Lawrence. "Sorry, laddie."
The little boy shrugged.
"I'll go roast me chestnuts, then."
He started off, and Margaret called after him, "Do be careful, won't you?" The little boy only laughed and vanished round a corner, and after that she and Mr. Lawrence walked to the constabulary house, where they were indeed promptly admitted. Looking around the front room, Margaret thought that the little boy would like it here a great deal. It was suitably grey, dingy, dank, and altogether unpleasantly tomb-like. A minute or two later, they found Mr. Thane in a cold, draughty cell, sitting on a bare, uncomfortable-looking bench with one long-booted leg crossed over the other, and looking just as determined as he had been earlier this morning. There was a faint, unpleasant odour in the cell, and instinctively Margaret wrinkled her nose in distaste.
"My apologies," said Mr. Thane at once. "The bear vomited on me, you see, and they've callously refused to let me have a bath. The amenities here are quite disappointing. In fact, they're non-existent."
"What made you do it, sir?" Mr. Lawrence inquired.
"Better to ask what made the bear vomit. This is a new and very expensive jacket."
"No, seriously, sir. Why did you kidnap him?"
"I am serious. My jacket is ruined."
Margaret's heart sank at this exchange. Either Mr. Thane was refusing to consider his situation with due gravity, which was bad, or he really was unbalanced, which was worse. Gently, she said, "You've been charged with theft, kidnap with intent of bodily harm, property damage, and disorderly conduct, and many people have given sworn testimony to the fact." I asked if you could be released on my recognizance, and I offered to pay the surety fee, but they said you're to be held here until tomorrow morning, when the magistrate will speak with you then and adjudicate your sentence. I should warn you, Mr. Thane, that the sentence may be harsh. A few years' incarceration, I'm afraid.
Oh, I doubt that. I'll be a free man tomorrow.
How can you know that? Asked Mr. Lawrence curiously. The whole town is against you, sir, and the law is too. Everyone saw what you did.
Luckily for me, people have short memories.
Do they? The way people are talking, I expect they'll never forget this plough day.
Trust me, they will.
Mr. Thane sounded so confident that Margaret actually found herself believing him. A little dazedly, she put a hand to her forehead, as if she'd run into a lamp-post and rattled her brain so badly that she was getting unbalanced, especially when she now remembered all over again how she'd been dogged by a strange feeling of bracing herself before the plough day ceremony began, only to have the feeling justified when Mr. Thane acted so outrageously.
"What's the matter, Margaret?"
said Mr. Thane. She gave her head a shake, as if to clear it, and dropped her hand. Nothing. Let's talk about you, though.
My favourite subject.
Annoyance rose within her, and she was glad. She'd rather be annoyed at Mr. Thane than worried about the frailty of his mind. I'm sure it is. Mr. Lawrence wants to interview you for his newspaper. Is that something you'd be willing to do? He shrugged.
Why not?
Mr. Lawrence whipped out his notepad and pencil from his rucksack. So why did you do it, sir? Steal the curricle and take the straw bear?
Because the bear is my ticket out of here.
Margaret's heart sank all over again. He was back to this. How so? Asked Mr. Lawrence, looking baffled.
I've been placed under an evil curse, you see, and it finally occurred to me that it's the bear who's going to set me free. Today was my first go at escaping with him, but I think the problem was that I used someone else's carriage. Tomorrow I'm going to take the Penhallow barouche. It makes more sense, don't you think? I came in the Penhallow barouche, and I'm going to leave in the Penhallow barouche, so I'm fully expecting that the second time will be the charm.
Margaret had been listening to Mr. Thane with increasing dismay, but something about that last phrase caught her attention even more sharply. Didn't she have a memory of sitting somewhere with Mr. Thane, over a meal, in a restaurant, and him saying, "Nothing ventured, nothing gained. If at first you don't succeed, etc.," she had answered, "hopefully tomorrow, the second time, will be the charm." "I'll drink to that," Mr. Thane had said, and they had clinked their glasses in a convivial manner. They'd been talking about... Margaret thought hard. It was like trying to grasp at something through a vast, dense fog. Something incredibly elusive. What had they been discussing? Then at last her mind lit on something. They'd been talking about getting to Oundle in his barouche, but being forced to turn back due to a snowstorm and a big fallen tree blocking the way. Margaret felt a keen sense of satisfaction at remembering, but it promptly dissipated when next she remembered that she'd never had this conversation with Mr. Thane in real life. How bizarre. It must, she now thought, have been a dream. It's the only possible explanation. This makes no sense at all. Margaret gave a start. Then she realised that it was Mr. Lawrence speaking, and that it wasn't her he was addressing, thank goodness, but rather Mr. Thane, who seemed unperturbed by Mr. Lawrence's grave words, and replied in a tone of the utmost reasonableness.
On the contrary, it's the only possible explanation.
At this, Margaret gave another start and stared hard at Mr. Thane. Why had he said that? The only possible explanation. Had he read her mind? Nonsense, she told herself. It's just a coincidence. She watched as Mr. Lawrence, looking puzzled, even frustrated, put away his pencil and notepad. He was giving up on the conversation, she saw. So was Mr. Thane, it seemed, for he said, "Well, it was kind of you both to stop by. I'll see you tomorrow at the Plough Day festivities."
"Today is Plough Day," Mr. Lawrence reminded him gravely.
"And it will be again tomorrow,"
Margaret said, just as grave as Mr. Lawrence. "Is there anything we can do for you before we go?"
"Yes. How about a kiss, darling Margaret? We've gotten close, but never close enough."
"That's because you lied all day long, you awful toad," she nearly blurted out, then checked herself at the very last moment. Astonished and more baffled than ever, she retreated a step. "Goodbye, Mr. Thane."
"Rather, let us say, je te rêverai aujourd'hui, demain."
They left him sitting on the bench, one leg crossed over the other, leaning casually against the wall, looking as if he was anticipating a full and purposeful day to come on the morrow, instead of the fate which most likely was awaiting him. A visit from a magistrate, a substantial fine, and a sentence of significant incarceration.
"What did Mr. Thane say in French, Miss Allen?"
"He said, 'I'll see you again today, tomorrow.'"
"Really? Dash it, it's
Nonsensical. The whole thing is nonsensical. Poor fellow ought to be in Bedlam." Margaret only nodded somberly. The way things were going, perhaps she'd be joining him there. He was sitting in his cold, draughty cell, having disposed himself as best he could on a bare and very uncomfortable bench. Margaret and Mr. Lawrence were standing outside his cell, looking gravely at him. He barely noticed them. He was thinking about that weirdly prescient dream he'd had long ago, on the morning of his second Plough Day. Slowly he had come to the horrifying realization that he was in a cage, entirely surrounded by cold metal bars, just like he was now, basically. All this time, all those Plough Days, he'd been looping round and round, only to end up precisely where he'd started. It was hopeless. All his efforts were for nothing. And by God, he was tired. Not just tired, exhausted. In his body, his mind, and his soul. He was, he thought, nothing but an empty husk. Is that what ghosts felt like? He lifted an arm, checking to see if he'd started going transparent or fading away. He saw that he was all still there, and hardly knew whether to be glad or sorry. He heard, as if from a great distance, a feminine, pleasantly husky voice. It was Margaret's, of course. He roused himself from his dismal reverie and realized that she was murmuring something to Mr. Lawrence. "Honestly, I don't think asking Mr. Thane for an interview is a good idea. He seems so fatigued." Mr. Lawrence looked disappointed, and she went on, "Maybe you could go find the mayor. You said your editor would be pleased with an interview with him." "Yes, that's true. Are you ready to go? I can escort you back to your inn or wherever you like." Philip bestirred himself to say,
"Yes, go on, Margaret."
She hesitated, and a flicker of his old vanity stirred. He hated for her to see him like this, rumpled and bedraggled and defeated and imprisoned. So he said, summoning as much sharpness into his voice as he could, "Go on and commune with that stupid straw bear and leave me alone. I'm sick of you." He watched, resigned as her expression hardened. "Very well, Mr. Thane. Goodbye."
"Goodbye."
He closed his eyes, so he didn't have to watch her go. Margaret and Mr. Lawrence had passed through the grey, dingy, dank, and altogether unpleasantly tomb-like front room of the constabulary house, and now she stood looking at Mr. Thane in his cold, draughty cell, deeply shocked. Had he ever really leaned against the side of his barouche, all dashingly devil-may-care, looking so breezy and confident, as if he had the world at his feet?
The man she saw now, sitting on a bare, uncomfortable-looking bench and slumping against the wall, seemed incapable of rising to his feet without help. To Mr. Lawrence, standing next to her, she murmured, "I know you went all that way to bring me back here with you, but honestly, I don't think asking Mr. Thane for an interview is a good idea. He seems so very, very tired." Mr. Lawrence looked disappointed, and she went on, "Why don't you go find the mayor? You said your editor would be pleased with an interview with him." "Yes, that's true. Are you ready to go? I can escort you back to your inn, or wherever you like." Mr. Thane suddenly spoke up. "Yes, go on, Margaret." She hesitated, and he added in a sharp voice, "Leave me alone, won't you? Go chat with the straw bear and take some more stupid notes. I'm sick to death of you." For a moment, Margaret was so angry and upset by this horrid, callous remark that she wanted to turn on her heel and storm out. But something held her back. She didn't know what it was, only that her hesitation somehow shifted into something else, a determination to stay. She felt like a tiny little ship sailing against strong headwinds that wanted to keep her at bay. But she was a very stubborn ship. So she said quietly to Mr. Lawrence, "You go. I'm staying." His gingery eyebrows went up. "Really? He seems awfully surly." "I'm sure. Good luck getting your interview." "Thanks. I'm going to need it." Mr. Lawrence went away, and Margaret remained where she was, looking sorrowfully at Mr. Thane. His eyes were closed now, and as a heavy silence fell in the wake of Mr. Lawrence's departure, she saw to her shocked amazement 2 tears, one on each cheek rolling down his face. "Oh, Mr. Thane," she said softly, her heart aching. "I'm so sorry." She didn't know what exactly she was sorry about, but she did know that she was glad that she had stayed, as if somehow, in some way, she had failed him before. Or had they failed each other? Someone was knocking on a door. "Wake up, sir," said a voice from outside the room. "It's plough day." Knock, knock, knock. "Mr. Thane," said the voice, "you asked to be awakened in time for the ceremony. It's plough day, sir." Slowly, Philip opened his eyes. There it was, the same old ceiling overhead. And here he was, lying in the same old bed. Again. Again and again and again. Knock, knock, knock. "I'm awake," he whispered, barely able to get the words out. "Very well, sir." He lay there, stunned. Just as stunned as he had been yesterday and the day before that and the day before. He had indeed tried taking the bear in the Penhallow barouche to Oundle. They'd gone flying along the road that time, fast and fleet, easily outdistancing their pursuers, and he'd stuffed the bear inside the barouche while he himself drove, so that when the bear lost his breakfast he could continue driving. And just past Oundle, they'd encountered, to his unspeakable horror, a swirling snowstorm and a big fallen tree blocking the way. So he'd been caught, rounded up, and thrown into jail again. The next day he tried going to Peterborough. They were met with a snowstorm and a big fallen tree. He'd been thrown into jail. The day after that he tried going with the bear to Cambridge. Snowstorm, fallen tree, jail. The day after that he'd tried going to Norwich, which was in the opposite direction from Somerset and Sermont Hall. Snowstorm, fallen tree, jail. After that, he'd tried for Ipswich, Colchester, Marham, Braintree, Stevenage, Kettering, Grantham, Sleaford, Coventry, Nuneaton, Banbury, Leicester, and some other places whose names he couldn't even recall at the moment. It didn't matter. It was all the same. Snowstorm, fallen tree, jail. There was no way out. Whether or not he was literally in jail at any given moment, he was definitely, totally, entirely, thoroughly, and absolutely trapped here. Slowly, Philip turned his head toward the window.
At this moment, beneath a sky of soft, cloudless blue, people were heading toward the town square, passing scattered splotches of grey slush. The pipe and the drum could be heard, all merry and cheerful. Margaret was there, as ravishing as always and smelling like the sweet summer roses he'd never see again. Mr. Lawrence was standing next to her, scribbling in his notebook. The town dignitaries were in their places on the bunting-bedecked platform, waiting for him to show up and give his speech. And the straw bear, his stomach, Philip now knew all too well, comfortably full from his breakfast of kippers, sausage, eggs, and toast, was getting ready to make his appearance amidst enthusiastic fanfare. Philip envisioned this scene over and over again, a living nightmare that he couldn't control and couldn't stop. This had been his life. This was his life now. It was difficult to remember that there was a larger world out there, a world in which he had flitted from one place to another, from one woman to the next, dancing, drinking, gambling, copulating, and in general doing whatever he wanted whenever he liked. A world which was lost to him forever.
Oh, she was lucky, lucky, thought Margaret happily. She was in Whittlesea on plough day, when yesterday it seemed she'd never get here and would be stuck in Brampton for who knew how long. Warm and snug in her thick wool pelisse and cosy hat, she looked around from her place near the festive bunting-bedecked platform. What a delightful scene lay all about! How much fun everyone was having! She sent a smiling glance to Mr. Lawrence next to her, he being busy jotting down his impressions in his notebook. And it was all due to Mr. Thane that she was here. Margaret felt another burst of gratitude for his happening to be in the right place at the right time. She'd thank him again, and as soon as possible. Even as she thought this, a strange frisson of anxiety skittered up and down her spine. What if something bad happened today because of him? What if something bad happened to him? It seemed all too likely, as if it was something that had happened before. What a strange fancy, Margaret thought, mystified, and then she determinedly shook it off. Just then, she spotted a tall, broad-shouldered figure coming toward the platform, and she called out, "Mr. Thane! Good morning!" He came near, and she saw that his expression was very different from what it had been when he'd dropped them off at the Woodhull Inn yesterday. Then he had been annoyingly suave and sardonic, and openly bitter about having to get up early for the plough day ceremony. Today, however, she had a difficult time reading his expression. He didn't look satirical or even lively, but instead he seemed flattened out and somehow resigned. Maybe, despite yesterday's casual braggadocio, he was one of those people who dreaded speaking in public. And so he had girded himself to give his speech, accepting his fate, but with reluctance. Back home in Oxford, she'd given talks on folklore, superstition, mythology, and so on, and at first she'd been nervous. For many people, herself included, it took time to get comfortable up on the podium. "Good morning," she repeated, smiling reassuringly at him. "And thank you."
"For what?"
His voice was flat. "For bringing us here."
"You shouldn't be thanking me. You should be cursing me."
"I beg your pardon."
"Nothing. It was nothing."
"Oh." Rather baffled, Margaret added, "I dare say it's almost time for the speeches to begin."
"Yes, I know."
"There's nothing to be nervous about. Everyone here is looking forward to hearing what you have to say." Mr. Thane looked at her closely, his expression now one of faint surprise.
"Do you think I'm worried about giving a speech?"
"Well, aren't you?"
"Good Lord, no. I'm quite the old hand at it."
No sooner had Mr. Thane uttered this than the merry sounds of the pipe and drum fell away, and the crowd fell silent too, turning as one toward the platform in joyful expectancy. "I believe that's your cue, Mr. Thane. Good luck. Not that you'll need it, of course."
"Oh, I've given up on luck," he said in that same flattened-out way. and went up the steps of the platform, introducing himself to the various town dignitaries clustering there, one of whom, she saw, gestured him toward the front. Mr. Thane walked to the railing, swept his eyes over the crowd, and delivered a brief, rather unmemorable speech about agriculture and the importance of annual traditions, which was received with a polite smattering of applause, and after that he announced the arrival of the straw bear with a cursory sweep of his arm. Looking to the far edge of the crowd, Margaret saw people eagerly yielding to a cylindrical figure all covered in sheaves of hay from its head down to its ankles. The figure lumbered forward, and everyone began vigorously applauding, those closest to the straw bear reaching out to pat the sheaves, a gesture which signified hope for an early spring. The pipe and drum resumed their merry, lilting beat, and some people began to move and sway in happy little dances, both singly and together. Margaret watched, fascinated, tapping one of her feet in time to the music. After a while, perhaps 10 minutes or so, at the edges of her awareness, she felt herself wondering about something. What was it? She looked vaguely around her like a person waking from a deep, dark sleep. Like a person looking for something. No, looking for someone. Where was Mr. Thane? It was as if she'd been expecting him to draw near while she was gazing at the straw bear, and to say something sardonic in that deep, cultured voice of his. His not saying anything, not coming to her, felt like an odd absence, like a hole where there should have been something. Earlier, she'd glanced away from the bear for a moment and had seen Mr. Thane moving slowly among the crowd, passing right by 2 pretty young women who bridled coyly at his approach. Yesterday, he'd seemed like just the sort of man who would find this an irresistible invitation, but today he hadn't even seemed to notice them, to their obvious disappointment. What was wrong? Margaret could have laughed at herself for worrying about a rake who missed an opportunity to make his next conquests, but now she couldn't help but feel that there really was something wrong with Mr. Thane. Moreover, even though she couldn't explain it rationally, she somehow felt that she needed to be involved. So Margaret, who could never walk past a person in need or a dog or a cat or a horse in trouble without intervening, gave one last appreciative look at the straw bear and followed in the direction she'd seen Mr. Thane going. She left the town square and looked around. There was no sign of him. Had he gone back to his inn? She began walking toward Apple Street, but just as she came up to Plimpton Street, she caught sight of him. To her astonishment, he was sitting on the edge of the sidewalk, and his handsome, stylish, expensive boots were in the dirty gutter. His head was bowed. His eyes were open, but he didn't seem to be gazing at anything in particular. Margaret went to stand next to him. "Mr. Thane, are you all right?" Slowly he turned his head to look up at her. "Never been better." His voice was flat. Would you like to get up and go somewhere else?" No.
Early this morning, as she and Mr. Lawrence had walked together to the ceremony, she'd resolved to ask Mr. Thane about his departure plans, and if it would be at all possible for herself, Aunt Seraphina, and Mr. Lawrence to tag along to some convenient point where they might find other transportation. But now it didn't seem important any more. Impulsively she said, "May I join you?"
Why would you want to do that?
"To keep you company."
Really?
She nodded, surprised to hear the outright amazement in his voice. Was it because she'd been so cold to him yesterday? Strangely, she found herself thinking of how the frog in the old fairy tale might have reacted when the princess at last offered to kiss him. "Yes, I'd like that, Mr. Thane."
Are you sure?
"Yes, I am." She sat down at his side and tucked her skirts around her ankles. Then she looked hard at him. Now that his face was, for some mysterious reason, wiped clean of the mockery from yesterday, that jaded, sardonic, concupiscent expression which seemed to be habitual, if half a day spent together in a carriage was anything to go by,
Mr. Thane looked very different to her. It was almost as if she could see him better now. She was vividly aware of his masculine solidity, the long length of his body and its easy, graceful lines, the way his brown hair, with its interesting hint of chestnut, curled ever so slightly over the collar of his greatcoat, the allure of his beautifully formed mouth and the gleam of unmistakable intelligence in his brown-green eyes. She had always found intelligence irresistible, and when allied with a great many appealing physical attributes, it all added up to something tempting. Very, very tempting. But which was the real Mr. Thane? The cynical rake hell from yesterday, or this quieter, more soft-spoken man? Or had the real Mr. Thane yet to reveal himself? It was a puzzle, and she did enjoy solving puzzles. Also, this air of resignation he had about him concerned her, as if he had somehow given up. Gently, she said, "Mr. Thane, is something troubling you?" He gave her a long, considering look, tinged by surprise. "Do you really want to know?" "Yes, I do." "Now that you mention it, there is." But he didn't go on. Instead, he gave a deep sigh, one that seemed to come from a genuine place of darkness and even, perhaps, despair. Sympathetically, Margaret said, "Won't you tell me about it?" "You wouldn't believe me if I did." "Try me." "It'll sound strange to you, like something out of folklore or mythology." She smiled just a little. "Well, as you know, that's my speciality." "I do know. Sometimes I've wondered if I'm a creature of your imagination." "What do you mean?" He turned to face her and quietly said, "The thing of it is, I think I'm Sisyphus brought back to life." Margaret stared. If he was joking, he was doing a very good job of concealing it. His tone was sincere, even earnest. "I beg your pardon?" "I think I'm Sisyphus." "The crafty, clever king of Ephyra in Greek mythology, who was punished for his misdeeds by being made to roll a giant boulder up a mountain, endlessly?" "Yes, that's right." "But Mr. Thane, it's only a story." "Stories come from somewhere, don't they? And sometimes they're based on real things." "Yes, but Sisyphus? Have you been rolling boulders up a mountain?" "No, it's a metaphor." "For what?" "Every single day, no matter what I say or do, I wake up in my bed at the Apple Street Inn, and it's plough day. That's the boulder I roll up the hill, endlessly." "But Mr. Thane," said Margaret, befuddled, "that's impossible." "It may be impossible, but it's true. There's no other explanation. I can only conclude, logically, that I'm Sisyphus. And please don't suggest that I go see a doctor. I assure you, I'm not mad or pulling a prank. I'm saying this based on things that have happened to me, that are happening to me." A cold wind rattled past, sending a few dried winter leaves and other detritus scudding along the gutter at their feet, including a battered-looking crisp. He went on, "Wasn't it lucky for me I found a big fat volume on Greek mythology in the Whittlesea Lending Library? It was all quite interesting, really, and it actually made me wish I'd paid more attention at school. Also, it made me wish I'd been assigned a different figure from Greek mythology, with different attributes. I'd prefer to have useful powers, like being able to transform base metals into gold, or to fly, or to read people's minds. Although, in your case, Margaret, I can. You're wondering if I am mad, even though I've already told you plainly that I'm not." He spoke without rancour. "You must admit that what you're saying is hard to believe." "I'll readily admit it. But only consult your own expertise. Aren't there any stories or folk tales about— what was the word again? I found a Greek dictionary in the lending library as well. Yes, metempsychosis.
The transmigration of souls, from one lifetime to the next. It's an old and persistent concept, said Margaret. The Yoruba tribe in Western Africa, for example, believe that people are continually reborn. They call their baby girls Mother has returned, and their baby boys Father has returned. She noticed how he seemed to wince, as if in pain, and quickly said, "What is it? What's wrong?"
A bad topic. Never mind. But now that we agree that soul transmigration is a time-honored concept, how can you be certain that I'm not Sisyphus? Or at least some kind of revival?
Because these are concepts and stories, exclaimed Margaret, not truths.
I can prove it.
How?
Listen. Just listen.
Chapter 14. Philip looked at Margaret sitting next to him on the sidewalk. Her deep blue eyes were wide, and her face, which he had memorized in its every enchanting detail, the delicate arch of her tawny brown eyebrows, her broad high cheekbones, her long straight nose, her soft and generously curved mouth, and the faint, charming smile lines to either side, was rather pale. "I'm listening," she said quietly.
First of all, you should know that I've spent a great deal of time locked up in the constabulary house.
She took this in. Which constabulary house? Where and why?
The one right here in Whittlesea, and for all kinds of charges. For thefts of various sorts, public drunkenness, kidnapping the straw bear, and disorderly conduct.
Kidnapping the straw bear?
Yes, I'm afraid so.
But when, Mr. Thane? You only got here yesterday, and on the carriage ride here you said it was your first time going to Whittlesea.
Free your mind from the notion that yesterday was, well, yesterday. Try to accept the reality that a great deal of time has passed since the moment of our first meeting.
He saw the doubt and confusion in her eyes, and forged onward.
I've been thrown in jail many, many times, and you, in your infinite kindness and goodness, came to see me there. Sometimes you stayed for a few minutes. Sometimes you left right away because I was rude to you, speaking of disorderly conduct. But quite a few times, though, you stayed for several hours to keep me company.
She was shaking her head. That's not possible.
Yes, you did, and we've talked and talked and talked.
About what?
For one thing, we had some very spirited debates about literature. I was shocked to discover that you prefer Walter Scott over Miss Austen. You acknowledged that you had only read Emma, and didn't like it that much as you thought Emma Woodhouse to be an annoying character. So I told you all about Mansfield Park and Persuasion, and you agreed to give Miss Austen another chance.
I do prefer Mr. Scott over Miss Austen, and you're right. Emma is the only book of hers I've read, and I didn't care for it. Margaret's eyes were wider than ever. There's no way you could have known that. I don't think I mentioned it to Aunt Seraphina, or to my family at home, or to anyone.
I know it, because you told me one day in the constabulary house. By the way, once you argued so compellingly in Scott's favour that I agreed to give him another chance.
You should, Margaret said rather absently, then visibly marshalled herself to return to the more pressing topic. So, are there other things you believe you know about me, Mr. Thane?
Yes, indeed, he answered, unable to keep a melancholy wistfulness out of his voice. You come from a large and happy family in Oxford, many of whom are academics. Your father teaches classics at the university, and there are lots of professors and teachers among the Allen clan. Your mother is a respected translator of ancient Greek. Her uncle Timothy is the Archbishop of Oxford, and your brothers are both vicars. Jasper, your oldest brother, stuttered as a child but doesn't any more, and is, as you've said, one of the most eloquent people you know, and his sermons are very well attended. Also, he knows an apparently limitless number of bad jokes.
Sebastian, your other brother, once jumped off the roof on a dare and broke both his legs, and even though he sometimes limps a little, he still says he doesn't regret it."
"Yes," she whispered. "He says it was the best of larks."
"You went to a boarding school when you were 11, at your own choice. It was in Cheltenham, with a well-deserved reputation for academic rigour, and you loved it, though the food was bad. You went home at 16 and moved into the room that Sebastian once had, because you liked the view to the back, and also because it has a window seat just right for reading. You speak French and German fluently, and also a smattering of Spanish, Gaelic, Dutch, and Swedish. You like pastry in general, and muffins in particular. You drink coffee for every day, but tea when you're feeling ill, without any cream or sugar. You dislike licorice, but love marzipan, and will go out of your way to not eat mushrooms if you can do it without being impolite."
"Yes," she said again. "I don't like their taste or texture."
He nodded. "I also know that you're extremely clever, but you're not one of those people who feel the need to boast about it. You feel lucky that you were raised in a family which supports your intellectual ambitions. You hate hurting the feelings of other people. Your great-aunt Patience, the family's long-lived curmudgeon, died 4 years ago, and to your enormous surprise, left you a modest bequest which renders you financially independent. You love animals, and you donate all throughout the year to help various charities and philanthropic endeavours in Oxford. At home, your family has 5 dogs, 2 cats, a very loud parrot, and in the pasture at the back of your house there's an old horse and a miniature donkey you saved from a neglectful farmer in Iffley. You're kind, forthright, generous, tender-hearted, and you're the most beautiful woman I've ever met, both inside and out."
She was staring at him in wonderment. "You're flattering me, Mr. Thane."
"No, I'm simply telling you what I see and feel and know. You like going to balls, and you love all the dances except the cotillion, which you find a trifle dull. You own over 300 books, and one of your favourite things to do is to poke around bookshops, not necessarily to buy something, but just to be around books and see what's new and interesting. You're very sociable, but you're also happy in your own company, though sometimes you do feel a little lonely. Once," he went on quietly, "you told me about James. Or, I should say, the Viscount Mannering."
I did?" faltered Margaret. "What did I tell you?"
"That he was a student at the university, and that you were head over heels in love with him. Things were going swimmingly between you, and he even hinted quite boldly about marriage. But then his parents found out, and threatened to disinherit him for dallying, as they put it, with a commoner, when he'd known for all his life that he was expected to marry a woman of rank. James had to choose, and he chose to align himself with his parents' wishes, which pretty much broke your heart. And to make things worse, he didn't even have the courage to tell you in person. He sent you a letter, after he had left for the summer half. You've told me how much it hurt to be rejected as not being good enough, merely as a consequence of your social status. I'm so sorry."
Philip wanted more than anything to take her hand and offer her some simple comfort, but he didn't dare. So he sat there and looked with sorrow at her beautiful, sad face. Her eyes gleamed with tears. Then she wiped firmly at them and said, "Yes, that's right. It was very painful, and it's left some scars, I'm afraid."
"Understandably. By the way, I also told you that 3 years ago I happened to meet Mannering and his wife at a Carlton House levee, and they got into a ferocious argument right in front of me. He told her he was sorry he married her, and she told him she was sorry he'd been born, and then he said he only married her because his parents made him, and she said she only married him because he's a viscount, and then they both stormed away in opposite directions, which, you said, made you feel, in a guilty way, a tiny bit better." The smallest of smiles briefly curved her lovely mouth.
"It does. But, oh, Mr. Thane, this is all so very confusing."
"Understandably also. All I can do is tell you the truth. Every day, no matter what I do or don't do, I wake up in my room at the Apple Street Inn, and every day it's plough day."
Philip saw the doubt and perplexity still in her eyes, and even though he accepted why she felt that way, it was like a tall, tall barrier looming between them, keeping them implacably separate. He on his side, she on hers, and he felt so much sorrow at the thought it was like a searing, scarring hurt in his heart. He almost put a hand on his chest, as if to try and hold back the pain, but instead he kept himself very still. Margaret murmured, "There are more things in heaven and earth
than are dreamt of in your philosophy," he finished. "A clever fellow, that Hamlet."
"Oi there!"
came a familiar voice, and Philip looked past Margaret to see young Thomas Abernathy approaching, as insouciant as ever.
"What's wrong with you two?"
Margaret looked up at Thomas and smiled. "Hello. Nothing's wrong."
"It's got to be. You're grown-up sitting with your feet in the gutter."
He leaned down to pluck up the dirty crisp and popped it into his mouth.
"Aren't you being punished for something?"
"No, we're just sitting here having a chat." Young Thomas looked sceptical.
"You look balmy."
She smiled again. "I dare say we do. Would you like to join us, or are you on your way to school?"
"No school today, missus. It's plough day."
"Of course. That's nice for you."
"Yes, I've got these chestnuts I've been wanting to roast for ages."
He pulled a couple from one of the pockets of his nanking breeches to show them. "They do look nice," said Margaret kindly. "You'll be careful roasting them, won't you?"
"Oi there!"
It was the exasperated mother of their young friend, still stout and red-faced and wearing her distinctive purple hat.
"Thomas Abernathy, you come right here!"
"Damn, it's my mum. Well, I'll see you later."
He gave a jaunty smile and ran off, laughing, and about 30 seconds after that, Mrs. Abernathy steamed by, arms pumping, and glared down at them both without breaking stride, within moments vanishing around the corner.
"I say, there you are!"
It was, inevitably, Mr. Lawrence, pink-cheeked from the cold, and with his rucksack hanging from his shoulder as he came rushing over. He stopped short and stared down at them, his gingery eyebrows high in his face.
"Why are you sitting in the gutter?" "To be clear," Philip responded mildly, "it's our feet that are in the gutter."
"So they are. You sound like my editor, correcting my writing mistakes. I do hope you don't mind my asking, sir, but are you planning to leave today? I was hoping I could tag along with you till Northampton, if it's on your way." Margaret leaned closer to him and whispered, "Why don't we go? All of us. Wouldn't it help to get out of Whittlesea?" He could smell her subtle, delicious fragrance. He could smell the summer roses, and another rush of pain and sorrow swamped him, for the past that was gone forever, and for the future he'd never have. He fought through it as best he could, and quietly answered,
"You're welcome to take the barouche, but with me in it, I'm afraid I'll bring the curse along too. Just past Oundle, you see, we'd drive right into a snowstorm, and the road would be blocked by a big fallen tree."
"How could you possibly know this?"
"The four of us did try to get out of here, but couldn't, that's how. Your Aunt Seraphina, with her usual wisdom, insisted we turn around. She tatted all the way back here. Mr. Lawrence napped, and you read your book, glancing at me from time to time as if I was something nasty you'd found on the bottom of your shoe. Deservedly so, I might add."
She gave her head a little shake. "I don't understand this at all."
"Neither do I. Believe me, I've tried. But here's what I think. You should take the barouche and get out of town, you and your aunt and Mr. Lawrence. You know, of course, that there aren't any seats on the stage for days."
"Yes, I do know that, but I'd hate to leave you here, Mr. Thane."
"Thank you. But there's that colloquium back home at which you're slated to speak, the one about fairy folk, the ballad of Tam Lin and superstition. I know you're very excited about it, and I'd hate for you to miss it."
Her eyes widened yet again. "You know about that?"
"Yes. You told me all about it, and all the work you've done preparing for it, and also that your aunt's publisher is going to be there, the one who's agreed to read your manuscript when you've completed it." You know about that also? Yes, indeed. It sounds like a splendid book, Philip said, and this time he actually meant it, actually believed it. Her passion for her subject, all her hard work, truly was impressive. He could see this now, no longer blinded by his casual and wholly selfish need to deceive and manipulate, and thus to hustle her into his bed. Not that he didn't find her desirable any more. He did. But it was all over now. He was done. He was finished. He gathered himself and went on sincerely. I wish you every success. Also, I think you should eat something before you go, because you've told me that you're worthless, your term, until you've had your breakfast and at least 2 cups of coffee. It's true, she whispered, looking at him wonderingly. He got to his feet and held his hand out to her. Then we have a plan. Margaret put her hand in his, and a shimmer of pleasure went through him. But he resisted the temptation to keep holding it, as only a cad would do, and released it as soon as she was on her feet again. She shook out her skirts, and he said to Mr. Lawrence, who had been patiently waiting, You're all welcome to take the barouche. He brightened at once. I say, sir, that's awfully kind. Thanks ever so much. But aren't you coming too? No. Philip could tell that Mr. Lawrence was bursting with questions, but, a deep weariness coming upon him again, he merely said, Shall we go on? There's talk of a snowstorm coming in, so it might be a good idea for you to go sooner rather than later. You're right, sir, said Mr. Lawrence. I heard that as well. And in his eagerness to get out of town, he dropped the subject, much to Philip's relief, and the 3 of them made their way to the Woodhull Inn and into the private parlour, where they found the elder Miss Allen enjoying a substantial breakfast. The plan was explained to her, and she too brightened, and with a noticeable thaw in her demeanour toward Philip, she even invited him to join them at table. This invitation he refused, however, and went off to the stables to see the barouche made ready for the journey ahead. Feeling dazed, mystified, befuddled, and confused, Margaret stood in the courtyard of their inn, watching as Mr. Thane handed Aunt Seraphina into the big black barouche, while Mr. Lawrence assisted the coachman in securing the baggage behind. Thank you, Mr. Thane, said Aunt Seraphina graciously, and then he turned and held out his hand to her. She took it with her own gloved one, feeling again, as she had earlier today when he'd helped her up from the sidewalk, a shimmer of pleasure at this contact between them. But she also looked up into his handsome face with grave misgivings. Are you sure you don't want to come with us? She said very quietly. I'm sure. Will you promise me something then? What is it? Promise me you won't do anything rash or foolish today, like kidnapping the straw bear, or worse. He gave a crooked smile. Old habits die hard. Margaret gripped his hand rather tightly. Just for today. Please, Mr. Thane. Promise. Bit by bit, his smile faded. I promise. Good. And remember the story of the cow and the fly? I don't know that one. It's an old folk tale out of Africa. A cow faces dire consequences for breaking her promise to a fly. Are you comparing me to a cow, Margaret? Only metaphorically. Besides, that would make me a fly. I can't picture it somehow. Nor you as a cow. She smiled a little. At any rate, it's quite the cautionary tale. Maybe you'll tell it to me sometime. Maybe I will. Do come along, Margaret, my dear, called Aunt Seraphina from within the barouche. It's getting chilly in here. Well, goodbye, Margaret said to Mr. Thane. And thank you again. It's wonderful of you to have helped us like this. I'll never forget it. She stepped into the barouche and reluctantly let go of his hand. Moments later they were rolling away, and she kept her eyes fixed on him until he had vanished from sight. Philip kept his eyes on the barouche until it had vanished from sight. Au revoir, he murmured out loud, a phrase which usually meant goodbye. Literally, however,
It meant to the re-seeing. Would he see Margaret again? Or would they actually manage to get out of Whittlesea? For her sake, he hoped so. Then he gave a deep, shuddering sigh, noticing how shockingly, achingly empty the courtyard seemed all at once. What to do now? What to do with this long, empty day ahead? Dark impulses tugged at him, seductively offering the promise of distraction, diversion, even if only for a while. Steal some jewellery, go get drunk, break something, have a tumble with the shepherdesses. He could almost feel his spirit drifting, leaning, yielding, like a storm-damaged tree on a riverbank, giving way to the pull of the water's inexorable flow. Promise me. It was Margaret's voice he heard again in his mind, sweetly husky, pleading, firm. Promise me you won't do anything rash or foolish today. And he had answered, as if the words were dragged from him. I promise. But he had never been very good at keeping promises. Will you try harder at your schoolwork? Yes, he had said to his mother and to his step-grandparents and to his teachers. He hadn't. Will you stop the ill-natured jests and the pranks, the teasing and the fights? I will, he had replied. But he hadn't. Later, women had said to him, Last night was lovely. Will I see you again? Of course, he had responded, but quite often they hadn't. People would say, handing him a cheque or some banknotes, Here you are. You'll pay me back, won't you? Certainly, he had said, but he never did. Promise me, Margaret said. And so Philip stood there in the courtyard, as still as a statue, feeling the impulses within him pull, push, pull, push. It was like a silent, invisible war raging. Both sides were very strong, and he was so very, very tired. Which side would win? You're right on time. He gave a little shake of his head, trying to remember who said that, and when, and where. You're right on time. After a few puzzled moments, it came to him. Mrs. Roger, the so-called Riverton Oracle, had said this to him last week. Last year? Last century? After he'd arrived from Bristol. She'd marched over to him on the high street, just as if she had been waiting for him to show up. It hadn't occurred to him then to say, Right on time for what? She'd had her husband, who happened to be standing nearby with his gig, which had seemed like a convenient stroke of luck at the time, ferry him over to Sermont Hall, where old Henrietta Penhallow had eyed him with cool shrewdness, was patently unconvinced by his breezy claim to have changed his ways, and said in a crisp, sardonic manner, Old habits die hard. Handsome is as handsome does. And she had sent him on this fool's errand with the assurance of payment in order to keep him out of debtor's prison. So who was the fool now? He was. That was quite obvious. He thought of a tree, stuck on a muddy bank, listing dangerously close to a swift-running river. It would be so easy to let gravity take its course, to simply let go, to lean, to fall, and to be swept away. You're right on time. Handsome is as handsome does. Promise me. Promise me you won't do anything rash or foolish today. Promise me. I promise. Philip drew a deep breath and was surprised at how good it felt to have the cold, invigorating air going in and out of his lungs, the proverbial breath of fresh air. And just like that, he made up his mind. Just for today, he'd keep this one small, simple promise. He wasn't going to think about the past or the future. Just for today, he would keep his word. And now, what would he do? Where would he go? Some place that might perhaps bring him a tiny bit of happiness, no matter how ephemeral? He thought about it. And then he walked to the Whittlesea bookshop,
where he poked around for a while, browsing among the shelves, and made a purchase. No poetry this time, but something he liked even better. Novels. 2 of them, in fact. One of them he looked at with fresh curiosity. He was willing to give it another try and, he hoped, lose himself among its pages. "We're here," Margaret said, and Aunt Seraphina looked up from her tatting and out the barouche's window, answering just a trifle gloomily. "So we are, my dear." She nudged Mr. Lawrence, who sat next to her with his gingery head lolling against the squabs with her tatting shuttle. "We've arrived back in Whittlesea." Mr. Lawrence woke up from his nap with a glottal snort and glanced out the window. "At least the snow didn't follow us here. That was lucky, wasn't it?" "Yes," Margaret agreed, a bit absently. Her mind stretched back to what they'd encountered just past Oundle. It was just as Mr. Thane had predicted. How uncanny. Also strange and unnerving. But, not that she'd want to admit it out loud, hadn't she also been expecting it in some tiny way? And wasn't she actually rather glad that Philip had been right? She still didn't think he was some kind of reborn Sisyphus, of course, and there was no rational way to explain his apparent situation. But here they were in Whittlesea again, and she would, she hoped, get to see him again. At the thought of this, Margaret felt a pulse within her, like a sunbeam breaking through a cloud. Like happiness. A few minutes later, the barouche pulled into the courtyard of the Woodhull Inn, and she saw Philip Thane, sitting on a bench, one long booted leg crossed over the other, and his dark head tipped forward. He was reading a book. Another pulse rippled through her, this time more like the excited tingle that had shot through her when they'd first clapped eyes on each other. This time it felt like happiness, and something else. Something warm, even hot. Something quite pleasurable. What was better than seeing an interesting, intelligent, attractive man deeply absorbed in a book? He looked up, and it happened again. That pulse. Their eyes met. He smiled at her. Not the bold, piratical, devil-may-care smile from the other day, but nonetheless, a smile, one that reached his eyes, and that lovely hot pulse rippled through her once more. Margaret smiled back. He got up from the bench, and when the barouche came to a stop, he walked over to pull down the steps himself, opened the door, and in a nice, courtly gesture, he handed out Aunt Seraphina first. "Thank you, Mr. Thane," her aunt said. "Here we are again, bad pennies, I dare say, who keep turning up." "Not at all, ma'am, as long as you're safe." He held out his hand to Margaret. She took it gladly and stepped out of the barouche. Then she released his hand with some reluctance. Mr. Lawrence climbed out behind her. "We drove right into that snowstorm everyone's been talking about," he told Mr. Thane. "And a big fallen tree was blocking our way, too." He nodded. "It sounds as if you had no choice but to turn around." "Yes, we all agreed on that. It would have been rotten for the coachman and the horses, even supposing we could have somehow cleared the road. Well, it seems we're stuck here for now. Maybe I'll see if I can find the mayor for an interview after all. But first, shall I go get our rooms back, ladies?" "I asked the proprietor to hold them for you," said Mr. Thane, "on the off chance you'd be returning." "How thoughtful of you, Mr. Thane," Aunt Seraphina said, bestowing upon him an approving smile. "Thank you." "It was my pleasure, ma'am." A bustle commenced in the courtyard as their baggage was unloaded by the coachman and 2 of the inn's staff. Margaret looked up wonderingly into Mr. Thane's handsome face. She saw that he was looking at her, too, in his dark eyes a sombre, wistful melancholy that made her heart rather ache. "Aren't you coming inside, my dear?" said Aunt Seraphina, and Margaret gave a start. "It is cold out," Mr. Thane said. "Don't let me keep you." She smiled just a little. "Not that cold. Would you like to go for a walk together?" She saw how into his eyes came just the tiniest bit of light, like a candle trying to flicker back into life, and her own heart lifted. Quietly, he said, "Would you like that?"
"Yes."
"Then, yes, I'd like that very much." So Margaret said, "Aunt, Mr. Thane and I are going for a walk, if that's all right. What are you going to do?"
"Why, I'll have some luncheon, and then I'm going to work on my book, very likely taking up every inch of the private parlour with my things, and having a marvellous time, and being of absolutely no use to anyone else."
Aunt Seraphina looked at both Mr. Thane and her, and Margaret could practically hear the gears in her aunt's brain whirling with new speculation. Then she gave a puckish smile and added,
"Mr. Lawrence, would you care to join me for a bite to eat? My treat, of course."
"I say, that would be jolly. Thanks ever so much, ma'am."
The two of them vanished inside the inn, and her concerns allayed, Margaret turned again to Mr. Thane. "Welcome back," he said, still quietly. "Thank you. Were you surprised to see us?" "I'm not sure that anything could surprise me any more. But I'm sorry you couldn't get away. I'm afraid my curse went along with you."
"Do you know," Margaret said, "I'm really not all that sorry that we had to come back."
She watched as just a tiny bit more light came into his eyes and felt her heart lift a bit more too. "What were you reading?"
"Rereading, actually. Waverley."
She laughed. "You said you'd give Walter Scott another try. How is it going so far?"
"I'm a third of the way through, but it's still hard sledding, I must admit."
Mr. Thane went over to the bench and picked up the 2 books stacked there. One of them he gave to her.
"This is for you."
She took it and looked at the title.
Mansfield Park.
"Oh, it's the book you mentioned earlier, isn't it?" "Thank you. What is it about?"
Fanny Price, an impoverished little girl from Portsmouth, is sent away to live with wealthy relations in Northamptonshire.
I'm already intrigued. What an interesting plot.
"I think so too."
He paused, an arrested expression coming onto his face, and added slowly,
"Perhaps because it's like my own life story in a way."
"Really? How so?"
"My father died when I was 9, and not long after that my mother married the Marquis of Ellington, who had come to Embleton, my hometown, to visit a health clinic. He had weak lungs, you see, and the sea air was thought to be beneficial as part of his treatment. He and my mother met at the clinic. It had been my father's, who was a physician, and my grandfather, also a physician, still ran it at the time."
How slowly, how cautiously Mr. Thane was speaking, Margaret thought. It summoned to mind a person treading on a frozen lake, wary of thin ice cracking at any moment. She stayed very still, watching him, waiting with unwavering patience, and finally he went on.
"Once I told you that all doctors are quacks. In my heart of hearts, I don't mean it. Both father and grandpapa were excellent physicians. It was bitterness that made me blurt it out. Not even grandpapa could save father, nor could anybody, I dare say. But still I blamed him. Father had gone to treat an indigent family suffering from typhus, caught it himself, and didn't survive. For years I blamed grandpapa, I blamed the poor family, and I even blamed father. It was a kind of poison."
Margaret put a gentle hand on his arm. "Oh, Philip, I'm so very, very sorry."
He sighed. "Thank you. Shall I go on?"
"Please do."
"After the Marquis arrived, things happened fast. My mother married him 6 months later, and we went to live at Hathaway Park, the Egremont country seat in Northamptonshire. It was, to say the least, a big change. Like little Fanny Price, I too felt like the proverbial fish out of water."
"I can understand that. Did you blame your mother also?"
"No. My mother, Almira, is like a well-meaning butterfly, blown here and there by the wind.
Even as a child I could see this about her. She'd loved my father, but she loved the Marquis too. She was very happy to marry him.
And you? Were you happy? He hesitated.
Finally, no. People were kind, but still I felt sad mostly, and overwhelmed and inadequate, and missing my father.
Margaret slid her hand down his arm and intertwined her fingers with his own. "I'm so sorry, Philip," she said again. And quietly he said again,
"Thank you. I can't remember ever telling anyone this, admitting that I was unhappy. I always thought it would make me sound weak, frail."
"Not to me, it doesn't."
A small, crooked smile curved his mouth. "Because, as I already told you this morning, you're kind and generous, and altogether marvellous."
Margaret gave him a little smile in return, filled with a tenderness that both shocked her and made her feel happy. So happy. "That's very kind of you to say."
"It's all true. At any rate, I think that's one reason why I like Mansfield Park so much, because I see myself in it. And it's beautifully written, too."
"High praise indeed. What happens to young Fanny Price?"
"There are plenty of travails she must face, of course, as does any proper heroine. Do you want to know the ending, or would it spoil it for you?"
"Perhaps just a hint."
"In the end, Fanny gets what she deserves. Recognition for her true worth, and marrying her one true love."
"Just my sort of book." Margaret smiled up at him again. "It's a lovely gift, Philip. Thank you."
"You'll only have it for today, I'm afraid."
"Why?" "Oh, because tomorrow—" Margaret trailed off. She knew he believed that tomorrow would be plough day all over again, and that she wouldn't remember anything from today. It would be like a slate wiped clean. No little interlude at the plough day ceremony early in the morning, no long, astonishing, revelatory conversation sitting next to each other on the sidewalk, no bittersweet farewell in the courtyard of the Woodhull Inn as she and Aunt Seraphina and Mr. Lawrence tried to leave town, and no leap of the heart when she saw Philip again, sitting on the bench with his dark head bent over a book as he waited for them. For her. And her heart gave another happy, excited leap within her breast. She thought about everything Philip had said today, about all the things he, oh so curiously, knew about her. Could it be possible that it was all true? That he really was living the same day over and over again? Maybe because she'd been chewing on this idea all day long, it somehow didn't seem as odd as it should have. Philip said,
"You're wool-gathering, Margaret."
"I was just thinking about something from Greek mythology, about how their concept of time isn't linear, that is, that one day follows after another in a long sort of line like a ruler that can never be repeated. Instead, the stories, thought to evoke the agricultural cycle of repeating seasons, describe a circular concept, which is very different from our own contemporary one."
"Well, to paraphrase you, just because an ancient belief differs from our own doesn't mean it's worthy of scorn."
She smiled. "From our conversation in your barouche when we were travelling here from Brampton. Oh, Philip, that does seem so long ago. Now listen, we need an extension to our plan." He was silent for a few moments, and then gravely he said,
"Shall we go see if there's any sudden availability on the stage, so that you can evade the curse and leave town?"
"That's not what I meant. I think our plan should be that we spend the day together." Philip looked surprised, and then some of the gravity left his expression.
"Would you like that?"
"Yes, I would." She released his hand, but only to slide hers around his arm, noticing as she did that it was a very nice and muscular arm, and also thinking that she wouldn't mind one bit running her fingers along the bare skin of it, lingeringly, and more than once while she was at it.
"Where shall we go, Margaret?"
"Wherever you like. Lead the way." Chapter 15. So they walked around Whittlesea together. It had warmed up since the dawn's crisp chill, and in midday the sun was bright and strong. Everything seemed to sparkle a little in the light. Philip showed Margaret the capacious lending library, the confectionery shop, where he bought her a box of marzipan, which generously she shared with him, the theatre, where Macbeth was being performed, a quirky and crowded store selling antiquaries, the tiny civic museum, an art gallery, the bookshop where he'd made his purchases earlier on, the public house in which the Plough-Day banquet was to be held in the evening, and the tall, imposing building which, he told her, was said to have once been visited by the controversial Roundhead Oliver Cromwell, though, he added, sentiment among the townsfolk ran about 50-50 as to its veracity. And now they came to the town square, which had quieted down since the morning's revelries. The festive, bunting-bedecked platform was gone, but there were plenty of people strolling about, lending the scene a cheerful, lively quality. They sat together on a bench, and Philip looked wonderingly at Margaret. How strange to be so satisfied with something as simple as walking and talking, to be so satisfied with merely being with another person. Of course, it helped that that person was Margaret. She was smiling as she watched some boys playing a noisy game of catch, and then, as if aware of his gaze upon her, she turned to look at him, and his heart seemed to rise up in his throat at her beauty and the keen intelligence which plainly shone through her face, her eyes, her expression, even the tender lines of her mouth. Teasingly she said, "You're wool-gathering, Philip." "I beg your pardon. Would you mind telling me the story of the cow and the fly?" "Oh yes, gladly. It's a story which belongs to the people of Akwa Akpa in Western Africa. It's about a cow who's presiding over a great feast and who, in her arrogance, neglects to ensure that all her guests, even the lowly fly, are served. The fly asks, the cow promises, but as course after course goes by, the fly gets nothing and must go to bed hungry. So the fly complains to the mighty queen Adiaha-Umo, who decrees that as punishment the fly will henceforth be allowed to feast on the liquid of the cow's eyes." "Most certainly a cautionary tale," said Philip, and couldn't stop the wave of melancholy and regret that broke over him as he thought again of all the promises he had never kept. But today he had kept a promise. After Margaret had left this morning, he hadn't gone off and done something stupid. That was something, wasn't it? He couldn't change the past, but he could at least make the most of today. He let the great wave of regretful sadness crash and begin to slowly ebb away. "Philip?" He blinked and saw her face again. "Yes, Margaret?" "Speaking of feasts, I'm hungry for luncheon. There's a sweet-looking restaurant just across the street. Shall we go there? Are you hungry too?" "Very," he answered, surprised to have rediscovered his appetite. Together they went to the Cup and Saucer, where, unsurprisingly, the only table available was the same cosy one in the corner. Margaret ordered the pork cutlets and green beans, and so did he, and this time he found, having set aside his snobbish derision from before, that they were quite tasty. They talked about the places to which they had travelled, voiced their mutual dislike of the Prince Regent's governing philosophies, if they could even be called that, deplored the rapacious purchase by the British Museum of the so-called Elgin marbles, agreed as to the lamentable effect the Gothic trend in literature was having on fashion, and Margaret shared some of her brother Jasper's bad jokes, which actually had Philip laughing. It felt like such a long time since he'd laughed, really laughed with genuine amusement. After that they walked to the edge of town, where the Straw Bear Cooperative was hosting a demonstration on how to dredge effective drainage ditches, and Philip mentioned to one of the organisers that he had come to Whittlesea at the behest of his relation Mrs. Henrietta Penhallow, whose bailiff had brought the cooperative to her attention. And so the organiser hallooed to one of his colleagues, who came over, introduced himself as Dan Collins, the brother of the bailiff, and wrung both Philip's hand and Margaret's before sweeping them away to his nearby house, where they met his pleasant wife and his several children. Then they all went outside and toured the Collinses' extensive gardens, which included dozens of fruit trees, several raised beds for vegetables, a bustling poultry yard, and a very pretty arbour. Margaret inquired as to how they managed to keep insects at bay, an ever-present concern of her mother in managing her garden, and the conversation turned to an animated exchange of remedies, techniques, and strategies, successful or not. Philip leaned against the fence rail, content to listen, and to watch Margaret as she talked, gestured, smiled, and laughed. He ought to have been bored to death, but he wasn't. How very strange, but also how very wonderful. They left an hour later with expressions of great cordiality on all sides, and Margaret carrying a little basket with some tea cakes Mrs. Collins had baked and insisted on giving to them. By mutual agreement, they walked to the art gallery, and this time went inside, where they had a merry time pointing out their favourite artworks and affably debating the value of art across the ages. "I do wish I could paint or draw," Margaret remarked, as they paused before a large and handsome landscape. "I admire visual artists so much." "What, no daintily executed watercolours gracing your walls at home? Isn't that a crucial accomplishment for all gently reared young ladies?" She laughed. "They tried hard to teach me at school, but without much success, I'm afraid. All my houses are lopsided, my flowers are execrable, my horses look like potatoes on sticks, and I cannot render hands or feet in any way that looks even remotely human. What about you? Have you some of the artist in you?" He thought about it. He wasn't usually one to ever look to the past, but she'd reminded him of something. "I was a great doodler in my youth, much to the exasperation of my teachers. Not that I'd call that art, of course, but I liked doing it." "Aha! You've given me an idea. Come along." Margaret drew him out of the gallery and to a shop a few blocks over. "Thanks to our stroll all over Whittlesea," she said, "I remembered this place." It was a general mercantile, and she gestured to something in the window front, placed between a tray of hair ribbons and a couple of iron cooking pots. "I'll be right back." She whisked herself inside, and soon returned with a sketch pad and a clutch of coloured pencils already sharpened. "You gave me a gift, Philip, and now I can give you something." "You didn't have to do this," he protested. "I didn't have to, but I wanted to. Do you like them?" She looked up at him a little anxiously, and he couldn't help but smile at her. "Very much, thank you." She smiled back. "You're very welcome. Will you draw something for me?" "It's been ages since I have." "I'm not a harsh critic, I promise, but only if it's something you want to do." "For your sake, I'll try." "Splendid. Shall we go sit?" There was a small park down the street, and together they went to it and sat on a bench. Margaret took a tea cake from the basket and offered it to him. He shook his head, and so she began to nibble at it. "Oh, it's delicious. Now I won't bother you at all while you draw, Philip. I'm going to start reading Mansfield Park, if you'll kindly withdraw it from your coat pocket." He did, and Margaret opened it at once. In turn, he opened up the sketch pad and gazed at the blank page. There was something both terrible and wonderful about it. Was it an intimidating nothingness, or an inviting field of pure possibility? He looked around. Across the street was a shoemaker's, a coffee-house, a butcher's shop, and a milliner's. 2 women were dawdling in front of the milliner's, eyeing its enticing window display of bonnets and caps, and the butcher's prosperous-looking tabby cat came mincing along, its tail waving lazily behind it. In the park where they sat, a little girl rolled a hoop under the benignant gaze of an older woman, grandmother, governess, and a small grey bird came to rest on a nearby tree branch, its bright eyes surveying the scene, and then seeming to focus on the tea cake Margaret held in one hand as she read. All at once, it darted down to her feet, plucked up a crumb, and flew away with an air of palpable triumph. Absorbed in her book, Margaret didn't even notice, and Philip looked for a long, long time at her profile. With her lowered eyelids, long straight nose, and tenderly curved mouth, she resembled a Renaissance Madonna, he thought, with a kind of awed admiration. Even the softening light of a late afternoon sun added to this impression, for it seemed to cast upon her a gentle, glowing, golden patina. Beautiful. And slowly he picked up a pencil. Margaret drifted up from her stay at Mansfield Park, with its tangled web of personalities, the conflicts and desires and the hopes and fears, the great house and the parsonage, the gardens and the shrubberies, the disastrous theatre and lovers' vows, and returned with a little jolt to the bench in Whittlesea, which she shared with Philip Thane. He was looking at her with a glow in his dark eyes. Without thinking about it at all, she smiled at him, feeling as if her heart shone without reserve, without fear in her own eyes as she looked back at him. Softly she said, "How's the drawing coming along?" He held out the sketchbook. Margaret smiled at him again and looked through the first couple of pages. Charmingly rendered images, in a loose, evocative style, of a tabby cat, a row of shops, 2 women looking at bonnets, a bright-eyed bird on a branch, an elderly woman with a young girl who was rolling a hoop. He had captured the sense of motion with marvellous precision, and the cat in particular looked so smug and cheerful she could practically hear it purring. And she caught her breath. Herself in profile, her head bent over her book, the lines sure and confident, unfussy, deliberate, a soft effect of the light, almost like a nimbus around her. Margaret looked up and at Philip. "Is this really me?" she asked wonderingly. "Is this how you see me?" "Yes." "It's lovely. So lovely." "You are, Margaret." "I don't know what to say, except thank you." He smiled a little. "Believe me when I say that it's my pleasure. What do you think of the other drawings?" "I love them. You have a real gift." "I don't know about that, but I enjoyed myself. Speaking of which, you looked as if you were enjoying Mansfield Park." "Oh, I am. I find poor Fanny Price a much more sympathetic heroine than Emma Woodhouse." He nodded. "And yet, in a way, despite all her advantages, Emma's to be pitied, I think, for her disastrous conceit. She's so oblivious for much of the story." "A trenchant observation. I may have to try Emma again." Margaret took another tea cake from the basket next to her on the bench and held it out to him. He shook his head, and she began to nibble thoughtfully on the cake. "I'm sorry you didn't like Waverley. It was good of you to try again." "It was worth a try. Whenever we read a book again, it's a different experience, don't you think? The book hasn't changed, but we have." "Oh, that's true. I remember reading The History of Sir Charles Grandison when I was a girl and adoring it. I was quite in love with Sir Charles, who seemed so dashing to me. But when I tried to pick it up a few years ago, I'm afraid I found it horribly overblown. Have you read it by any chance?" As the afternoon light began to fade into soft dark violet and deep grey, they talked more about books, and Margaret was amazed by him all over again. On the carriage ride here she could tell he was clever. He was very well spoken, but she would have assumed he'd been too busy chasing women to have ever picked up a book. How wrong she would have been, too. His breadth of knowledge was impressive. And oh, how easy it was to talk with him. Never in a million years would she have dreamed she'd be having a day like this with Philip Thane. Yesterday seemed like ancient history. The hours were going by so quickly. Philip could have laughed at himself for feeling like Cinderella at the ball, but there it was. Like her, he was enjoying himself beyond anything he'd ever known, and even though he wasn't going to be dressed in rags after the stroke of midnight and see his carriage turned back into a pumpkin, it was still a fact that for both Cinderella and himself, time wasn't on their side. Where was his fairy godmother, he wondered, half seriously. Surely it couldn't have been that mysterious voice saying, in response to his anguished cry of, "Why me? Why not you?" As darkness fell softly all around them, his spirits sank. In a quiet voice he said, "Shall I take you back to your aunt now?" Margaret looked surprised, and a little mischievous. "Goodness, it's dusk, isn't it? I didn't even see it coming on. I would like to drop off this basket and change for dinner. I have a beautiful new gown I'm dying to wear. It's periwinkle, and it has the prettiest spangles in the world. But must we end our time together, Philip? For one thing, I haven't yet shared with you my unshakable opinion that Hamlet is better than King Lear, and I'm still hoping to convince you that paintings can far better express emotions than sculptures. I'm not sure I'll rest till I've won you over to my side. Also, you'll probably be astounded by my apparently infinite capacity for food, but I am getting hungry again. Shall we go to the Ploughday banquet? Would you like that?" He couldn't say anything for a moment, as he was flooded by that same sense of almost dizzy amazement he'd had this morning, when Margaret had come to talk to him after the ceremony and said, "May I join you?" Join him? As if he wasn't just some awful, obnoxious, dissolute, trifling sort of fellow, but someone who was actually worthy of her time. Was it even possible? It was dark outside, but within him he felt somehow illuminated. With humility, with happiness. He smiled at Margaret. "Yes, I'd like that a great deal." An hour or so later, they were sitting in their usual spots at the banquet. Mr. Caterpillar-Face, whose name it turned out was John Samuelson, sat to Margaret's right, of course, and Puce Lady, Mrs. Selina Richmond, was naturally on Philip's left, and together they chatted easily throughout the various courses and then dessert. The room began to empty, and people started drifting away, as did Mrs. Richmond and Mr. Samuelson, who parted from them with an amiability that didn't even have any outraged puffing or snorting, and this time the feathers in Mrs. Richmond's turban waved serenely as she went away. Only a few of the staff remained, dimming lamps, clearing tables, and setting them again for the morrow with fresh linens, plates, and silverware. Margaret had a sip of her coffee. "Thankfully, this is much better than the wine. Could you pass me the cream?" "Thank you. Philip, would you mind telling me what happened to you after your mother married the Marquis and you moved to Hathaway Park?" "Very little happened."
"I don't believe you."
He shrugged. "Alas, it's merely a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing."
"You're not Macbeth, murdering people out of ruthless ambition."
"No, I haven't murdered anyone. But that's a fairly low bar, don't you think?"
"Please tell me, won't you, if you can? I want so much to know you better."
"You're going to forget all about it." His spirits were sinking again, as if into quicksand, and he could hear the undisguised melancholy in his voice.
"That may be, but we're here and right now. Couldn't that perhaps be enough, just for this moment?"
He was silent for a while, toying with the stem of his half-full wine-glass. At last he lifted his eyes to hers again and said, quietly, gravely, "I'm afraid, Margaret, that if I do tell you, you'll despise me."
"Try me."
"Don't say I didn't warn you." And feeling rather like a man on his way to the gallows, slowly he went on. "With the best will in the world, they sent me to Eton. I didn't want to go and begged my mother to let me stay on at Hathaway Park, but she was thrilled at the opportunity she believed this offered to me. Me, the son of an obscure physician in some equally obscure seaside town, going to Eton. It was a dream come true for her, and my step-grandparents were willing to pay for it. But when I got there, some of the other boys were, let us say, unkind about my background, as the idiotic James was toward you." Margaret nodded soberly.
It's all so stupid and so wrong. I'm sorry, Philip. He gave another shrug and told her how, as he grew taller and stronger, he purposefully developed a hard shell of breezy braggadocio, and how he had happily walked away from the place when he'd been ejected for his long history of pranks, threats, fights, and tawdry behaviour involving some local ladies of the night, along with 2 of the Dean's married daughters. Despise me now, Margaret? No, I don't. What happened after that? After a few years of moping around Hathaway Park in disgrace, reading mostly — the house has a stupendous library — I went to London and launched myself into the ton, shamelessly coasting along on the Egremont prestige and that of my Penhallow connections. How they opened doors in polite society. I was invited everywhere. So I'd be in London for the season, then go to various people's estates for the rest of the year. Europe when I could, when the war ended. My step-grandparents cut off my allowance when I was 23, as they were well and truly tired of paying for my expenses and my debts. So I kept gambling mostly to keep myself afloat, and also I indulged in a great deal of— He paused. I'm searching for a good euphemism. Do you mean wenching? Margaret said calmly. Yes, that's right. I deservedly earned my reputation as a libertine. In fact, I was quite proud of my international renown. Did you— she began, then trailed off. Did I what? I was wondering if you enjoyed yourself all those years. He was silent again for a while. At length he answered, I thought I did. And now? Now I don't know any more. I'm nearly 30 years old. What have I accomplished? Nothing. Nothing. Last year in Vienna, I was shot in the chest by a jealous husband and almost died. I barely managed to get back to England and to an operation which saved my life, which my step-grandparents paid for, of course. Perhaps it was a waste of their time and money. Suddenly he laughed, bitterly. My God, only listen to this rubbish. An outburst of maudlin self-pity. I am an ass. Forgive me. There's nothing to forgive, Margaret said, reaching out to cover his hand, which lay against the base of his wineglass with her own. No matter what's happened in your past, it's all behind you. There's always— She stopped. Tomorrow, he said very quietly. Margaret leaned forward. Yes. Philip, isn't time the most precious commodity any of us have? And somehow, for some mysterious reason, you now have more of it than anybody else. Maybe you've been given some kind of opportunity. Some kind of gift. He looked at her rather fixedly. An optimistic perspective. Do you believe we live in the best of all possible worlds? You're thinking of the German philosopher Leibniz and his argument for hopefulness. Yes. I don't know his theories very well, but doesn't he take the position that the darkness of the world provides an important contrast to goodness, that the darkness offers us a chance to find our way into the goodness we seek, into light, happiness, connection, peace, joy? Yes, a position for which he's been savaged by his fellow philosophers for over 100 years. I say, you're still here! It was Mr. Lawrence, of course, bounding into the empty dining room accompanied by the merry gaggle of his new friends. Margaret discreetly drew her hand away as Mr. Lawrence announced, They've closed the tap room, and now they want all the guests to leave for the night. We're going to the Whittlesea Theatre just round the corner. It's the late performance of Macbeth. It's supposed to be a ripping play, and I've always wanted to see it. Care to join us? Philip looked to Margaret. It was up to her. Previously, she had said yes. She'd always said yes. How many times? But tonight, she said to him softly, Would you mind if we didn't? He let out the breath he hadn't known he was holding. No, I wouldn't mind, he answered, just as softly.
And so they politely thanked Mr. Lawrence for his kind invitation, and he and his friends bounded away again. When the big banquet room was quiet, and they had it to themselves once more, Philip turned back to Margaret and saw that she was abruptly deep in abstraction, tracing on the tablecloth some kind of pattern with her forefinger. He found himself wishing he had the sketch pad with him again, so that he could try and capture the expression on her lovely face. Pensive, dreamy, yet bright somehow too. After a while he said, "You're wool-gathering, Margaret." She looked up at him, and her hand stilled. "Oh, I do beg your pardon." "What were you thinking about?" "About Sisyphus. About that boulder he must roll up the mountain over and over again. What if, every time he gets to the top of the mountain, he takes a bit of it with him when he trudges down to the bottom again? A clump of earth, a weed, a stone, each and every time. Eventually, the mountain would get smaller and smaller and finally disappear, and then there'd be no mountain for Sisyphus to climb any more. Maybe then he'd be free." He took this in. "Margaret," he said, "one of the things I like most about you is that you make me think." She smiled. "Is that a compliment?" "Do you know, it really is." "I'm pleased to hear it. Oh, Philip, I'm so glad I've met you."
Are you? I'm not sure I've ever heard anyone say that before, especially having spent time with me.
"Well, I mean it." At this, he could almost feel his heart actually expanding within him, crowding out melancholy, making room for sudden happiness. But even as he looked at her in the cosy dimness of the room, admiring both her intellect and her beauty, he could also feel the hard rush of lust, the blind, driving, selfish kind, reasserting itself. And old habits threatened to stir. Coax her into going to your room at the inn. Persuade her. You can wrap her around your little finger if only you try. Tonight's the night. It has to be the night. Time's running out. He lifted his shoulders, as if shrugging something off, and got up from his chair.
"Did you know that I've come here a lot?"
"Have you? For the banquet, you mean?"
"Yes, for that. But often I've returned after everyone else has left. There's a door in the back which is easily jimmied open."
"And what do you do when you're here?" she said calmly.
"I'll show you."
He went to the table next to them, grasped the edge of the tablecloth in both hands, took a moment to focus, then yanked hard. There was a tremendous crash as everything tumbled into a scattered heap on the floor. "Damn," said Philip mildly, and explained to Margaret.
"I've always wanted to do this trick, but in my previous life it would have been difficult to practice." He gestured at the mess. "For obvious reasons. Now, of course, I can destroy the entire room and it'll be all nice and tidy again in the morning, with no one the wiser."
He went to the next table and yanked at the tablecloth with the same result. He tried another one, and another one. "Damn," Margaret said, interested. "I wonder if it might help to keep your hands lower than the table height, and instead of pulling the cloth toward you, if you pulled it downward."
"I'll give it a try."
He went on to the next table and did as she had suggested. Everything on the tablecloth toppled to the floor again, but he simply continued to the next table and yanked on its cloth. Everything toppled off again.
"If at first you don't succeed, etc.,"
he said to Margaret, who nodded, then looked rather puzzled.
"What is it?"
he asked. "Oh, nothing really. It's just that I seem to remember saying that to you sometime."
"Given our very long acquaintance, it's entirely possible."
He went on to the next tablecloth and yanked at it again. Everything tumbled off. Methodically, he went around the room. Once he got close to success, but not quite. And when finally he returned to where Margaret sat, watching him with a kind of thoughtful curiosity, he said,
"I'll get the hang of it eventually, I dare say. It's only a matter of time. and I've got plenty of that after all."
She nodded, but he could tell that something was on her mind. He said again,
"What is it?"
"It's not important."
"Try me," he said, echoing her own words from a little while ago.
"It's just that... Oh, it's none of my business how you spend your time. I'm not in your shoes, after all. Please do forget I said anything." She stood up and shook out her skirts. "Are you tired of me prosing on, or would you like to come to my inn and sit by the fire for a while?"
"Really?"
"Yes."
"I'd like that very much."
Philip took another look around the banquet room, in all its extravagant disarray, and tried not to think ahead to the hundreds, thousands, millions of times he'd be yanking tablecloths off a table over and over and over again.
Chapter 16. Aunt Seraphina had gone upstairs to bed by the time Margaret and Philip arrived at the Woodhull Inn, and so they had the private parlour to themselves. Margaret didn't mind one bit, especially when she and Philip sat cosily together on a small sofa they'd pushed closer to the fireplace. They talked for a while about nothing in particular, as if, by tacit consent, avoiding the heavier topics of time and tragedy, and they each had a glass of claret. She was tired from the long day, but also warm and toasty after their walk from the public house in the chilly dark of night. And she was, all over again, vividly aware of Philip's delicious masculine solidity right next to her, the long length of his body and its easy, graceful lines. As she gazed into the flames of the fire, leaping and dancing and sending out such pleasant warmth, she couldn't help but wonder, privately, what tomorrow would bring. How could she forget what a wonderful, magical, amazing day she'd had with Philip? It's time to take your own advice, Margaret, she told herself. Earlier she had said to him, "We're here and right now. Couldn't that perhaps be enough, just for this moment?" And this moment was more than enough. In fact, it felt like all she had ever wanted or needed. And if that wasn't magic, what was? "Penny for your thoughts, Margaret."
She looked up at him and smiled. "I was thinking how happy I am."
"Are you? I'm glad."
Are you too?" He didn't answer right away. He seemed to be thinking hard about it, on his face an expression of dawning wonderment. Finally he said,
"Yes, I am."
And she heard the sincerity in his voice, as clear as a bell. "Then I'm glad too." Margaret took a deep breath, thinking of this particular moment and this particular man, and bravely she added, "Do you know what I'd like to do right now?"
"Tell me."
"Well, I'd like for us to kiss. I've been wanting to for ages. If you'd like that also." He stared at her, transfixed, which gave her another chance to admire the fascinating green flecks within the brown depths of his eyes. Then he swallowed and slowly replied,
"Like doesn't quite do justice to how I feel about it."
"That's good," she said, with both relief and dreamy joy, reaching out for him. And the next thing she knew, he had caught her up in his arms and brought his mouth hard and hungry and delightfully urgent upon hers. Her lips parted without hesitation, and she kissed him right back. It took just a few seconds for Margaret to realize that not only was Philip an excellent conversationalist, he was also an excellent kisser. She hoped he felt that way about her too, and guessed that he did when some time later he lifted his head, smiling in a flatteringly dazed way, and breathing rather noticeably, and looking at her with his eyes all filled with light. He said with unmistakable sincerity,
"My God, but you're marvellous."
"Thank you." Margaret, in her turn, was quite breathless. "And ditto." She lifted her hand to play with a lock of dark hair that had tumbled onto his forehead. It was glossy and silky, and she loved the sensuous feel of it between her fingers. Did you know that your hair has a gleam of chestnut in it?
Is that good?
Very.
Then I'm happy to hear it. May I kiss you again?
I wish you would, and the sooner the better.
Your wish is my command.
Hungrily, he brought his mouth to hers again and kissed her deeply, at the same time bringing forward one of his hands where it had been holding her tight so that he could cup her breast in his palm.
That's nice, Margaret murmured dreamily against his mouth, arching her back, and Philip slid his thumb over the rich swell of flesh to where her nipple was.
Oh, very nice.
Clearly, he wasn't just an excellent kisser. He knew what to do with his hands, too, just as she had suspected all this time. And how wonderful to have such glorious confirmation. He was ardent and generous, and so sensitive and adept that her own swift response was a fiery, hot thrill running through her from her head to her toes, and everywhere in between. She slid her hands up into his hair, gripping him hard, and kissed him, feeling all the ravenous urgency he clearly did too. Time passed. A minute, an hour, a lifetime. It was only the need to take a long, full breath that forced her to finally break the kiss. She inhaled, exhaled, smiled at him radiant.
Very, very nice.
Philip smiled back. Then, as light and gentle as snowflakes falling, he kissed her lips, her jaw, her cheeks, the tip of her nose.
You're so beautiful, Margaret, and wonderful beyond words. Thank you.
For what?
For everything.
Margaret leaned back a little, studying him, and taking a moment to study herself as well. They were at a crossroads, she knew. Should they keep going, kissing, caressing, exploring, and more, all the way to the ultimate intimacy? It would not be difficult to slip away together, upstairs to her room, where they could lock the door and be private. She wanted him. He wanted her. That part, at least, was uncomplicated. And if it really was true that tomorrow was going to be plough day again, there wouldn't be any risk of a baby being made, or possible regret for an interlude of wild, sweet recklessness. And some wild, sweet recklessness right now would be wonderful. On the other hand, she wouldn't remember it. Philip would, however. Only he could lay claim to the memory of what they'd shared together. It was one thing for him to tell her about the many conversations they had had. It was something quite different to have made love. Margaret envisioned herself at some future date, listening as Philip described what they'd done, and felt her spirit cringe at the thought. No matter how tactful and respectful he might be, it would still be awful, because it would all be a blank to her. And so she drew away a bit more.
I'm sorry, she said, meaning it, but I think we should stop for now.
She continued studying his face, and saw the disappointment in his expression, and the regret, too. But it passed away, and he nodded. He even smiled a little.
I understand.
Thank you for that, she said, and lightly kissed him.
Do you want me to go, Margaret?
No. Will you stay?
You'd like that?
Very much.
Then I'll stay. With pleasure.
Oh, I'm glad. Will you read to me?
At home, we like to read aloud to each other in the evenings, and it's one of my favourite things to do. Mansfield Park?
Yes, please.
I wouldn't inflict Waverley on you again. So he went to his greatcoat, where he'd flung it over a chair, pulled the slim volume from one of the pockets, and returned to his place on the sofa next to her.
Where shall I begin?
I was up to page 94.
He opened up Mansfield Park and began reading it in his deep, cultured voice. How beautifully he did it, too, she thought, without hurry, without haste, lending a lovely inflection to each and every word, bringing the story to vivid life. She snuggled closer to him,
sure she had never in her life felt so warm and cosy and comfortable. Philip was so solid and so strong, a man to lean upon, to rely upon, to trust. She slipped her hand around his arm, bringing them yet closer together, and let her head come to rest on his broad, muscled shoulder as she listened. The scenes flitted across her mind's eye. The ill-fated theatricals, poor Fanny's courageous efforts to resist them, and her pain in watching her beloved Edmund falling under the sway of the sophisticated, glittering Mary Crawford. That awful Aunt Norris, so busy and obsequious and nasty. Mr. Bertram's unexpected return to the family estate. Maria's marriage to the doltish Mr. Rushworth. The scenes converged, blended, fell away, and then, exhausted by her very long day, snug and secure against Philip, Margaret drifted into the pleasant haze of a deep and peaceful sleep. Philip opened his eyes and above him saw in the murky dimness before dawn the familiar ceiling of his room at the Apple Tree Inn. Here he was again. Of course. He sighed a little and turned onto his side, glancing at the curtained window where, he could see, dawn had yet to break. His mind was alive with memories from yesterday. His absolute and utter despair in the morning, feeling nothing but emptiness inside him. He'd been sure that he was defeated, vanquished, undone, finished. His astonishment when Margaret had found him, when she'd sat down on the sidewalk with him, talked with him, listened to him. Later, the look of unfeigned gladness on Margaret's face when the barouche rolled back into the courtyard of her inn, and she'd seen him sitting on the bench waiting for her. His wonderment at her being glad to see him. Their golden afternoon together, strolling here and there, doing this and that, talking, laughing, getting to know each other minute by minute, hour by hour. The banquet at the public house. How easy, how pleasant it had been. Looking back, he found that he actually liked their table mates, Mrs. Richmond and Mr. Samuelson. Perhaps there was something to be said for not going around insulting people all the time. After the banquet, Margaret had revisited the subject of Sisyphus and his intolerable burden. About that boulder he must roll up the mountain, over and over again. What if, every time he gets to the top of the mountain, he takes a bit of it with him when he trudges down to the bottom again? A clump of earth, a weed, a stone, each and every time. Eventually the mountain would get smaller and finally disappear, and then there'd be no mountain for Sisyphus to climb any more. Maybe then he'd be free. And when he, Philip, had looped around the room, yanking the tablecloths off the tables, he had seen how she'd been watching him with a kind of thoughtful curiosity. "What is it?" he had said. "It's not important." "Try me." "It's just that... Oh, it's none of my business how you spend your time. I'm not in your shoes after all. Please do forget I said anything." She'd gotten up and lightly changed the subject. Now as he lay here in bed, he pondered what exactly she'd meant. It's none of my business how you spend your time. He set this aside for a moment and remembered how it felt to finally hold Margaret in his arms, how it felt to kiss her and be kissed by her. Pure magic. There was no other way to describe it, and she had asked him to kiss her. He hadn't needed to jockey her into it, to cajole or to coax or to hint or to suggest or even lie through his teeth. He had simply been there with her. She wanted to kiss him. It had been as wonderful as he had dreamed. Not only was Margaret clever and beautiful and charming and kind and fascinating and an excellent conversationalist, she was also an excellent kisser, and her hands had a kind of delicious power in them. She set his flesh, his bones, his very spirit on fire. He had wanted more, of course. More kissing, more caressing, more exploring, all leading up to the ultimate intimacy for which he had waited for so long. But when she had gently brought things to a halt, he had listened. He had respected her choice. He had honoured her choice, and been rewarded with a smile of such piercing sweetness that he seemed to feel it directly in the region of his heart. He lifted a hand to his chest. He had a dense, gnarled scar there from the old bullet wound. Was it his imagination, or had the scar healed somewhat since the last time he'd touched it? That seemed rather magical too. He thought again to last night, to how he had been disappointed, regretful, but had only said to her, "I understand." Never would the old Philip Thane have simply let go of his own desires. The old Philip would have at once started in on the coaxing, the hinting, the cajoling, caring only about his own wants and needs. Instead, strangely enough, it was Margaret he had wanted to please. It was Margaret's happiness that mattered more than his own. And even more strangely, it had taken no effort on his part to see this, to feel this, to act accordingly. It had come to him as naturally as breathing. He lay there in his bed, shocked to his very core. Was this how life could actually be? He relived in his mind how it felt to have Margaret leaning so confidently, so trustingly against him as he'd read Mansfield Park to her, how it felt to breathe in her familiar scent of summer roses. How happy he had been. When she'd fallen asleep, slowly he had closed the book and looked at her as she lay utterly relaxed with her head on his shoulder, tawny brown lashes feathering her cheeks, her lips slightly parted. Within him had bloomed a mix of emotions unlike anything he'd ever experienced. He had been awed by her beauty, dazzled by her soul, humbled by just being with her. And he was flooded with something else, something powerful, cleansing, curing, sweet, glorious, and unfamiliar. It had taken him a while to figure out what it was, for it was like a tapestry comprised of many colours, many different threads. He could identify among them liking, respect, admiration, desire, intense, carnal and fiery, companionability, hopefulness, an urgent need to be of service, a drive to bring her happiness, to see her smile, to keep her safe, all woven together into the most gorgeous creation in all existence. And then he had finally realized. It was love, in point of fact. He lay there stunned and shocked and amazed. He, Philip Thane, rapscallion extraordinaire, who had left a trail of broken hearts all across England and Europe, dancing lightly and indifferently from woman to woman, his own heart as cold as ice, had fallen in love with the magnificent, the wonderful Margaret Allen. He loved her. He soaked in this revelation for a while, humbled and awed, as he brought to life in his mind her beautiful face. And he thought of one of his favourite passages in Mansfield Park. "You have qualities which I had not before supposed to exist in such a degree in any human creature. You have some touches of the angel in you." Philip turned on his back again, awash with a feeling of gratitude more profound than any he had ever before felt in his whole entire life. He loved Margaret Allen. Someone knocked on the door. "Wake up, sir," said a voice from outside the room. "It's plough day." Knock, knock, knock. "Mr. Thane," said the voice, "you asked to be awakened in time for the ceremony. It's plough day, sir." Knock, knock, knock. "I'm awake, thank you," he said mildly. "Very well, sir." But Philip didn't get out of bed just yet. He was thinking again about something Margaret had said. "It's none of my business how you spend your time." Whether or not that was true, she'd raised a good point. How was he going to spend his time today? She had been dreaming. Lazily, luxuriously, Margaret turned from her back onto her side, tucking the covers more warmly about her neck and shoulders. It wasn't quite sunrise yet, so she had a few more minutes in which to enjoy her cosy bed and recall her very interesting dreams. How vivid they had been, how real they had seemed. And strangely enough, they all seemed to have Philip Thane in them. Even more strangely, they featured a different Philip from the one she had met yesterday on the ride here from Brampton. In her dreams, he wasn't an aggravating, insinuating, jaded libertine, but instead he had become... In point of fact, he was literally the man of her dreams. He was interesting and clever and thoughtful, well-read, and a wonderful conversationalist with a lively sense of humour, too. Also, he was all strong and muscled and exceedingly attractive, with the most fascinating brown-green eyes which sparkled with lively intelligence. They had walked around what seemed to be Whittlesea. They'd gone out to look at, of all things, drainage ditches and someone's garden, sat in a park and watched the world go by, went to a big dinner party where her neighbour dressed in eye-catching puce and wore a great befeathered turban. Philip had yanked tablecloths off tables over and over, sending dishes and silverware crashing to the floor, and they'd ended up in the private parlour here at the Woodhull Inn, where they sat before the fire and kissed each other, quite passionately and delightfully. Even now she felt warm and tingly just remembering it. He was the best kisser, and his hands were, well, magical. How she had wanted him, how she had liked and enjoyed him, how she had loved him. Margaret gave a long, deep sigh and turned onto her back again. It was curious just how much the dream felt like a genuine memory and not just the creation of her busy, wistful nighttime brain. She had wanted Philip Thane to be something he wasn't in real life. If he even showed up this morning to give his speech, he'd be just as sardonic and lecherous and off-putting and annoying as he was yesterday. Damn. Double damn. Triple damn. But there was no point wallowing here in bed, feeling all melancholy and lonely and yearning for something that couldn't be. It was plough day, after all, and she was very curious to see the fabled straw bear and add to her notes. So Margaret pushed aside the covers, got out of bed, and began to get dressed, trying hard to shake a lingering feeling of sadness and loss. Philip turned onto the sidewalk fronting a variety of stalls and shops and came across the rickety table covered with a neatly ironed cloth, behind which sat the middle-aged couple, the woman and the man, looking cheerful and friendly. The woman picked up a basket and held it out to him. "A donation for the convalescent home, sir, for our brave war veterans." For the very first time, Philip paused. He thought about Margaret and her generous spirit. Then he reached into his greatcoat pocket and put into the basket all the banknotes he had in the world, not because Margaret was around and he wanted deviously to impress her by giving away the dignitary's money, but because she did things like that all the time. She never could walk past a person in need, or a dog, or a cat, or a horse in trouble without intervening. Why not try it for her sake, simply and quietly? "Thank you, sir," said the woman warmly. "It's most kind of you to help." "You're welcome, ma'am," Philip said. "It's my pleasure." And it really was a pleasure. He suddenly felt as if he was 10 feet tall and walking on air. But just as suddenly, he realised that if he didn't make a detour right away, he'd run into Matron again. Oh, God. He didn't want to be dragged back into the past. He didn't think he could endure it. So he loped across the street, where he came upon a little girl selling posies made from snowdrops, their graceful, drooping blossoms tipped with cheerful yellow and tied together with a bit of green ribbon. She told him they grew to the back of her house, and she was hoping to earn enough money for a doll, one she'd been admiring in the window of the toy shop for ages. It occurred to Philip that he'd never noticed how, even in deepest winter, flowers could still grow and bloom. He bought a posy from the girl, and gave her a generous tip, too. Her smile of thanks seemed to brighten the day even more, and as Philip made his way into the town square, under his breath he whistled along with the merry, lilting sounds of the pipe and drum. Warm and snug in her thick wool pelisse and cosy hat, Margaret looked around from her place near the bunting-bedecked platform with a pleasure tempered by that lingering feeling of wistful sadness, and also by a rising curiosity. When would she see Philip Thane again? What would happen then? Impatiently she scanned the crowd. Where was he? And why on earth, having met him only yesterday, did she care so much? Now that was odd. Suddenly she spotted a tall, broad-shouldered figure coming toward the platform, and all at once, feeling very relieved, she called out, "Good morning!" He came near, and she saw at once that he was looking quite different, remarkably different, than he had last night when he had dropped Aunt Seraphina, Mr. Lawrence and herself off at their inn. Then he had been annoyingly suave and sardonic and openly bitter about having to get up early for the plough day ceremony. Today he was looking surprisingly pleasant, even happy, which made him look so handsome and so much like the man in her dreams last night that Margaret, astonished, her curiosity piqued even more, found that she was actually glad to see him. And to her further surprise, she saw that he was carrying a pretty little bouquet of white and yellow flowers. "Good morning," she said again, smiling at him. "Happy Plough Day." He smiled back at her. "Happy Plough Day. Will you excuse me for a moment?" He went up the steps of the platform and chatted for a minute or two with the dignitaries clustering there. Then he came back and said to Mr. Lawrence, who stood next to her, "Good morning. I mentioned to the mayor that you're a journalist from Watford and asked if he'd be willing to let you interview him for the Bugle. He said by all means, and to come see him after the ceremony." "By Jove, that's splendid, sir. Thank you very much. How did you guess I was hoping for that? My editor will be ever so pleased with me." "I just assumed you would," Philip Thane said, and Margaret gave him a long, wondering, curious, approving look. This was all quite uncanny. He was so kind and thoughtful, just like the man of her dreams, and oh, how attracted she was to him. She found herself hungering to kiss that smiling and very, very tempting mouth, hungering to kiss him, and do more than just kiss. Had she somehow dreamed this new Philip Thane into existence? All at once, a wisp of memory from a dream floated across her mind. Double, double, toil and trouble, fire burn and cauldron bubble, time doth spin round and round, to each other you are bound. Double, double, toil and trouble, fire burn and cauldron bubble, thwart it with your true love's kiss, thus the charm brings sweetest bliss. "Margaret?" She gave a start. "Yes, Philip?" "Do you like snowdrops? They don't quite match the roses in your bonnet, but I hoped you might like them anyway." He held out the sweet little posy, and Margaret took it at once and tucked it into the V of her pelisse, just below her throat. "Thank you so much," she said, pleased, even delighted. "I love it. Sometimes the simplest gifts are the best, don't you think?" He smiled at her, with such tenderness in his dark eyes that she felt a responsive flicker within her leap into life. "Yes," he said. "I've been learning that." Philip sat at a table in the Whittlesea Lending Library, a couple of great thick books open before him. One was a volume of German philosophy, over which he had been poring day after day. The others were translational and pronunciation dictionaries. Lately, he had been studying the 18th century philosopher Immanuel Kant, and just now he was working on translating something, painstakingly, word by word. Regeln für das Glück. Etwas zu tun, jemanden zu lieben, etwas zu hoffen. Rules for happiness. The translation emerged bit by bit, almost like a flower unfurling. Something to do? Someone to like? No, that wasn't it. He rifled through the translational dictionary. Ah, he had it now. Love. Someone to love. Something to hope for. And there it was. Rules for happiness. Something to do, someone to love, something to hope for. Philip read this over and over again, feeling rather like an arid desert receiving the sweet and precious benediction of rain. And then he looked up and around him, smiling. This lending library, a square, old-fashioned building, dark-panelled, but with plenty of windows to admit the light, had become, over time, almost a kind of home to him. He'd spent so many hours here. How many hours exactly? Thousands? Tens of thousands? More than that? He had no way of specifying, other than a vague realization, which surfaced now and again, that it was a lot. Some time ago, he'd stopped trying to count the hours or keep track of the days. He had begun to let them flow past him. No, to submerse himself in them, like slipping into a river he'd once wished he could dam up, and he had surrendered to its greatness and its inevitability. The sum of all his days was no longer a burden. It was Margaret who had once said to him, "Isn't time the most precious commodity any of us have? And somehow, for some mysterious reason, you now have more of it than anybody else. Maybe you've been given some kind of opportunity, some kind of gift." Maybe, just maybe, Margaret was right. And so here in this library, time and time again, he had roamed among the shelves, trailing his fingers along the leather spines, pausing to read the titles one after the other, until he pretty much knew all the books housed in here. The table at which he sat was in the sciences section, so there were books on philosophy, natural history, pure science, anatomy, medicine, mathematics, and so on. Opposite him were the sections in literature, art, music, languages, history, and geography. Every day, like Sisyphus perhaps, taking a little something from atop the mountain to bring back down with him, he borrowed a book to take back to his inn, having, of course, to each day keep borrowing the same book until he finished it. So far he had read or reread works by William Blake, Francis Burney, Robert Burns, William Cooper, Germain de Stael, Daniel Defoe, Maria Edgeworth, Henry Fielding, Oliver Goldsmith, Mary Hayes, Eliza Haywood, Samuel Johnson, Anne Radcliffe, Mary Shelley, Charlotte Turner Smith, Tobias Smollett, Jonathan Swift, Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, and Horace Walpole. He reread all of Miss Austen's books, too, and ignored without remorse everything by Walter Scott. At present, he was on a double jag, philosophy and German. It was slow going, but immensely satisfying. At school, he couldn't have cared less about philosophy, or about reading books in their original language, and so now he felt as if he'd been given a second chance at his education. Altogether, it was no hardship to spend these hours in the library, reading, studying, thinking. Bong, bong, bong. Somewhere in the distance, church bells were chiming. 11 bells, an hour before noon. Which meant that any moment now, over at the Woodhull Inn, the Penhallow barouche would, in all likelihood, be pulling into the courtyard with Margaret, her aunt, and Mr. Lawrence inside. They had wanted to leave town, and he offered them the barouche, without saying anything about the snowstorm and the big fallen tree they'd encounter just past Oundle. Sometimes he met them there in the courtyard, and they all had luncheon together. Quite often he and Margaret would go for a stroll, during which he said nothing about his peculiar situation. Neither did he reveal that he knew her so intimately, the kind of person she was, her likes and dislikes, her habits and routines, the names of her parents and brothers and cousins and aunts and uncles, and also all the family pets, her history, where she had gone to school, the subjects in which she excelled, the tale of her sad romance with the idiot James, even the fact that she was a marvellous kisser who lit him up with ecstatic joy. Nor did he let her know that he was head over heels in love with her. Instead, he did his best to simply enjoy his time with her, moment by moment. Every day gave him the chance to see Margaret, and that was something worth getting out of bed for. Sometimes he asked Mr. Lawrence if he'd like a second pair of eyes on the article he was writing up for the Watford Bugle, and so the two of them would go to a tavern where, over a glass of crisp ale, they would discuss the finer points of journalistic prose and grammar. They'd play some darts, too, just for fun. Sometimes he'd wander into the toy shop that was next to the jewellery store he had robbed long ago. There he'd met the Kings, the affable couple who owned it. It turned out, in a remarkable coincidence, that years ago Mr. and Mrs. King had been part of a travelling troupe of actors which had come to Embleton when Philip was a small boy. Amazingly, they had met his father, who had helped Mrs. King when she'd been stricken by a severe bout of influenza. The Kings had had little money to spare, but father had insisted on caring for her in his clinic rather than in their less-than-hygienic inn, and refused to accept any payment. Moreover, when Mrs. King finally was well again, he also insisted that he be allowed to pay for their expenses in catching up with their troupe, which had had to move on the previous fortnight. The Kings couldn't say enough nice things about the late Dr. Thane, and Philip found himself basking vicariously in their praise, as if their grateful recollections truly helped keep father's memory alive within him. Once, returning from the Plough-Day ceremony, Philip struck up a conversation with Mr. Lancross, the proprietor of his inn, whose normally smiling countenance drooped into lines of deep anxiety when Philip, having admired the handsomeness of the place, he blurted out that there was a large hole in the roof he couldn't afford to repair, and neither could he fix it himself, not being, he said, as young and spry as he used to be. At first, Philip thought about borrowing money from the Whittlesea dignitaries as he'd done before, and giving the money to Mr. Lancross, but soon dismissed the notion. He offered to fix the hole, but only if Mr. Lancross would teach him how to do it, step by step. "Do you mean it, sir?" Mr. Lancross would exclaim, brightening. "Yes, I do," Philip would answer, and could almost see the heavy, fearful burden lifting from the older man's shoulders. So day after day, Mr. Lancross would instruct Philip in the art and science of roof repair. In his old life, Philip would have scoffed at the idea of doing manual labour. He, a scion, even if disgraced, of the Egremont and Penhallow families, crawling around a roof. Unthinkable. But that was his old life. In his new one, he had said yes. It was miserable, dangerous work. At first, Philip was clumsy, embarrassingly clumsy with the tools. Once he nearly severed his thumb and had to be rushed bleeding profusely to the infirmary. He dropped a hammer on his foot and broke 4 of his toes. Several times he fell off the ladder. He got chilblains. He choked on the dust. A rat bit him. Twice he slipped off the roof and knocked himself silly. And of course, every day the hole was back to its original size. Over time, however, Philip became more skillful and quicker and more confident. It wasn't that he grew to like the dirt, the dust, the danger, but he remembered Mr. Lancross's anxious face, his nervous, twisting hands, and doggedly he kept at it. And then, at last, there was the afternoon when the violet light of sunset was deepening in the sky that he finished repairing the hole on the same day. He and Mr. Lancross drank a whole bottle of champagne together, got enjoyably tipsy, and ended up regaling the common room with such crowd-pleasing songs as "The Joys of the Country," "Egad, we had a glorious feast," "With Love, My Heart is Beating," "Robin Adair," and "Looky, Dear Ma'am," with everyone joining in on the choruses at the top of their lungs. Now that was a good day. Not all of them were, though. Some days he was consumed by grief or burning anger or bitterness or morose lassitude or a self-pity so raw that he wept, or even by a terrible gnawing envy of people who could wake up each morning to a new and different day. There were days when he was rude or openly lascivious or sardonic to Margaret, and he hated himself as he watched her lovely face harden and close off to him. Or he might be unkind to young Mr. Lawrence, or insult somebody, anybody at random. Or he might behave in other ways that reminded him of the bad old days. He would try harder the next day to make up for his lapses. He wasn't perfect, but he was trying to be better. Trying to become a man Margaret could like, respect, and possibly even love. Chapter 17. Margaret sat with Philip on a wide swing they'd discovered now that the festive bunting-bedecked platform had been removed sometime earlier today. They were swinging back and forth, her arm linked companionably through his. The golden light of afternoon had just begun to fade into the softer, darker colours of dusk, and the town square was beginning to empty out. Even the boys who'd been playing a riotous game of catch had gone. "This has been such a nice day," she said warmly, truthfully to Philip. "I'm not the least bit sorry we had to come back to Whittlesea." "Nor am I." He smiled at her with such tenderness that for a few moments she felt as if the earth had shifted beneath her feet. On the ride out of town today she had been flooded with such intense regret at leaving Philip that she had been shocked. It had felt somehow as if she was leaving a part of herself behind, and she had vowed to never do it again. Again? That made no sense, nor too did the intensity of her feelings. She barely knew Philip, and yesterday he had been so annoying and obnoxious on the journey here from Brampton. Yet curiously, yesterday seemed so very, very far away, and today was sparkling with bright promise. She was happy. Happy. Because of Philip Thane. A plough day miracle, Margaret thought, half seriously, then reverted back to the subject they had just been discussing. "I'm very impressed that you're teaching yourself German." "Thank you. I'm trying to make up for lost time, you see. I wasn't the best of students while at school. It's lucky for me that you're fluent, Margaret. Would you mind explaining to me how plurals work in German?" "Not at all. It's a trifle more complex than in English, in which we simply add an S to the end of a word. In German, you usually, but not always, add an E. For example, der Hund, dog, becomes die Hunde. But with der Vater, say, father, the plural is die Vater, with an umlaut over the A. She went on to explain other exceptions, and then Philip carefully said, after repeating them after her, "Vielen Dank. Ich bin Ihnen sehr dankbar, Fräulein." "Thank you very much. I'm very grateful to you, miss." She smiled. "Gern geschehen. Du bist ein ausgezeichneter Schüler." "You're very welcome. You're an excellent student." He smiled back. "I'm trying." It was plough day, bright and early, and on his way to the town square, Philip had paused to put all his banknotes into the basket of the woman asking for donations for the convalescent home, received her thanks, and acknowledged them as warmly as she had tendered them, and was just about to make his usual detour across the street to avoid Matron, whom he could see at the far end of the sidewalk coming his way, as always, bundled up in her shawls and wraps. But today, for some reason, he didn't. He stepped back, half turned away and waited. For what, he didn't know, but there he stood anyway. Matron came to the table. "Oh, good morning, Mrs. Jenkins. Mr. Jenkins, good morning. Have you collected many donations today? I hope you don't mind my coming round, but Jacob's been wondering, and so have I." Her voice was soft and full of what sounded like poorly concealed worry, contrasting so profoundly with her beaming smile and cheerful manner from before that Philip stood stock still, listening as hard as he could. At the same time, he let his mind go back to the past. He let himself summon up memories of himself at Eton, his misery and wretchedness, and this time he remembered how unfailingly kind Matron had been to him.
That horrible day she'd found him crying in the laundry, desperately missing his father and hugging a sack of clothes as if it were father himself he was clutching. She had patted his shoulder and sat by him with the utmost patience, despite all the many duties calling her, until he'd managed to pull himself together. After that, she'd slipped him tiny treats, too, a caramel or a bit of licorice, and took special care of him when he'd catch a cold or was shivering in bed with an ague. And always she was careful to not overtly distinguish him among the other boys as needing some extra attention, as that would have, naturally, singled him out for additional scorn and bullying. Jacob Parcel, Philip now recalled, was her son and only child, a rifleman in Sir John Moore's 52nd Foot Regiment. How proud Matron had been of him! She carried a rough little likeness of him, folded into a locket which she always wore around her neck. Once, while on leave, he'd come to visit his mother at Eton, and Philip had met him. He'd been only a young boy, and had looked up with awe at Matron's great strapping son who had, like his mother, shown him nothing but affable kindness during the 3 or 4 conversations they shared. So why was Jacob wondering about donations to the convalescent home? "Oh, there's never enough, is there, dear Mrs. Parcel?" It was the woman, Mrs. Jenkins, sitting at the table who spoke, bringing Philip back to the here and now. Mrs. Jenkins added, gesturing at him, "But this gentleman just gave a very generous donation." Philip turned back to the table and watched as Matron's face lit up. "Why, goodness me, if it isn't Philip Thane!" He went to her and held out his hand. She took it in her own and clasped it tightly, exclaiming in wonderment, "Just fancy meeting you here after all these years, Master Philip. Why, it's quite the Plough-Day miracle."
"Hello, Matron," he answered, smiling at her. "It's good to see you too. And do call me just Philip, won't you? And I'll call you Mrs. Parcel, if I may. It is quite the coincidence seeing you again. I don't remember your being from Whittlesea." Some of the light left her expression then, and the worry returned.
"Oh no, I'm from Bray, Master Philip. Philip. You see, there was a specialist here 10 years ago. I brought Jacob to see him. Perhaps you remember Jacob, my son?"
"Of course I do. What sort of specialist did Jacob need?"
"A doctor specializing in treating gangrenous wounds. He was also the director at the home for war veterans here in Whittlesea. My Jacob had been hurt in Ireland and right bad."
"I'm very sorry to hear that. Is he all right now?"
"Oh, well, he's had some amputations, Philip, but he's done well for himself, really. He's alive, when there were years when I despaired for him, to own the truth. And because of the black dog, the melancholy, you know, which ate at him too. He said he felt so trapped by his injuries, by his circumstances. He came round in time, though, and he's the director himself now, and managing it all so nicely. But there never does seem to be enough money, no matter how hard we all try. And the home is full to bursting, which makes it even harder. Oh, and here I am, wasting your time telling you of my silly troubles. I'm sure you have many more important things to do than listen to an old woman like me. What brings you to Whittlesea?"
"I'm here to give a speech at the ceremony. But after, may I go see Jacob? Could you join me for that?"
"You're giving a speech? Why, Philip, how impressive."
"Not so much, ma'am. What your Jacob has done. That's truly impressive." Mrs. Parcel looked pleased.
"That's very kind of you to say. Shall I wait for you here, and we'll go on to the home after?"
"It's cold out, however. Would you like to wait for me over at the Cup and Saucer, just across from the square? You'd be warm in there, and maybe you could have a nice cup of tea."
Philip saw the fleeting look of embarrassment on Mrs. Parcel's face, and he pulled from his greatcoat pocket a couple of coins, which, surreptitiously, he pressed into her hand.
"Will this help?" he softly asked her.
She beamed up at him. "You're a thoughtful lad. Thank you." He held out his arm and escorted her to the Cup and Saucer, and saw her established at a cosy table by the window, which was where he found her again after his speech was over.
Together they went to the convalescent home, a 10 minutes' walk from the square, and he saw it was a low, long building, very much in need of new paint. To the front was a scrubby, dilapidated sort of garden, with a few lonely-looking benches placed here and there. Inside, it wasn't much better, but he could see at once that people had been trying to make it as cheerful as possible. It was impeccably clean, for one thing. The aged furniture was placed so as to invite gathering and conversation. The plants set here and there were thriving, and on the walls were all kinds of paintings and drawings, many with simple frames or none at all, and Mrs. Parcel explained that they'd been made by the residents over the years. She led him to a group of men around a table, 2 of whom were playing chess. A very tall, broad-bearded man, who stood rather than sat, looked up as they approached, and Philip recognised him right away, though it was a shock to see Jacob Parcel leaning on crutches. One of his legs had been amputated below the knee, and the cuff of his trousers was rolled up neatly beneath the joint and pinned securely. Jacob smiled and limped forward to meet them, and Philip was sure that he'd lost his other foot. But he managed to walk nonetheless, however arduously. "Hello, Mum," he cheerfully said, then held out an enormous hand to Philip. "How d'ye do, sir?" Philip warmly shook Jacob's hand. "Hello. You don't remember me, I dare say, but I remember you. I'm Philip Thane. You came to visit Mrs. Parcel while I was a student at Eton." Jacob's smile widened. "Indeed I do. Bright as a button you were, sir. We had some splendid chats, and you asked some awfully clever questions for a young shaver like yourself. Wondered if you might go into the military some day." "No, I never did. Mrs. Parcel was telling me that you're the director of the home, sir, and that you're doing a marvellous job at it, too." Jacob glanced affectionately at his mother. "Well, I do try, Mr. Thane, we all do. But it's hard sledding sometimes, making do, I'll admit. Still, I love the job, and I still get up excited every day to try and make the best of things. Would you like a tour of the place?" "Very much." And so Jacob Parcel showed him around the home. It wasn't easy meeting the injured former soldiers, especially those who were the worst off. Their difficulties tore at the heart, but Philip was impressed by what was being accomplished despite the home's straitened circumstances. He left an hour later, having parted from Jacob and his mother with great cordiality, and as he walked thoughtfully back toward the Apple Street Inn, where he planned to have another crack at the roof, if only to lighten Mr. Langcross's load for the day, he mused with admiration upon Jacob's resilience and extraordinary strength of character. No air of the black dog, melancholy, hung about him, no hint of self-pity. Just a cheerful determination to get on with his life as best he could. It made Philip wonder at his own bouts of feeling sorry for himself. The wise Shakespeare had said, "Comparisons are odious," and there was little value in comparing one's burdens to those of others. But it wasn't hard to conclude that, all things considered, he, Philip, had been singularly blessed. His thoughts went back to the convalescent home. The resident physician, a Dr. Saltonstall, had joined them about halfway through the tour, and mentioned some of the recent advances in wound care and rehabilitation which he had been implementing there. The talk had turned to a clinical discussion of infection treatments, diseases of the blood, effective splinting techniques, tissue repair, and so on. He had listened with interest, thinking inevitably of his own father and grandfather. He could remember even now the animated discussions between the 2 of them, though of course he, as a little boy, could understand almost nothing. The impression that chiefly remained after all these years was their passion and excitement for their work. In the sciences section of the Whittlesea Library, Philip suddenly recalled, there were 3 or 4 shelves of books about anatomy and medicine. He hadn't looked into any of them as he had been busy pursuing his interests in literature, languages, and philosophy. Maybe he would... He broke off his train of thought. He had heard someone, a child, exclaiming, "Damn!" And after that, a loud yelp, as if of pain, and into Philip's nostrils came the strong smell of smoke, Just as quickly he realised that he knew that voice, and he began running toward the sound of it. The Plough Day ceremony was over, and Margaret had had a very interesting and enjoyable time. How delightful to see the fabled straw bear, and hadn't it been just so kind of Philip to help Mr. Lawrence get an interview with the mayor for his newspaper? What a different Philip from yesterday, too. Margaret could hardly believe how pleasant, how civil, how agreeable, how incredibly attractive he was today. In fact, she had actually been sorry when he hadn't lingered after the ceremony, saying that he'd run into an old friend from his schoolboy days who was waiting for him at the Cup and Saucer restaurant. Margaret had gazed rather wistfully at his tall, broad-shouldered figure as he made his way among the crowd. Naturally, she couldn't have invited herself along, but she could have asked to meet up with him later. Maybe she'd do that tomorrow. Tomorrow? Why on earth was she expecting another chance to ask him after the Plough Day ceremony? Tomorrow wouldn't be Plough Day again. How odd that she would have thought that. Slowly, pensively, Margaret went back to her inn and into the private parlour, where she enjoyed a hearty breakfast with Aunt Seraphina, after which she got out her notes, poring over them and making additions while her aunt continued reviewing the long printer's galley sheets of her forthcoming book. It was very cosy and convivial. But something was tugging at Margaret, quietly, subtly, insistently. She didn't know what it was precisely, but it refused to go away, and she found she couldn't concentrate anymore. At last she got up. "Aunt, I'm going out for a while." Aunt Seraphina muttered. "Drat! Yet another printer's error. Dear me, how difficult it is, spotting mistakes in one's own work. I do beg your pardon, my dear, what did you say?" Margaret smiled lovingly at her aunt. "I said I'm going out for a while." "Very well, my dear," replied Aunt Seraphina absently. "Enjoy yourself." And pen clutched firmly in one hand, she went back to scrutinizing the galley sheets. So Margaret put on her pelisse, hat, and gloves again, and went out into the bright sunlight of midday. She started walking briskly. It was impossible to explain, but it was almost as if her feet knew where to take her, as if she was being tugged along by an invisible string. She turned a corner onto Plimpton Street, and was astounded, shocked, to see Philip rapidly coming toward her, in his arms a young freckle-faced boy who was crying hysterically, clutching one of his arms to his chest. As they came closer, she could smell a horrible charred smell, and realized that the boy had burnt his arm very badly. "Good God!" she gasped, hurrying to them. "What's happened? What can I do?" "We're going to the infirmary, just up the street," Philip said, not checking his stride, and Margaret spun about and kept pace with him by taking 3 steps to one of his own. Philip went on. "Poor little chap was roasting chestnuts and let the fire burn too high. Can you find his mother, a Mrs. Abernathy? She may be walking about looking for Thomas. Stout lady wearing an enormous purple hat." "Of course," Margaret answered, and hurried with him to the infirmary, just long enough to hold the door open for them. "Oh, good luck!" Then, standing alone on the sidewalk, she looked left and right. Which way to go? Her heart was pounding hard in her chest with distress, and she took a few deep breaths to calm herself. Then, a bit desperately, she cocked her head, as if listening. It came to her after a few moments. Go to the right. Without bothering to question the instinct guiding her, Margaret began walking quickly to the right of the infirmary. At the corner of Plimpton Street, she paused. Cross the street and go left on Maple Avenue. She did that, walked 2 blocks, then turned right onto Chestnut Street. There she saw a woman steaming toward her, red-faced, heavy-set, and wearing a big purple old-fashioned hat. Margaret went swiftly to her. "Mrs. Abernathy?" She was indeed the mother of young Thomas, and the moment Margaret told her what had happened to her son, all her hostile belligerence melted away, and what remained was only horrified concern. Together they hurried to the infirmary, where the doctor was busy bandaging the burnt arm of poor Thomas, who had been given a dose of laudanum to help with the pain but was still in agony. Philip sat next to him on the table where he lay, holding his uninjured hand. Thomas burst into tears again at the sight of his mother, and she wept too. Philip at once yielded his seat to her, and when, after an excruciating half-hour till Thomas's suffering abated, followed by an hour of careful observation, the doctor was ready to send Thomas home, Philip carried him there as gently as a baby, Mrs. Abernathy and Margaret trailing just behind them. After Thomas was settled in his bed as comfortably as possible, Mrs. Abernathy turned to Philip and thanked him over and over again.
"I was so angry with him," she said,
weeping once more and swiping at her eyes.
"He didn't come home for luncheon. That's all I cared about. Luncheon."
"You couldn't have known, ma'am," said Philip, and Margaret thought she heard him murmur, as if to himself, "But I could have." He went on to Mrs. Abernathy in a reassuring voice. "Thomas will be all right, I promise you."
But the doctor said my poor Tom will be scarred for life and in so much pain for such a long time."
"Tomorrow will be better," Philip said, with such confidence that Mrs. Abernathy stopped crying and looked at him with new hope. And Margaret looked at him too, filled with amazement and awe. How had she misjudged him so badly before? Why, he was wonderful. Someone was knocking on the door.
"Wake up, sir," said a voice from outside the room. "It's plough day."
Knock, knock, knock.
"Mr. Thane," said the voice, "you asked to be awakened in time for the ceremony. It's plough day, sir."
Knock, knock, knock.
"I'm awake, thank you,"
he said mildly.
"Very well, sir."
But Philip didn't get out of bed just yet. He was thinking back to that terrible day when he had hit rock bottom. It had begun as this day did, as all his days did, with someone knocking on his door and letting him know that it was plough day. But on this particular morning it had sent him plummeting into the deepest, darkest pit of despair, hopelessness, and agonized self-loathing. Life had seemed utterly worthless, without meaning or value. A devastated cry had echoed throughout his empty soul. "Why me?" How long ago that was. So much had changed. This morning Philip thought again. Why me? And this morning he went on to ponder. Why have I been lucky enough to be given this gift? This chance to make things just a tiny bit better? What can I bring down from the mountain today? He didn't know all the answers, but simply asking the questions filled him with so much peacefulness that he practically floated on air all the way to the town square. Warm and snug in her thick wool pelisse and cosy hat, Margaret looked from her place near the festive, bunting-bedecked platform as Philip Thane lightly climbed the steps and introduced himself to the various town dignitaries clustering there, one of whom gestured him toward the front. Philip walked to the railing, swept his eyes over the crowd, and said in a calm, pleasant, carrying voice, "There was a time once when I would have told you how much I hated winter. I would have railed against the cold, the snow, a frozen world cloaked in what seemed to me nothing but a barrenness and a desolation as still, as unchanging as ice itself. I might have quoted to you the old medieval poem by Neidhart von Ruintel. Summer, we are missing your good weather. The cold winter gives us sorrow and longing. My beautiful beloved does not give me solace. What shall I do during these long, heavy times, as the meadow and the flowers have withered? The birds in the wood are defeated by you, and have to stop singing." Philip paused and smiled, then looked directly at Margaret, and she smiled right back, all at once feeling so happy and joyful that she half wondered if she was dreaming. "But now," he went on, "I stand here today to tell you that my thoughts have changed, my feelings have changed, I've changed. I've learned that we can't stop the seasons from coming one after the other in life's eternal circle. We can't wish the seasons away,
or long for them to be anything other than they are. Nature presents herself to us with absolute honesty. To everything there is a season and a time to every purpose under the heaven. And so I've learned that winter isn't a burden or a curse. While the earth is quietly sleeping, it offers to us its own unique gifts, and we do ourselves an injustice to try and refuse them. When winter comes, we can accept it. We can decide what each of us can contribute to life and to each other when it comes. I couldn't be happier to be here now with you, with all of you, to welcome winter and wait with patience and with hope for the beautiful spring to come. Philip smiled again, seeming to encompass everyone in his smile, and the crowd burst into loud applause that lasted for a long time. Margaret gazed wonderingly at him, as, with a modest nod or two, he acknowledged the applause. Then graciously he introduced the straw bear, gesturing toward him with a sweep of his arm. Looking to the far edge of the crowd, she saw people eagerly yielding to a cylindrical figure all covered in sheaves of hay, from its head down to its ankles. The figure lumbered forward, and everyone began applauding again, those closest to the straw bear reaching out to pat at the sheaves, a gesture which signified hope for an early spring. The pipe and drum resumed their merry, lilting beat, and some people began to move and sway in happy little dances, both singly and together. Margaret looked back to the platform and saw how all the dignitaries, one after the other, enthusiastically wrung Philip's hand, every one of them looking so pleased and cheerful. She could understand their reaction. What a magnificent and inspiring speech he had given. And how handsome he was. How clever and attractive. How personable. Just being near him made her happy. Margaret caught her breath in sudden amazement. Was it possible? Was it possible that just like that, she'd fallen in love with Philip Thane? It was strange, but what was even stranger was that it didn't feel like love at first sight. Rather, it felt like a love that was tested and true, filling her up with radiant joy. When he walked down the platform steps and came to her with that light and graceful tread of his, she said, a little breathless, "Your speech was wonderful, Philip." He smiled with such tenderness that she was surprised all over again, for it felt entirely natural, familiar, as if Philip smiled like that at her every day. "Thank you," he said. "That means the world to me." Next to Margaret, Mr. Lawrence, who had been scribbling away in his notebook, writing down the speech as quickly as he could, raised his head and said, "It was wonderful, sir. I hope my editor prints it on the front page of the Bugle." Philip smiled at Mr. Lawrence. "I'm glad you enjoyed it. Thank you. By the way, I mentioned to the mayor, Mr. Garvey, that you're a journalist from Watford, and asked if he'd be willing to let you interview him for your newspaper. He said by all means, and to go on over to the platform as soon as you're ready." "By Jove, that's splendid, sir. Thank you very much. How did you guess I was hoping for that? My editor will be ever so pleased with me." "I merely assumed you would. Also, he mentioned that his daughter Elizabeth, who's just about your age, is interested in journalism, and wondered if you'd be willing to talk with her about it." "To be sure I would," agreed Mr. Lawrence, and as he bounded away toward Mr. Garvey, Margaret gave Philip an approving look, filled with so much happy radiance that she wondered that she wasn't literally glowing like the sun, sending out rays of light everywhere. Wasn't that just like Philip? Always so thoughtful, kind, and generous. He said, nodding toward the straw bear. "Magnificent, isn't he?" "Yes, he is, and it's entirely because of you that I got to see him at all. If you hadn't happened to come along at just the right time, I never would." He smiled at her again. "And you were in the right place. So let's call it a joint effort." She laughed. "An early plough day miracle." "Yes, indeed. I used to scoff at the idea of miracles, but now I am not so sure any more." "Well, I wish I could stay and linger here, Margaret, but I've got a lot of things to do.
Things to do? What sort of things?
This and that. I hope I'll see you again later on today.
He turned away, and Margaret quickly said, "Wait." Philip paused and turned back.
Yes?
"May I come with you?" She saw light springing into his eyes, and he smiled once more.
Of course. Only, I may be rather busy, if you don't mind that.
Not at all. And then, almost without her realizing it, the words just came out, "As long as we're together." They were, she knew right away, the perfect words to say. Chapter 18. First they went to a nearby restaurant, the cosy-looking Cup and Saucer, where they found a table by the window. "Do we have time to eat?" asked Margaret. "You said we'd be busy." He smiled at her.
You need your breakfast, and some coffee. Besides, I intended to stop here anyway.
The pot girl came to take their orders. Margaret asked for a pastry platter, and Philip, being absolutely right, a coffee, and he did the same, adding,
"By the way, is the owner a person who doesn't mind a little friendly suggestion?"
"He's my father, sir, and the nicest man in the world," answered the pot girl.
In that case, you may want to mention that the buffet in the kitchen, where you keep your dishes, has started to rot a bit around its base, and that you'd all be safer if it were buttressed. A couple of sturdy chocks would make all the difference."
"Oh, that's good to know. I'll tell him so right away." The pot girl hurried off, returning in a few minutes with their coffees and a platter heaped toweringly high with delicious-looking pastries. "Dad was ever so grateful for your mentioning that, sir. He went and looked, and you were spot on. Thank you very much."
"You're most welcome," said Philip.
They ate heartily but swiftly, mindful of the passing time, and when they were done, Philip took Margaret to a toy shop not far away, housed between a tobacconist's and a jewellery store, where he purchased a sweet-looking doll with cloth limbs and a smiling china face.
"For a young friend of mine,"
he explained to Margaret. And so they went back toward the town square, where he gave it to a little girl named Lydia, who was selling posies of cheerful white and yellow snowdrops, which grew to the back of her house. She exclaimed in ecstatic surprise and delight, declaring she'd use the money she was earning to buy fabric so that she could make all manner of gowns and caps and shawls for her new charge, whom she had already dubbed Miss Lucinda Carissa Minerva Gilly Simmons, which they all agreed was a marvellous and perfect moniker, especially as she shared the same pleasing surname as Lydia. Margaret gave Lydia her fine cambric handkerchief to help with Lucinda's forthcoming wardrobe, into which she tucked a half-sovereign, and in return received the biggest, prettiest posy from Lydia's little bucket. Warmly, Margaret thanked her, tucking the posy into the V of her pelisse just below her throat, and said it was the nicest bouquet she'd ever received, a compliment which had Lydia beaming more than ever. Then Philip and Margaret went to a bookshop, where they were just in time to prevent an overconfident clerk from dropping an enormous pile of books he was ferrying in from the back, and which, Margaret saw, would have likely injured a frail-looking elderly man browsing amongst the new arrivals. The clerk, horrified, apologized to the old man, who merely said pleasantly that all was well that ends well, and went back to his peaceful browsing. Once outside again, they continued on their way, stopping at a butcher's shop where, while Margaret petted a friendly tabby cat which curled around her ankles, purring, Philip bought some large cuts of cheap meat, which he asked the butcher to chop up and wrap in 2 separate pieces of paper. They went into the alley behind the shop and walked until they came to a tumble-down collection of old wood boxes, a discarded rug, a broken-down chair, and other such things that were no longer of interest to their former owners. Huddled timidly beneath a curl of the rug was a big yellow dog with great pointy ears and sad brown eyes. Philip opened up one of the packages, and moving slowly, he crouched down on his heels and set the meat in front of the dog, who inched its way out, gobbled it all up, then retreated into its makeshift burrow.
"See you next time,"
Philip promised the dog, and after that they walked for a few minutes toward a similar-looking pile of rubbish. I hear meowing, said Margaret, quickening her steps, and shortly they came to the pile and saw, almost invisible to the casual eye, a white-furred mother cat, snugged up against an old dumpy mattress over which a heap of ragged canvas had been tossed, creating a kind of protective canopy. The mother cat was nursing 2 tiny black and white kittens, but looked up, wary at their approach. "Oh, how adorable!" Margaret exclaimed quietly to Philip, and he nodded, then opened up the other package he was carrying, and with similar slowness and care, set the meat in front of the cat. "She'll eat it when she's ready," he said. They didn't wait, but instead walked for a few minutes and went into an art gallery, where their arrival forestalled, at the very last moment, a young woman from reaching up to hang a large heavy painting on a wall. "Pardon us," said Philip, "but would you mind if we took a look at the wire on the back?" "If you like," said the young woman, surprised, but Philip's tone was so courteous that she at once rested the painting on a nearby counter so that the wire could be examined. "There, do you see?" he said. "It needs to be fastened more securely. If I may?" The young woman nodded, and Philip made the adjustments, then helped her hang the painting onto the wall so that it lay perfectly straight. It was a handsome landscape, rendering an immense and thriving field of wheat just at the moment of harvest, in rich shades of gold and yellow, which evoked all the fullness of summer and a farmer's labours and hopes realised. "It's splendid," said Margaret warmly, and the young woman smiled and confided that it was her very first painting to be shown in a gallery. How lucky for her that a pair of kind strangers had come along at just the right moment. She hated to think what might have happened if her beloved painting had crashed to the floor. "Well, it didn't," said Philip, "and I dare say it's going to be much admired." After that, they walked into an area of town with several vacant lots, all scrubby and neglected. There, standing over a pit filled with wood and brush, was a little boy, perhaps 8 years old, slender and fine-boned, and with a generously freckled face, dressed neatly in nankeen breeches and a dark blue woolen coat. On his head was a red wool cap set at a jaunty angle. "Why there," said Philip in a casual voice, and the little boy swung around.
"What is it?"
he answered, bristling. "I was hoping to have a roasted chestnut or 2, if you don't mind sharing."
"Did my mum send you to look for me?"
"No."
"Oh."
Then the boy squinted suspiciously.
"How do you know I've got some chestnuts?"
"For one thing, your pockets are bulging like anything." This explanation seemed to satisfy their young friend, and as Philip and Margaret drew near, Philip glanced with that same casualness into the pit. "Going to roast them in there?"
"Yes. Isn't it jolly? I thought I'd have a bonfire too."
"It's definitely jolly, but I tend to think that if you really want those chestnuts, you may want to leave off the bonfire for another time." The boy looked mulish.
"Yes, but look at all the branches and wood I dragged over. Took me a long time."
"It's just that a bonfire might be a trifle dangerous and overdoing it."
"I'm not afraid,"
boasted the boy. "I can see that. But I'd hate for you to be burned, you know. It would hurt like the devil, and you'd have scars, and you wouldn't be able to play the violin for ages." Shocked, the boy demanded,
"How did you know I play the violin?"
Philip shrugged. "I get around, and I know how much you love it."
"Yes, I do. I'm going to play in London some day in front of loads of people, but that's a long way off, and I did want a bonfire."
Margaret said, "I'd love to see how you roast chestnuts. Somehow mine always come out underdone."
"That's just it, missus. You can't hurry it along," said the boy.
"Will you show me? But I'm rather afraid of a big fire, you see. Once my brother Sebastian started a fire to the back of our house. He wanted to roast chestnuts too, and almost burned down our chicken coop. And the poor chickens were so frightened they didn't lay eggs for a whole month."
"Well, that's bad," the boy said. "Was Sebastian in trouble?"
"Oh no, he felt so sorry for what he'd done. He spent hours and hours hanging round the coop apologising to the chickens. I wish you could have seen how haughty they were to him, as if they knew what he'd done and blamed him. It took a great deal of corn before they finally forgave him. My mother said she'd never seen a child so filthy in her whole entire life." The little boy laughed, and Philip said, "Why don't we pull out some of the wood and branches? Then you can show my friend Margaret here how to properly roast chestnuts."
"All right, then,"
agreed the boy, and together the three of them did as Philip suggested, and soon a small fire was burning merrily. The chestnuts were carefully set among the embers, and they poked at them from time to time with some long sticks. The boy, whose name was Thomas Abernathy, chatted away and told them all about his violin lessons, his favourite foods, the books he liked to read, his cousin Sam in Weymouth, whom he got to visit every year in the spring, the tobacconist's shop his widowed mother owned, the horrible toothache he'd had last year, and also about his troubles in school. He didn't mind the academic part too much, he said, but there was another boy, Edmund Carter, who bullied him all the time.
"I wish I had a horse, a great big tall one," said Thomas wistfully, "as high as a house. That way Edmund couldn't get at me. Oi, the chestnuts are popping, they're ready."
With their sticks, they poked out the chestnuts, all browned and fragrant, and let them cool a bit before eating them. "Oh, these are delicious," said Margaret. "Honestly, the best I've ever had." Thomas grinned proudly.
"You should tell Sebastian to try it my way."
"I will." "Do you know, Thomas," said Philip, peeling open another chestnut, "I was bullied most awfully at school when I was your age."
"You, mister? But you're so big and strong."
"I wasn't back then, and it took me a long time to figure out how to deal with them."
"Mum says I ought to ignore Edmund. I try, but it never works."
"That was my experience, too."
"So what did you do?"
"I was lucky enough to meet a kind, clever chap named Jacob Parcel, a soldier and a rifleman, you see, so he knew all about fighting, who told me that there were two things I had to do to keep the bullies from bothering me anymore."
"What were they?"
asked Thomas eagerly. "First, he said that I had to stand up to them, show them I wasn't frightened, even if I was, but to pretend if I needed to at first."
"How did you do that?"
"I stood very tall as I could, and I kept my chin up, and I puffed out my chest, and I pretended that I was Heracles."
"I know who that is," Thomas exclaimed. "One of those old Greek heroes, and he was terribly strong."
"Yes, that's right, so I pretended that I was just as strong as he was."
"Did that scare the bullies away?"
"Well, there was that other thing Jacob taught me."
"What was it?"
Transfixed, Thomas held an unpeeled chestnut in his hand, forgotten, and stared up at Philip. "He showed me how to use a fearsome left hook."
"Like a boxer, mister?"
"That's right. I practiced and practiced till I got it right. I dare say just like you practice with your violin till you've got the piece down perfectly." Thomas nodded.
"Can you show me how to do it?"
"Yes, but you must promise to only strike out if you need to, that you won't just lash out. I want you to give Edmund a chance to back away first."
"I promise,"
said Thomas eagerly, and gave his chestnut to Margaret. He held up balled fists, looking very determined.
"I'm ready."
So Philip spent an hour showing Thomas how to administer a powerful and effective left hook. "Adjust your foot placement a little. You'll have better balance and mobility if you put your feet in toe-heel alignment. The hook begins from the ground, really, and now you're holding yourself— Yes, that's better. Now, bend your knees, while at the same time you drop your head forward, then rotate your body to the right as you throw the hook. Very good. Keep your fist tight when it hits your opponent. Remember to stop your punch when you connect, just as I showed you, or you'll over-rotate. Try it again." Philip watched closely, nodded, and continued. "You're nearly there, Thomas. When you finish your hook, you want your head, fist, body, and feet to be facing to the right. Once more. Good. Now try the weak and strong technique I showed you earlier, remember? You throw a soft jab just to make your opponent shift his weight defensively, then come on with a strong one to throw him off. Well done!"
He smiled down at Thomas. "If you decide not to become a professional violin player, lad, you could take up boxing instead." Thomas grinned and lowered his hands, then picked up his stick to poke out another chestnut from the fire. After a minute or two, he started peeling it, but stopped abruptly.
"I was supposed to go home for luncheon. Wonder if my mum's worried about me. She's not bad, really, just a bit of a fussbucket."
"Mothers are like that, aren't they?" said Margaret sympathetically. "But it's because she loves you, you know." Thomas nodded, all at once looking thoughtful. "Shall we walk you home?" suggested Philip.
"Would you? She won't be cross if I showed up with you."
"Let's put out the fire first." They doused what was left of it by kicking dirt over it, an activity into which Thomas entered with great enthusiasm. They began walking back toward the more populated part of town, pausing to make a quick detour onto a side road where they came across a horse and cart stuck in a muddy, rutted sort of wallow. The cart's owner stood looking ruefully at the wheels so deeply entrapped in mud, but brightened when he saw that help was on the way. Margaret went to the horse's head to coax it forward, while the owner, Philip, and young Thomas pushed hard at the back of the cart. In a trice, the cart was free, and the owner thanked them all very heartily, fishing into his pocket to offer Thomas a snippet of licorice he had stowed there. Thomas accepted the licorice with equal heartiness, and then the three of them continued walking. In 10 minutes or so, they arrived in a pleasant neighbourhood of small, neatly tended houses, with gardens to the front and mature trees everywhere. Mrs. Abernathy was inclined at first to be surly and belligerent, especially when she saw Thomas's muddy brogues, but rapidly mellowed under the influence of Philip's courtesy and Margaret's kindness, even, after a few minutes' conversation, going so far as to invite them to stay for luncheon. This they tactfully declined, but before they left, Thomas begged them to listen to the piece of music he was currently working on. It was Mozart's Sonata No. 20 in C major, and of course they stayed to hear it. And when Thomas was done, they both complimented him warmly and sincerely, and so left the little house with mother and son beaming, inviting them back any time, and waving with real enthusiasm. Outside, Margaret turned to Philip, eyes sparkling. "Well, now what?" He gestured in the direction of Apple Street. "And now I'm going to fix a hole in a roof." As they walked along, he told her about Mr. Lancross's anxiety about being unable to either repair it himself or pay for it, and how, earlier this morning, he'd promised Mr. Lancross he would come back and have a crack at it. Half an hour later, Philip was on the roof, with Margaret in the attic below, handing him up various tools and pieces of tar paper. He had warned her about the possibility of an unwelcome encounter with a rat, but fearlessly she had pooh-poohed it and promised to keep an eye out. With her capable help, and without any cantankerous rodents showing up, the repair went more quickly than any of Philip's previous efforts, and so it was only a little past 4 when they were done. He clambered down safely to the ground again, returned the ladder, tools, and extra supplies to the inn cellar, and met her again in the common room, dirty and sweat-stained, but otherwise none the worse for wear. He apologised for his grimy state, and she only smiled, plucked a napkin from a nearby table, and wiped from his forehead a patch of dirt. "You look splendid, dear Philip. You are splendid." Mr. Lancross came hurrying over to fervently thank them both and offered them tea, which they were glad to accept, being both thirsty and hungry again after such a full and busy day. As they enjoyed their tea, amiably they debated as to whether Hamlet was better than King Lear, Margaret being unshakably firm on plumping for Hamlet, and also they tried to determine whether paintings could better express emotions than sculptures, with Margaret advocating for the former, and Philip, for the sheer joy of light-hearted argumentation, taking up the side of the sculptures. When she finished her second sandwich and third cup of tea, Margaret twinkled at him from across the table. "Now that I'm fortified, I'm ready for our next adventure." He smiled back at her. "Would you like to go to the Plough Day banquet?" I've invited 2 old friends of mine to join me there as well.
Oh, I'd love to. I have a new gown I'm dying to wear. It's periwinkle and—"
Margaret broke off, and then, after a pause, slowly she went on.
"It's periwinkle, and it has the prettiest spangles in the world. But you've seen me in it already, haven't you, Philip?"
Something hung in the air between them, like a grace note between the end of a song and the beginning of a new one. Tentative, sweet, then deepening and lingering in the ear, the mind, the heart. Then the moment passed, easily and naturally, as would a second hand on a clock pause before resuming its rhythm, counting out the minutes and the hours and the days over and over again, and Philip smiled and nodded and softly said, "Yes, I can't wait to see you in it, again. But first, I'm going to have a bath and make myself presentable for you."
"I'll do the same," she laughed, "as I'm quite sure I have cobwebs in my hair and that I reek of roasted chestnuts."
"You look beautiful," he said quietly, "as you always do. Always."
"Thank you very much. I'm glad you find me so."
Impulsively, Margaret reached out to lay her hand on his.
"Oh, Philip, I'm having the most marvellous day. Thank you for that, too."
"It's my pleasure. I am also."
"We make a good team, don't you think?" she said, twinkling at him all over again.
"I couldn't agree more," he said, turning over his hand to clasp hers within it. They smiled at each other again, and sat there for a while, holding hands, doing nothing and doing everything, till Mr. Lancross came over again, asking if they'd care for some more tea or additional sandwiches, and reluctantly they let go, Margaret to whisk herself off to her inn, and Philip to go upstairs to his room. They met again at the public house an hour later, when darkness had fully fallen, and overhead the immense canvas of the sky was filled with glittering stars, and together they went into the banquet room. Softly he said to her, "I didn't think you could look more beautiful, Margaret, but somehow you do. The periwinkle brings out the blue of your eyes. You look like a queen."
"Thank you. And you look quite regal yourself. You carry yourself with such strength and grace."
"You're very kind."
Tonight they went to a different table, Philip having been asked this morning by the mayor, Mr. Garvey, to join him and some other of the town dignitaries. He'd agreed, and requested that 2 or 3 extra seats also be left open. And no sooner had he and Margaret sat down than Jacob Parcel and his mother, Mrs. Parcel, came into the banquet room. Philip jumped up to go to them and usher them over, and soon they were all sitting together. Philip made the necessary introductions, and conversation flowed from there. By the time dessert was served, Margaret's new acquaintance with Mrs. Parcel had ripened into a warm friendship, and Philip's respect and admiration for Jacob deepened yet further. Mr. Garvey had revisited what had been only a cursory knowledge of Jacob's endeavours at the convalescent home, and now he promised, along with the other dignitaries, to seek out new sources of funding. His daughter, Miss Elizabeth Garvey, accompanied by Mr. Lawrence, joined them from the table where they'd been sitting with a merry gaggle of young people, and in a matter of minutes, Mr. Lawrence was asking if he and Miss Garvey might stop by the home tomorrow to interview Jacob, and then together write up an article he was sure his editor would run, and maybe on the front page, too. Jacob graciously assented, and Mr. Lawrence and Miss Garvey shared an excited look. Many people, including Mrs. Selina Richmond in stately puce, and Mr. John Samuelson, he of the splendid eyebrows, stopped by their table to congratulate Philip on his magnificent speech, accolades which he acknowledged with modesty and with pleasure. The wine was still awful, but nobody cared. Fortunately, the coffee was still good. Everyone lingered for a long while after dessert had been eaten and enjoyed, and eventually, after many cordial good nights had been exchanged, people started drifting away, and the room began to empty. Only a few of the staff remained,
dimming lamps, clearing tables, and setting them again with fresh linens, plates, and silverware. Margaret and Philip stayed at their table, talking and laughing about nothing in particular. Finally, when it was nearly time for the public house to close, they stood up and began to leave the banquet room. Then Philip paused. "Just one moment, Margaret."
"What is it?"
"There's something I must try." She watched as he went to a table which had been freshly set for tomorrow. He grasped the edge of the tablecloth, keeping his hands lower than the table height, took a deep breath, and yanked the cloth downward in a smooth, swift, decisive motion. A moment later, he stood holding the tablecloth. On the table remained all the plates, silverware, glasses, the crystal centerpiece filled with flowers, and napkins, just as they had been before. Philip grinned. Margaret applauded, and he gave a low bow, playfully flourishing the cloth. "Thank you. I've been following the suggestion you once gave me, and practicing."
"It's obviously paid off."
They laughed, and she helped him move everything off the table. They replaced the tablecloth and put it all back. Then they made their way to the foyer, got their wraps, and went outside into the full dark of chilly night. Margaret slid her arm through his, gave a happy little sigh, and said, "How beautiful it is here." "I agree. May I walk you to your inn, Margaret?"
"Yes, please. I'd like that."
They strolled along the quiet, dark sidewalks, which were illuminated at regular intervals by the street lamps, looking so cosy and friendly against the heavy curtain of night. When the Woodhull Inn came into view, all lit up with lights in the downstairs rooms, which made it look so homelike and inviting, Margaret came to a halt. She turned, released his arm, and looked up into his face.
"Philip, something's been tugging at me all day. I hope I don't sound, well, odd, but there's something curious, something magical happening, isn't there? As if somehow, I can't explain it exactly, but as if someone sprinkled fairy dust over Whittlesea, if that makes any sense at all."
He nodded. "It does make sense, to me at least. I don't understand it, and I gave up trying to quite a while back. But what truly matters, as far as I'm concerned, is that I've had the most wonderful day with you today, Margaret. And no matter what tomorrow brings, nothing can take that away." He reached down to gently take hold of both her hands, which willingly she gave to him. He went on. "There's something that's been tugging at me, too. Something I've been wanting to say to you. Is that all right?"
"Yes, you can tell me anything. Everything."
He smiled. "Thank you. It's this. It's you, Margaret. I want to tell you that I adore you, that I love you, that you're everything I've ever wanted or needed. Although I'm sorry to say that for a long, long time I was too much of an ass to know it. But I know it now, and I'll know it forever. You're my light, my love, my guiding star, and I'll always be grateful that you came into my life. That's the magic for me, and I believe that come what may, we can do anything, be anything when, as you put it earlier, as long as we're together." To Philip's relief, to his immense and infinite joy, Margaret smiled back.
"And all because of a broken shaft outside of Brampton, and me flagging down your barouche to brazenly beg for a ride."
"Thank God you did." Philip looked wonderingly down into her lovely face. She was still here with him. She was still here. She hadn't stormed away, justifiably furious after he'd said or done something rash, stupid, ill-advised, reckless, shifty, rude, cretinous, feather-brained, careless, self-serving, conceited, arrogant, insincere, cavalier, presumptuous, and any other words that might possibly be found in her Aunt Seraphina's thesauruses under the general heading of Chucklehead. All that, he thought, was yesterday. And today was the best day he'd ever had in his whole entire life. "Margaret," he said very quietly, do you think you could come to care for me, too?" She pulled her hands from his, but only to put them on his shoulders, her deep blue eyes alight, and went up on her toes, and the next thing he knew, she was kissing him, and then he was kissing her back. It felt like a first kiss, and like a kiss that they had shared many times before, utterly, completely, entirely magical. His body was on fire, and his heart so full of love for Margaret that he was sure, absolutely sure, that he was the luckiest man in the world. He could face anything now. He could endure 100, 1,000, 1,000,000 more plough days, because he had at last become a good man, an honest man, a caring man. Rules for happiness. Something to do, someone to love, something to hope for. Philip brought Margaret yet closer, deepening their kiss. Mouth to mouth, body to body, soul to soul. He couldn't have said for how long they stood there like that, held tightly in each other's arms, only that time itself seemed to have stopped, as if a benignant universe was softly, kindly whispering, "Let the rest of the world rush on without you, just for a little while. Enjoy this precious gift, because against all odds, you found your perfect woman. Here's your moment, Philip Thane. You've earned it. Take it, grab onto it, own it and cherish it. Together, you and Margaret exist beyond time and place. Love has taken you, enveloped you, transformed you. You've become the man you were always meant to be. And here at last is your true love's kiss, bringing you both the sweetest bliss." Bliss indeed, unlike anything he'd ever known before. And when finally, Margaret ended their kiss, to lean back a little, eyes glowing, cheeks rosy, her tender mouth curved up in the sweetest of smiles, Philip could not regret being gently delivered back into the here and now. Because here and now was a wonderful place to be. She said softly, "Did that answer your question, Philip?" So dazzled was he that it took him a few seconds to recall it. "Margaret, do you think you could come to care for me, too?" He swallowed hard. "I think," he slowly said, "I think that was a yes." And Margaret went up on her toes to kiss him again. "Yes, 1,000 times yes." She gave a glad laugh. "Oh, Philip, dearest, darling Philip, I never dreamed I could be so happy." "I too," he said, and tightened his arms around her. "Margaret, you look like an angel." She laughed again softly. "I'm no angel, just a mere woman whose nose is doubtless turning red in the cold." He leaned down to kiss the tip of that charming nose. "Let's get you inside again, and warm." Together they walked to the Woodhull Inn, where they stopped on the front portico. Tenderly he said, "Good night, Margaret, my love. I'll see you tomorrow." "Yes, you will, my darling," she said firmly, went up on her toes, kissed him again, smiled, and went inside, leaving him alone, but not lonely. Chapter 19. Something woke him up. Philip lay in bed, unmoving and his eyes still closed, patiently waiting for the usual knock on his door. Then the voice from outside the room. "Wake up, sir! It's plough day!" But there was nothing. Only silence. Now that was odd. He opened his eyes and looked to the window, expecting to see around its curtained edges just the faintest, murkiest intimations of dawn. But what he saw was soft ribbons of light shimmering in the gap between the curtain and the window, and the dark fabric of the curtain itself paled against the day's illumination. His heart gave a giant leap. This was something altogether different. Different? Had he overslept? Had the owner of that voice with the unseen hand that knocked on his door overslept as well, or forgotten to show up? How strange. Philip slid aside the covers, got out of bed, and then, moving with the caution of a man navigating a narrow tightrope over a high precipice, he went to the window and took hold of the curtain, his heart now hammering hard in his chest. When he looked outside, was he going to see the same view yet again? The clear, bright blue sky, on the ground the familiar scattered splotches of grey slush, a few late stragglers all walking toward the centre of town, eager to partake of the plough-day fun. If so, he'd get dressed and join them. He'd get to see his beloved Margaret again. He'd walk up the platform steps to give his speech once more, and then he'd use his time today to keep bringing down from the mountain whatever he could. Again. He took a moment to look within him for his new strength, his new resolve. It was still there, like a tree with deep, sturdy roots, stalwart against whatever winds might blow its way. And so Philip pulled aside the curtain and looked out the window. And he stared. Outside, the world was blanketed in white. Last night, the snowstorm had come at last. Gone were the splotches of slush. Instead, there was a thick, heavy covering of the stuff, that glorious, white, wonderful stuff everywhere, and the sky overhead was a beautiful pearly grey. On the sidewalks were only 5 or 6 people, walking in different directions. He stared all over again. Was it really possible? Had plough day come and gone? And today was a new day. He turned away from the window, as if to give the world a chance to rearrange itself back into the usual formation, the bright blue sky, the big yellow sun, the splotches of grey slush. He waited for a minute or two, schooling his heart to resume its usual rhythm. Then, calm again, he turned back to look out the window. And his heart gave another leap, an exuberantly joyful one this time, a butterfly bursting into flight, a frog jumping high in a pond, a whale leaping out of the sea. Because the thick covering of snow was still there, the sky was a beautiful pearly grey, and those 6 people were going in different directions. A post-plough-day miracle? Philip's brain whirled wildly. He stood there, dazed, amazed, hardly daring to breathe. But one thing was clear. He had to see Margaret. He had to see her as soon as possible. Quickly he scrambled into his clothes and loped down the stairs and into the common room. Mr. Langcross came sailing over, wreathed in smiles. "Good morning, Mr. Thane. Did you see that it snowed last night? We're lucky it didn't snow the night before. Would have interfered right bad with the plough-day festivities. And if it wasn't for you and Miss Allen working so hard as you did yesterday, the attic would be a terrible mess right now." Cautiously, aware that he sounded rather stupefied, Philip said, "The roof is still fixed." "Why, to be sure it is. I went up and checked on the attic first thing. Thank you again, Mr. Thane. Thanks to you both." "You're welcome, Mr. Langcross. Very welcome indeed. It's good people like you and Miss Allen who make the world go round. That's what I think. Well, it's a lovely morning, isn't it? The young uns will be sledding and building snowmen all over town, I reckon. Will you be wanting your breakfast before you go out?" "Later, perhaps, if you'll excuse me." "To be sure. We've got some fresh-made muffins which are especially good." "Excellent," said Philip, then went swiftly to the front door, flung it open, went outside to the portico, and paused, and stared yet again.
For there, coming toward him, was none other than Margaret herself, ravishing as always in her dark green pelisse and not her usual fashionable hat in the exact same shade of green and embellished with a spray of pink roses. Today she had on her head a charming woolen confection in the prettiest shades of pale orange and pearly grey, topped with a dashing white feather which curled jauntily to one side, altogether setting off her lovely face to marvellous advantage. He caught his breath and went to her, eagerly, joyfully, and saw that she was smiling at him, and that those deep blue eyes of hers were sparkling like sapphires. She held out her hands, and he took them, just as they had done last night, and she said with a happy lilt in her voice, "Good morning."
Never have truer words been spoken.
Because it's not plough day any more, is it?
No.
He gave a laugh, merry and free.
It's not plough day, Margaret, dearest Margaret, and you're here with me.
Of course I am. I had to see you right away.
That's how I felt too. I was coming to find you.
He smiled down at her.
By the way, that's a gorgeous hat you're wearing.
Thank you. I felt like wearing something different this morning. Isn't it lucky I brought 2 of them with me from home?
Very.
Suddenly, Philip added, almost as if doubting what he had just heard.
Wait. You said it's not plough day any more.
She nodded. Yes, it's the strangest thing. Last night I had dream after dream, Philip, and it may sound odd, but I dreamed that you and I lived plough day over and over again, and that we were trapped here in Whittlesea, even though we kept trying to escape in your barouche. We always drove right into a snowstorm, and the road was blocked by a big fallen tree. Do you know those dreams where it's all so vivid and real-seeming? That's what they were. And, well, I'm sorry to say it, but in the beginning I didn't like you at all. As the dreams went on, though, things changed. You changed. I changed. And it wasn't long before I fell head over heels in love with you. Then they were the best and happiest dreams in the world. Margaret paused, smiling. Then her expression became thoughtful and a trifle puzzled. She went on. And then it got even odder. After having dreams like this seemingly all night long, I was still asleep in my bed at the Woodhull Inn, and then someone was knocking on my door. "Wake up, Miss Allen," the voice said. "It's not plough day any more." I was quite befuddled, as I had no idea why somebody would come along to do that. So I simply called out, "I'm awake, thank you." And whoever it was just went away. I lay there a while, wondering if those were dreams I'd had, or memories. Somehow it seemed so important that it was the day after plough day. And then I remembered yesterday, and what an amazing day we had together, and I couldn't wait another minute to see you again, so I scrambled into my clothes, left a note for Aunt Seraphina in our private parlour, and stopped to ask the proprietor if anyone among the staff had come to knock on my door. He had no idea what I was talking about, so I left and walked over here as quickly as I could. Oh, Philip, what does it all mean?
It's a long story, my darling. How about some breakfast, and I'll tell you everything.
I'd like that. I'm ravenous, and as you know, I do need some coffee as soon as possible. But first... Margaret went up on her tiptoes and kissed him soundly, there on the front portico for all the world to see, and of course he kissed her right back, and even though 6 people saw them, they only smiled to see a young couple so happy together. After that, Philip and Margaret went into the Apple Street Inn, where Mr. Lancross brought them a lavish breakfast, including some delicious muffins, which had a tasty buttery crumble of chopped nuts and sugar on the tops, and some really excellent coffee, served piping hot. And Philip related to her the mysterious tale of the plough day that repeated itself over and over again. And when he had indeed told her everything from beginning to end, he added rather hesitantly,
"I know I sound quite mad, Margaret, and deserving of being carted off to Bedlam, but it's the truth."
"I believe you, Philip," she answered at once.
"You do? It's all so fantastical, don't you think?"
It is. But I trust my instincts. I trust you. And in addition to everything you experienced, how can we explain that mysterious voice at my door on the very same day was silent at yours? 2. Only consider. So many fables and folk tales, for example, are fantastical. What if, within them, reside kernels of truth, softened and obscured by the passage of time, but based on genuine mystical events? Didn't you once say that stories come from somewhere and sometimes they're based on real things? I did say that to you, long ago. Yes, I thought so. And perhaps there's more to life than we realise. Maybe there's more inside us than we can know. She smiled, reaching out to cover his hand with her own, just as she had yesterday here in the common room, although reassuringly when they had been sitting at a different table. Maybe, just maybe, we've all got inside us a little magic, all our own. He nodded and clasped her hand in his. Margaret, he said, I love you. I love you with all my heart and soul. Everything that I have, everything that I am belongs to you. And I'm hoping you'll agree to marry me, so that I can spend the rest of my life doing anything and everything I can to bring you happiness, each and every day, now and forever. Margaret smiled again. Well, she softly said, yesterday was a very good start, and today is even better. Which means we've already begun, don't you think? I love you too, Philip Thane. Always. And my answer is yes. His heart seemed to overflow with happiness, with joy, with optimism for a future so glorious, so magnificent, that it filled him with deep, humble, infinite gratitude. He was lucky, lucky. Then he said, a bit ruefully, Not a very romantic setting for a proposal, is it? I'm sorry about that. What's romantic is what's inside us, and how we feel about each other, replied Margaret firmly. I'll never regret that we made up our minds here, Philip. Besides, the muffins are tremendous. He laughed. That matters too. After that, Margaret had another muffin, and he did too, and they talked and talked, glowing with their shared happiness. Histories were shared, hopes and aspirations discussed, plans made. Mr. Lancross came over with another pot of coffee, thanked them again for their help yesterday, and made mention of the fact that due to the big snowstorm, travel out of town might be difficult for a few days, which he hoped they wouldn't mind too much. Neither of them did. As they waited for the roads to clear, those 4 disparate souls who had seemingly ended up by chance travelling into Whittlesea together kept themselves busy. Aunt Seraphina, commandeering the private parlour, peacefully continued working on her forthcoming book. Having apologised with real sincerity for his unfortunate behaviour on the journey there, Philip volunteered to help read the long galley sheets, and proved himself to be so eagle-eyed in spotting printers' errors that Aunt Seraphina, surprised and pleased at how her first unfavourable impression of him had dissipated, declared she was going to include his name with fulsome thanks in the acknowledgements section. Margaret had her book to work on and notes to go over, along with deepening her friendship with Mrs. Parcel and, of course, enjoying every minute spent in Philip's company. As for Philip, he spent a lot of time over at the convalescent home, learning from Jacob Parcel and Dr. Saltonstall and helping there in whatever ways he could, talking with the patients and listening to their stories, changing bandages, bringing meals, sweeping floors, washing dishes. He also got a couple of sketchbooks for himself and had a marvellous time reacquainting himself with his early love of drawing. His favourite piece during this time was a pen-and-ink portrait of Jacob, which his mother begged to keep, and so Philip had it framed, and when he gave it to Mrs. Parcel she wept happy tears, then hugged him for a long, long time. Additionally, he and Margaret went multiple times a day to feed the stray dog and the mother cat and her kittens, and to make themselves familiar to them. The dog they named Victor, for his bravery in surviving his rough life, the mother cat, Snowdrop, for her white fur, and the black and white babies, Charles and Cassandra, for no other reason than it somehow seemed to suit them. Mr. Lawrence, meanwhile, working alongside Miss Garvey, wrote up an interview with Jacob Parcel, accompanied by an article about the convalescent home that was so comprehensive, so eloquent and powerful, that it would end up being published by the Watford Bugle, as well as by several of the national periodicals, a feat which not only would bring donations to the home pouring in, it would add such lustre to Mr. Lawrence's budding reputation that he would soon be promoted to assistant editor at the tender age of 23, and find himself the recipient of a gratifying boost in pay, which, he would rejoice, make it feasible for him to offer hand, heart, and hearth to Miss Garvey, who in turn would be gratifyingly prompt in accepting, and with whom, in time, he would come to be the partner in one of Britain's most celebrated journalistic duos. Early on the morning, when it was at last deemed propitious to travel again, Margaret, Philip, and Aunt Seraphina gathered in the private parlour of the Woodhull Inn for breakfast, Mr. Lawrence having gone off to bid a long and sentimental farewell to Miss Garvey. When they had finished eating, Margaret reached for Philip's hand and said, "Aunt, Mr. Thane, Philip and I have some news." "Do tell." Aunt Seraphina's eyes were twinkling. "We're engaged. I know it must seem quite sudden, but we love each other, and I'm absolutely, entirely, and completely certain about it, and so very, very happy." Her aunt laughed. "Goodness gracious, my dear, it's been obvious since Plough Day that the two of you get on like a house on fire. So, while I'm not surprised, I am delighted, and I wish you both the happiest of lives together, though I don't think you need any wishes to make that happen. I can see it on both of your faces." She beamed across the table at them. "Welcome to the family, Mr. Thane." "Thank you, ma'am. I'm most fortunate to be joining it. And won't you please call me Philip?" "I certainly will. And now I want to hear all about your plans." So Philip told Aunt Seraphina that, to his immense shame, his debts were many, and that he had intended to clear them all before marrying Margaret. But here Margaret intervened, saying that she stood firm on her decision not to wait, and that while her income wouldn't permit them to live in grand style, they could nonetheless be perfectly comfortable. "I admit, I'd prefer to marry you sooner rather than later," he told her. "Tomorrow, if we could, or even better, today. But you'll be marrying a pauper, you know. Actually, worse than a pauper." "I'll take you just as you are, dear heart." "Now that," said Aunt Seraphina, "bodes well for present and future happiness. I always say that unconditional love is the best sort of love. Are you going to take up a profession then, Philip?" "Yes, ma'am. I've been thinking about it a great deal, and I've decided to follow in my late father's footsteps and become a physician." "A worthy vocation," she commented approvingly. "How are you going to go about it?" "I've read a fair number of books to get me started, studying on my own, but what I'm going to need now, of course, is formal education and an apprenticeship. As it happens, my cousin Horace is the Regius Professor of Medicine at the University of Oxford, and I'd be glad to introduce you to him. Perhaps he can help." "That would be splendid, ma'am. I'm much obliged to you for that." "Think nothing of it, my dear boy," said Aunt Seraphina graciously. "We must all help each other along in life, don't you think? Well, who knew that our little jaunt to Whittlesea would have such a momentous outcome?" They all three smiled at each other, and Margaret felt so happy that she could have floated up to the sky like a balloon. But she didn't, because she never wanted to leave Philip's side. Within the hour, their original party of 4 boarded the Penhallow barouche once again, accompanied this time by Victor the dog, who was less thin and less shy, and who lay at their feet on a warm, thick blanket, and also by Snowdrop, Cassandra, and Charles, who shared a flannel-lined basket, which Margaret held on her lap. Even with the lid closed, they could hear Snowdrop purring, as she did quite a bit these days. They passed through Oundle without the slightest incident, dropped Mr. Lawrence off in Northampton, where he would proceed in short order to Watford, then continued to Oxford, where Philip stayed for a few days with the Allen family in their capacious home, receiving from them such a friendly, delighted welcome that by the time his visit concluded, he was declared to already be an honorary Allen, as were Snowdrop, Cassandra, Charles and Victor, who fit right in also, and who, like Philip, were prime favourites in particular with the noisy parrot. Margaret had been disappointed but philosophical about missing the colloquium at which she had been slated to speak. As it turned out, so many of the other speakers, as well as attendees, had been delayed due to various weather conditions. The colloquium was rescheduled to early spring, and she could look forward with fresh pleasure to giving her talk. In the meantime, she was going to continue working on her folklore book, as well as on a new idea for another book she had had. Philip met with Aunt Seraphina's formidable cousin Horace Allen, who, after a long, searching conversation, offered him, to his great surprise and delight, admission to the university's medical school and an internship in his own medical practice, along with a small stipend, which would help defray Philip's educational expenses and give him a little something extra to contribute to the shared expenses of the cosy household he looked forward to establishing with Margaret in the very near future. So, though it was a wrench to part, Philip was nonetheless able to kiss Margaret goodbye with a buoyant heart and a promise to soon return to Oxford. He arrived at Sermont Hall on a bright, chilly afternoon, and was ushered into the same drawing-room, all elegant and warm, in which he had had his memorable conversation with Henrietta Penhallow on a day which had occurred 3 weeks prior, and a lifetime ago. "Good afternoon, Philip," Henrietta greeted him, sitting indomitably upright as ever, and with considerably more cordiality than she had displayed back then. "Won't you sit down?"
"Thank you, ma'am."
Philip was secretly rather glad to see that she was wearing a different gown today, this one being made of soft violet wool and ornamented with an old-fashioned fichu, instead of the dove-grey one from before. The grey gown had been exquisite, but he appreciated the difference in her attire more than he would ever say out loud. "May I offer you some refreshments?"
"Yes, thank you, Aunt Henrietta."
He recalled with an inner flicker of pleased amusement that on his previous visit she had made no such offer, a sure sign that he was moving up in the world.
"You'll join me, I hope?"
"A cup of tea and a scone would not go amiss." Henrietta rose from the escritoire at which she had been sitting, went to the bell-pull, and tugged on it, then continued to a handsome old rococo chair opposite his, and sank with majestic unflappability down into it. Her eyes were sharp as they regarded him, but without that sardonic cutting quality from before, which had given him the distinct impression of being, metaphysically speaking, flayed alive. "Thank you for your letter from a fortnight ago, informing me of the snowstorm which prevented your prompt return to Sermont Hall. It was courteous of you to keep me informed."
"But of course."
"And, more importantly, may I tender my felicitations upon the announcement of your betrothal. I know several of the older members of the Allen family, in particular Timothy Allen, the Archbishop, and his son Horace, with whom you'll be working and studying, and I also know that the family in general is greatly esteemed and admired throughout the Oxford community."
"That's my understanding as well."
"Based upon the glowing description in your letter, your Miss Allen sounds a delightful young lady." He smiled.
"She is, Aunt Henrietta. Clever and kind and charming and beautiful, and I'm the luckiest man in the world to be marrying her. And whenever the opportunity presents itself, it will be my honour and privilege to introduce you both to each other."
"I'll look forward to that." Henrietta smiled back at him. "In the meantime,
I wish you very happy, and I'm certain that all your Egremont family will join me in wishing you well also. On another note, I was pleased to read the transcripts of the speech you gave at the Plough Day ceremony. May I say, Philip, that I was both surprised and impressed. You represented the family in a way which makes me very proud."
Philip wasn't the least bit surprised himself that somehow Henrietta knew about his speech. "Thank you, ma'am. It came from the heart, and I'm very thankful to you for entrusting me with the responsibility to give it."
"Despite your obvious antipathy when last we met."
"That was then, Aunt Henrietta, and this is now."
She nodded. "It's fascinating how our expectations can sometimes be confounded, is it not? For example, when Gabriel was betrothed to Livia, I indulged in the darkest, most pessimistic predictions as to their future happiness. And how wrong I was. Too, I expected to hear nothing but shocking reports as to your conduct in Whittlesea."
"My time there was, shall we say, a transformative experience."
"It has not escaped my notice. You seem greatly changed, my dear Philip, not in appearance, but in essence."
"I believe I have changed."
"Indeed. Further confounding my gloomy expectations from our earlier encounter, I am gratified to see it. Incidentally, you may be interested to hear that the day after you left for Whittlesea, Sir Gregory Stoke underwent a sudden recovery, which he described as nothing short of miraculous. Most curious."
Philip was silent for a few moments, reflecting. If not for Sir Gregory's sudden attack of gout, he wouldn't have been sent to Whittlesea in his place. If not for the broken axle that had left Margaret stranded in Brampton, he might never have met her. He suddenly found himself thinking again of the old lady, Mrs. Roger, who had marched up to him that day he had arrived in Riverton, intent on cajoling Henrietta Penhallow out of as much money as possible. Mrs. Roger had firmly said, "You're right on time," as if she had somehow been expecting him. And then she'd hustled him over to where her husband happened to be standing with his gig and told him to drive to Sermont Hall. In his hurry to get his hands on Henrietta's money, he hadn't paid much attention to these strange details, and merely thought it was all very convenient for him. Because back then, his focus had only been on himself. That was all he ever cared about. God, what a poor, limited life he had been living all those years. Into his mind now came an image of Margaret. Beautiful, wonderful Margaret, her deep blue eyes alive with intelligence and warmth and sweetness. Margaret who had inspired him to change. He really was the most fortunate man in the world to have joined his life with hers. As for all these various odd details, they were impossible to logically reconcile. Nor could he understand the mechanism of living the same day over and over again. He could, of course, spend a great deal of time chewing over this knotty and perplexing question. Instead, he chose to simply acknowledge that it had happened, and that the experience had at last brought him out of darkness and into the welcome light. Philip roused himself from his reverie and looked again at Henrietta, smiling. "As Hamlet says, there's a divinity that shapes our ends, rough hew them how we will."
"Very true," said Henrietta, nodding wisely, and then came a tap on the door, which opened to reveal a couple of servants bearing silver trays. As they too enjoyed their tea, Philip told her about his determination to repay each and every loan, his and Margaret's wedding plans, and how he was going to travel home to Hathaway Park when he left Sermont Hall, to see his mother and step-grandparents and half-brother Owen, and share his news with them in person, after which he was going back to Oxford to begin his studies. Henrietta listened, approved of it all, then got up again and went to her escritoire where she picked up her pen to write him out a cheque. "You've truly earned this, my dear Philip."
"Thank you, ma'am."
But no, I've enough to get me to Northamptonshire and then to Oxford."
"Are you quite sure?"
"I am."
She looked at him with a kind, shrewd smile.
"It's not often in your former life, I dare say, that you turned down an offer of money."
He returned her smile.
"No, indeed. But I'm learning how to say, 'I have enough,' and mean it. Although, Aunt Henrietta, if you are inclined to issue a cheque, there's someone I know who truly doesn't have enough, for a cause I believe you may be interested in supporting."
He told her about Jacob Parcel and his work at the convalescent home for injured veterans of the war, and how he himself had spent a lot of time there and could attest to how very great was the need for help. To Philip's immense satisfaction, Henrietta promised to send along a substantial donation right away, and in thinking about Jacob's joy in receiving that donation and how much good it was going to do, Philip felt that he could hardly thank Henrietta enough for all the good she was doing. Dinner that evening was a pleasant affair, during which he was glad to see his cousin Gabriel's chilly reserve, which Philip admitted to himself he fully deserved, thaw into something approaching amiability, and to make the acquaintance of his pretty, lively wife, Livia. Philip left for Northamptonshire the next day, refusing Henrietta's generous offer to borrow a Penhallow carriage and horses again, but he did accept a ride into Riverton, where he could catch the stage. Half an hour later, as the stage rolled along the high street, his gaze fell upon a stout form all bundled up in a heavy cloak and enveloping hat marching along the sidewalk. It was Mrs. Roger. Her eyes came to him, and she nodded affably, and he had the distinct impression that she was silently conveying a message. Well done. Upon his arrival at Hathaway Park, he was received with the usual careful, uneasy caution. He could almost hear his family anxiously wondering what uncomfortable revelations he would drop upon them, what requests for money he would make, what careless insults he would hurl. It was therefore with considerable pleasure that he was able to disabuse them of their entirely justifiable concerns. A nice change it was, too, to see no furrowed brows or alarmed expressions, and to hear no despairing reproofs, and he looked forward to experiencing none of them ever again. While he was there, he made a special effort to get to know the younger half-brother whom he barely knew, Owen Fitzclarence, the Marquis of Ellington, at age 20, a tall, thin, and rather shy young man. His half-sister Helen wasn't there, having last year married a Frenchman and gone off to France with him, and taking all her horses, too. A week later, Philip left his family with their glad promises to attend his wedding still resonating in his ears, and after 2 days of uneventful travel, he arrived in Oxford, where he was received by Margaret with a comprehensive hug and kiss that lit up his soul all over again. They were married 3 months after that, in a ceremony presided over by Margaret's great-uncle Timothy, whose warm, sonorous voice filled the church with solemn beauty. The pews were crowded with relations and friends from the two families who, in defiance of the accepted custom and by tacit consent, freely intermingled on both sides of the aisle. It gave Philip a quiet, particular pleasure to see Henrietta Penhallow at her most gracious and congenial, and also that the shy Owen had with him a cousin of sorts, young Francis Penhallow, like him a student at the university, and with whom he seemed to converse with ease. The newly married couple took no honeymoon journey, as Philip had already begun both his studies and his internship, and so after the festive wedding breakfast hosted by Margaret's parents had finally wound down by mid-afternoon, they too walked hand in hand in the mild spring sunshine to their very own cottage, which was just around the corner from the big Allen house. They opened the low white gate, and as they strolled past the promising little garden to left and right of the meandering walkway, Margaret, radiant in lilac silk, said with a happy sigh, "Oh, was there ever such a lovely home?"
"Never,"
answered Philip firmly, pausing on the portico to open the front door and then catching her up into his arms to carry her over the threshold. When they were inside, with the door closed behind them, he didn't let her go, and tenderly said, "What would you like to do now? What can I do for you, my darling?" Her blue eyes were sparkling as she replied without hesitation, "Let's go upstairs." And so he carried her up to their cosy bedchamber, which Margaret, her mother, her Aunt Seraphina, and several Allen cousins had, over the past several weeks, fashioned into the most delightful little bower, with soft linen bed coverings embroidered in a repeating pattern of fleur-de-lis, long matching curtains, and coverings for the pair of comfortable old armchairs, formerly occupying a place of honour in Margaret's bedroom, now set so invitingly before the fireplace. There was a tall bookcase, too, already filled to overflowing with books, a pretty carpet of soft wool, and several framed artworks on the walls, including some by Philip himself. On a small table by a sun-filled window stood an antique crystal vase which had once belonged to Margaret's great-aunt Patience. In it was a riot of gorgeous pink and white roses which filled the bedroom with the nicest, sweetest scent in all the world. Philip lowered Margaret onto the bed as lightly as a feather and stood smiling down at her. "Well, Mrs. Thane?" "I like the sound of that." Her eyes like stars, she held out her arms to him. "Do come here, Mr. Thane." He did, bringing himself alongside her and holding her tight. "Have I mentioned to you lately how much I love you?" "Yes, but I don't mind if you tell me again." "I love you, Margaret." He kissed the tip of her nose. "I love you today and tomorrow and forever." "I like the sound of that also. And I love you, dearest darling Philip, now and always." He kissed her on her smiling mouth, and it wasn't long before they decided that their clothes really weren't necessary at the moment and, moreover, were quite awfully in the way. They rose to their feet and helped each other disrobe, then stood naked for a few moments in open admiration, he of her and she of him. "You," he softly said, "are so very, very beautiful." She caught at his hand, smiling. "I'm so glad you think so. Oh, Philip, we've been waiting so long for this moment, haven't we? How good we've been. I'm amazed at our extraordinary patience, aren't you? But now let's make up for lost time." And she drew him back into bed, where they did, in fact, make up for lost time at length, and very satisfactorily indeed. In no time at all, Margaret and Philip settled happily into their charming little cottage, which of course was graced by the presence of Victor the dog and the 3 cats, who all rapidly mellowed into serene domesticity, marred only by a spirited competition for places on the drawing-room sofa, which was warmed by morning sunshine and also offered a prime view of the street and its passers-by. Margaret continued working on her folklore book, travelling every few months to various places throughout England with the intrepid Aunt Seraphina for company, and 2 years after her marriage completed her manuscript, which was soon accepted for publication, just as Philip had predicted. It received many positive reviews, and its sales surpassed the publisher's modest expectations, thanks in large part, Margaret stoutly maintained, to the marvellous pen and ink illustrations Philip managed to execute despite his busy schedule. This flattering claim Philip acknowledged with pleasure, but said that it was all due to Margaret's passionate interest in her subject, careful research, and graceful writing, and that he would always be honoured at having been able to play a very small role in the book's success. Also, he said, he'd leap at the chance to illustrate her next book if she wished. It was a radical re-envisioning of 1001 Nights, in which the selfish, controlling king was peacefully overthrown, and the brilliant storyteller Scheherazade installed as a just and kind ruler, thereby creating much more pleasant and less anxious lives for all concerned, with the possible exception of the sulky former king, who had gotten what he richly deserved, and who wandered moodily about town, kicking at pebbles with shoes that used to be grand, and was generally ignored. Philip's medical studies and internship with his uncle-in-law Horace, meanwhile, progressed swimmingly, and it wasn't long before he discovered within him a real aptitude for surgery, also developing, as a result of his time at the convalescent home in Whittlesea, a strong side interest in the field of wound care and treatment. The repayment of his debts was a process that took a long while, keeping Margaret and himself on a strict budget, which neither minded, as they had in each other, their family and friends, their pets and their professions, all that they wanted and needed. Money would come to them in time. They were never wealthy, but they were always comfortable, and there was enough, in due course, to support the happy, healthy children who were born to them and who filled their little house with yet more joy and the most delicious and delightful chaos. As the years passed, never once did Philip, with eyes, body, mind, or heart, stray from his Margaret, for he'd become that rare, remarkable thing, a rake redeemed, and well and thoroughly, too. Nor did he ever repeat his curious dance with time, which had so fortuitously given him the opportunity to halt in his tracks, to reflect and to grow, an interval in his life he always remembered with the deepest gratitude, for he had lost nothing that mattered, and in return had gained everything that did. From Mary Shelley. There is but one solution to the intricate riddle of life: to improve ourselves and contribute to the happiness of others. From Maria Popova. To understand and be understood, those are among life's greatest gifts, and every interaction is an opportunity to exchange them. From Viktor Frankl. The question can no longer be, what can I expect from life, but can now only be, what does life expect of me? What task in life is waiting for me? A note from Lisa Berne. Whittlesea, England is a real place, and the Straw Bear Festival is a real event there, though I've adapted both the town and the tradition to suit my authorial fancy. Similarly, Plough Monday is an ancient British agricultural holiday, which makes its appearance in this book as Plough Day. In the story, when Margaret is pondering the myth of Sisyphus and proposes to Philip the notion of taking a bit of the mountain down with him over and over again until there's no longer a mountain to climb, I'm borrowing the idea expressed in Manfred Kopfer's The Philosophy of Recursive Thinking, which offers an innovative solution to Sisyphus's arduous punishment by the gods for his misdeeds. It also speaks to the power of incremental progress, that is, the process of achieving goals through small steps that, in time, add up to something big. It's a power that Philip slowly and painstakingly learns to harness, much to his eventual betterment, and which, at last, makes him a worthy hero for my heroine, and gives them both the happily ever after which I so much enjoyed creating for them. I hope you did too. This is Maura Quirk. We hope you have enjoyed this unabridged production of The Redemption of Philip Thane, The Penhallow Dynasty, by Lisa Berne. Presented by William Morrow and Harper Audio. This programme was produced by Literati Audio. The director was Dennis Cahill. Executive producer, Abigail Nova. Text copyright 2021 by Lisa Berne. Production copyright 2021 by HarperCollins Publishers. All rights reserved. Thank you for listening.